Good morning, broadcasting live from Aravaipa HQ here in Phoenix, Arizona. Welcome to the 2023 Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined as always by the great Corinne Malcolm. Corinne, good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you feeling? Did you get some sleep last night?
I got just a little bit of sleep. The hype was real. I was staying with a bunch of the rest of the media team that will be helping today, including Brett and Finn, Mike and Leah. It was hard to go to bed because we had to keep talking about our predictions.
Speaking of predictions, I just put a link to the fantasy competition here in the chat, a fun little partnership between Free Trail and Aravaipa in partnership with Hoka. We have some prize packages on the line, so go make your picks here in this year's 2023 Black Canyon 100K. We are going to be spending the next 47 minutes or so just doing a quick pre-race preview show. We've got a lot of action ahead today. The race will be starting in about 47 minutes in Mayer, Arizona, probably about 40 minutes drive from where we sit now in Aravaipa studio. And it's going to be a fantastic day out there, and there is a lot on the line. Maybe, Corinne, you can set the context for the things that are going to be the incentives for the great athletes in the field today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is that this is the second of the U.S. soil golden ticket races into Western states. So top two men, top two women will be looking to claim golden tickets into the big dance in June. However, for the first time really this season, there are people in the race who are here to have a competitive run who might not want or need that ticket. It can roll down 5 deep, so that kind of throws this interesting tactics metric in the mix a little bit, but honestly perfect conditions out there for running. It's a cold start this morning. It's going to heat up a little bit over the course of the day, but it should really make for very fast times.
Yes, excellent. So that is going to be an overarching story of today's race, but beyond the elite field, we will have over 900 proud and brave souls stepping to the start line in Mayer, Arizona this morning. Again, we will get started here in about 45 minutes. In the meantime, Corinne, let's talk a little bit about the run of show that our audience can expect over the next, 10, 12, 15 hours
I think it's
of
12.
broadcasting.
I think it's 12 officially with maybe there's some golden hour stuff happening later today before the final runners will come in at cutoff time.
Yeah. So maybe run through, we're going to be starting the broadcast off here, then we'll be spelled in a few hours by
so you're stuck with us. You're stuck with us in studio here for the next 4 hours. We'll tag off to AJW and Chris. They'll take over the middle portion of the show, and they're going to hand off to our single track friends, Finn and Brett. They'll close it out here. Dylan and I are going to head to the finish line when we're done in studio to do all the finish line interviews. We'll then be rejoined by our field correspondents, Leah Yingling and Zach Marion, who are going to be out at all the aid stations today. We're going to join them at the finish line and kind of get to do a debrief from 5 to 6 p.m. Mountain Time, which is going to be really, really fun.
So cancel all your plans today. We are going to be broadcasting basically the entirety of today. And if you do go get out for a training run, which we do encourage, please do bring your phone with you, put your earbuds in, tune into the Aravaipa YouTube channel. And I guess we should just throw a huge shout out to the whole Aravaipa team here. We are sitting in studio with Chris Warden and Matt Feldick, and we really are so proud to be part of this broadcast team, and we are just so grateful for all the hard work that they put into the trail running community. So I hope you all are also similarly filled with gratitude for this amazing broadcast experience that we'll be getting into today. Corinne, you have run this race in the past. You are a 2020 finisher of the Black Canyon 100K. Maybe give us a brief recap of your experience here and what the athletes are going to be confronting.
Yeah, so it's I think, deceivingly hard course on paper. You're like, oh, it's kind of rolling through a bunch of desert. Like, how hard can it be? Turns out it can be pretty hard. The runners are going to be kind of suckered in by it's a net downhill race, and the first 50K is especially net downhill. I've had athletes PR their 50K. In the first 50K of this race.
Right?
You don't want to do that. It's a good way to have a really bad back 50K. But essentially, they're going to be starting up a little bit higher, up a little bit colder, run net downhill for 50K. The race takes a turn around mile 30 to 35 or so, where some real climbing really begins. It's also a really relentless race. Brett was calling it micro elevation. There's a lot of micro elevation in this race in which, it's kind of deceptive, but it really adds up over time. Also, the terrain underfoot, while not overly technical, is very, very rocky in places, and you are tripping, you're stubbing your toes. You have to be focused and on the entire time for 8, 9, 10, 16 hours out there, and that can really wear and tear on you. So while the back half of the race I don't think is like more technical than the first half, on tired legs it's not easy running.
Yeah, I would just have True Heart Brown's winning Strava file up here on my laptop, and it says it's about a 62-mile course with only about 5,600 feet of climbing.
But they're a hard 5,600 feet.
I was just going to say, I mean, it seems like it's a deceptively difficult course. If we look at the historical times here, the course record on the men's side set by Sage Canaday way back in 2016, where he won by 50 minutes. Amazing performance from Sage Canaday back in the day. And then the women's course record set in 2021 by Brittany Peterson in 8:48. So it seems like it's the type of course where even though the elevation isn't necessarily overwhelming, that the environmental conditions, the micro elevation, as you called it, sort of accumulates into what is a deceptively difficult course.
Yeah, it's just, it's unforgiving, and I think that you're going to have to stay mentally in it for a very, very long time, and that's the hard part, is that you just get fatigued and you start stumbling. I definitely almost hugged a cactus out there on Monday, and that was on fresh legs, so it can get a little bit, I think, precarious more than anything. And then also we were joking before we got on air, the first little, like, I don't know, probably 10-mile section, there's a lot of cow traffic on it. And because it's so cold this morning and it was muddy earlier this week, we had snow and rain here locally, snow in Sedona, rain down here. All those like cow footprints get frozen, and they're like legit ankle breakers. Like, it's really not easy running.
Okay, so yeah, totally engaging. And underfoot conditions will constantly be something that the runners will have to keep in mind and be careful about. And in addition to cow traffic, I read the history of the Black Canyon Trail, which is actually quite interesting. It sort of started as a prehistoric Native American route for trade, it sounds like, and then has sort of turned into a sheep herding corridor as well. So a lot of great history out here on the course that the runners will hopefully be keeping in the back of their mind, interacting with the natural environment while they do battle across the Arizona desert here. So maybe let's talk a little bit more about the strategy. You mentioned that there are some athletes who have had their 50K PRs in the first half of the race. You mentioned also that that's not necessarily conducive to having a strong 100K.
But at the same time, we saw also our friend Aid Station Fireball, Mr. Liam Tryon. He was looking at results going back the last like 6 years or so, and something that surprised me actually was that, generally speaking, while we caution athletes from going out too hard, the top two finishers, first and second, were never further back than like sixth coming through the midpoint of the race. So it's like you kind of have to be putting your cards out there without maybe going completely off the front of the race. So I think that was interesting to me, that really it's like, yeah, you've got to be cognizant of your pacing over the first half of the race on that net downhill, but you can't really be holding back too much. You still have to be in the mix over the back half. Like, to be in the mix over the back half, you have to be in the mix in the front half of the race.
Yeah, it seems like a really tricky race to execute flawlessly, just given the net downhill nature of the course, given the super high level of competition, given the greater context of the golden ticket incentive for the athletes at the front of the race. And also, obviously, typically here in Arizona, we're dealing with some very hot, dry, sometimes windy weather. Today seems like it might be conducive to running fast.
I think so. I think that from time spent out on the course this week, they should have a little bit of a headwind for the first 20 or so miles, and then they actually should have a tailwind over the back half of the race. It is going to be a little bit warmer than it was yesterday here, like as much as 10 degrees warmer, but at the same time, it's supposed to stay mostly overcast. The actual air temps aren't getting that high, but the solar here is pretty high. Like, if we do get full sun this afternoon, that's where it starts to feel hot. And at the same time, too, you've got to remember that most of us are coming out of winter. Right. Like, 70 degrees, while not that hot, can feel really hot when you've been, tromping around in snow all winter. So this is kind of the first warmer weather race for a lot of people, and despite it not being, in air quotes again, not that hot. It can feel really warm over the back half of it. But I do think the conditions are setting up to be really, really fast for the athletes today.
Yep. And I pulled up the start line temperatures here in Mayer, Arizona. It looks like it's a balmy 36 degrees for the athletes as they start to assemble near the starting line. Again, we will get started here in about 38 minutes there at Mayer High School in Mayer, Arizona. And it looks like the high for today is forecasted to be about 67 degrees Fahrenheit, sort of partly sunny conditions in New River, which is a town nearby where the finish line is, and winds of only about 10 to 15 miles per hour. I think it can gust quite dramatically here in this part of the state, but today it seems like it should be conducive conditions to running fast. And of course, there is an incredible field of athletes assembling to do battle. Before we start talking about some of the talent in the race, Corinne, going back to the strategy, I think maybe this will be fun to remind the audience about how last year's race played out.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Trayer, someone mentioned in the chat, I think Karen mentioned in the chat, someone had in there, yeah, Karen Jones in the chat mentioned Scott Trayer from last year. I think he was the one anomaly in Liam's like pre-race stats, was that he went from 20th to 2nd. And so you can do it, but you have to like really be a tactician and be like very, very on it. And I do think that we've got athletes in the field who are that type of tactician out there, and I think we could see someone pull that off. Again, though, as these fields get deeper and deeper, it's like, how far can you come back from?
Right. A couple of years ago when Tyler Green won the race, I recall watching the live feed all day, and he sort of course, in typical Tyler Green fashion, was really intelligent early in the race and then moved his way up and won, passing the race leader late in the race. I think it was after mile 50 or 55 or so. But then last year's race on the men's side, at least, True Heart Brown went wire to wire. Everybody expected the peloton to catch him from behind after a really aggressive start.
Yeah, they're like, who is this guy? Went off the front.
Right.
Didn't come back. And then you had, on the women's side, you had Dominica, who went out super, super hard, which is like her racing style for sure, only to be overtaken super late in the race as well by Claire Gallagher. Claire Gallagher did not want to go back to Western States last year, and so those tickets rolled down a little bit further, letting Dominica, Anne-Marie Madden, and Taylor Nowlin into Western States last year, because there were 3 tickets on the line last year as well, not 2, which is a little bit of a different scenario. But yeah, Dominica went out super, super hard. Claire was able to kind of move up in the back, like third of the race to overtake her. But yeah, like True Heart Brown went off the front.
But Dominica almost pulled off the wire-to-wire victory
100%.
last year too. So what I'm trying to say is that the professional athletes in today's race are going to be keeping this strategic conversation in the back of their heads all day. Do I hit the gas pedal early and try and assert myself? Do I wait back and hope for carnage in the second half of the race? So this is going to be an exciting, drama-filled competition for these golden tickets and in the top 10 in both the men's and women's fields. Corinne, let's talk about the fields now. I think it's important to mention that it seems as if this year has probably the deepest international contingent of athletes who are coming to North America to test themselves here in one of our most competitive races. Do you want
and
to
not just Canadians, because the Canadians show up to these things and they are super, super good.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about them too. But we've got I think more international athletes than usual are on the start line this year, including on the men's side, we've got Tom Evans, who already has a spot in Western States based on his third place finish at UTMB. That ticket from Killian rolled down to him. So he will already be in Western States. You've got his teammate with Adidas Terex, Janusz Kowalczyk, in the race as well. So yeah, you've got more international flavor there. You've got Ingvild Kaspersen on the women's side. You've got Ida Nilsson on the women's side. So it's really cool. We've got some Japanese athletes out there as well. So really cool to see more international athletes, not just from our good Canadian friends making their way to the start line this year.
Yeah, incredible. So we've got Leah Yingling at the start line here, way up in Mayer, Arizona. Leah, good morning. Can you hear us here in studio?
Yeah, can you hear me, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Leah, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys.
She can hear us, but we can't hear her.
We're not getting her in our headphones.
But we can see her, and she looks good.
We will work on that here.
Line.
Give us just 1 second. But again, Leah Yingling and Zach Marion will be our on-course correspondents throughout the course of today. So shout out to them, and shout out to Aravaipa for giving us that hands-on experience from people who are actually out on the trail. So going back to the international athletes, I think it's important to highlight again. Tom Evans from the UK, fantastic athlete. Last time he raced here in the United States, he pulled off a third place performance at Western States. He was the first non-American to run under 15 hours on the Western States course. And Ida Nilsson, who is a graduate of Northern Arizona University, even though she is a Swedish athlete and still lives in her home country of Sweden. Arizona is not unfamiliar territory for her. She, in 4 or 5 years ago, was a world dominator, almost unbeatable, especially in sort of like the marathon to 50-mile distance on the international circuit, dealt with pretty serious injury and is bouncing back now. I remember from your preview interview with the elite women's field yesterday, Corinne, Ida was sort of reflecting on her second place performance at the World Championships back in November in Thailand, saying what a relief it was to have a great performance again on the international circuit.
Yeah, I mean, she's been out with injury for a number of years now, and I think that was her first ultra distance back, and she kind of said, I don't know that I had any place being there, but it was really exciting to be back pushing, be back feeling like she could do it after having to withdraw from CCC. So excited to see her back here. She went to NAU. She ran collegiately in Flagstaff. So I feel like we jokingly called this her second home soil. So excited to see what she can do today. If she's completely healthy, could do really well.
Getting ahead of ourselves, do we think that Ida would take a golden ticket if she was to secure one?
I think so.
Okay.
I do think so.
Fantastic. All right. So great to have that international flavor here. And also your teammate, Janusz Kowalczyk from Germany. And shout out to Manfred, his father, in the chat. And Janusz is past Ultra Trail Cape Town champion, really solid European athlete, adding some international flavor to this year's race. Let's try again, throwing it back to Leah at the start line. Leah, good morning. Can you hear us? We are still not picking up Leah in our headphones, so bear with us here. We're getting the technological hiccups sorted out here early this morning in the 2023 Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. And Leah, who I think rose to prominence as a commentator at the Bandera 100K, which was also broadcasted by Aravaipa Running in January down there in San Antonio, Texas. Leah's going to be an excellent contributor to our broadcast team here today. I just got some audio. Leah, can you hear us? Check.
I can hear you guys.
Okay,
Yes.
we've got Leah.
Yay!
All right. Leah, good morning from the warm studio here in Phoenix. How are conditions there at the start line?
I am not in a warm studio like you guys. It is cold out here. It is chilly, and we are on the track where the runners will start the race here in exactly 30 minutes.
Exactly 30 minutes from now. What's the environment like? Are people starting to mill about, get their warm-ups in? Have you noticed any familiar faces out there?
I saw some Ryan Miller action, and I gave Anthony Costales a ride to the start line, and those have been about the only faces I've seen so far. We've got some heaters out here because it's 39 degrees Fahrenheit here and a little wind chill. I think I saw 6 miles an hour, so it's cold. I'm shivering.
So what do you maybe give us a glimpse into the banter that you and Corinne and the rest of the team had last night up at the Airbnb, wherever you guys were staying. Corinne said that you guys were up late making predictions and generally bantering about the drama that may unfold today.
Putting in our free trail fantasy picks super last minute.
Yeah, like 11 p.m. Yeah, we're super nerding out late last night. I'm in an Airbnb with Finn and Brett, who we'll be catching up with later on today. And yeah, there's a lot of banter. Nobody has the exact same top 5 for fantasy free trail, and I frankly don't even know who is on my top 5 anymore.
Well, you better pull it up. We'll close maybe the preview show with a college game day style revealing of our predictions, like Kirk Herbstreit and Lee Corso do every weekend and during the college football season. But
no pressure.
Yeah, Leah.
No pressure.
Leah, have you ever run the Black Canyon 100K?
I did the 60K back in 2021. So I'm familiar with the first 60K of the course, and I ran roughly the last 22 miles yesterday. So I think I've seen about it all. So I'm excited to see how the runners fare with conditions today. It's actually quite interesting conditions here on the track. It's muddy and icy and sloppy And I think we might have some carnage right at the start line this morning, guys.
That looks kind of rough, actually.
It's pretty rough. I was like slipping and sliding, and it's the track here is kind of loose dirt gravel, and got some nice deep tire marks here in the start line as well. And I do think we will show you guys a little block of ice puddle that we've got right up here too, immediately after they cross the start line. So I think people are going to get pretty sloppy right off the bat.
Oh boy. Okay, so Leah, having run the 60K and having run the back 22-ish miles yesterday, there's been a lot of debate, I think, between what is the more technical part of the course, the first half versus the back half, and reflecting on your 2021 experience and then your run yesterday, where do you think that like actually lies as far as like what is the rougher part of the course?
I think it comes and goes. That was the first time I saw the last 10-ish miles yesterday, and I think the last 10 miles runs really smooth. And I think, in my opinion, that's probably one of the smoothing up to that. It's pretty tough to get in a rhythm. So it's hard to say the first half or the second half. I think both sections have their runnable parts, but I will say anybody who has legs to run in those last 10 miles can haul. So looking forward to see who actually has those legs, because I know the first 50 miles really beat up a lot of runners.
Yeah, I
But
think.
yeah, maybe we'll see some second comings like Eric Sensman a couple years back.
Yeah, back from the dead as always. Leah, I think we're not giving away too many secrets this morning, but I do think your advice to Anthony Costalis last night before we went out to dinner was something to the effect of, yeah, like just make sure that like at mile 50 you've got legs. Or you're like, at Table Mesa, you've got to have legs. And he was like, that's 50 miles in, Leah.
Yeah, I think he laughed at me when I said that. Anthony and I have very different racing strategies. I like to run conservative and move up later in the second half, and I usually advise him to do so, and he kind of just shakes it off and laughs at me. And he said, I don't race that way. I race people. So I think Anthony's the type of runner that we're going to see out front today. I'm excited to see kind of a battle with Tom Evans, who I'm sure will take it out in a lead pack as well.
Yeah, fantastic. And during the Elite Men's panel yesterday, Anthony voiced his frustration with himself by not realizing that Trueheart had gone out to a hot early start last year and arriving at the 50K mark, realizing that he had a 10-minute deficit and that sort of killed his attitude in the second half of the race. And he was certainly not satisfied with his fifth-place performance here last year and is, I'm sure, hoping to better that. And as we all know, Anthony Costalis, when he is on, is an absolute savage. So maybe let's talk a little bit more about the talent in the field, shall we? We have about 25 minutes still until the start. We should start to see some of the characters arriving, I would say, in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So do you want to get us started maybe with the men's race?
Yeah, for sure. I can pull some of that up. And then I think that I really enjoyed Leah's kind of like breaking down of groups in the women's field. So we should definitely hear her do that again, because I think she's got it probably all memorized at this point. But yeah, the men's race is really interesting. We talked about Tom Evans and Janusz Kowalczyk, kind of these international athletes coming in. We've got, a number of established athletes as well that are going to be looking for tickets. You've got Anthony Costalis, who we've been talking a lot about this morning, Ryan Miller. Stephen Kirsch wants that ticket back in to Western States. Tim Ferrick. You got a bunch of Flagstaff guys on the line. Brian Curl is not starting this morning, which I think is a good note to make. But then I think we also have a lot of kind of unknowns in the field as well. We've got really young athletes, maybe who are newer to the trail. You got people like Ryan Raff, who I think we're all kind of excited to see what he can do.
He was on the Elite Men's panel yesterday.
He was a cool cucumber, too, like unfazed.
Total sweetheart, too. 23 years young, a recent graduate of Northern Arizona University, and certainly somebody who felt like he was going to rise to the occasion here, competing on what is certainly the biggest stage of his career.
Yeah, so I think adding to that mix too, you've got people like Matt Seidel, who we know likes to run hard off the front. That's what he did at JFK. I expect to see something similar from him again today. I think Elliot Cardin is racing, and if that's the case, he's also very, very quick. So I'm kind of torn between we've got a lot of experience in this race. We've got a lot of young new talent. We've got people coming back. Canyon Woodward, who we saw lead at Bandera, is back today. We've got JP Giblin back today as well.
Mention JP because I bumped into him yesterday at the expo, and I was like, are you actually racing tomorrow?
And he's like, yeah, I am. Ellie Pell's going to jump in to pace him, I think. I was like, man, you got your ticket already. You can kind of chill. And he's here. He's feeling good. Going to get another 100K in on his this road to Western States. But, so that's the other interesting thing at play today. Unlike Bandera, we do have men and women in the race who either don't need or do not want golden tickets, which it can only roll down 5 deep again. And so that, JP Giblin and Tom Evans on the men's side are already into Western States, and both could be factors in this race from the gun.
I love it. And so for those who aren't diehard ultra live stream consumers, JP Giblin secured his golden ticket at the Bandera 100K just about a month ago down in San Antonio, Texas. But he has decided to toe the start line here at Black Canyon with no pressure whatsoever to chase a golden ticket. He gets to just build strength and momentum and confidence as he takes the journey towards Western States. Leah, do you have any comments or additions to Corinne's characters there, or any other?
That was spot on. A couple others I was thinking of was Corey Keene. He was also at Bandera this year, and I think he had to pull out with a calf injury right around the halfway point, but he's a really strong guy. I think has a 104 half marathon to his name and does a lot of training in North Carolina and on the East Coast with, I think, the likes of John Kelly, and is a really strong runner. So he was out in front with the lead pack at Bandera. I am curious to see really how those fields compare. I think Bandera, we saw a lot of people like in the mix all day and nobody like super far off the front. I think today we might see something a little different. And then one more runner that I was getting hit up with a bunch on Twitter and Instagram is Dan Green. I think he's a young gun, 25 or 26 from the East Coast. I believe was top 10 here last year. And I know a lot of the folks out in the West Virginia area are really cheering for him today. So excited to see if he can move up from his, I think, top 10 finish last year.
Yeah, he was 10th in 2022. We've got some people looking for redemption, including on the women's side. Someone like Lottie Brinks, who was on the women's panel yesterday, said she had a bad day here last year and is looking to kind of make amends on course. Leah
Costales, too, we just mentioned.
Oh, yeah, Costales.
Here for revenge. Yeah. Before we get to the women's race, I want to mention something that's funny. I bumped into Ryan Smith, the Britishman who lives in Boulder, Colorado, and is a fantastic, super consistent athlete who is also in the field today.
Always underrated.
Always under the radar. But he mentioned that there's a fun little cross-country style competition between the Boulder runners and the Flagstaff runners. On Team Boulder, we've got Ryan Smith, Brian Condon, and Bobby Peavy. In the Flagstaff group is Tim Frericks, Eric Sensman, and who was the third guy? Stephen Kirsch, of course. So we've got a fun little cross-country style duel that's going to be happening between these two proud trail towns. Let's go to the women.
Yeah, so on the women's side, Leah, I wanted you to break down, if you can. I don't know if you've got this all on top of head, but you, in one of your previews, you talked about how like you've broken the women's field down into 4 distinct groups, and I'm wondering if you can relay some of that for people who might have missed that preview.
Yeah. Let's see if I got it at 6:30 in the morning. Okay, so we got we have our speedsters and our ladies with really significant flat ultra and trail and OTQs to their name. So a lot of women in that group include people like Anna Cassius, who was on our U.S. 100K roads team this year and placed 7th at the World Championship with, I believe, a 7:04 100K, which
7:24.
7:24.
Yeah.
7:24, and I think that's the 4th fastest 100K ever run by an American woman. So she's one to watch today. She hasn't had a ton of trail experience. I know she ran JFK a few years back and I believe got a top 5 finish there. Lives in the Bay Area, has been putting in a ton of training miles, 100+ mile weeks. And I think she's one to keep an eye out for today. You guys mentioned Lottie Brinks. Lottie Brinks has the course record at the Javelina 100K, does a lot of her training in Texas, and I believe is actually uprooting and moving to Boise right after this race. She's super fast, does a lot of fast road miles as well. I think trains with Nicole Bitter quite a bit down in Texas. Georgia Porter, who I kind of like to think as a hybrid athlete. She has a 2:36 marathon to her name. Kind of made a commitment to jump all into trails about a year ago. And I think at the Black Canyon 60K last year was her initial debut from complete road training to over to the trails. And I think according to an interview with her, there's no looking back. She's crushed 2022 with a course record at the Tusher 70K. I think an outright win at the Run Rapid 50 miler last year. I think, McDowell, Mountain Frenzy, first place there just in the fall. So I think she's ready to crush today. Another category, I believe, was our international international heavy hitters. So Ida Nielsen, we have Ingvild Kaspersen, Corinne, your Adidas Terex teammate, and Elsa McDonald. And I think Elsa McDonald had a blazing time here a few years back, earning her way into Western States. And then obviously this past year just had a completely incredible run at Western States, placing second. She's not trying to get back into Western States this year because she already had her spot, turned it down, and I believe her focus this year is on UTMB. So she has significant course experience here. And I think the way she ran Black Canyon the last time she did was absolutely incredible. Running one of the fastest times Black Canyon City and hanging on, I believe beating Courtney Dauwalter that year as well. Yep. So I think Brett had pointed out in our podcast that was the last time that Courtney has lost an ultra, was in the Black Canyon to Elsa McDonald a few years back. Our third group of people are U.S. heavy hitter women who are making a splash here. So people like Keely Henninger, Casey, Hannah Allgood, Heather Jackson, who I think you guys had mentioned before I hopped on, already has her spot in Western States through a Hoka sponsor slot. So won't be racing for that golden ticket today, but I'm sure with the aggression she races and her experience that she gained at Javelina, we're going to see a pretty great day from her. And the last group are the women who I think are just waiting for their big break. So there's a lot of women here who have lined up at golden ticket races this past year. People like Tara Dower, Shea Aquilino, who's a fun one to talk about, a 21-year-old who from I think she's at Notre Dame right now in college and has just been crushing it at races like JFK and Speed Goat this last year. Meg Morgan, who was top 10 in 2 golden ticket races this past year. Bree Grigsby, I think two top 5 finishes at golden ticket races this last year. So a lot of women who are going to mix it up. Oh, Sarah Beal too. JFK course record, hard one to forget about. I think she goes in my first category of the road fasties. So that's my word vomit. Those are my 4 categories, and I think it's going to be a really fun women's race.
Oh my goodness, Leah, you absolutely just smashed it. Holy smokes, what a thorough and comprehensive preview of the women's field. So tell us a little bit more about Shea Aquilino. I mean, that sounds like a fun story for our audience to follow.
Yeah, she's been on the scene for a little bit now. She has, I think, Corinne, you know her fast, 100-mile time from, I believe, an Indiana 100-miler this past year, maybe running something in the 16s. 4th at JFK in a 6:40-something time. She's a baller. I think it has improved her time at Black Canyon by at least an hour the last 2 years. So
yeah, at 21,
don't know if she's going to be
right?
improving by 4. Yeah, 21.
Amazing.
Yeah, her 50, she what did she run? JFK, she was 3rd. She was my pick for JFK. 3rd place, 6:40 there. A really, really stellar performance. Yeah, that 100-mile performance was just over the 16-hour mark, 16:03 at the Indiana Trail 100 back in October. So honestly, really impressive that she ran that Trail 100 in October and then 5 weeks later, turned that around to JFK to finish 3rd there as well. But yeah, she's been ripping around the scene for a couple of years already. But yeah, a college kid looking to make a big splash today. But you're right, 2021 and 2022, significant improvements here on the Black Canyon course specifically. Really loves racing here. But yeah, went from a 12:06 in 2021 to a 10:18 in 2022. That's a pretty big jump. I don't think we're going to see her go 8 hours today, but she could be. Your husband Mike made a bold prediction this morning, and I'm wondering if you're going to support it or not. And that was that 5 men would go under 8 hours and 5 women would go under 9 hours. Is that too bold?
I think it's a little bold. Conditions are pretty nice today. I think the 5 men under 8 hours, I feel a little bit better about. 5 women under 9 hours is pretty tough. I don't think we've had that many women go under 9 hours here. Maybe Claire was still 9:0 something last year, which was a much hotter year. But yeah, that's a bold statement. I disagree with half of it.
Yeah, I think only 2 women have run under 9 hours historically on the true course, which we're actually going to be running today. So that would be quite something to behold, but I don't know. I may agree with Mike in this situation.
Well, Elsa McDonald was one of those women who's gone under 9 hours here, and if she's back in this race today, and 2018 Elsa McDonald, very, very fast. She was in Western States that year and then did not have the day she wanted. I remember, I think, catching her at mile 80 and just knew that something was like terribly wrong.
Yeah.
And then came back last year and got all the redemption she needed. So much so that she's not going back to Western States this year, but just really loves competitive racing in the desert. And so I think that she could be someone, along with like Heather Jackson, all of a sudden pushing at the front. And I think that's kind of, Leah, the next kind of piece of that puzzle that I'd love to get your opinion on this morning is like, with some of that road speed coming in from people or people looking to make a big break, the first 50K of this course is really enticing. And I'm wondering what you anticipate personally might happen as far as like, are we going to see a True Heart Brown scenario, someone getting away early and staying away all day?
Yeah, that's a great question. What's been coming back to me after running the course yesterday is just the need to have a positive attitude in that second half of the race. I think some of the people who are a little less familiar with technical trails and maybe do a lot of their training on the roads might struggle a little bit in that second half of the race today, just with some of the technical terrains and just how it beats you up as there's a decent amount of exposure to and it's going to get warm. So I don't know if we're going to see anybody really off the front today on the men's side. I think we're going to see a big pack of the men early on. I think on the women's side, we have a lot of people who are really gunning it. So I expect to see Hannah Allgood. I forgot to mention her in my preview of women. Hannah Allgood. I think we're going to see her running really aggressive out front today. She's really focused on this race. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw somebody like Heather Jackson in that mix too, and perhaps Keely Henninger, who has both leg speed and the trail experience. I think those people might succeed the most today is that combo of both road speed and trail experience. And I think somebody like Elsa McDonald just ran a 2:44 at CIM. So kind of has that combo of race experience, fast road marathon, and knows how to keep it together when the going gets tough.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that commentary there. And those who watched the Javelina live stream from Aravaipa back in October of last year will remember Heather Jackson, the former professional Ironman triathlete, led the race through 85 miles before sort of slowing down. And it's really always hysterical to hear her recount that experience of suffering those last 15 miles on the Javelina course. But it will be interesting to see if there are packs in the women's race, I think, this year. Obviously, last year, I recall the men's race, almost every year, there's a significant pack of men, at least through about 50K here. Corinne, do you sort of want to tell the audience a little bit about where you view sort of the crux sections of the course here?
I think it's that big climb that comes after Black Canyon City. I want to say you come into Black Canyon City, you have a turnaround point, you go back out the same way, you climb up the hill, and then you descend to the river, and then from there you climb back up again, and it doesn't look significant on it, but this punchy bit between 35 and mile 40 are really, really hard.
Fantastic. And I'm looking at True Heart Brown's Strava again from last year. And it looks like he was averaging well under 7-minute pace for the first 21 miles of today's race. So watch out for the hot early pace in both the men's and women's races. We are going to throw to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a minute.
And a huge shout out to Free Trail for being a part of this live broadcast. If you're coming to Flagstaff to race or to train, eat where the pros eat and grab a pizza at Pizza Cletta. Why? Because it's freaking delicious, but also because we make our pizza intentionally more healthy, fueling your adventures in recovery. We start our pizza making process with non-GMO flour and a natural leaven, which is easier on your gut when compared to commercial yeast. Next, we have an extended cold fermentation for our dough that reduces the gluten and makes the pizza more digestible. Finally, we top the pizzas with simple organic ingredients. Check out our menu at pizzacletta.com or on Instagram at pizzacletta, and don't forget to eat your pizza bones. This coverage is also brought to you by Roman Run Company. Roman Run Company is dedicated to creating unique apparel and gear for every runner. Express your passion and inspire others to get out and run. We are all built for miles. Let's Roman run together. Shop our newest arrival of apparel, technical hats, socks, and more. Visit romanrun.com and use promo code Black Canyon to unlock 25% on your next order. And we're going to send it back to our live video coverage here in the studio.
And we are back. Thank you so much to Matt for that fantastic commercial break. We are looking live at the start line at Mayer High School in Mayer, Arizona. A balmy 39 degrees, according to Leah, who is there on the ground. And it looks like runners are starting to congregate there on that. Looks like a sort of decomposed granite track at the local high school, which is fantastic. And I think they'll be hot out of the gates here in just about 7 minutes. There are 3 waves of this start this year, I believe. Is that right, Matt? Yeah, so we'll have the first wave at 7 o'clock, again in about 7 minutes. The second wave at 7:30, and the third and final wave starting at 8 a.m. So, if you are, again, joining us here, we've got Leah at the start line. Maybe just a quick reset and run of show here. Myself and Corinne Malcolm will be hosting the first 3 hours of today's race, signing off around 10 a.m. local time. That's Mountain Time. And then we will be spelled by a fantastic group of Finn Melanson, Brett Hornig, AJW, Chris Warden. And I think they'll be sort of cycling through, giving each other some breaks to make sure we remain high energy and knowledgeable throughout the course of this nearly 12-hour broadcast. So shout out again to the Aravaipa team. We are looking at the start line here. I can't identify those runners personally, but maybe Leah, if you're still there, tell us what's happening.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so we've got the start line here. We've got a couple of familiar faces. I see Heather Jackson, Tyler Bierman, Jared Porcio, Drew Grigsby, Tara Dower, Hannah Allgood, got spotting, and Free Trail's very own Ryan Forward. He's pretty great. So we've got everybody.
Our guy, Rye, on the start line. Yeah, I think Hannah is a really unique, interesting athlete who's still flying under the radar, but has all the tools to be certainly one of the best in the U.S., maybe one of the best in the world. She came out to the Gorge Waterfalls 100K last year and absolutely smashed it. We just released a fun sort of training video with her. She did her homework, came out to the course, did a 3-day training camp on the Black Canyon course to make sure she was fully prepared. So for those who are unfamiliar, watch out for Hannah Allgood. There's always some confusion because her maiden name is still on Ultra Sign Up, Hannah Osowski. So keep your eye out for Hannah.
There's Lottie
in today's
Brinks.
race. There's Lottie. The Texan. We got a couple Texans in today's race, Lottie Brinks and Ryan Miller. So keeping the South proud. Lots of great energy here at the start line as we approach 5 minutes prior to the gun going off. You see the layers coming off for some of the runners. It's going to be a pretty chilly day.
I love the fans that are out this morning at the start line. That is some good hype. The hype is real. I love it.
So again, accumulated in the 3 starting waves, we'll have over 900 athletes coming to the start line here today. I went back and looked at the first Black Canyon race back in 2014, and I think there was somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 finishers in 2014. So things have matured quite a bit here for the Aravaipa Black Canyon 100K, going from about, what was it, like 40 finishers in the first year to 900 people stepping to the start line here in 2023. It just is, I think, exemplary of the fact that the sport continues to grow, and these high-quality races only get better, only keep attracting not only professional athletes, but athletes from all different sporting backgrounds are finding love for that trail culture. Yeah, 42 finishers in the inaugural Black Canyon 100K 9 years ago. So
that sounds like the voice of Jubilee down at the start line.
Nice.
That's like my personal favorite hype human being.
Yeah, shout out to Jubilee one of the great race directors here for Aravaipa.
We should also mention that Pizzacletta, the ad that we just heard from a couple minutes ago, Caleb actually of Pizzacletta, the man behind the scene there, is running the 100K as well. He's been feeding us all week in Sedona, and last night was his last dinner with us because he had to get ready to race today. So we'll be keeping our eye on Caleb. I feel like fan favorite, local legend of Pizzacletta will be running the 100K today too, which is so cool.
So cool. And he will have the added satisfaction of making today's broadcast possible as a sponsor. As we look live at the start line here, this is Mayer, Arizona. I think it's sort of due north of Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken. The course will be paralleling the I-17 corridor here just north of Phoenix. I myself am not terribly familiar with this area, but just in the day and a half that I've been here, it seems like it's a fantastic place to start your ultra trail running season in the dry sort of spring conditions here at the Black Canyon 100K.
I know. I feel like we've got multiple screens in front of us, and I'm like staring at the little screen trying to pick out people on the start line. We're getting the aerial shot. There's Heather Jackson on the start line there in that Hoka kit, the kind of the sunrise blue to orange.
There's Reed Burrows.
Oh, Reed! Excited to see how Reed does
Another
today.
Canadian, adding to the international flavor here today. And Heather Jackson, we were just talking about off air that she was a collegiate ice hockey player at Princeton, much like Allie McLaughlin, two fantastic athletes in the sport coming from women's ice hockey backgrounds. And of course, like I just mentioned, Heather Jackson, one of the best Ironman triathletes in the world, a multiple-time top 5 finisher.
Yeah, running a 3:05 marathon off the bike, running a 1:21 half marathon off the bike. Those are really, really impressive times indeed. Excited what she can do today after what we witnessed at Javelina back in October.
No doubt. So we are just about a minute ahead of the start of this year's Black Canyon 100K. It looks like sort of overcast conditions, again, high 30s Fahrenheit. So it seems like kind of perfect conditions to get started here for what is going to be a long, hard, fast race at the front of the field.
Also looks like we've got Eden Nielsen now on the front line, Tom Evans, couples both on both sides of the flank here. So I'm excited to see those two take it out maybe for the women and men today.
Oh, and we should mention that Tom Evans is coaching Ingvild Kaspersen.
And here we go. The 2023 Black Canyon 100K is off from the Mayer track, Mayer, Arizona. And from what I read, of the description of the course, it starts off with a little bit of fire road, jeep road before they merge onto the single track of the Black Canyon Trail, which will carry them 62 miles to the finish line near New River, Arizona. And here they are, out for a Saturday jog 6 days after the Super Bowl. The eyes of the sporting universe is back on Arizona this time for the Black Canyon 100K.
Similar viewership for sure. Thanks to everyone who's tuning in early this morning from wherever you are. I know we got people from all over the world tuning in to see their athletes get off the start line. Yeah, so they come off the track here and they actually kind of wiggle through the neighborhood. So they've got a little bit of road running to go, and then kind of they get onto that jeep track, double track, and that's honestly where I think you think it should be smooth sailing, but that's where the cows have oftentimes really messed some things up. And so you got to be a little bit cautious of what's going on underfoot before you start descending south towards where we are here in studio in Phoenix.
So again, just getting started here as they make their way around the back stretch of the track here, knowing that they are just getting underway of what is going to be an amazing, hard, challenging, transcendent day of human challenge. And it looks like Tom Evans is sort of at the front of the pack here. Leah was just mentioning Tom and Ida Nielsen, two of our international athletes, two of our favorites in today's race. If you're just joining us, Tom from the UK, Ida Nielsen from Sweden. Keep your eyes on these great champions throughout today's event. And so what we'll see here is, especially in the men's race, there's going to be a very hot early pack unless somebody goes true Hart Brown style out of the gates and wants to assert themselves. Either way, we'll see a chase pack behind that person.
Yeah, it looks like Cole Watson's probably in that mix. We're kind of picking out those Hoka singlets are great.
Yeah.
That blue and orange, you can really see them from from a long ways off. So I imagine Cole Watson, someone who we actually didn't mention in the pre-race preview, is I think is looking to mix things up here today.
He was on the elite men's panel yesterday. Just one of those quiet, humble, super talented athletes. I was saying that he feels like the type of athlete that could really excel on this course, sort of a mix between speed and strength. He's got all the wheels that you need to smash this first 50K, but the strength necessary to navigate the ups and downs, the micro elevation in the second half of the race. And I recall last year as we take a left-hand turn here.
Tight little turn.
Look at that.
And there are a lot of cattle. One interesting piece of this race is there are a lot of cattle guards that people have to get up and over. So you can go through the gate or you kind of go over like the mountain biking cattle guard, which is a little bit awkward. So that's going to bottleneck the field in a really big way. And so you're going to see that get strung out there. And we will see, as you mentioned, I think large packs roll through the first couple aid stations, which will make identifying and relaying information to you all at home a little bit more complicated than usual. But as we start to identify runners by their kits and by their bib numbers, that will get easier as we make it into make it further into the race today.
I can't ID this gentleman off the front here, but that is a great point, Corinne, that it's always entertaining. Even the cattle guards, you've got to keep in the back of your head. As we navigate into this neighborhood here, a long stretch at the front of the men's race here. The women mixed in, not far behind. And what I was about to say a little while ago, remembering back to the live stream over the past 2 years, just the packs in the men's race through the first at least 20 miles or so, we'll probably be seeing, the top 20 men within a minute or two of each other through that first 50K.
Yeah, we're trying to get some IDs on I mean, ostensibly it's one large pack right now, but particularly trying to get IDs on the individual who is currently currently 10 meters off the front of this men's pack as they make their way through the neighborhood before they get off to the double track and then down onto the trails. But this section is fast. I remember we ran so hard through this section, and it wasn't that we were working that hard. Like you were moving so quickly on this terrain. It's flat to like gentle downhill, which I think is just like, I don't know, it just seduces you to go a little bit faster than maybe you ought to.
So, of course, if you are watching live, you can keep another tab open and venture over to aravaiparunning.com and check out the Black Canyon 100K course profile. Then you'll get a good sense of what we're looking at here, a net downhill course. They started at about 4,000 feet of elevation. The finish line is under 2,000 feet. That makes a total net elevation loss of more than 2,000 feet here today, which I think, thinking ahead, is also something that's relevant to the golden ticket conversation. Of course, the Western States 100 is famous for being a net downhill course, a 100-mile course in California from Olympic Valley to Auburn, California. And of course, there are 4 golden tickets on the line here for the athletes today. So cruising through the streets here in Mayer, Arizona, getting this first mile under our belts. Looking back at True Hart Brown's splits again from last year, he did this first mile in about 6:45, I think it was. I'll pull it up just to confirm. But again,
I would say maybe faster than that.
6:33 is what the first mile was according to True Hart Brown's Strava from last year. And again, just to repeat something I said earlier, he was averaging under 7-minute pace for the first 21 miles of the course. So the men will be off to a hot start. Even if it looks like they're moving slow, it's hard to really appreciate from here
how
they
quickly
are moving.
Yeah, how quickly they are actually moving. We're trying to get some IDs for you all from the front of that field. We're kind of review some. Leah's going to review some video for us to see if she can pick out who that might be. But I'm also going to pull up, I've got some photography friends who are out there kind of doing some continual live posting today from the start line.
Yeah.
So, and out on course. So we'll see if we can get some of that intel for you all.
Meanwhile, Corinne, we have more than 1,100 people here watching us live on the Aravaipa Running YouTube channel. Get in the chat. If you can identify any of these athletes, please do let us know. We would love to hear from you, not only for identification, but let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, who you're picking for these golden ticket spots here today as the athletes now get back onto what looks like a dirt road to me. crossing one of those cattle guards, making their way into mile 2, only 61-ish miles left to go until they arrive at the finish line.
Yeah, and we'll get splits, I think, from Antelope Mesa, which is 7.7 miles into the race. Trueheart Brown was there in 48:45 last year.
Yep.
Claire Gallagher was there in 57 minutes last year. So we should, in the first hour, be getting splits to that first aid station, which will give us a pretty good picture of how that front pack is shaping up in the early miles of the race.
You know, this is funny to look at too here, and shout out to whoever made the Black Canyon live stream spreadsheet with so much comprehensive data in here. But Corinne just mentioned the split from Trueheart Brown to the first aid station at Antelope Mesa was about 48 minutes last year. Looking at Sage Canada's course record splits from 2016, he split that first 7.7 miles in 53:30, therefore running about 5 minutes slower in the first 7 miles as Trueheart Brown, but ultimately finishing about 5 minutes faster at the end of the day. So again, more than one way to skin a cat, more than one strategy to employ here. It's going to be very interesting to see who goes off hot at the start, who it chooses to employ a more conservative strategic strategy, and how that all plays out.
Yeah, it's one of those things, as we mentioned, you know, it's most of the top 2 men and women in this race have come from the top 6 through the halfway point. Scott Traer, the anomaly to that last year, held his cards a little bit more close to the vest and played a big hand and came through for that golden ticket. But interesting now watching this aerial shot, right? You've got one off the front, one with a little bit more distance, and then you've got 2-3 packs of 5 to 6 runners right now. So packing up, but look, there's snow just off the course. We've got some kind of frozen dirt road this morning. Doesn't always feel super great on the legs.
Yep.
It's akin to running on asphalt.
Fairly hard, yeah.
That's a little cattle guard right there that they're going to make their way over.
It's great to see so much geographical diversity here in the chat. Again, more than almost 1,200 people watching live. Trail running is exploding around the world, and it was really the broadcast from, I think it was 2 years ago, where the Aravaipa team put together a fantastic live stream operation, and they have been pioneers in the space. So a big thank you to them for bringing this broadcast experience into the living rooms, onto the mobile phones of trail fans worldwide. Still working to get IDs on some of the characters here at the front of the men's race as we look down from this aerial drone footage here in the opening miles of the 2023 Black Canyon 100K. We got black shirt, orange shorts, looks like sort of fluorescent shoes there. Who knows? Maybe he's rocking the super shoes early in today's race. And yeah, as Corinne said, it does seduce you into a hot early pace.
Sorry, we're trying to ID folks.
Big thank you to Chris Warden here, who is helping us to ID this early men's leader.
We're working back through start line video to try to pick out bib numbers here.
So if you're just joining us here, again, we are only 10 minutes into today's race, and on the line are 4 golden tickets to the Western States 100. That has produced one of the most competitive fields, I think, in recent memory here in North America. Certainly one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive golden ticket race in history here at the 2023 Black Canyon 100K. That means that 2 men and 2 women will receive automatic entry into the 2023 Western States 100, the oldest and most important 100-mile trail race in North America. So there is a lot to compete for out on the race course beyond bragging rights, beyond personal pride. It is a chance to race on the world's biggest stage at Western States in 4 months' time.
Yeah, we're throwing around a lot of speculation in the chat as far as like what kits are we looking at there. Someone mentioned maybe the Adidas Terex kits in kind of that front pack. I think that David Laney as well, kind of in a craft kit, might be in that mix too.
It's actually got a red stripe with a.
Looks like a rabbit.
It looks like a rabbit kit.
Maybe that's Sensman. Could we have Eric Sensman Off to an early start here, Flagstaff zone.
It could be someone like Matt Seidel.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe off the
Bay
front.
Area.
We know that he likes to go out hard. We think that the individual off the front is in a rabbit kit. So if you're cheering for someone who might be in a rabbit kit, you let us know, because we think that is who is currently leading off the front of the men's race right now.
So it looks like a kind of a quick little bump here in the opening miles of the course before things really start trending downhill. I'm going to just put True Heart Brown's Strava file here in the chat so everybody can take a look at least what the men's winning performance looked like, and you could do your deep analysis of the data, and actually you can read a fun recap of his performance that he put in the sort of description of his Strava activity. So shout out to True Heart Brown, a great story from last year's season. One of the biggest surprises of the year, I think, was True Heart's performance here. And then sadly, he was unable to take the start line.
It's Sensman.
All right, we have confirmation. Eric Sensman, your early leader here in the opening miles. Just to finish the thought about True Heart last year.
Breaking
he is
news.
A wildland firefighter, I think, in the Flagstaff area, and he was unable to take advantage of his golden ticket into Western States last year because of the fact that there was that fire that broke out near Flagstaff, and he had to be on duty, a valiant, duty oriented person. True Heart Brown had to sacrifice that experience. I know there was a petition to give him entry into this year's Western States 100. I don't think that is going to be the case, but congratulations again to True Heart. If you're watching on last year's race, wish you were in the field to entertain us throughout today. For now, we'll rely on Eric Sensman, the rest of the men's field, as we continue to get this great early drone footage in the opening miles of the race.
Yeah, and they'll move up this dirt road to dirt double track and then to single track as they descend south. But they are on this dirt road for the for the opening miles of the race there. But it's interesting. Really, it's that you've got that one big clump, and then kind of looks like that secondary chase pack is breaking up a little bit more, but there is like a very, very tight pack of men behind who we believe is Eric Sensman. Looks like 5 or 6 men super tight together, then another group of 3, then another group of 4. So once again, we said this race was deep. I know we're only like a mile in, but it is deep. And then we will be getting some additional footage from our wonderful drone pilots out there as well as they head towards the mile 2 mark of this 62-mile race.
So as they matriculate down the course, Corinne, whereabouts do they start to intersect with the single track? Pretty soon, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think it's something like 2 miles in, but I cannot, I'd need to double check that for you.
No worries. So, again, fan favorite, Eric Sensman is out to an early start. Corinne, I think this is maybe worth mentioning. I'm not sure if you've already said it, but he has secured, I think, 2 golden tickets at the Black Canyon 100K in his career, right?
Yeah, he loves this race.
He loves this race. He always performs at the golden ticket events. I remember he got one at Lake Sonoma back when that was a golden ticket event, and I think he's done it twice here at Black Canyon. So Sensman is out to try and secure his 4th golden ticket to Western States, and he's never been able to put together a race to his potential on that course, and I know he is hungry to do so. So shout out to Eric and good luck to him. I know he's going to have a lot of folks cheering for him today in the chat and on the live stream. So we look at some of the fans here.
Yeah, they'll be getting ready for the secondary wave to go off. Again, there are 3 waves. This morning, the first wave went off at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. You're going to have the second wave at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time, and then the third wave at 8 a.m. Mountain Time, and they'll all be making their way south along the I-17 corridor, all along this beautiful bit of the Black Canyon Scenic Trail system. It's really cool. I was out there on Monday running between Gloriana Mine and Black Canyon City, kind of like a 13-mile section of the race that included 2 river crossings. I think in total there's about 4 water crossings or like pretty significant water crossings on course, like knee deep. We were worried that they're going to be really, really high with the rain that Arizona experienced in the last like 3 weeks, but they're all manageable. But there will be wet feet out there without a doubt. Hopefully they get to them when it's a little bit warmer than it was at the start this morning, so they're not too cold. But yeah, it's a beautiful section of trail. Lots of mountain bikers out there as well that will ride the entire expanse of that trail. So they'll be sharing the trail with lots of trail users this morning and this afternoon as well.
And we mentioned this in the preview show, so if you're just joining us, there is a lot of history for the trail, too. It seems like it's about 80 miles end to end, so the athletes today will cover about 2/3 of that total expanse. Started off as a Native American kind of trade route, now is still used to this day for sheep herders as they move across the American West. So, of course, part of the great thing with trail running and ultra running is the interaction with the natural environment, and all the athletes will be able to experience that today. Speaking of the environmental conditions, if you're just joining us, it's about 39 degrees at the start line, according to our on-course correspondent, Leah Yingling. We're expecting a high of about 67 degrees. So I was talking to Jamil Curry, of course, the big boss man here at Aravaipa, and he said that there have been at least a couple of Black Canyon races that have touched the 90-degree threshold. So this year should be a lot more conducive to pleasant racing and therefore, in my opinion, probably fast racing in the professional fields.
Yeah, and remember, it's while this course has better cell coverage than something like Bandera in Texas or the first 50 miles of Western States, cell coverage is limited in a lot of these areas, and so we're doing our best to boost signal out of there to get you this drone footage over the course of the day. That's what you're seeing right now is that drone footage. They had about 2.5 miles of road and dirt road before getting to that single track, but they're really moving along. I mean, it's so hard to tell from this positioning. Yep. They just kind of looks like they're out for their Saturday morning run, but they are moving quite quickly with a large pack at the front of the race. We believe Eric Sensman is leading the charge early in this race, trying to go out hot again for one of those golden tickets into the big dance again in June at Western States.
So just looking at the course profile again on TrueHeart's Strava file, which I put in the chat, it does look like the course is pretty rolling for the first 7 miles or so, staying at or around that 4,000 foot mark, and then after the 7 mile mark is when it starts dropping precipitously, and therefore probably when the paces will really start to pick up. We can see this early pack of men at the front of the race here. That's probably 15, 20 guys here around mile 3. We are 20 minutes into this year's race. And
that's such a great shot.
Yeah, that is fantastic drone footage there. So we are on sort of like a double wide Jeep track here.
Yeah, and we won't have great in-depth detail as far as like what runners are in that pack until we get an aid station split. That goes for the women's race as well, because the women's race will be filtering through these men's groups. Heather Jackson could very well be one of those Hoka singlets in the 20 runners we can see on our screen right now going on that road. Would not surprise me one bit, but we won't be able to get great names and splits until we have them come through an aid station. So that will be something that we'll be keeping our eyes out for as we move along this morning. Again, splits to that first aid station are about 48 or so minutes on the men's side, 48 to 50 minutes. On the women's side, about 57-ish to 58 minutes through that 7 mile mark. So a very fast moving front 8 miles of the race, but that is when we expect those first splits to come in. Live tracking link is in the live chat. If you're watching this on YouTube, over to aravaipa.com, that will have all of those live tracking splits for you throughout the day, and that includes looking for runners that might not get covered on the live stream. Right, if you're looking for a personal fan favorite, your loved one, etc., that's where you're going to go try to track that person down as they move along the Black Canyon course today.
Fantastic. And how cool is this, Corinne? 20 minutes into this year's race.
It's beautiful.
We've got a fantastic early morning here in Arizona. Again, more than 900 athletes taking on this challenge of covering 100 kilometers, roughly 62 miles, point-to-point net downhill course today. And Black Canyon has really emerged as one of the most important races in the United States, and for good reason, attracting some of the best athletes in the country and in the world, and also playing host to hundreds of other recreational front, middle, back of the packers who are out to challenge themselves today. And it has always felt, at least in the last couple of years, that Black Canyon really marks the start of the trail running season. I think thanks to Aravaipa, we got our first dose at Bandera a few weeks ago, and now we're back here at another Aravaipa event here for the Black Canyon 100K, and it feels like the 2023 racing season is now underway. So I hope you're all motivated, excited, and your fitness is trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I feel like Bandera is so early in the season for many of us here in North America that it feels like, that can't really be the start of it.
Yep.
But I feel like Black Canyon really kicks it off for us. Then we'll be, the next Golden Ticket race stateside is going to be at the Canyons Endurance Run in Auburn, California at the end of April before, we get all excited and we all show up in Olympic Valley in June. But I think, we've got actually Tarawera was another Golden Ticket race just happened the other weekend. Ryan Montgomery, fan favorite, he's been in the chat this morning. Yep. Got himself a Golden Ticket into Western States there.
I think he said he was currently at a bar in Sydney, Australia. I think it was.
Love that.
Shout
Love
out to
that,
Ryan Montgomery.
So, like, the field is starting to establish itself for the big race, but the race within the race, right? Like the Black Canyon race in particular, I think it's really interesting how over the years, like once it became a Golden Ticket race, I feel like it got elevated, right? Which is logical. You put this Golden Ticket status on a race and it becomes extra elevated. But what Aravaipa does with any of their races, with all of their races, is so incredibly special that it's I'm just, I'm going to keep flying to Arizona, it seems like.
Yes, this is my first time at the event. I hope to become a consistent attendee. One thing that's just popping into my head that I think our audience might want to follow throughout the day, you can tell that there isn't a lot of coverage here on the course in terms of shade is what I mean. It's a fairly exposed course. Again, we're not expecting overly warm conditions. Obviously, Arizona can get quite hot. Today shouldn't be one of those days, but it still is the type of course where the runners will be exposed to the sun most of the day. Even if it is partly cloudy, it's still very dry. You do get that sort of cross breeze as well. So paying attention to the hydration is, I think, going to be in the back of all of the athletes' mind today as they pass through this arid, windswept, beautiful terrain of the American West. We have some commentary here in the chat just about some folks on the East Coast, specifically Jared Burdick, and it makes me want to do a couple of shout-outs to some of the East Coast talent that we have here in the race. I think often they fly under the radar, and Leah mentioned a couple of the characters at the front of the show prior to the start, but I think in addition to Jared, we've got that Corey Keene character who she mentioned was a super fast half marathon runner. Dan Green, who she mentioned was top 10 here last year from Huntington, West Virginia. And then we've
Canyon Woodward, who's back after his really, really phenomenal run at Bandera. So excited to see him back on the line here as well. But yeah, you're right. I do think that our East Coasties oftentimes get overshadowed. And to be fair, I've been until recently calling Ohio the Midwest, and I have been told that I am incorrect and that Ohio is in fact the East Coast. So
really?
Yep. So that is what we're gonna have. We do have confirmation that Heather Jackson, I said one of those blue and orange kits is gonna be Heather Jackson, and that is we do know that she has been confirmed to be in the lead of the women's race at that mile 2 mark. So as anticipated, I think Heather Jackson taking the race out hard and fast on that smoother terrain. And my big question is, well, we know that she can run fast. I mean, she led 85 miles at Javelina back in October. Incredible performance for her first ever ultra. Took a lot away from that race. Going to apply some of that new knowledge to the race here. She's already got a ticket into Western States, so doesn't need to find herself in those top 2 spots. But my question is, like, how will she deal with the rocks as the course kind of moves on to the harder part, the kind of the hard middle section of the race?
So good for the sport too, Corinne. And in our 2022 recap podcast that we did, you mentioned that sort of your theme of the year was athletes coming from other sporting disciplines and finding their home in trail running. Heather Jackson, certainly an example of that, a multiple-time top 10 finisher at Ironman Kona, the World Championships of long course triathlon racing, here in the lead, not afraid to compete against athletes significantly more experienced than her and taking the lead early to assert herself in the competition. It'll be interesting to see how this strategy plays out for her. We remember last year, Dominika Stelmach, the great Polish athlete, employed a similar strategy, asserting herself, taking a very early lead as we look now at the start line for Wave 2.
And we should add, we kind of talked about the men that are coming from kind of the central part of the country and the eastern part of the country. On the women's side, again, you've got Casey Lichtig, who I believe, this was part of our conversation last night, why we didn't go to bed for forever, was looking at Casey's training, I think Casey's back.
I'm
talking like 2016, 2017 Casey Lichtig. I think that is who we're going to see racing this season. Super, super excited to see her back, really, really in the training again.
The pride of Nebraska.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've got Shea Aquilano, the really, really young runner out of Indiana. Super, super talented young athlete. We've got Tara Dower out of Virginia. The list goes on. Sarah Beal, right? JFK winner, course record holder there, beating an Ellie Greenwood course record, a 2012 Ellie Greenwood course record, which is like, that's a good Ellie Greenwood.
Oh, yeah.
So really, really impressive.
One of the greatest of all time.
Yep. We've got, who else on that list? We've got Julie Hamalecki from Toronto, another Canadian athlete in the mix. It's just like the list kind of goes on. So we've got a really wide, like this race has brought in runners from across the U.S., from Canada, from around the world, which is just really, really exciting to see it go from, 42 finishers to 900 plus people on the start line this weekend.
So Wave 2 is going to get off to the races here in just a second. Corinne, you're getting corrected in the chat. Ohio is evidently in the Midwest.
I grew up in Wisconsin, and I believe Ohio is in the Midwest, but I've been told by people from Ohio that it is closer to the east, because they're basically in Pennsylvania.
These are the types of controversies that we will spend the next several hours dissecting here on the live stream. Going back to Casey, I think it's important to look ahead towards Western States and set the context for our audience here. Casey will be stepping to the start line of the Western States 100 for the 9th year in a row.
She's looking for her 9th finish
in a row,
and she's done that. Like, I mean, she had a bone stress injury, she had a major hamstring surgery, and she has gotten every single buckle. She's got a cougar. But I think that's really cool is that she loves Western States so much that she has been excited about the buckle she got for a 24 plus hour finish for, like fighting.
She's got all the buckles.
She's
champion, sub 24, sub 30.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And a cougar. So I think that, it's really, really cool. If she finishes her 9th this year, she will automatically get back into Western States next year, independent of where she finishes for her 10th finish. And then you get your 1,000-mile buckle.
Unbelievable.
Then she'll have the full set.
10 years in a row also. I think Ian Sharman was able to pull that off, getting 10 buckles in 10 years. I think
Nikki Kimball as well.
Nikki Kimball, Megan Canfield. But it is a small, proud group of historically relevant and great athletes in our sport who've been able to pull off 10 finishes at Western States, let alone 10 in a row. Again, if you are just joining us, we are 30 minutes into the 2023 Black Canyon 100K. We are looking at the start of Wave 2 on the track at Mare High School in Mare, Arizona. 3, 2, 1, go. Wave 2 is off to the races. Again, more than 900 athletes stepping to the start line today across 3 waves. The third and final wave will take off in 30 minutes at 8 a.m. They probably do this just to keep people a little bit more spread out. It is a mostly single track course, so trying to give everybody a positive, elevated experience here without too many traffic jams. Of course, Wave 1 encompassed a lot of the great professional athletes in the sport. We saw Eric Sensman off to a early lead of only a few meters, granted, and he was quickly sort of swallowed up by a big men's pack early. And we have reports from the field that Heather Jackson is leading the women's race in the opening miles.
And it sounds like happy as a clam, too, just like laughing her way through these early miles, which having, getting to speak with her on the women's panel yesterday, that sounds about right. And then getting the intel from a really good friend of mine, Sarah Paxson, who also played hockey with her at Princeton. I was like, I wish I had known that at the panel. We could have talked about Princeton hockey. Everyone knows that she's a phenomenal Ironman athlete, but she was a phenomenal collegiate athlete as well, which I don't think we think of the traditional. We think of a lot of other sports. A lot of soccer players have made it over into trail running, lacrosse, field hockey, etc. We don't have too many ice hockey players in the mix. So really very cool to see Heather excel in our sport. We'll see her at Western States, and then she'll be on the gravel cycling scene as well this year.
I think she's going to be one of the most exciting characters on the Western States course, getting way ahead of ourselves here. Of course, she's got to arrive there fit and healthy first, but she'll certainly add a very compelling element, especially since it does seem like she likes to race with an aggressive style. So as the commentary team for Western States, Corinne and I can look forward to those fireworks in 4 months' time. So we look now at some of the runners here in Wave 2. They make their way off the track into the early miles of the course here. Again, if you're just joining us, we would expect the leading men to come through the first aid station about between 48 and 52 minutes, I would say, elapsed. So probably between 16 and 18 minutes from now. Just according to Trueheart Brown's splits, again, he came through in 48 minutes elapsed last year, but Sage Canaday, who does own the course record here on the Black Canyon course, he came through in 53 elapsed, so a 5-minute differential there. So we'll likely see the men's leaders come through somewhere in between 48 and 53 minutes elapsed. And then the women, maybe 5 minutes after that.
Yeah, and we're 32 minutes into the race, so yeah, almost 33 minutes into the race, so we should be getting splits in the next, 25, 30 minutes. That's pretty exciting from Antelope Mesa, from that 7.7 mile aid station. And we will have a drone from that aid station, so hopefully we'll get it's going to be hard because I imagine that there will be a large pack of humans making their way through there, so picking up the runners' information very rapidly is going to be difficult, but we should be able to get it sorted pretty quickly and give you at least a rough run of show as far as how many people are all smushed in there together.
Speaking of run of show, again, I think just to repeat ourselves here and just so our audience has expectations set, we will be broadcasting for most of today. Corinne and myself will occupy these chairs for another 2.5 hours or so. Then we have some more fantastic commentary talent coming into the studio. Andy Jones-Wilkins, Chris Warden, Finn Melanson, Brett Hornick will all be here throughout the day, cycling through to keep you informed and entertained throughout the course of today's events. We will also have finish line interviews for the top athletes as they make their way across the finish line. We will also have sort of a post-game show, which I'm looking forward to.
I'm so excited about that with Zach and Leah. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
So again, don't go anywhere. Cancel your plans for all of today, or if you do get out of the house, bring your earbuds, bring your mobile device, and make sure you keep streaming us here on the Aravaipa Running YouTube channel.
Yeah, and important to note that Chris and AJW are going to be covering that golden hour. And again, that golden hour is going to be the final hour of the race. That's going to be 11 p.m. local time. And that is because people, yes, while the front of the pack is going for those golden tickets, everyone that finishes today under the cutoff gets that Western States qualifier, that thing to put into the lottery to keep your chances alive. And so that is excited to have that golden hour finish. I love that golden hour is kind of from Western States is bleeding into, any and all kind of end of marathon, end of 100K, end of 100-mile race experience. It's a really, really magical part of the sport and part of the community.
Trail culture, baby. Nothing better than celebrating the winners and champions and podium performers, but there really is nothing like coming to the finish line of an ultramarathon and witnessing the heroic feat of the final finishers who've also been out battling the elements and the distance to secure finishes in our great sport. And we will do our best to celebrate each and every one of those athletes. If you do, we'll obviously be focusing most of the coverage here today on the professional ranks and the elite fields. But again, there is a link in the chat to the general race tracking, which is also hosted on the Aravaipa Running website. So if you have a runner in the field who is not necessarily competing for the golden ticket spots, but who you want to keep track of today, you can do so using that link.
Yeah, it's pinned to the very top of the board there. Again, we're 36 minutes into the race. We expect honestly, it could be 12 minutes or so before we get that split. 48 to 53 minutes or so is that anticipated men's split through the Antelope Mesa aid station. Women probably 57 to 60 minutes or so through there. Heather Jackson might be taken out a little bit quicker than that. We'll be curious actually to see Heather Jackson's split in comparison to the women's leading splits through that aid station in years past. If our prediction is accurate of trying to get a bunch of women under 9 hours, Heather Jackson might be the woman to pull them along to that position. But we will have have better intel for you of who is in that men's leading pack and who is at the front of the women's race and what those splits are in about the next 10 to 15 minutes or so.
Yep. So again, we can see this arid, dry, wind-swept terrain, quintessential Arizona experience. Nothing better than the desert in the winter. When I lived in Colorado, in the high Rocky Mountains, we often escaped to Fruita or Moab this time of year to get dry ground, to touch the trail again, to touch the earth. Many runners obviously escaping winter from wherever their home base is to come here to the Phoenix area, get a few rays of sunshine, touch the dry ground a little bit. But again, today it shouldn't be too terribly warm. Again, it was high 30s at the start line here. Corinne was mentioning sort of the frozen dirt that can often be pretty hard underfoot in these early miles, but people should be starting to get warmed up now, and by the time they get to that 50K mark, it should be pretty ideal running conditions today.
Yeah, I'm really loving in the chat the idea of the random baller, which I think is like the dark horse pick, but I love the random baller pick. Someone we didn't mention earlier in our race preview that Sarah Lavender Smith brought up, random baller, dark horse, would be Jade Blisberg, Jade De La Rosa, for people who are trying to put names together there. She lives in Sedona. She runs these trails. She is quite fast. Super excited to see what she can do today. So yeah, if you Leah put a call out in the chat. Who are your dark horse picks? Who are your random ballers? Let us know who are you not going to be surprised by that we might be surprised by in studio.
Well, I think this is a great topic of conversation here, Corinne. Again, last year, Trueheart Brown, random baller comes out of nowhere, wins the darn race. Incredible. Nobody was talking about him before last year's edition of the Black Canyon 100K, and then he put together what was, again, one of the surprises of the 2022 ultra running season, and there will be another character or two like that here today, and that's going to be part of the drama, part of the excitement, and certainly what we're all looking forward to seeing evolve throughout the course of today's race. Who will be the 2023 random baller of the Black Canyon 100K?
And it's like some people who say a random baller, like Ryan Smith. Is Ryan Smith really a random baller? I don't think so. I just think he's underrated.
Right.
But another really interesting one was kind of 11th hour entrant Alexi Pappas. Bandera, she decided to go from the 50K to the 100K. She came back again. Looks like we got two men on our screen right now.
Could it be? Are these the early leaders?
Hard to say. We're going to try to get confirmation from our drone pilots. Oh, wave two.
Wave 2.
Okay, so on your screen right now, this is wave 2 on that initial 2.5 mile road section, just keeping us all informed. So again, we are watching right now on your screen wave 2 runners headed out on course. But yeah, I'm curious. The random baller phenomenon is one of my favorites to follow.
Love it. Let's make that a hashtag and a brand in itself. Much cooler sounding than Dark Horse, that's for sure. So if you're just joining us, we're 40 minutes in to wave 1 of this year's Black Canyon 100K, presented by Hoka. The race produced, of course, by Aravaipa Running. Broadcast produced, of course, by Aravaipa Running. We are in studio with Chris Warden and Matt Feldick. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. And we are so excited to be here with more than 1,400 trail fans from around the world. Again, get in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, what you're expecting from today's race.
Yep,
Stick around throughout the course of the day.
The thing that we'll get to see here soon that we debuted at Bandera. We had Leah Yingling in the field at aid stations. Today we'll have Leah Yingling back in the field along with Zach Marion. They'll be kind of leapfrogging aid stations so that we make sure that we can fully cover the front of the men's race and the front of the women's race. That protects the live feed a little bit if someone goes way off the front. So really excited to have great full coverage from the aid stations today. We'll also be getting kind of intel and bib numbers from those aid stations that we're going to try to ID in studio, send back to Leah, kind of keep everything gathered together. But this is that Antelope Mesa aid station, I believe.
Antelope Mesa aid station, again, roughly 7.7 miles into today's race. So the runners will just be getting warmed up as they pass through the aid stations. And a big shout out, thank you to the volunteers, the lifeblood of the ultra running community. These folks dedicating their Saturday to helping other individuals accomplish a life's dream, that is running 62 miles through the Arizona desert. And it looks like a lot of delicious snacks out on the table, a great selection for the athletes to pick through as they snack their way across the course here today. And it seems like once they get through this aid station, again, the course will start dropping precipitously in elevation. I'm looking again at Trueheart Brown's splits from last year, and it looks like out of this aid station, he dropped a 6:03 mile, 6:16 mile, 6:09, 6:18. So again, these low 6-minute mile paces, at least for the elite men, that shows you that the course is definitely quick out of the gates. Corinne and I were talking in the pre-race show about the strategy that could be employed and about how this could potentially be a speed trap type course. Corinne, do you want to mention a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's just the course is rolling to begin with, and then it's very, very net downhill for the first 30 to 35 miles, which, like I said, I've had athletes, I've had friends PR their 50K in 100K, which is not something that you that I would advise doing anyway. So it gets
here we
it just
go.
sucks you in.
Here we go, folks, looking live at the front of the men's elite field here. You can see we still have a pack of, it looks like 5,
12,
7, 8, 12 or so men. And it looks like that's not Eric Sensman. Is that JP?
That looks like JP
Yeah,
Giblin
JP.
in that ultra kit with the tattoos and the beard.
Again, JP Giblin from Boulder, Colorado, got his golden ticket at the Bandera 100K a few weeks ago in Texas, followed closely by a pack of other men. I noticed Tom Evans there, Eric Sensman. I'm sure we've got guys like Tim Frericks in there. Cole Watson, there's Stephen Kirsch, I see, sort of in the middle of the pack from Flagstaff here, competing on home turf.
Yeah, one of the guys in that front pack, I think, is wearing a Chico State cross country top. So we'll try to
Go Wildcats. I think it's the Wildcats.
ID that runner. I don't have a good bib number for them.
I think I see Ryan Miller there, sort of mid-pack on the far side.
Yeah, Ryan Miller should be in a white tank, I believe, with black shorts. Yeah, Chico State is that
There's
runner
Cole
on the far
Watson
right-hand side, 3 deep. That's that Chico State runner. Cole Watson in that mix. Tom Evans in that mix.
So
Tom Evans going to be in the white hat, white top, black shorts. Too many white shirts, team. Let's mix it up. Let's mix up the colors.
Yeah, a lot of white shirts here today. Oh, there's David Laney, sort of in the back of the front pack here. David Laney, of course, a fan favorite.
Yeah, in that craft singlet.
Fantastic athlete who's been on the scene for such a long time, still only in his, I think, early 30s.
But last year, I feel like was us seeing him come back into the David Laney that we know and love from a performance perspective.
Guys,
really, really stellar athlete.
Let's just give it up for Aravaipa Running here. A sick drone shot down on the early leaders here, the 2023 Black Canyon 100K. This is next level stuff, how quickly the race day broadcasts are evolving and just how fun it is for all of us trail fans to be able to watch, have a front row seat to some of the best athletes in the world competing here on American soil, starting off the 2023 racing calendar with a bang here in the desert. Can't identify that runner there. But again, if you're watching and if you can ID a lot of these athletes, please do let us know in the chat. Corinne and I's eyesight and identification capabilities are only so good, and we would love to crowdsource some of this knowledge from you all as well.
Someone said Chico State could be Anthony Costalis.
That's right.
Which might make sense. He's wearing kind of a hat and a buff, I think, on his head.
He did say that he's a free agent now, too, after running for Solomon for several years. Anthony Costalis is probably going back to his roots as a Chico State alum.
that might be
awesome.
Who that is. Great eyes from our live chat there. Super, super helpful in helping us ID this large pack of men as they make their way into that Table Mesa 7.7 mile aid station today in the Black Canyon 100K put on by Aravaipa. Golden tickets on the line.
Somebody's asking if JP Giblin should be part of the Boulder versus Flagstaff rivalry here today. If you're just joining us, Ryan Smith and I were chatting at the expo yesterday. He said there's a little friendly competition between the Boulder contingent of who was it? It was Bobby PV and Brian Condon from the Boulder contingent, and then the Flagstaff group of Tim Frericks,
you gotta
Eric
put,
Sensman,
JP Giblin
Kirch.
has to be in that Boulder team. That's really, really important.
Well, then we need a fourth from Flag. Who's going to be the fourth from Flag? Is it the Pizza Cleta, Caleb?
It could. Could be. You got those young guns too of Flagstaff. The recent NAU grad. Someone said that the ponytail at the back of that field in that blue top might be Canyon Woodward.
Oh, that's
might
probably
be
it.
Might be Cole Hawker. So just trying to figure out who.
Cole Hawker, isn't he? He's a track guy.
Yeah,
I think
not the right
screwed him
ponytail.
with
Not the right ponytail.
That's
but
probably Canyon.
To be fair, we didn't see him wear a shirt at Bandera, so
right.
a fully clothed Canyon Woodward's a little bit harder to identify. But yeah, I think he's got the Cole Hawker lookalike with the ponytail.
Ponytail. We were under the assumption that is Canyon Woodward representing the Beast Coast, who ran a fantastic third place at Bandera, narrowly missing the golden ticket, coming back here to try his hand again at Black Canyon. JP Giblin off the front, you see on the left-hand side of your screen. Eric Sensman following closely thereafter in the mid-screen. Eric Sensman from Flagstaff. So again, Boulder v. Flagstaff here at the front of the race. Two of the most popular, famous trail towns in the world, producing fantastic talent, not only in track and road racing and triathlon, but also now in trail running as well. A hot early front pack here in the men's race of roughly 12, and that's only the athletes that we can see. I'm sure there's a sort of secondary chase pack not far behind with other contenders.
Was indicative of what happened in that chase pack last year. We had big groups of 6 to 8 men throughout much of that race.
And again, we are 48 minutes elapsed, and it looks like we must be approaching an aid station here. Yep, we're seeing some porta potties, so they are on roughly True Heart Brown splits. Here's Zach Marion, our on-course correspondent. JP Giblin just ripping straight through the aid station, not even stopping. Eric Sensman doing the same.
Yeah,
we are waiting for Zach to unmute on his end, and then we will be able to get his live analysis here. Zach, can you hear us? I think we need you to unmute.
We can hear you.
There we got you, good buddy.
Check.
Loud and clear.
Do you guys?
So bear with us here, folks. We are just experimenting with the technology here, doing the best that we can. But Zach Marion is who you just saw. He is going to be helping us out throughout today's race as one of our on-course correspondents. Again, back to this sick drone footage. The front lead pack is now through the first aid station. We're approaching 8 miles into today's race. These guys are moving in low 6-minute pace right now. To set the context for the viewers at home, it may not look like they're moving that fast, but they are absolutely flying, matching True Heart Brown's splits, or at least coming very close to it here in the early miles. JP Giblin, Eric Sensman.
Oh, we've got a bib number for that guy. It's 383. 383 is the bib number for that gentleman in third.
There's Kirsch,
pretty sure.
Ryan Miller, Cole Watson, Seidel, Laney, Costales, Canyon. Few I couldn't identify there.
Yeah, I think 383 was that all in black. Christopher Meredith, potentially. Based on the start line photos, I believe that's who that is. But we'll try to get accurate splits coming through here. Yeah, so officially, JP Giblin, Eric Sensman.
And look at this train still.
John Ranieri.
There's your buddy Jonish.
Jonish there.
Excuse
Yep.
me.
John Ranieri was in third. Tom Evans, Stephen Kirsch, David Laney, Cole Watson, Ryan Miller, Matt Seidel, Nolan Ripple, Reed Burrows, Corey Keene, Anthony Costales, Ben Robinson. Missed Ben in that kind of pre-race.
Travis Longcar
really
shouted him out as a random baller. #random baller.
Yeah, super fast. I think is he a Pennsylvania guy? I feel like he was out east. Would need to confirm that Canyon Woodward in that group. But really, you've got, let's see here. I want to get a complete picture. John Moreira in third, 9:83. That's what that bib number was. So.
But look at this train here. I mean,
in a
the race
minute,
leader came through 2 minutes ago.
No, a minute deep is 21 men.
Wow. And all of these athletes are fantastically talented, here to test themselves against the world's best on a big stage.
Tim Ferricks is a whole 75 seconds back in 24th. Just to put that into picture. Tim Ferricks, Transvolcano winner, super, super solid athlete out of Flagstaff, Arizona, craft athlete. Yeah, 75 seconds back from the leader, sitting in 24th position.
Yeah. It reminds me of Tyler Green 2 years ago. In the first live stream of this race, he was a little bit back, came back to win the race.
You know who else we missed in our international preview?
Who was that?
Stian.
Oh, Stian Summersmith. It's not Stian Angermund.
No, Stian Dahl Summersmith.
Yep.
Yeah. But sitting
great.
in there,
Yeah, great athlete.
Yeah, local.
Norwegian.
Yeah.
Yep.
But just an absolutely insane 30 men in a span of, if we go to a full 2 minutes, we've got over 30 men through that group. Elliot Carden sitting in 34th. That's
We should
insane.
probably see Heather Jackson here pretty soon.
Yeah, I would think so. Heather Jackson is through Antelope Mesa. 52:09 is the split.
So that is well under course record split here. Let me pull that up here.
Eden Nilsson is second through that. We got her about a minute back of Heather Jackson.
So they are about 3.5 to 4 minutes under course record pace here at Antelope Mesa. Unbelievable. Women's race off to a hot early start.
Zach, what was it like having all those guys come through that aid station just now?
As typical with this Antelope Mesa aid station, it was just right through. No one stopped. No one took a minute to grab water, anything. It is only 5 miles to the next aid station, all downhill. Just see Keely Henniger coming through right now. To recap the women's race, the men were just packed. It was a standard pack of all the expected athletes and a few of those unknown athletes that can always break out today. We know it's on the line. We know everyone's working hard. With the women coming through, Heather Jackson came in 52 minutes. She was hauling, went through, looked fresh, looked amazing. And then we had right behind her about a minute and a half. We had, who was behind her? Ida Nelson. She was right behind her. And then we had Morgan behind her. And now all the women are coming through in another tight pack, all within a couple minutes. As expected here at 7.7 miles in, it's a tight pack still.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that it seemed like the top 30 men or so came through in a span of all of 2 minutes. While we anticipate that from early aid stations like Antelope Mesa, was there anything unexpected about that front group? It didn't sound like anyone stopped, but any unexpected things going on in that front pack?
Nothing was unexpected. Everything looked as per normal here at Antelope Mesa. Everyone was looking fresh, looking excited. This is kind of the part of the race where you get that first aid station down and you're kind of really excited. Downhill after this, you did a little climb, a little drop. One unexpected thing, Jake Pusey was about 25, 30 people back. I was expecting him out in the front as per usual, but he was sitting back playing a smart game. It looked like a lot of athletes were sitting back, being patient, but also putting themselves in a great position for a good day.
Yeah, we were pretty shocked to see.
We got Casey Lichtai here.
Yeah, Casey.
Looking happy and excited as always. That Pixie Ninja doing her thing.
Yeah, we were kind of joking in studio that to see JP Giblin leading the men's race was something to see, just given that he's already got a golden ticket out of Bandera, but deciding to set that early pace. Any kind of thoughts on what's going on there?
Is he out proving a point right now? He was on True Heart's splits from last year. We don't know. But he was in a very comfortable sitting out front by a few strides, not a ton. It was a few strides out front. Everyone behind him kind of looked really hungry. He looked a little more frantic coming through. It could be one of those days where, who knows? We've seen a lot of race strategies work out here where True Heart took the lead here last year by about a minute and a half, and he held it all day. It was a gutsy move. It was a decisive move early to run his own race. And then you have other athletes who know exactly what's coming on, like Anthony Costalis, who is sitting a few athletes. He doesn't want to give up that lead. He doesn't want to let that go out front and then have to work super hard later in the race to catch him. So there's a lot of race strategy out there. We won't know what's going to happen until it plays out around probably Bumblebee, Black Canyons, where we're going to really see some moves made.
I think we're having some audio problems here. Thanks so much to Zach for that insight from the aid station.
So let's quickly recap because we kind of
this
went
is
through
incredible.
The men, but let's go through the top 10 women that we know have come through this aid station right now, just so that we don't miss that. So again, Heather Jackson coming through, 52 minutes elapsed, followed by a minute back or so, Eden Nilsson. Great to see that. Meg Morgan, young athlete out of Boulder, Colorado, sitting in third. Keely Henninger in fourth. They're followed by Hannah Allgood. Again, she's got her maiden name is going to be what's showing up in the results, but that is Hannah Allgood in fifth, followed very closely by Shea Aquilano, the 21-year-old that we're very excited about. Anna Casius, the 100K road specialist, Sarah Beal, Lottie Brinks. Those are 8th and 9th. We've got Ingvild Kaspersen, Jade Blisberg, 10th and 11th. The Japanese athlete who I don't think we mentioned in our preview, but we'd been talking about off air, Kaneka Edamoto in 12th, Casey Lichtag in 13th, Tara Dower 14th. So really, Elsa McDonald, interesting, back in 16th, right now, right behind Brianna Grigsby. But
the depth is absolutely
insane.
Silly. You know, Ilsa in 16th, and then going back to the men's race, for example, like Bobby Peavy's in 21st, Jacob Boozy in 23rd, Tim Frericks in 24th.
16th, but running 57:14 on the clock. So, like, running as fast as a normal leader would come through there. So that is absolutely wild.
Ryan Smith, of course, like we were mentioning, he could be characterized as a random baller, but he's a fantastic athlete, but flies under the radar. He's back in 31st position. Elliot Carden in 34th. So really the top, and Heather Jackson coming through in 41st overall. So again, very early in today's race, but I think it bears repeating. Again, Sage Canada's course record split through here was 52 minutes. True Heart Brown came through in 48 minutes. The guys today are closer to True Heart Brown's split, but it sounds like Heather Jackson in much of the lead of the women's race is on Sage Canada's course record splits from 2016.
Is wild. But again, okay, so a lot of the women that we mentioned there, including Sarah Beal, Tara Dower, Anna Casius, Shea Aquilano, Heather Jackson, Lottie Brinks, all those women, one thing that they have in common, they're super good on like flat road, fast trail stuff, which makes sense. The first 50K or so, you got a lot of downhill, a lot of runnable stuff. But that to me is like, we see that now. That could change as we get to Bumblebee, as we get to Black Canyon City, as they have to make it through some of the rockier parts of the course.
And look at the beautiful scenery that the runners get to enjoy here. Matt, what do they call these mountains here? The Bradshaw Mountains here of Arizona, north of Phoenix on the I-17 corridor. And look at those views as the runners smash that beautiful downhill on what looks to be a pretty well-maintained double track. And we go back to the start line of Wave 3 in Mayer, Arizona at the high school on the decomposed granite track. Looks like a place where you could smash an interval session. About 4,000 feet of altitude. Again, this is a net downhill course. Runners start at about 4,000 feet, eventually make their way to the finish line below 2,000 feet. So something that they were probably all training for, making sure that their legs can handle the pounding of the descents while still maintaining the strength and freshness to make their way up and over the micro elevation, another term we've been using throughout today's broadcast, coined by, I think it was Brett Hornig who came up with micro elevation.
Micro elevation and random ballers. But I think we've got some audio again, maybe from Zach Marion at that aid station. See if we can hear him on our end. There we go. Hey, Zach, what's going on there?
You guys got me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Great to have you guys back. You know, challenges with this is what it's like out here in the middle of the desert, trying to do cover a race. So thanks for being patient with this, guys. One thing I did want to say guys had mentioned Heather Jackson out front. That was the only real decisive move in both fields, was her taking the lead and being out front. She had about a minute and a half lead coming through here. Looked fresh, looked excited, as most athletes do at this point. But that was a notable decisive move early on in the race. Could it be another true heart?
Oops. Sounds like we lost.
Looks like we lost Zach again, but it's a good point made by him, and I think it bears repeating. Heather Jackson, of course, coming from a long course Ironman background, did her first ultra marathon at the Javelina 100 miles, so didn't bother with the 50K, didn't bother with the 50 mile, no 100K, went straight to the 100 mile at Javelina and put on an absolute show back in October.
But what she did say yesterday, which I thought was really smart, is that 8-9 hour mark she's really comfortable with. Yep. That is what she trains for. While yes, she's been a multi-sport athlete, while yes, she does spend a lot of time on the bike still, she, like that 8-9 hour time, she knows how to push for that long. The 15-16 hour, something like Javelina, the 17 hour, 18 hour Western States, that will be less familiar, but this 8-9 hour stuff,
so today's race could be perfect.
Could be really great for her.
And multiple time top 5 finisher at the Ironman World Championship in Kona.
And again, her off the bike run splits, 3:05 in the marathon, 1:21, and that was at Kona, 1:21 in a 70.3 for a half, just last year, I believe. Like, that is so fast coming out of the swim and off the bike.
Just an absolutely savage athlete, Heather Jackson. So cool to have her in our sport, and so cool to see her personal and professional evolution as an athlete, moving away from triathlon after so many successful years and coming into trail running, and also going to be doing some gravel racing this season.
Yeah, she'll be at Unbound Gravel. She'll be at a couple events in the gravel circuit.
Is it Unbound just a couple of weeks before Western States?
I mean, she had a big gravel ride, and she had Kona not that far before Javelina either. So.
I was going to say, and also it brings to mind 2 years ago when Anton Krupicka finished 3rd at Leadville, coming back after a several-year hiatus from 100-mile racing. He did much of his training on a long tour of the American West on his gravel bike. So you can put in a lot of volume on the bike, and who knows, that fitness could perfectly translate from a long 200-mile race at Unbound to a great performance at Western States for Heather Jackson.
Yeah, I think she will be a story that we are gonna follow really anxiously. If you are not familiar with her YouTube channel, you should follow it. Her and her husband Wadi put out amazing video content. I definitely have watched, I think, all of it. Yep. I find it really, really fascinating. Her trainer sessions look so intense.
Have you mentioned, so she's based in Bend, Oregon, but they spend a lot of time training in
Tucson.
Arizona.
Yeah, specifically in Tucson.
So she's probably been out on the course. We're going to take a quick commercial break while we have a minute here. Again, we are an hour and 5 minutes into this year's Black Canyon 100K. We'll be back in just a second.
From the Some Work, All Play podcast, everywhere in the universe, we can detect a cosmic microwave background radiation left over from the Big Bang itself. Get this, a part of the static between channels on old TVs is the radiation from 13.8 billion years ago. The initial expansion of the universe was so powerful that we can still detect the heat today. In a similar way, on the Black Canyon course, the heat generated by Matt Daniels' 2019 course record makes the temperatures 5 degrees warmer than forecasted. Our assignment to you, dream big and chase your own Big Bang on the trails. Huzzah! The Black Canyon Trail Coalition was organized to promote and facilitate the creation and use of the Black Canyon Trail System, and continues to maintain and grow the trail system to this day. The Coalition's purpose is to enhance the quality of life for trail users by providing a world-class trail experience in a natural desert mountain setting. Aravaipa Running is honored to be able to showcase these world-class trails of the Black Canyon Ultras. To show our support, every dollar of our live chat donations will be donated to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. A huge thank you to Benjamin Shepard of Apple Plumbing, Heating, and Air of Westminster, Maryland, for supporting the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. Back to our race coverage.
How great was that intergalactic commercial
Huzzah.
for the Swap Podcast. Shout out David and Megan Roche, great supporters of today's broadcast, and also to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. Again, it sounds like you can make donations here in today's live chat, which will go directly towards supporting this trail. Let's support the Black Canyon Trail. Make sure it stays in good condition for athletes to traverse for years to come. I think we're looking back at some of our Wave 2 runners here.
Yeah, Wave 2 and Wave 3 is started 7 minutes ago as well, so they'll be on that dirt road section leaving the high school.
Back to Zach Marion. Zach, do you have us?
I do got you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Let's try it again. You were mentioning how Heather Jackson had made a decisive move.
Plane in the air, man. We're trying.
You were mentioning how Heather Jackson had made a decisive move before you cut off last time.
Yeah, she was the only decisive move this early on in the race. I mean, she had a 1.5 minute lead. She looked fantastic. Ida Nelson behind her looked like she was working a little bit harder. And all the women behind her, especially Keely, came through looking happy, excited, fresh, ready to go. And I mean, all within a few minutes of each other. It's going to be really fun to watch that women's field unfold. So much talent and speed in that first 10 to 15 ladies. One thing to note, Elsa McDonald did look a little bloody, looked like she went down early on in the race. She's a tough gal from the Great White North, so no doubt that it won't affect too much of her race, we hope. But she's got the legs and she's got the wheels to put down a great race despite a little fall early on.
Well, Zach, not to betray any confidences here, but you picked Elsa McDonald to be your fantasy free trail champion here today. So maybe give the audience a little insight. She's a past champion here.
Okay, thank you.
She's a past champion. She's beat some great athletes here on the course. Courtney DeWalter, she raced her the year that she ran second fastest or third fastest time on this course. So she's got the potential to have a great race. She's already had a great race here. And recently, having trained for marathon specific speed, she's just a force to be reckoned with. Always in great shape, always in great spirits. A second place at Western States last year. I mean, she's fit. And she's ready to have a great day. So hopefully that fall does not deter her from ruining my free trail picks. But I think she's going to have a good day. She looked happy. She still looked great. Just knees are a little bloody. So hopefully she's just holding back and racing a smart race as usual.
It's all part of the ball game. Little bloody knees never stopped anybody's, especially not a hardy Canadian like
Exactly.
Elsa. Hey, I see the puffy jacket.
She's too tough.
I see the puffy jacket and the beanie. Give us a glimpse into the weather conditions there.
Right now, I mean, regardless of what it looks like, these athletes all wearing short sleeves and shorts. It is cold out here. In fact, that's why we went down, as our computer completely froze out and just shot the battery. So it is cold. It is chilly. Perfect running conditions, in my opinion. You were going to stay nice and cool, especially as we head down those canyons where all of that heat is going to get trapped later on in the day. Having run this course before, it is always unassumingly cold through this section, which is kind of nice because you're never starting off too hot. You're never dipping into that heat quite until you get down to Bumblebee. And then things really start to warm up as you drop in elevation. You're in the canyons with the sun hitting them, and that black rock will really start to roast you from the insides.
Yep.
Anyone who's been on this course knows that it's hot in an oven sense. It just starts to roast you from every direction later on in the day. But right now, it's cool. The trail conditions are fantastic. It wasn't overly wet out there. It was just enough moisture in the ground to keep it tacky, which is going to produce a really fast day rather than that sloppy mud that we've had years past or super dry, dusty conditions. So trail conditions this year are absolutely perfect for a course record to go down.
Heck yeah. So stay tuned, everybody. There is going to be a lot of drama ahead as we are now an hour and 10 minutes into today's race. Travis mentioned here in the chat, Travis Longcar, the inventor of the Free Trail Fantasy platform, that Elsa McDonald is the consensus pick of the hive mind of the trail running community to win today's race. So, Zach, your pick was probably, pretty astute last night, but it makes me want to just enlighten the audience as to what the hive mind is thinking across both races here on the fantasy platform. So these are the aggregated collective wisdom of the trail running community. They anticipate the top 5 women will be Ailsa McDonald, Keely Henninger, Hannah Allgood, Georgia Porter, and Casey Lichtai. The men's race, they are expecting Tom Evans, Anthony Costales, Ryan Miller, Stephen Kirsch, and David Laney. So we will see how the consensus matches up to the actual results in, about 8 hours' time. So anyway, Zach, so are you going to be hanging out there at that aid station for a little while? It looks like we may have just lost him as we go back to an aerial shot here. I think the next time we can anticipate a split from the front of the field is going to be in about 20 minutes from the next aid station, whose name I will pull.
Hidden Treasure.
Hidden Treasure.
And I think we'll have Leah on the ground there. One thing I would note, though, is that falls can be pretty serious on this course. The rocks are quite sharp. There's cactus kind of all over the place. Magda Boulay was running this race in 2020 and actually dropped. We both took a fall kind of early in the early miles of this race. Actually, I think on this next 5-mile section between here and Hidden Treasure. And Magda lacerated her hand pretty badly and actually had to get pulled from the race to get stitches. So it is, you're running in a big group of people. Someone stutter steps over a rock. You're running too close to them. You don't see it. You go down. So it's very common to see falls. Actually, I think in the early portion of this race, just because the race is so bunched up and you're running right on top of each other, you don't give each other that space to kind of see what's coming. So it's not all that surprising to see some bloody knees over the first 13 miles or so of this race. Yeah, especially all that descending, moving at such a fast early clip. It's certainly not uncommon to lose focus for just a second and hit the dirt. That's all part of the game. Certainly something that all trail runners experience at least once or twice over the course of their career, if not once or twice a year, if you're me. So based on the men's splits, they came through right around Trueheart Brown's splits. I think there were 49 even basically on the clock. Trueheart was 48-45 last year. We expect them to be at Hidden Treasure likely around 122 to 125 on the clock. So we should see them in the next 8 to 10 minutes at Hidden Treasure. That is the 12.9 mile aid station from where we saw Zach Marion at Antelope Mesa. It's about 5 miles of downhill running to Hidden Treasure, so they will cover that distance quite quickly. Interestingly, Scott Trayer, who ultimately finished second last year, came to that aid station 6 minutes back from Trueheart Brown. He came through in 1:28. So, that I think we will see many more men through that aid station in a tighter pack in and around that kind of 122 to 125 mark. So it really is anyone's game. These are very early miles of what is a deceptively hard 100-kilometer race. Yeah, Scott Trayer ran a textbook 100K last year. Very Nick Curry of him. Yeah. 6 minutes back, 13 miles into the course, ultimately finishing second overall, and only 6 minutes back, I believe, thereabouts at the finish line too. So fantastically well-executed performance from Scott Trayer last year to punch his ticket to Western States, where he finished 10th place. Sounds like he'll be going back to Western States this year as we continue to look down at the Antelope Mesa aid station. This is roughly 7.7 miles into today's race. We've got Leah Yingling on course at Hidden Treasure. So we will likely see the men coming through there, as Corinne said, in about 7 to 10 minutes. And then it'll be really interesting to see if Heather Jackson maintains Sage Canada's course record splits into this second aid station on today's course and what kind of gap she has. That's absolutely wild that she's on Sage's 2016 splits. Was 2016 the unusual year, or was Matt Daniels' year the unusual year from a course perspective? Matt Daniels was technically the unusual year, although Matt and Chris may correct us here, but Sage Canada's performance is considered the course record here on the Black Canyon course. That's from way back in 2016, and if you pull up the historical results from the race, you'll recognize that's certainly the height of Sage Canada's power. Still a fantastic athlete in the sport. A great thing just came in from Skylar Hall, routine Aravaipa commentator. It's not who accelerates the most, it's who decelerates the least. That's great call from Skylar.
And this
that looks like
the
Anthony Costales.
Yeah, this looks like the. I think this was the Christoph Meredith. Ranieri.
Oh, it's Ranieri, John Ranieri. They're just outside of Hidden Treasure. Okay,
Holy
so
smokes.
he was third.
So they are well under course record splits then too.
Yeah, so John Ranieri was the individual who we misidentified initially. He came through Antelope Mesa in third position, running really, really well right now. We believe
Holy
he is leading
smokes.
that train. Look at that.
Random baller, Ranieri.
John
Ranieri coming to make a name for himself here. Coming close to the half marathon point, followed closely by an unidentified white kit runner here.
Makes sense though. 2:12 marathoner,
yeah,
right?
This
so
is
that is John Ranieri.
Random baller, 2:12 marathoner, probably the fastest pure runner in the field here today. We'll see how those legs hold up as the vertical and the twists and turns and the rocks start to accumulate.
Trail debut, ultra debut.
Unbelievable.
I believe. Like, that is
another just
impressive.
Yeah, great example of the different types of talented athletes that are becoming more and more attractive to racing and competing at the highest level in trail running specifically. A 2:12 marathoner could certainly spend most of his time competing on the roads in various marathons
but
and half
will he have in
marathons.
his legs at mile 35? That's what
I
want to know.
And that's why we sit here and watch this all day.
We armchair quarterback from the studio, speculating, will John Ranieri have legs at mile 35?
Speaking of speculation, if anybody can speculate or identify who number 2 is here in the white kit, I'm thinking maybe Tom Evans, who is also an insanely talented athlete. He's got a faster half marathon time than Jim Walmsley does, Tom Evans. He ran, I think, 63 minutes a couple of years ago when he was really targeting some of those road performances prior to his knee surgery. But he's the type of runner who could run a fast half marathon. He's been on the podium of Western States. He's been on the podium of UTMB. Tom Evans coming all the way from the UK. And if my speculation is accurate that that's him in second place, he is certainly one of the favorites to win here today.
Yeah, it's really, really, I mean, Tom is abundantly talented. He's really fit coming into this. His big goal is Western States this year. He'll do a 25K to get his stone for UTMB. He's already in UTMB for this next year too, but if Western States goes to plan, I don't know that he'll make the double a reality, but that is Western States will be the big goal. He'll be back stateside in May, training out of Flagstaff, Arizona. And
he is such a professional too. He comes from a military background. He was in the Special Forces, a late bloomer as a runner, obviously fantastically talented and so versatile. And he said yesterday that his favorite race in the world is the Western States 100. He was the first European ever to run under 15 hours, which he did, I think, in 2019, the year that Jim Walmsley broke the course record. He was third place there behind Jim and Jared Hazen that year. So Tom Evans, again, coming all the way from the UK and employing his absolute tactician strategies here on the Black Canyon course. And it looks like he's hanging back, if it is indeed Tom in second place, from early leader John Ranieri, who, again, is a hashtag random baller.
And someone in the chat said, can a 2:12 marathoner be a hashtag random baller?
That's, yeah, good point.
Actually, I think it was Katie Asmith who said that. And I was like, that's fair.
Good point.
I mean, I think from a trail ultra perspective, yes, right? Because it's like the unproven unknown, which I think is really, really interesting. But I do think we have Leah getting prepped in that aid station. We might be able to pull up Leah. Leah, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, they unmuted you and everything. We love it.
What's up, Leah? How does it feel there 13 miles in?
Yeah, we should be seeing the men's leaders here any minute, and I was just listening to you guys, and it sounds like it could potentially be John Ranieri. True Hart Brown split through here at 122 last year when he ran his time, and we're currently at 121. So I'd imagine any minute now we should see these guys. I am no longer shivering, but still a little chilly out here. Probably should have worn some gloves this morning, so we're probably creeping up around 40 some right now, and the sun's out, and no clouds in the sky. And I swear my head and mic went to whistling, which means the men's leaders are en route. So we'll see who we get here.
All right. Thank you so much, Leah. She is going to be on hand as we await the arrival of who we expect to be John Ranieri and potentially Tom Evans. And then it'll be very interesting to see.
10-person chase pack, we believe, should be followed. Here he comes.
So we cut back to the drone shot here. And this will be something interesting, too, for someone like John Ranieri who doesn't have a lot of experience going in and out of aid stations. It is indeed Tom Evans there, the British champion, coming into the aid station. But John Ranieri, you know, somebody who's not necessarily used to stopping and filling water bottles at aid stations, as we see the chase pack here. Sensman, Ryan Miller, Cole Watson, David Laney, Stephen Kirsch, etc.
Canyon Woodward.
That's probably the top 10 there.
Leah, what did that just look like running past you?
Holy crap, that was a huge amount of people. That's probably about 10 to 12 right there. And honestly, all the usual suspects. The only one we haven't talked about yet is Pat Lasker, who runs with Matt Seidel in the Bay Area. So he's an athlete that's kind of hanging back now in this like really second chase pack. Lots of energy. People in the really tough spot. And I think it's the first time this year in April.
Okay.
Sorry, it's coming through a little quiet on our end, Leah. We're working on the audio, but thank you so much for being down there. And yeah, it looked like at least top 10 to 15 men are now through as we cut back to the aerial drone footage of race leader John Ranieri. It's hard to see if he stopped at all at that aid station or if he was quick and efficient through that aid station transition. Just to finish my thought from earlier, of course, coming from a road marathon background, that race aid stations in ultramarathons are obviously absolutely critical to performance and execution. Certainly something that you need to practice and get used to and to consider before the race. It's easy to be too quick, which obviously can lead to disaster further down the trail. So hopefully John did resupply adequately. Again, we are half marathon deep, about 13 miles into this year's race.
Yeah, so again, John Ranieri through there in 1:21:59, Tom Evans 1:22:11, David Laney 3rd, Ryan Miller 4, Cole Watson 5, Matt Seidel 6, Reed Burrows 7, Anthony Costalis 8, Patrick Wachter, that was the Matt Seidel training partner out of the Bay Area, 9, Corey Keene, shout out East Coast, 10, Eric Sensman 11, JP Giblin 12. And it just keeps going. Stephen Kirsch, for those of you trying to track the Flagstaff, Stephen Kirsch hanging out in 15th. Ben Robinson, one of the random ballers, in 18th right now. And we honestly should be seeing Heather Jackson, I think, in very short order.
That will be crazy. Unbelievable, the depth here, Corinne. This is astounding.
As Brett would say,
it's
the
still
depth
early.
is deep.
The depth is deep. Profound thoughts from Brett there. And, yeah, it's just incredible to see how the sport has evolved over the past dozen years, but then especially in the last 2 or 3, you know, coming into a race like Black Canyon, you absolutely need to be at the top of your game if you want any chance to land on the podium. But then, of course, there are people like Scott Traer who bided his time last year, raced conservatively, and ended up picking through a lot of carnage in the back half to land on the podium. Let's see who that athlete is today.
Yeah, and let's see if we can kick back to Leah, if we can get her audio in. We're having some mic issues down there, but if we can get Leah, I would love to hear her perspective of what those men looked like coming through there, and if they did just blitz through there, because it did look like John Ranieri ran straight through potentially.
Okay. Hey guys, can you hear me?
A little bit better, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like John Ranieri did blitz through there. I saw a couple of the other guys did fill up their portals. So I think this is the first time people are spending any significant amount of time, but I think at this point, the amount of time is still seconds. So this is a really quick aid station stop. I saw Tom Evans walking with time to get if I was hoping to pull this up.
A question for both you guys. When's the first time they'll be able to encounter their crew on the course?
Mile 20, Bumblebee.
So looking at the live splits, Stephen Kirsch came through under a minute behind John Ranieri, and he was in 15th place. So the top 15, a half marathon into the Black Canyon 100K, are separated by less than a minute. Absolutely insane.
Totally baffling.
Yeah.
And Heather Jackson and Ida Nilsson should be there any minute now.
Sorry, we're having a little bit of trouble with Leah's audio, but all the insights that she provided are gold, so we will do our best to come back to her here shortly as we await the women's leaders to come through that same Hidden Treasure aid station here very soon. Cutting back to John Ranieri, your early race leader, followed closely by the British assassin Tom Evans, not to be confused with Tom Owens.
I heard you have to pause there. I knew that you were about to say that. Yeah, so we've got we now have 36 men, 37 men, 38 men through Hidden Treasure, which does mean that Heather Jackson should be one of the next people through there. That'll put her through there in, probably 128 and change, which is insane. That it would be just a little bit slower than Sage Kennedy's 2016 splits.
And it looks like the trail is really nice, flowing, rolling, with a gentle downhill trajectory.
We should note Dominica's splits at Hidden Treasure were 129. So she is running about Dominica's splits from last year. So that is good to know.
Great insight. Thank you for that.
Yeah, any minute now.
So again, a lot of race still to go, roughly 50 miles for these front-running athletes. Still a lot of pain and self-transcendence and euphoria ahead as we experience all of life's emotions over the course of 62 miles. But we are off to a drama-filled start here, the 2023 Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. A big thank you to everybody who is working on this broadcast, and a big thank you to everybody who is watching us live.
Heather Jackson
through.
running past Leah there on camera, so that puts her into the aid station just under 129 on the clock. Dominica's splits at Hidden Treasure were 129 last year, so ahead of Dominica's, about 2 minutes, 3 minutes off of Sage Kennedy's 2016 times, running very, very fast.
Unbelievable. Heather Jackson. Leah, can you hear us?
And Ida through as well.
Can you guys hear me?
You sound so much better, Leah. We just saw Heather.
Okay, guys. Ida and Heather just came through together. Ida leading just a smidge, a second or two. So Ida and Heather are now running together, and we are currently 129 through this aid station, which is spot on to Dominica's split, where she just raged on the course last year. Just for reference, Brittany Peterson, when she ran her course record here, she was through here 4 minutes later. So they are up on Brittany's course record splits, but kind of raging like Dominica did last year. And it'll be interesting to see how that turns out later. Yeah, they looked awesome.
That's super, super exciting. Can you tell us about the men blitzing through there again? We had audio issues the first time you were talking about it. John Ranieri seemed like he blew right through there. Some other guys needed bottles. What did that kind of look like when they came through?
Yeah, it was a huge pack of them. So, I mean, really it's anyone's game at this point. It was John Ranieri leading, Tom Evans with 2 empty bottles in his hands, getting those filled up immediately behind John, and then a pack of 6 to 10 with all the usual suspects, everybody we've been talking about all day long. So nobody really out of the ordinary in that group. Everybody made a quick stop of the aid station. This is really the first time we're seeing anybody fill any bottles at all. I'd imagine at Bumblebee at mile 20 is when people, when they get to see their crew for the first time, they'll really take substantial time, restock, fill up. But what we're seeing right here is just really quick seconds of people filling a handheld and then getting out.
Can you tell us a little bit? We missed it a little bit with that audio issue earlier too, about Matt Seidel's training partner from the East Bay, who I think was in that group as well, who we did not mention in our preview.
Yeah, he was one of the ones we didn't really chat about. He came onto my radar at Quad Dipsy this year. So I think he took out Quad Dipsy in the lead against Nick Handel, and was really pushing the pace on the course record pace of Rod Farhard splits there this year. And he's a quick guy, trains a lot with Matt in the Bay Area. And I think they do nearly all of their training together. So I'd imagine if Matt's in good shape, Pat's probably also in good shape. So he's one to look out for today. And I think he's bringing up the rear of the top 10, maybe 10 to 12 right now.
Awesome.
So we await the rest of the top 10 women coming into Hidden Treasure.
We've got Megan Morgan here coming in third, and Keely Henninger is running with her, both looking happy. So that is our third and fourth place women.
Yeah,
good job,
yeah,
ladies.
Yeah.
Good job, Keely.
Can you tell us any? Do you know much about Meg Morgan? I know she's a young Boulder athlete, but what do you know about Megan?
Meg is awesome, guys. I'm just going to comment a little bit on our women coming here. So we got Hannah Allgood, fourth. Good job, Hannah. Fifth, Shea Aquilano. Sixth, Anna Cassius.
Awesome.
That's a great 1 through
That's
7
solid.
right there. That's super solid.
Yeah, so they are still under Brittany's course record splits here by about a minute. So that's our top 6 under what Brittany split through here. I'd say Heather and Ida have about a 2-minute lead, and then this little chase pack of 4. But yeah, Meg Morgan, she's out of Boulder. She's coached by Megan Roach, and she's had a great 2022. She got a 4th place at Bandera, 8th place at Canyons 100K. So she's no stranger to the golden ticket races. And based on my Bandera and Canyons last year, she likes to race aggressive, and we'll see if she holds on in the second half. She tends to have a really strong first half and is super tough and hangs for a strong finish usually in the later half of a race.
Awesome.
So not to get ahead of ourselves, but we mentioned earlier Mike McMonagle's prediction that there would be 5 women under 9 hours. That's shaping up to potentially be that way. Leah, any comments on that? I know, we are totally speculating here.
Yeah, we've now got Jade Bellsberg in 7th and Ingvild in 8th there too. And our Japanese runner, apologies, I do not know her name. It's bib 135. She's here in 9th. My prediction was we weren't going to see 5 women go under 9 hours today. I think I still stand by that. They're going really fast right now. And I believe we had 15 women under Brittany's splits from her course record year at the first aid station. So they're running obscenely fast. And I don't think that fares very well in the later half of the race, but I guess we'll see how things turn out.
Yeah, it looks like it's crystal clear blue sky now, no cloud cover as well, which could play into that obviously as well.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. The sun is out and I am warm and happy, and I'm sure the runners won't be that happy later on if it keeps being sunny. But yeah, I did run the last 20 miles of the course yesterday, and I could see how that wouldn't be that fun later on. So we have Lottie Brinks here and Sarah Beal and Bree Grigsby and Elza McDonald. So this is probably our 9th through about 13th right there. And I believe, if you want my opinion, I think this group's running really smart right now. This is pretty conservative pace, and I think we've got some strong runners who know what they're doing in this group. I think Elza, with her first place finish here before, I think she knows how to work this course and knows what she needs to do early on to have a strong second half.
Zach Marion mentioned that he saw some bloody knees on Elsa. Did you recognize something similar?
I did see a bloody knee, and I also saw Lottie Brinks douse herself with water, so she must be feeling warm already. We got Casey here probably in about 13th place.
Great.
Coming through. Good job, Casey. And I think she just said she's feeling hot.
Wow.
So
the solar, it is. It's like the air temperature isn't that warm, but that's solar with no shade and a little bit of that breeze. But it's like it's so dry. I feel like really heats athletes up.
Yeah, and this is only mile 12, guys. It's still in the morning. It's gonna get warm later on, and like Dylan was mentioning earlier, we got Viv here from Aravaipa. Nice work. So she helped us out with our live stream for Bandera, and she's crushing it here in the top 15.
I love the all-white kit.
All white.
That's perfect for the day.
Corinne, do you want to give us
MO.
a quick update, a quick recap of who we've got through Hidden Treasure at this point for the women?
Yeah, so it looks like I think we're off by 1 on our count, but we do have Heather Jackson and Ida Nilsson. It sounds like Ida was leading Heather there, which I love to see. Really excited about that. In 1 and 2, Meg Morgan. In 3, the young athlete out of Boulder. Keely Henninger we saw come through alongside Meg there. They're followed closely by Shea Aquilano, Anna Cassius, and Hannah Allgood. That's 5, 6, and 7. Ingvild Kaspersen and Jade Blisberg we saw together in 8 and 9, followed closely by Kanako Adamoto, the Japanese athlete, in 10. Right outside the top 10 are some of our really fast athletes on this terrain. Sarah Beal, Lottie Brinks, and Elsa McDonald are 11, 12, and 13. Casey Lichtig just behind them in 15th, and Vivian just behind her as well. Brianna Grigsby should be the next woman, I believe, to come through that, and she'll be rounding out that kind of 16th, 17th position.
Tara Dower here coming in about
Nice.
16th, running smart. She's had an awesome 2022 as well, and I think she really knows how to run conservative. So not surprised to see her kind of laying low right now. And I imagine we'll see her creep deeper and deeper into the top 10 later on.
Leah, do you think you and I are biased because we like to run hard in the back half of the race and
I
neither
think
one
we
of
might
us
be.
like the front half of the race that much?
I know, yeah. I tend to jive with these conservative runners, but I mean, we do see people hang on. Like Dominica last year blitzed the first half of the race, and Claire caught her in the last 3 miles, but she still held on for a really solid second place, only a couple minutes behind Claire. Sometimes this works out for people, and like it works out extraordinarily. Other times, not so much. So I think it just depends on who's shooting their shot and who's having that day. And you can throw a bunch of eggs at the wall and there will be a couple that stick. So we'll see which of these stick for these runners today.
Yeah, and I guess kind of the other piece of that puzzle too is that while you said that some of the runners were mentioning that they were a little bit warm, was there any, we saw some blood on Elsie McDonald's knee. Anyone else looking like, for being only 12, 13 miles in, maybe not as relaxed as they should be?
Yeah, everybody's looking pretty focused, quiet. Casey said she was feeling hot already. I think this race is sneaky because it's February. A lot of people aren't doing the requisite heat training. A lot of people are training in the winter. So it is hard to feel prepared for heat. And I think anything even over 60 degrees Fahrenheit is feeling warm for these runners, especially when the sun is out. And we have very few clouds in the sky today. So I think the sun is going to be hitting them pretty hard later on. But yeah, so far just seeing a lot of focused runners. I think Hannah Allgood, super focused. Keely looked energetic and happy running where she was too. So that's awesome to see because I do think that positive mental attitude is what's going to help the runners in the second half of the race today.
Fantastic. So again, just to maybe go back to the battle at the front of the women's race, we've got Heather Jackson and Ida Nilsson, two fantastic athletes here doing battle coming through the 13-mile mark together. We've talked about Heather a lot, but I think Ida deserves a lot of kudos and mentions here as well. Somebody who 5 or 6 years ago was dominant, unstoppable, two-time
won
winner of
everything
TNF.
she touched.
Yeah, she won TNF 50 twice. She won
Transvolcania twice.
3 times, I think. She won Zagama. And anyway, just one of the most world-class athletes in the sport over the last decade, but also somebody who had her college competition days at Northern Arizona University, so somebody who is familiar with the Arizona desert. Maybe Corinne and Leah, any comments on Ida and Heather in that battle, or more generally on the front of the women's race?
Yeah, Ida's so exciting to me because, she had a couple down years from injury, but she had a super, super strong comeback at the World Mountain Running Championships in Thailand, running a fast second place to Blandine. And I think one of the only people who really came close to Blandine this year. And I think had the race been a little longer, Ida could have pushed it a little closer to first place. So her training for that was incredible. I know this winter she's been putting in like 20 to 25-hour weeks on skis. I've been running a lot less, I think due to some like little niggles, things like that. But I mean, she's running strong today and she's running confident. So I'm hoping that means she's feeling good and that we'll see a lot of her later on in the second half of the race up front, because I think when Ida's on, she's really on and she has a great day.
Fantastic.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and just I think another important thing to mention is that she is a masters athlete, 42 years young, still in her prime at the front of this year's race. And it will be very exciting to see her and Heather Jackson continue to push each other down this course well under course record pace.
Yeah, Heather Jackson, 38 years old. Elsie McDonald's another athlete in that 40, that masters athlete class in the 40 plus division. So really cool to see these women run incredibly strong. But it's interesting that we've got that balance of Ida and Heather at the front, and then you've got the young guns of Shea Aquilano, Meg Morgan in particular, being in the under 26.
Could we classify them as #random ballers?
I like to classify them in my up-and-comers who are waiting for their big break.
I like it.
That's another way to say it. Yeah,
I like it. We can make distinctions in our random baller classification pyramid scheme. Brett will come
Ohio
correct
in
us
the
later.
Midwest, is Shea Aquilano a random baller? These are the things that you come to the live stream to debate live for hours on end.
Oh, I love it so very much. I guess question for you, Leah, having seen John Ranieri kind of blitz through that aid station, maybe didn't fill bottles. He's, as far as I know, this is his first ultra, his first trail race. He trained on the roads. He's an incredibly talented road marathoner. No one can take that away from him. Is this someone that we should be, is this a Trueheart Brown scenario, or is this a what's going to happen after mile 35 scenario?
Yeah, the one race I keep coming back to when I think about John Ranieri is when Craig Hunt ran the 2021 Black Canyon 100K. I think he had just come off the Hoka Carbon X event, with that being his only 100K, and was coming to the trails to kind of make his trail debut. And similar accolades to John Ranieri, really fast road times, but just trying to make it on the trails in his first trail race. And we saw similar racing out of him early on there, where kind of blitzed the first like 20 miles or so and still felt good through mile 40, but then it wasn't really until like mile 40 right after Black Canyon City when things started to fall apart a little bit more for him, and he ended up walking back into the mile 58 station and dropping out. So I think things get really interesting for these road runners who do a lot of their training on trails after Black Canyon City. So I would not be surprised if we see more of the road runners, like the fast leg speed runners, come into Black Canyon City feeling good and running hot off the front. But I'm curious how the technical miles really pound the legs after that.
Yeah, great point. It will be that last 50K that will be the moment of truth for those folks who are competing for the podium positions here today. We are just getting warmed up here now, an hour and 43 minutes into this year's Black Canyon 100K. Again, we are joined by Leah Yingling on course there at the Hidden Treasure Aid Station in studio. We have myself, Dylan Bowman, and Corinne Malcolm. The two of us will be here for another hour and 15 minutes or so before we hand it off to the very capable duo of, I think, AJW, Andy Jones-Wilkins, and Chris Warden, who are here in studio with us. And we are, again, just getting started today, so stick with us throughout the course of today's event. And yeah, a lot of drama so far. Again, if you are watching us live on YouTube, we've got almost 1,800 trail fans from around the world. So make sure you jump in the chat, say hello to your friends here. We are one big international family of outdoor people, and we're glad that you're here watching us today.
Yeah, shout out where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. Let us know if there's someone that you're keeping your eyes on, and I feel like we got people watching from all over the place right now. People are still awake, hanging on in Europe, trying to see things through a little bit longer. And the next split we'll be getting is from Bumblebee Ranch, which is about 19.4 miles and about 4.6 miles between Hidden Treasure and Bumblebee Ranch. Leah, question for you, while we still have you. What is that section? Do you know what that section of trail looks like between Hidden Treasure and Bumblebee Ranch? That about 5-mile section or so?
Yeah, it's super runnable. This is still a net downhill section. This net downhill probably from the start through about mile 20. And like right now, what they're running on is packed sand, dirt, really easy, comfy terrain. So not technical at all. Winds a little bit here and there, but yeah, a little climb then up there as well, but nothing egregious. I think our biggest climbs come out of like Black Canyon City primarily, and then one a little bit later on in the race up to the mile 58 station.
Gotcha.
I'm just, again, looking at Trueheart's Strava file from last year, and it looks like they have just a little bit of kind of a rolling flat section here for a couple of miles before it then drops precipitously again through mile 18 or so, flattens out again, and then it starts to get into a little bit more of that uppy, downy, twisty, turny, more challenging parts of the course. So again, we were talking about this earlier at the beginning of the broadcast, but this course can set up as a bit of a speed trap if you go through the first 19 miles too hot with that big net downhill out of the gates. Your legs will not necessarily have the same pep and energy to smash the climbs later on in the race that certainly, it sounds like, accumulate and become increasingly more challenging on a course that is on paper, I think, a lot slower than it looks on the elevation profile and on the statistics. So we have more aerial footage here. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on. But the fact remains that it is a beautiful day in the Arizona desert, and we have some fantastic competition. And these athletes are moving quickly here in the early miles.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly where this aerial footage is from, but everyone is still moving super well. I feel like this next bit is what gets rocky. I ran the Gloriana Mine to Black Canyon City section of the course on Monday, and that section, well, it's got some kind of dirt road stuff in it. It's got a lot of rocks and a lot of twisting terrain, and I feel like that's the section where it's like, ooh, the things might start to crank up a notch when you're not quite. It just felt like it was hard to run smooth and fast over it just because you couldn't really get into a rhythm at all. And I feel like this early section of the race has a lot more smooth flowing single track, and it's like the rocky nature of the mid section of the race I think really starts to mess with people because you just can't stay in a rhythm.
So it is a bit of a mixed course too, right? It's got the downhill, it's got sort of the flatter stuff, it has the grinding climb, so it really does, it seems like favor a well-rounded athlete. As somebody who's never experienced the course firsthand myself, if you look at the past winners here, people like Brittany Peterson and Claire Gallagher and Tyler Green, for example, Sage Canaday, it's the type of runners who are really well-rounded, not necessarily world beaters on the flat, not necessarily the best mountain athletes in the world, but who can certainly compete across any distance in any terrain. So again, this course will really favor those runners who are well-rounded, who are prepared for the hotter, drier conditions, and who have legs for that last 50K after this fast start. Leah, what's next for you?
Yeah, so we're currently, this is about 12.9, I believe, here at this aid station. We should be expecting to see the men's leaders at Bumblebee Ranch at about 5 after or so. So I think we've got about 15, 20 minutes until we see the men's leaders come through there, where Zach Marion should be picking up on the live coverage from the field. And then I think I'll be heading up to Gloriana after that.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much, Leah. Everybody in the chat is very thankful for your knowledge and your energy here this morning. So we'll let you go, and we'll pick you up in a little while.
Okay. See you guys soon.
Thank you. Corinne, we are back in studio. More fantastic footage here of the Arizona desert. Should we do a quick recap of the top 10 men and women through the 13-mile aid station?
Yeah, let's do it. We got resupplies of snacks and coffee coming into the studio, which we desperately need. So again, through that hidden treasure aid station, again, that's 12.9 miles into the race. It's John Ranieri, the 2:12 marathoner, in 1. Tom Evans just behind him in 2. They had a little bit of separation from a chase pack there, but not a whole lot. And that was led by Cole Watson, David Laney in 4, Ryan Miller in 5, Matt Seidel in 6, Reed Burrows, shout out to our Canadian friend, in 7, Pat Wachter in 8th. He trains with Matt Seidel, Anthony Costalis in 9, Corey Keene in 10. But again, 2 seconds back in 11th, Eric Sensman hanging in there, JP Giblin, etc. So again, from let's say 122 on the nose at Hidden Treasure, we've got 16 men within a minute of each other. So very, very tightly bunched.
Unbelievable.
There. And then on the women's side, we'll go over that real quick too. Heather Jackson and Ida Nilsson came in there together, with Ida actually leading Heather into the aid station. They came in at 129 on the nose. Dominica's splits from last year at Hidden Treasure. They're followed a couple minutes back by Meg Morgan. Meg Morgan and Keely Henninger virtually in there together. Shea Aquilano in 5. Anna Cassius in 6. Hannah Allgood in 7. There's a little bit more separation back to Ingvild Kaspersen in 8th and Jade Blisberg in 9th. They came through together. And then rounding out the 10th position there was Kanako Adamoto of Japan in 10. So again, 133 was 10th, 129 was first, about 4 minutes between the top 10 women. But they're bunched together in a couple little groups of 2 or 3.
The depth.
The depth is deep, I've been told.
The depth is deep. Another, I think, really interesting stat anecdote here. Again, I'm looking at Sage Canaday's course record splits from 2016. He came through Hidden Treasure in 127 flat. Guess how many men we have under 127 flat right now?
I got caught drinking coffee on on air. 127 flat.
The answer is 38 men are under the course record splits through mile 13. So for those who are watching live, we are off to a historically fast pace in both races here today. The conditions are certainly conducive to fast finishes as well. It is going to be quite exposed to the sunshine, but we are not expecting temperatures that would really slow these athletes down.
At the same time, you know, watching Leah there, she was talking to athletes coming in. Like some of them were saying, "Oh, I'm kind of warm." You know, Casey Lichtag had taken her jacket off, had got that tied around her waist. So it's like people are heating up. They don't see their crew until mile 20. That's where they can shed some of those layers. We had lots of athletes starting in hats, buffs, sleeves, gloves. They're going to have to hang on to that stuff until they see their crew at Bumblebee. That's the next place we'll be picking them up with Zach Marion in the field. So while the air temperatures aren't going to be that hot today, the biggest thing is that solar and that dry air starts to cook you a little bit out on course. So I'm not surprised that people are already starting to feel warm. Lottie Brinks was dumped some water on her head at mile 13. Like that's early in the day to be feeling a little bit toasty, but pre-cooling early or like in race cooling, starting that early, not a bad thing. That'll help you stay on top of your hydration, your nutrition, keep things moving in the right direction. But then we'll see Leah again at Gloriana Mine, which is literally like a pullout on the side of the road in between Bumblebee and Black Canyon City.
Is that what we're looking at here?
This is Bumblebee. So again, this is it's almost mile 20. It's 19.4 into the race. True Heart Brown splits through here was 2:05:56 on the clock. We're about 1:52 into the race right now, so we anticipate we will see the men's leaders coming through here in the next 10 to 12 minutes or so. And again, this is their first big kind of crew stop, so we'll see. I think that to me is really telling.
I was just gonna say,
because
why?
Well, because like you're seeing your people for the first time, right? It's the people that you're gonna be the most true version of yourself around. People might take their time; they might be really, really quick. We can catch tidbits from their crew oftentimes too, as to like how they're feeling, how they're doing out there. You're not gonna tell the volunteers like, "Oh man, I'm hot" or "I'm tired," but you're gonna tell your crew chief that. And so that is what I anticipate we'll get a little bit more of at Bumblebee here. I remember coming into Bumblebee in 2020 feeling warm.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember Jason Koop was here at Bumblebee. He's here today cheering on a bunch of athletes. Kelly Wolf was volunteering at this aid station in 2020, and I had her dump an entire pitcher of water over me at that point in time. And that is, you know, all before 10 a.m. in the morning. You shouldn't be that hot at that point.
And it looks like you see a lot of down jackets and beanies still. So it's not as warm as it could be here at the 2023 race. Again, I was talking to Jamil last night. He was saying that there have been a couple of iterations of this race where it's been in the 90s. So today I think feels like it could be a historic type, or the types of conditions that are conducive to historic type performances.
Yeah, and while it might be chilly for us, chilly for Leah, an early chat favorite was we had a new chat person come up on like our Hawaiian shirts. We had Leah's jacket in the chat earlier saying that they thought they could be helpful this morning. But I think the big thing is that the runners will feel pretty comfy in this, right? Like their internal engine is starting to burn a little bit. They're gonna feel pretty warm, but overwhelmingly should be pretty ideal conditions for them to be racing this.
No doubt. So again, we are now nearly 2 hours into this year's race. Almost 1,800 people watching us live. Thank you so much for being here. Looks like it's about 56 degrees there at Bumblebee Ranch. We will be seeing the lead men in here probably in 10 minutes or less if they continue to match and exceed True Heart Brown's splits from last year. We do expect it to be a big pack of men coming in here. And just to repeat something that Corinne was talking about just a second ago, these aid station transitions, these crew transitions will become increasingly more important throughout the day. And it does give us a great opportunity to at least interpret body language, to see how athletes are feeling, to see how quickly they get in and out, to see what their crew transition processes are, who's especially efficient. And the more and more the sport evolves and professionalizes and becomes more competitive, the more and more these crew transitions become absolutely critical to the races. It's oftentimes emerging from these aid stations where the elastic can break, where the separation can happen, and especially as they start to go into the hillier parts of the course where you start to encounter a little bit more elevation gain, that's where the fields will really start to separate, especially in the men's race, which is really tightly packed.
Yeah, it's super, super tightly packed. And I think that, we're seeing less carnage at bigger races. But, I mean, I'd be shocked today if we don't see a good deal of carnage. They've gone out really, really fast. They're well under course record pace. We should be seeing them here in the next 6 to 7 minutes or so at Bumblebee, again, that 19.4 mile aid station. It's really, going to be telling, I think, as they blitz through there. We did see John Ranieri not stop to fill any bottles or anything at that last aid station at Hidden Treasure. Most of the other athletes did have to fill bottles. We saw we saw Tom Evans come in with 2 empty soft flasks in hand, got those filled, got out really quickly. But that is kind of, who's going to be working really efficiently with their crew. I mean, I've watched people like Caitlin Gerben practice with their crew, getting, dropping a pack, putting a brand new pack on and getting out of there super, super quick, like without any stopping whatsoever. We're going to see that, and we're going to see some slower, less efficient stoppage times as well today. But this will be the telling bit, right? This is where we finally get to start seeing those interactions between the crew and the athletes, and we'll get a little bit more, of an idea of what's happening.
Yep. So this is about when things start to get exciting. We approach.
We have a pickle, it looks like, on screen right now.
Yeah. It's not Javelina 100 where costumes are status quo, but we do have a pickle on course here today at mile 20. Always good to see. Good attitudes and a sense of humor. Always makes the pain a little bit easier to manage when you're 1/3 of the way through a 62-mile adventure in the Arizona desert. And we do expect to have, again, Zach Marion at this aid station, I believe, who will be able to give us some of that on-course insight, that firsthand experience as the runners come in and out of this aid station.
Yeah, but we do anticipate that John Ranieri will be leading the men's group into Bumblebee here. We should be seeing him very, very shortly on our screen. And then I guess that'll be, because we did have men have to stop to fill bottles at the last aid station, that might have given John a little bit of separation on the pack. And I'm kind of curious to see, we had 16 men within 60 seconds of one another at the last aid station. Like, is that still 60 seconds, or has that opened up a little bit over the last 5 miles?
Okay. So over 1,800 people watching currently on the Aravaipa Running YouTube channel. Got a fantastic group behind the scenes managing today's production. Matt Feldick is plugging my computer in right now as we speak, our heroic producer here today.
Making all the magic happen.
Chris Warden and AJW will be on the mics here, I think, in about an hour. Finn Melanson, Brett Hornig coming in clutch, bringing some coffee and bagels for Corinne and I.
So that we don't
we've
starve.
got a full studio here, folks. You can only see, well, you can't even see Corinne and I, but
That's
you
okay.
can only hear the two of us. But we've got a big team in here. Big thanks to everyone. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a minute.
Huge shout out to the folks over at Free Trail for sponsoring this live coverage. What happens when a hungry endurance athlete goes on a bike adventure in Italy? Pizzacletta happens. That's what. Our history is in our name, and our name is a constant reminder that adventure breeds inspiration. Now we have the privilege to fuel adventure seekers to find the trail, mountain, or community that inspires them. Come visit our multiple locations in Flagstaff, where we are steps from the San Francisco Peaks, the Grand Canyon, and Sedona. For menus and locations, go to pizzacletta.com or give us a follow on Instagram at pizzacletta, and keep exploring. Roam & Run Company is dedicated to creating unique apparel and gear for every runner. Express your passion and inspire others to get out and run. We are all built for miles. Let's roam and run together. Shop our newest arrival of apparel, technical running hats, socks, and more. Visit roamandrun.com and use promo code Black Canyon to unlock 25% off your next order. And we are back in the studio here with Corinne and Dylan.
Thank you, Matt. And just want to give a big shout out to Caleb Schiff, the proprietor of Pizzacletta. He's out there on the course today, currently in 34th place, which means he's under course record pace here, probably powered by his own delicious pies. So thank you to Pizzacletta for making today's live stream possible, and a big shout out to Caleb.
Yeah, he fed us pizza earlier this week at team camp, and it was absolutely a blissful experience. He couldn't feed us today because he's a little bit preoccupied running 100K. So we'll give that to him. But yeah, running incredibly well right now. People are in the chat. We've got people following along. Lots of Heather Jackson fans per usual. Super excited to see people jumping in the chat, kind of coming over. All the tri fans coming over to the trail and ultra community. But I mentioned this earlier. I found out last night that Heather Jackson played hockey at Princeton with one of my really good friends from Bellingham. So we've got some I'm getting some dirt on Heather Jackson over the course of today, and I'm hoping that she runs brilliantly and we'll get to spring it on her at the finish line.
I'm telling you, I think trail running could be the new post-collegiate sporting competition of choice for women's ice hockey players between Heather Jackson and Allie McLaughlin. They're certainly representing, you know, the skate sports proudly here as two of the best athletes, you know, in various sporting disciplines in the world. Big shout out to Allie McLaughlin, who just finished third or won the 50K at Tarawera. We've got the men's leaders coming in here to Bumblebee.
Is that Cole Watson?
Certainly looks like Cole Watson here leading the men's race here.
Cole's coach in studio is not certain about that. But yeah, we're 2:03:30 on the clock. That was really quick in and out of the aid station. We did not get a great visual on that.
And Ranieri, it looks like. Tom Evans, John Ranieri, David Laney potentially in second through fourth.
We believe. Let's see. We've got a split coming up. So we don't have a Bumblebee split yet on the live tracker. Again, that live tracker is in the chat over at the live.aravaiparunning.com. We'll see what's going on there. But I did see a Hoka singlet come in, blitz into the aid station.
So we do have confirmation that Cole Watson is your race leader from Sacramento, California, well under course record pace. Cole Watson putting in his move here around the 20-mile mark to assert himself as the race leader, and it looks like by a fairly healthy margin. Yesterday on the Elite Men's panel, he was talking about not accelerating like a light switch, but like a dimmer switch, which is interesting as we see Tom Evans.
That was Ranieri and Tom Evans there side by side.
And I think Laney must be just ahead of them because he was basically with them on the road here. We've got more men here.
So that's 2 minutes. So Cole Watson came through 2 minutes ahead of True Hearts Brown from splits from last year.
Seidel, Miller, Costales, at least in that pack.
Yeah, we'll get splits here from Bumblebee, I think, on exit. But yeah, Cole Watson, 2:03:54 on the clock coming through Bumblebee aid station. Really fast running for him. Again, True Heart Brown, who led wire to wire last year, came through in 2:05:56 at this aid station. And Scott Trayer, who went on to finish second, was through in 2:14 last year.
Wow. Unbelievable. Scott Trayer's performance from last year. It's hard to draw it up any better.
Yeah, so that was very quick moving through that aid station.
There's Anthony Costales here. Looks like he's already executed his crew transition. No, my bad.
There's David Laney.
David Laney.
Yep, getting kind of chased through that aid station. There's Canyon Woodward in the blue shirt hitting his crate. That's Pat Wachter there, the Matt Sedal training partner from the Bay Area. I don't think I have ID on that other runner there, but we'll get a Bumblebee split here as well. It sounds like they don't have service at Bumblebee from Zach Marion out on course. We're getting great images from this camera in the aid station. Canyon Woodward leaving there. And we'll get an official split here, hopefully in a second, of what just happened at that aid station. Cole Watson, though, in and out in the lead with likely a good degree of separation there over second and third, which should be John Ranieri and Tom Evans.
So I think Ponytail is Corey. Yeah, there's Janish. Ponytail is Corey Keene, not Canyon Woodward.
That would
so
make
I don't
sense.
know if we've seen Canyon. There's Eric Sensman
Corey
exiting.
Keene, another East Coast athlete, right?
Yep. Okay, so we are working to get Zach Marion, our on-course correspondent, live here on screen to give us a little bit more color.
We can. Stephen Kirsch right there.
Awesome. We are fighting for cell service here. Sorry, guys. The race came in hot at 9:02. We had our leaders coming in. Cole Watson, he looked fresh. He looked like he was ready to tear apart the day. Leaving this A station, we have our first big climb. They just had those big descents. We've got some more athletes coming through. Nice work. I mean, it was your typical athletes out front right now. Tom Evans was right behind him. We had Ryan Miller was behind him. Ryan did stop and take a minute to refuel, and also get his legs massage gunned out a little bit. He was looking like he was working a little hard. Cole, Tom, both of them looked fantastic coming in. Cole is going to put down a really hot day. If he keeps this up, course record is in sights. We've got the perfect weather for it, great conditions, and competition that's really going to push him to that lead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Zach. So we are just trying to interpret some of the splits here. Cole Watson, it looks like a 1.5-minute lead upon exit, I believe, over Tom Evans. Matt Seidel would be 10 seconds behind Tom Evans, then John Ranieri just behind him. And so we are starting to see the field splinter, at least spread out a little bit from the early, highly consolidated pack.
This is the first spot that we're actually getting athletes stopping with their crew. The A stations previous to this, it was a lot of maybe fill bottles, maybe just run right through. This is where they're actually taking their time to set up a better back half of the race, or the better shot over to Black Canyon City. So taking the time here, taking a few moments here is going to save minutes, tens of minutes later on in the race. And I think that those athletes who left did it in a really good fashion. They took their time. No one rushed out of here. That's one thing I noticed. They all took their time to refuel, take care of themselves, because they know they've got a big day ahead of them still.
So, Zach, aside from Ryan Miller, any other anecdotes that you've noticed from particular crew interactions that you think are worth mentioning?
Eric Sensman came in looking a little rough. He looked like he was working pretty hard to get in there. Outside of that, I haven't noticed anything. I mean, it's just been chaos. We've been trying to get this thing going. We're just, duct taping the plane midair right now. So I didn't get a chance to see a lot of the athletes come in and what they were doing. I noticed a few pieces here and there, but nothing of note other than Sensman looked like he was working a little hard. Ryan Miller definitely took some time to Theragun the legs out. He was holding his his left hamstring, which is going to be typical of a course where you've got so much downhill. Before you hit this uphill, you're not going to know your legs are hurting until you start doing those uphills.
Yep.
So maybe he's feeling the downhill now. It looked like some decisive moves were being made into this aid station. It looked like some athletes were trying to jockey for position. Anthony Costalis, he came in, looked amazing. He came in, grabbed his stuff, and went right back out, ready to go. So I think he's posing for a really great day. A lot of those athletes out front, Tom Evans looked fantastic as well. They look like they're ready to battle and have a great day, which makes me excited because we've got front seats to the whole rest of the race.
Looks like we're having a little bit of trouble with Zach's audio here, but thank you so much for those contributions, Zach. And as he mentioned, it really is their first substantial climb of the day, leaving this aid station here. And as we all know, just like cycling, it's typically the climbs where the separation and the spread and the deconsolidation of the professional fields tends to happen. So we will likely see at the next aid station further spread in the top 10. Corinne.
Yeah, so I just want to give a quick rundown of our top 10 men through that aid station. Again, Cole Watson, he's got about a 90-second lead over Tom Evans. Matt Seidel is just behind Tom. John Ranieri behind that in 4th. Anthony Costalis in 5. Ryan Miller in 6, but they were wondering if Ryan's got some hamstring stuff going on. There took a little bit more time in that aid station. 7, David Laney. 8 is Matt Seidel's training partner from the Bay Area, kind of I think our one of our current top random ballers. Pat Watchter in 8th, Canyon Woodward in 9, and Corey Keene in 10. So we got a lot of East Coast representation. Brett, who will be coming on later this afternoon, is just, I think, maybe crushing it in the men's top 10 right now. Doesn't feel too responsible yet. He's sweating a little bit. Coach is sweating in the back of the studio right now a little bit. But really, really exciting at the front of that field. I think Reed Burrows and Eric Sensman are kind of some of those next men in that mix. We've been kind of following Reed's story over on Free Trail this year. He's one of the athletes writing an athlete journal for us. Canadian athletes had some problems getting into the U.S. He's gotten, I think, held at the border several times at this point, but really trying to take a big swing in trail and ultra running, and super excited to follow along.
He's got his dad here crewing for him today. I was talking to them at the expo yesterday. Reed spent much of the winter months training in Girona, Spain, a fantastic winter training ground in Europe. So coming down to North America out of that European training camp, and I know he is trying to take a big swing, to use your words, Corinne.
Yeah, which I think is really, really exciting, you know, taking kind of a leap of faith into the sport of trail and ultra, you know, kind of moving a lot of stuff in his life around to make that happen. Packed up his life in Canada, tried to come down here to train last year. Did make it back over the border to get into Run Rabbit this fall, and felt very grateful to be running there. But yeah, just outside that men's top 10, you got Janusz Kowalczyk moving up, the German athlete, just outside the top 10. A name unfamiliar to me, Noah Dessau in 12th. Maybe that's one of our next top random ballers. Eric Sensman in 13th, Ryan Raff 14, Stephen Kirsch in 15. We saw him run by. Reed Burrows in that group, Ben Robinson, Bobby Peavy. So, you know, all under 2:10 elapsed there. So do we have an update maybe on what's the record split versus how many men are under it?
I'm just looking at that now.
Okay, Dylan's doing on-air math, which is always difficult.
The last person I have updated is Tyler Veerman in 22nd place. Do you have anything deeper than that? Yeah, okay. So it looks like we probably have now about 27 to 30 men under Sage Canada's course record splits from 2016. Zach Bitter's in the chat predicting some painful miles for many of these athletes later on down the course. We will see what happens. He's also asking who is going to be the one to sweep up the carnage. It's a great question. If you have predictions, drop the names of your favorite carnage sweeper here in the chat, and we'll make sure to revisit that later on. But yeah, it's obviously a big stage with a lot of people vying for these golden tickets and for the bragging rights of finishing in the top 10 or on the podium or potentially winning the Black Canyon 100K. It has brought out some of the heavy hitters from across the U.S. and some international athletes, and they are off to the races here today, certainly trying to get the most out of each other. And it just started off quite fast.
Yeah, and interestingly, you know, so we've got what on the clock? 2:14, 2:15 on the clock right now. Based on splits at that last aid station, we should be seeing our leading ladies, if they're on Dominica splits. That would be Heather Jackson and Ida Nilsson, should be coming through here any minute. Claire Gallagher came through here in 2:27 elapsed last year. Brittany Peterson's 2021 splits have her coming through in 2:24. But Heather and Ida were both on Dominica's 2022 splits at Hidden Treasure, again, about 5 miles ago in 1:29 elapsed. So any minute now, we should be seeing Ida Nilsson, the Swedish athlete representing Kraft, and Heather Jackson, the triathlon phenom, cross over into trail and ultra representing Hoka. They should be our next They should be our first women into this aid station, and we should be seeing them any minute now.
So I've just confirmed that we now have 30 men under course record pace here 20 miles into this year's race.
Blazing fast.
And the last aid station was 38, so they've slowed down a little bit.
Yeah,
but still.
Had a little bit of slowing. But I do think, too, when talking to Leah at Hidden Treasure, we had, while the two top women were on Dominica splits, I think we had 6 or so women kind of back through Shea Aquilano on just under Brittany Peterson's splits. So running really, really fast in that front half. Leah mentioned that she thought that the group right outside the top 10, including Sarah Beal and Elsa McDonald, might be the group that she would personally want to be in, maybe running a little bit more of a attacked heavy race, a little bit hoping for some carnage. But that's the thing, is that I think in racing now it's really hard. I think Tim Farrick maybe just came past the screen there. Heather Jackson is in the aid. We have footage of her. So Ida Nilsson should be in the aid as well.
Heather Jackson making quick work of that aid station transition. We've got Zach Marion there. We're going to try and get him potted up to get live interpretation of how that went down. Zach,
Heather
hang tight
Jackson,
a second.
9 minutes under Brittany.
Zach, we're trying to get your audio up, so bear with us here. AJW in studio has confirmed that Heather Jackson is 9 minutes under Brittany Peterson's course record splits from 2021.
Yeah, it looks like she separated herself from Ida Nilsson, but our splits to this aid station are a little bit delayed, so we'll be waiting to see there. But yeah, Heather Jackson at Bumblebee at 2:17:32 a lap, so a little bit off of Dominica's, but 9 minutes under Brittany Peterson's time through here.
I mean, astonishing to remember how fast Dominica was moving last year. I mean, Heather Jackson here well under course record pace and over Dominica's splits from the same aid station last year. Of course, Dominica faded in the second half of the race, still
held on
for a fantastic, proud second-place performance and a golden ticket to Western States. But I know she was suffering mightily. Claire Gallagher recounted the story of her passing her late in the race, Dominica looking over her shoulder for who was coming behind her, but she was able to power through for that second place. But it will be interesting to see if that similar fading occurs for race leader Heather Jackson here as she makes her way into what is the more challenging section of the course.
Yeah, it's a whole, I mean, she is the next chunk, let's call it the middle 20 miles of the course, I think are probably some of the worst miles of the course.
Here's Ida. Yeah, there's Ida Nilsson exiting the aid station in the orange top.
Jinx. So, yeah, we've got Heather and Ida out of this aid station. We'll try to get an official split.
So, I mean, it's worth mentioning, Corinne, just what was it, 5 miles ago or so, Ida led Heather into the Hidden Treasure aid station. Here they are. I guess it's about 6 miles later. Heather's got a fairly significant gap now, probably a couple of minutes or so over Ida Nilsson. It could be that Heather put in a conscious effort, a conscious surge to try and get that gap over Ida. Ida could have potentially had to take a quick break or may have had a fall or something like that, but certainly the gap has opened in the women's race in the top 2.
Yeah, I think we have an official split now. It's just under 2 minutes. It's about 1:20 or so, 90 seconds, let's call it, between Heather Jackson and Ida Nilsson. We don't like to do math on air. It's the mental math that we don't do.
147 maybe, I think it is, if we're doing public math accurately.
But, yeah, so under 2 minutes separating your top 2 women, Heather Jackson, Ida Nilsson. Ida going through in 2:19:19 on the clock. We expect Meg Morgan, the young Boulder athlete, to be in that mix. As Leah mentioned, she likes to race really aggressively. She's tough. She'll do her best to hold on, but we don't know what that's going to look like in the back part of the race. She's chased by really solid athletes in Keely Henninger, Shea Aquilano, Anna Cassius, and Hannah Allgood. We're all grouped together at Hidden Treasure, and that's not a pack of women that I would want chasing me.
Yep. It could be that the winner comes from that pack. Everybody is still in contention at this point. Yep.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to be able to pod up Zach Marion, our on-course correspondent, here in just a second. Oh, here we go. It sounds like we've got Keely coming into the aid station. Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon, coming back, declaring that she is here to get a golden ticket back to Western States, where she unfortunately DNF'd last year, getting doused with water.
And
Good move.
It's quick, really quick, in and out of that aid station. She has separated herself from Hannah Shea and Meg Morgan. Hannah Allgood. That's Hannah Allgood there. Yes.
Ryan Thrower behind her with the camera. So, I mean, that is a really powerful quadfecta in the top 4 here of the women's race.
And you
Heather Jackson,
Heather
Ida
Jackson
Nilsson.
doesn't need a ticket. Okay, so that's kind of, we got to start playing the ticket
Great
math
point.
too. So, Keely Henninger, Hannah Allgood have been vocal that they are here to get golden tickets to Western States. Ida, I would assume if she got a ticket, would take it. I think Western States would be an amazing course for her. So we will see what that looks like. But she's been skiing a lot, not running a whole lot. And so I wonder how the back half, I mean, Ida is a phenomenal athlete. We saw glimmers of former Ida at Worlds and that incredible second place performance back in November in Thailand. But my question is, what will the back part of this race look like for Ida if she hasn't been running quite as much? That I think is, was that Shea Aquilano maybe?
Probably Meg Morgan and Shea Aquilano if things are shaping up like they were at the last aid station.
That's Meg Morgan, I believe, in the bright colored shorts. We'll get a refresh here.
So we are starting to get much of the women's top 10 streaming into Bumblebee, roughly mile 19 and a half. And we are now 2 hours, 22 minutes elapsed into this year's Black Canyon 100K.
Yeah, so we have official updates through Shea. That was Meg Morgan on our screen, though, for sure, in 6th. So Keely Henninger in 3rd through Bumblebee, 2:21:29, so she's another 2 minutes back of Ida Nilsson. That gap has stayed about the same. So Heather Jackson has separated herself, but the gap between Ida and 3rd has stayed about the same. Keely Henninger in 3rd. Hannah Allgood, all of 30 seconds behind Keely Henninger, followed by Shea Aquilano, again, the 21-year-old out of Indiana. 2:22:39 on the clock. She improved her 2021 time by 2 hours last year, going from a 12-hour finish in 2021 to a 10-hour finish and change here in 2022. I don't think she's going to cut another 2 hours off her time by any means, but she is young and up and coming, and I think she might be, how we fell in love with Katie Asmuth at the 2021 Western States? Mm-hmm. I think we might be falling in love with Shea Aquilano in studio today during the 2023 Black Canyon.
An Indiana Hoosier, right? Or did they say she works at Notre Dame, or she went to Notre Dame, or she goes to Notre Dame?
I think we're all speculating where she went to school.
I'm pretty sure Leah said that she either runs at Notre Dame or she went to school at Notre Dame.
Yeah, she's not a collegiate cross country runner, actually. She's run cross country, I think, on some friends club teams. But she wasn't collegiate running wasn't her path into trail and ultra, which I think is very is super interesting.
What a great story.
Yeah, so
it could I mean the thing that is I think most fascinating or most relevant here is that Heather Jackson, Ida Nilsson gap now. What caused that? If we're speculating, was it Heather Jackson putting a surge in, consciously trying to gain a gap as they go into the part of the race where she maybe doesn't feel quite as confident over an athlete like Ida Nilsson, who's more comfortable and more experienced on the trails? Or was it something where she actually was able to drop Ida fading now going into the middle part of the course?
Yeah, it'll be, once again, we mentioned that Ida's been on skis a whole lot training this winter, but not necessarily running a whole lot, so kind of curious to know what that will translate to in a race like this. But again, I think we've got our next few women through. Yep, we've got Shea Aquilano through. We've just mentioned Anna Cassius in 6, Meg Morgan in 7. They're virtually all together. Anna Cassius, we missed her on screen, came through within seconds of Shea Aquilano. Meg Morgan a little bit behind them. Elsa McDonald has moved up to 8th, so steadily moving up. That's what we thought might happen. Jade Blesberg right with her. That's kind of where I would want to be. I'd want to be on Elsa McDonald's coattails for sure. They're in 8 and 9. Ingvild Kaspersen hanging on to 10th in 2:24:50 elapsed right now.
Thank you so much for that update, Corinne. For our viewing audience, if you would like to get these live splits yourself, click that link that is pinned in the chat from Aravaipa Running, and you can watch the live splits that Corinne and I are reading off here on our laptops as well, as we continue to look at the top 20-ish women sort of starting to stream through Bumblebee Ranch. The drama is starting to really unfold here, the 2023 Black Canyon 100K. Here's the, oh yeah. Blue skies, perfect temperatures, and hot, fast, early start here for the professional ranks for both the men and women. There's that Aravaipa runner in the all-white. I think this is upon exit of the Bumblebee aid station here.
That's the Japanese runner, Adamoto. Kaneko Adamoto coming out of that aid station just behind Vivian. So she's moved back, I think, a little bit in the field. But again, let's run down. So our men's top 10 through there again. Cole Watson, 2:03.54 elapsed. He's got a gap over Tom Evans, Matt Seidel, John Ranieri, Anthony Costales, Ryan Miller in 6, David Laney in 7, Patrick Watchter in 8th, Canyon Woodward in 9, Corey Keene in 10. You know, question kind of coming from the audience here a little bit is that, you know, not to say that we're sleeping on anyone here, but you do have athletes that we know have wheels. Sarah Beal, Lottie Brinks, Casey Lichtig, you know, moving back up towards Elsa McDonald. Are there people in kind of in that top 15 or so, probably on both sides, right? Who it's like, you know, are they running a tactful race? Is it just how they feel right now? We've talked about the fact that, like, it's kind of ironic that mile 50 to the finish line has some really cruisy running in it. You're going to have 50 miles in your legs, but if you've got legs to burn at mile 50.
But you still have kind of the largest climb of the entire day after mile 50.
You do.
You're the one who's been on the course, not me.
It's not a fun climb. I definitely cried post mile, let's call it 58. Like last aid station, tears were shed. But that is, I think, to be expected a little bit. But there's a lot of dirt road cruisy stuff in there too. And so I feel like, you know, if you come into that section with something to give, carnage will happen at some point, I think.
There's Casey Lichtig exiting Bumblebee.
A matter of how much, you know?
Yep. Casey Lichtig, an absolute legend of the game from Omaha, Nebraska. Western States champion, among many, many other proud performances over the course of her career. We were singing her praises earlier, getting ready for her 9th consecutive Western States 100. And I'm looking again at True Heart Brown's Strava from last year's race, just looking at the elevation profile. I'll drop it back here in the chat so the audience can look at it too. But you'll see that basically these first 19 miles, they maybe climb a total of 1,000 feet, if that, in 19 miles. So all of the climbing is now in front of these athletes. And hopefully they've been able to strategically approach those first 19 miles in a way that will give their legs energy to be powerful on the micro elevation here in the last 40 miles of the race.
Sounds like we might be able to pull in some audio.
We're
from
up
Zach.
there. Check, check. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, good buddy.
Awesome. Okay, so I don't even know where to start here.
No.
Here, the race is start. Things are getting really exciting. The men's field, as you guys heard, absolutely setting himself up for the day. It's in and out. You guys got me? Should we try moving?
We've got
out
you
there
here,
more?
Zach.
Maybe
It's
we
a
can
little
get-
bit patchy, but
Okay,
keep going.
I'm back.
Okay, we'll come back to Zach here in just a little bit. Okay, we'll come back to Zach here in just a sec. Thanks, everyone, for bearing with us, doing the best we can with the technology. It looks like they're fighting a couple hundred spectators there at Bumblebee for the cell reception. So thanks to Zach for the efforts as well as the production team. It will be good to get his on-course insights and live interpretation of the athletes as they went through this critical aid station on the course. So we'll come back to Zach as soon as we can. See if we can ID some of these athletes that are coming through the aid station now. And so just going back to kind of what Corinne was saying, it's now 4.5 miles leaving Bumblebee Ranch to Gloriana Mine, which I would guess the men will start to arrive at fairly soon. It looks like Sage Canada's course record was 2:45. True Heart Brown came through in 2:37. So probably only 5 or 6 minutes from now, we'll start to see the men going through mile 24, Gloriana Mine, and we'll have Leah there, and hopefully we'll have better cell reception. But it will be really interesting, Corinne, to see how that first real climb on the course has potentially separated the field and maybe given us a better idea of who the actual contenders are today.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more telling through that section just because I think you're into more of the rolling terrain. They've had really a downhill run up until this point, and so you're going to have more rocks, more winding. You're coming through a lot of washes in that section. You'll think you're just 30 seconds behind someone, and it turns out you've got to run a quarter mile to the right before you turn around to come back to where you just saw them. So it's very, very winding through that. Hard to kind of keep up that momentum and speed. So that will be interesting to see. This might be running towards. This is coming into Bumblebee. Okay.
So we got sort of the front of the mid-pack here coming into Bumblebee. These folks aren't out there competing for the golden tickets that we've been talking about all day, but certainly out there to challenge themselves. And we want to celebrate them just as much as we do as those who are competing for the podium positions here. And again, you can search and follow your favorite runners if you're tuning in from various parts of the U.S., various parts of the world, and you have someone who you're following here today who's not necessarily competing for a top 10 position. You can find them by the link pinned in the chat here on YouTube. Search their name. It's quite a handy tool. So we should be going over to Gloriana Mine here within the next couple of minutes to try and catch the front runners in the men's race. It'll be really interesting to see how Cole Watson is faring. Is he able to sustain that sub 2-minute lead that he had here at Bumblebee? Will he have the likes of Tom Evans, David Laney, Anthony Costales, etc., breathing down his neck?
John Ranieri. What do we think John Ranieri's distance PR is? Has he run over a marathon? 50K? Okay, so John Ranieri has run a 50K in training.
Wow.
Very, very quickly. So we're going to have a distance and time on feet PR by John Ranieri. And I think that's where some of that comes, is that I think you can fudge nutrition in a marathon. I think you can fudge nutrition in a 50K. It becomes a lot harder to do that in a 50 mile or 100K. The lack of calories, the poor hydration will catch up with you at a certain point, and you can really have a death march at the back side of this race. The final 20 miles can be quite brutal in an endeavor like this. And so that's, kind of that question too for some of the newer athletes coming into the sport who don't have experience with that fueling strategy like that. Like, where does that start to break down for them?
Yeah.
Have putting it to the test for
that looks like Cole Watson,
4 hours
who we expect to be the race leader coming into Gloriana Mine. Cole Watson from Sacramento, California, asserting his dominance here in the early part, the first half of this year's Black Canyon 100K. Cole Watson has come up short in golden ticket races 3 separate times, 2/3 and a 1/5. He has tasted it, but never fully achieved it, never actually accomplished the golden ticket, and he is here on a mission, hoping to change that today.
Yeah, little tiny aid station here. You cross the road into this parking area. Running really well. It sounds like being in first might have been a little bit of an accident, a whoopsie, as people stopped to fill up bottles or didn't. But we got Leah here on the ground at Gloriana Mine. Let's see if we can hear her. She's muted on her end.
Leah, unmute yourself if you can.
There we go.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yay, okay. Cole Watson just rolled through here, did not stop, blazed through, and that is a few minutes ahead of what True Heart came through here last year. Nobody else is coming through yet, but I'll keep you guys posted with what I see. But Cole Watson came through here very fast. I don't think he filled his bottles at the last aid station and not here. So hopefully he's got some efficient crew stops coming up in a little bit, because I think you might need that a little bit later on.
Thank you so much for that, Leah. Did he appear phased in any way? To us here, it looks like he's moving super duper well.
He looks awesome. He had one of my favorite workouts of all the training that I looked at leading into this race. I think doing a really awesome back-to-back where he did like 5:25, 5:30 pace for 20 miles, followed by a 20 miler with like 4,000 feet in 3 hours. So I feel like Cole's coming into this in really good shape, and might be having an MVP Coach of the Year going to Brett Hornick for that.
Heck yeah. Brett Hornick here in studio.
Not
it looks like he might
sweating
be a
at
little
all.
nervous.
Tom Evans here in second.
Tom Evans here in second. So it seems like the gap is probably about the same from Bumblebee. Probably about 2 minutes, maybe a little bit less than that. Tom Evans, one of the best in the world from the UK.
Yep.
Tell us what you see.
There. And he's out.
Tell us what you saw there, Leah.
Very quick exchange, stopped to fill one bottle, and he is out. He looks good, calm, focused, and made quick move of that aid station.
So Tom Evans has raced in the U.S. a couple of times. He was, I think, third at Lake Sonoma, third at Western States, here running in second place at Black Canyon.
And he, like, his intention here, I think, is it mimics the Western States course with that net downhill, and I think his goal is going to be to really push it in the second half of this race. So I think this is Tom running really, really controlled.
We have
I'm a little
third
scared.
place coming in now, and I believe
Could be Matt Seidel or John.
It might be Matt. Oh, it's Anthony Costales. Go,
Anthony Costales.
Take your time.
Anthony Costales, who before was rocking the Chico State gear. Looks like he's rocking a white singlet now from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yeah, and looks like he's taking the heat more seriously than anybody else right now. So he's got a nice sun hat on and has a buff that he's just submerged in water and is squeezing that on himself. So we got John Ranieri closely following behind him. He looks a little bit more taxed than all the other guys so far, I'd say. And
John
he
Ranieri
is blasting right through that aid station.
Incredible. So the top four now through. Cole Watson, Tom Evans, Anthony Costales, John Ranieri. Leah, I think you're friends with Anthony from the Salt Lake area. Any insights into how his training's going?
He's taking this so seriously, and the way he races is really inspiring to me, because it's a way I never race, which is just attacking it, like responding to moves, running with the lead pack, and just really, really racing it. He had a good day here last year, but just had a lot of variables that went wrong, and was a little disappointed with how he responded to moves being made throughout the race, and just didn't really feel like he had his best like tactical race day. So he's a very tactical racer, and I think that's where he's sitting right now. He's in great shape. He doesn't share a lot of his training to Strava. 110 plus mile weeks he's been putting in with heating himself up in his garage on some treadmill miles after some long runs. So I think he's taking this seriously, and I think he's ready for a great day. And we've got fifth place Ryan Miller coming in here with, I think, Matt Seidel right behind him.
Awesome.
From Texas, San Antonio, Texas, Ryan Miller in and out of Gloriana Mine, mile 24. Matt Seidel from the Bay Area.
We got Matt Seidel dunking a hat here, so he's probably the second guy. Anthony and him are the only two to be cooling down right now, which I think is a really smart move. There's some wind out right now, and it's feeling quite nice. Okay, so we've got probably 6 through 10 coming in here next, and looks like it's Pat Wachter, David Laney. Oh gosh, a big group. Canyon, Woodward,
Corey Keene,
bib 163 and 152.
Fantastic. So still
Ryan Raff, and that was 163 and 152.
Yeah.
Oh, Noah Dussault. That was the name I didn't recognize.
Fantastic.
Okay, and we got David Laney took a second to cool down here too. And we've got Corey Keene coming in next with a little group of Adidas
Janusz.
So Steven Kirsch
Oh, nice.
and Janusz together.
Heck yeah.
My goodness, it's still so tight.
It's so tight, you guys. That's probably top 15, top 13. I don't even know.
Unbelievable.
So Noah Dussault, who I think was in that mix we didn't recognize, 23 years old, set to run Javelina in October. Really just a bunch of kind of small local stuff. He won the Mount Hood 50 miler in 6:20 last year. He's a 22-year-old. Cape Mountain 50K was second there in 4:04. But, like, this would be a big performance for Noah Dussault to get a top 10 here.
So he may be a Pacific Northwesterner.
That's kind of what it
looks
looks like.
He's racing those daybreak
23
events.
years old.
So it looks like the gap between Cole and Tom Evans is about 1.5 minutes here, first and second in the men's race. But as we're just commenting on, holy smokes, is it still so consolidated through the top 15 of the men's race here today. It's hard to tell who this live shot is from, but
Bib 141 coming in next.
141 is Bobby Peavy, Boulder, Colorado.
Peavy.
Nice. 6 at Lake Sonoma in 2019.
Took time. The runners are starting to feel the heat a little bit here. This last section is actually quite nice. Slightly net downhill, kind of winds on really nice single track along the hillside here. And then I believe they keep sending it downhill on the same single track for a little bit here. Pretty smooth terrain for the most part, a couple technical steps, but it's really not bad. And if you feel good, you can move quite well in this section.
Yeah, this section does start to get a little bit rockier in places, though. I think that'll be
this is Bib 129 coming in next.
Taxing. 129 is Ryan Clifford, New Hyde Park.
New Yorker.
Yeah, so
Beast
he's
Coast.
an East Coaster. He had some monster training weeks. I think, he did this like 200 some mile training week back in the fall, and I believe was attempting to run across the state of New York, if I remember correctly, over the course of 7 days. Ended up, I think, having to pull out a day or so early from that, but ended up with 250 plus miles over the course of about 6 days, I believe, which is really cool.
Yeah, super impressive.
Very cool. Leah, you can't see it, but we're looking at a live shot of, we think Cole Watson still looking to be moving really strong here.
That is cool.
Exiting the Gloriana Mine aid station, still in the lead.
Awesome. Yeah, he looked great. He didn't look phased. Tom looked focused. I'd say John Ranieri looked probably the most stressed out of anybody so far through here. I think there's a lot of people taking a little bit of time to cool down, which is a good move, because I think these next couple sections, it's going to start to get a little warm.
So Leah's interpretation is that John Ranieri is starting to fray a little bit. An interesting storyline, potentially the fastest person in the field, learning a lesson from the trails potentially. Not saying he is out of it by any means. His nose is still very much in the fight here today. John Ranieri bringing his talents to a 100-kilometer course for the first time. A great storyline in today's race.
But yeah, right now on your screen again, that's that drone shot of Cole Watson making his way along this single track. This section, while it does get rocky in places, it's got some dirt road sections. They're pretty short-lived. You cross different washes in it, but this section is really, really rolly. I think between here and Black Canyon City, there's only about 1,500 feet of climbing, but as Brett would say, there's a lot of micro elevation in this section, and it definitely starts to wear on you over time, kind of like that like Lake Sonoma, for example, with those tiny little, it's death by 1,000 cuts type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously difficult to get a total appreciation of Cole Watson's form and stuff from an aerial drone, but he really does look to be moving very smoothly along the course here, solidly in first place in the men's race, and very much hungry to get back to Western States, where I think he finished 14th last year.
Ben Robinson and Reed Burrows coming through Gloriana.
Nice. They've been running together since Bumblebee.
Yeah, I believe Reed Burrows is a Merrill athlete.
Canadian.
Canadian.
Yeah, Eastern Canada. He's been writing for us over at Free Trail, kind of an athlete journal of trying to go pro. It's been really cool to follow along.
Very nice guy. Chatted with him yesterday.
That's what matters, right?
Yeah.
Cheering for the nice guys.
Exactly. Always easy to cheer for the friendly Canadians in today's race, of which there are many. Reed Burrows is one of them. Elsa McDonald. Have we seen Elliot Carden, speaking of which?
He is away. I mean, to be fair, like 30 minute under course record pace, but he's kind of back in that 30 to 35th spot.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see them sooner rather than later today.
Yeah.
So we'll try and get some live splits here from Gloriana Mine. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that, but either way, we've probably got between 15 and 20 men through.
Yeah, there's almost no service at Gloriana Mine. It's pretty spotty out there, so I imagine we'll get very delayed, if any, splits from there in general.
Can you guys hear me? Where's their name?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll try and cut back to Leah here.
Beal and JP Gibbon.
Just a sec. Thank you so much to Leah. It's great to get her insights from the field here. Makes the coverage so dynamic and interesting. What a fantastic visual here.
An update from, it sounds like from Bumblebee. Sarah Beal and JP Giblin have both dropped at Bumblebee. You know what? I think that's probably really good for JP Giblin, given that Western States is the focus. So I'm proud that I'm proud of JP for deciding that Western States is the goal and doesn't need to put 100K in his legs today. Sarah Beal is kind of interesting. She is signed up for Canyons Endurance Run, and I wonder if it's like kind of a sparing, today's not the day. Pull the plug early, continue to build your fitness, show up to Canyons Endurance, which will definitely suit her, I think, pretty well. A little bit smoother terrain, more climbing for sure, but a little bit of a smoother run. So Sarah Beal and JP Giblin out at Bumblebee.
Really cool aerial visual here of the Gloriana Mine aid station.
We just had Eric Sensman roll through the Gloriana Mine aid station, kind of in and out. It looked like he took a little bit of time, but looked decent.
Thank you, Leah. Look at this single track. It looks like a perfect day, but one of the things that we mentioned earlier is that the trail seems to be heavily exposed to the direct sunlight for basically the entire duration of the 100 kilometers. So you've noticed that there have been a few athletes who have intentionally cooled down. We'll see if that strategy ends up paying dividends later in the race.
Yeah. I believe we should be seeing the lead women here probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know what splits we have. I believe it's just over 3 hours is when the women typically come through the Gloriana Mine aid station.
Yeah, Leah, I've got it up here. It looks like Brittany Peterson splits was 3:02, Claire 3:05.
And we don't have splits from Dominica there, unfortunately. Which makes sense. This does not seem like an area to pull great splits from.
So if we extrapolate, though, Dominica was probably 2:55-ish.
Okay.
So
2:57, 2:58 maybe for Heather Jackson.
So don't go anywhere to our viewing audience. Hopefully 8 to 10 minutes we'll start to see Heather Jackson, Ida Nilsson, Keely Henninger, Hannah Allgood, and company start parading through Gloriana Mine.
Yeah, and I think shortly after we see those women come through, that's where we'll say our farewells.
Oh yeah, we're coming up on the.
We'll tag out after the women come through Gloriana Mine, and then we'll head out on course. I think.
Can't wait.
Gonna hang out at the finish line. Get all the deets.
Yep.
See you guys there.
Yeah, we're gonna hang out with you through the women coming through Gloriana though. Have to see Ida and Heather and the effervescent Keely Henninger. Hopefully Hannah Allgood and her are bridging together. That would be really cool to see the two of them working together through this section to try to bridge up to Ida in particular. That would be a dream scenario for me.
I think so too. And we saw the group that was around like Keely and Hannah Allgood at the last aid station. Their splits were 5 minutes faster than Claire went through there last year. So that's like our top 5 and 6 women are under Claire's time from last year, which was just over 9 hours on definitely a warmer day. But yeah, they're running fast.
They are running fast. That is great analysis from you, Leah. It's about as true as it gets here in both fields. Heather Jackson, we expect to still be in the lead here of the women's race, but it will be very interesting to see if that gap is growing or shrinking at this point as they start to get closer to the halfway mark. It's where fatigue will start to set in. Race leader Heather Jackson with the aggressive style, putting on a show for us. So it doesn't look like we're getting live splits here from Gloriana Mine, but we could just go from memory and just.
Oh, there is no timing here.
Yeah, thank you, Leah.
No official timing at Gloriana Mine. So if you're waiting for a split there, you're not going to get one.
So really, like
until they get to Soap. Do we get a split at Soap Creek?
Yeah, you get one at Soap Creek.
Sweet. Soap Creek and then Black
Yeah,
Canyon
Michael
City.
Versteeg coming in here.
All right.
Nice.
Which I believe Aid Station Fireball, you had him for all top 5 of your free trail spots.
Cocodona 250 champion from 2 years ago.
Really,
Michael Versteeg.
Just stacking the deck there. But yeah, we believe coming through there we would have had, so again, kind of going over our top 5 or so men there, we had Cole Watson out front, followed by about 90 seconds back, Tom Evans, looking kind of calm, cool, collected. We had Anthony Costalis, who did take some time to actually soak a buff down with some water, work on those cooling strategies. Ranieri was then behind him, but looking maybe a little bit more taxed. And then you've got Ryan Miller.
Jacob Puzzi
coming
through
now.
here.
Nice. Ryan Miller is in that mix along with Matt Seidel. Seidel also stopped to dip his hat in the bucket there, working on that cooling strategy.
Leah was also mentioning that Anthony Costalis was looking great, and it seemed like he was putting himself in a great position to have a strong second half with the sun hat, and also took a moment to cool himself. So that'll be something to monitor throughout the day.
Yeah, and I do think having course experience for those runners who have raced this in prior years, it comes in handy in that second half of the race, knowing what kind of legs you need to have, what kind of attitude you need to have. I think that's really going to serve some of those runners well who have run this course before.
Totally. Yeah, Anthony seemed hungry in the elite men's panel yesterday. It was 2 years ago that he won and got a golden ticket at Canyons. Then he was unable to race Western States due to injury that year. Came back to Black Canyon last year, finished 5th, but an unsatisfying 5th place. So Anthony Costalis, look out, Salt Lake City zone, having a great race, sitting in 3rd place now.
Yeah, upset with last year. Upset. I think the big thing he was upset about was not knowing that Trueheart was going to go off the front and not being ready to cover the moves made by the other men. And so, taking that to heart this year seems like things are thus far going to plan, which is good. And I think Tom is going to be picking up the back half of this race too. So I'd be really excited if Anthony could bridge to Tom ahead of Black Canyon City, because I think if Tom cranks up the heat after Black Canyon City and Costalis isn't on him at that point.
That's Ida. That's Ida Nilsson, it looks like.
In the orange?
Yeah.
Or yellow?
Leah, we're looking at an aerial of somebody who may or may not be Ida Nilsson wearing a similar kit. Orange top. If this isn't the case that Ida Nilsson is now the race leader, it means
I think she's wearing a navy blue top, unless she changed.
She might have changed. We're getting footage of a...
Okay. Jamil might have eyes on Heather Jackson coming into Gloriana here, maybe a few hundred meters, quarter mile out or so. So we'll keep you guys posted with what we see here.
Great. Cool. All right. So don't go anywhere to our viewing audience. We should see the women's leaders here any second.
As predicted, we thought under 3 hours.
Yeah, Heather Jackson coming into Gloriana. So and there's a runner with her. Can't tell who it is right at this moment.
Cool. We'll try to get good splits here.
We got Caleb Schiff from Pizza Clutta, right? Coming into the aid station
here.
All
right. Caleb Schiff. Shout out. Race sponsor. Broadcast sponsor, at least.
Okay. So looks like we have Heather Jackson with no other women running with her here.
All right. Heather Jackson, your race leader.
254. That's fast.
That's very fast.
254, 255.
And she's wearing a long sleeve shirt.
Hopefully she's soaking it down, getting that sun protection.
And she is through that aid station.
No stopping. Oh my goodness.
10 minutes ahead of Brittany Peterson's time.
Unbelievable. 10 minutes ahead of Brittany Peterson's course record splits, 24 miles into this year's Black Canyon 100K, not even stopping at the aid station. Mark that down,
She's going to be a fun
folks.
one to watch at Western States.
No question
about it. Her race
strategy
is exciting.
Yes, and she is, again, very inexperienced in ultras. This is only her second ultramarathon. Hot off the front, well under course record pace, and not stopping at a critical aid station here. This is how you learn, folks. And Heather Jackson certainly has all the tools to be a fantastic ultra runner. But, yeah, as we all know, you got to learn along the way. Let's see if she can put it together.
So
how many miles to the next aid station, you guys?
7.5.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a long stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of up on a climb. Like you're waiting for it to come, and you're just like, it's never. You feel like you're never gonna get to that aid station. You're like, is it at the top of this climb? No. Is it at the top of this climb? No. And you're like starting to pity yourself a little bit, which is a little bit too early in the race to be pitying yourself, I think. But from personal experience, I was very desperate to find the Soap Creek aid station.
Really?
Yeah. Which is at mile 31.
Yeah, so it seems like we've got a little gap now between Heather and the rest of the field. Last time we saw Heather, I think Ida was close behind, if not with her. Now this is a little gap.
Yeah, Heather had about just under 2 minutes on Ida at Bumblebee. So right now we should be expecting Ida, if that's going to hold, very, very shortly. But it does look like Heather is extending that lead a little bit over Ida Nilsson.
What an incredible athlete, Heather Jackson from Bend, Oregon, who has done a lot of her training, even going back to her triathlon days nearby here in Scottsdale, Arizona, finding a home here in trail running, racing with courage in the lead here at the Black Canyon 100K through 24 miles as we await second place runner who we expect to be from the group of Ida Nilsson, Keely Henninger, and Hannah Allgood. Let's see if they're running as a pack.
Yeah, last time we saw them, they were quite close together coming into Bumblebee. Hannah Allgood, Shay, Keely, and then we saw Elsa McDonald move up a ways to be with that pack, which I think is smart, as she's kind of kept it chill in the beginning, is moving up now. And then I also got reports in the field that Georgia Porter is sitting back in like 10th to 15th. She was one of the pre-race favorites in my mind. I think she's running really patient today, and she told her crew at the last aid station that she's staying patient and feels really good. So excited to see what kind of carnage she can sweep up in the second half.
Yeah, Leo, when we saw that Elsa McDonald had moved up to 8th, we were like, oh, Leah's going to be so happy to hear that. So right on cue.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan of
Okay, we've got Ida coming in now, I believe.
This is a gap now.
And Ida is in yellow now.
So this is now close to a 4-minute gap, if not more.
No, it's 3:21, 3:22, 3:23.
Thank you.
So let's see here. She is going into the aid station. Let me see here. Oh, Keely's right behind her.
Yes,
right.
That's what we wanted. We wanted
Keely.
Keely and Hannah to bridge to
He looks
Ida.
great.
This is exactly where she should be.
Yeah. And Keely is cooling down, getting water poured on her head, on her body.
Yeah, she had a pitcher of water put on her at Bumblebee. This is great. Nice work. Keely Henninger, running smart.
Keely looks awesome. Ida doesn't look so great, actually. She was kind of in and out, but pretty quiet. Looked like she was working. Keely looks happy and really good.
So has Ida exited the aid station, though, also?
Okay.
Yep.
She exited. Let me see here. I can still got my eyes. She's probably just a couple seconds up on Keely. They left roughly together.
So Hannah Allgood should be your next woman in there, and shouldn't be that far behind Keely Henninger. So that's I think our next eyes is looking for that DynaFit kit on Hannah Allgood.
What a race! This is incredible.
This is good.
So second and third place running basically together. We'll see if Keely's able to overtake Ida.
Hannah coming in now. So still close to Keely.
Amazing. So Hannah Allgood's going to come in just under the 3-hour mark here.
Good job, Hannah.
2:59:45 on the clock. Hannah Allgood stopping
She's
to cool
filling
down.
a bottle here.
Great.
Looks like she's munching on some spring energy, and then off she goes.
Wow. Holy smokes.
Oh, we got Shay Aquilano right behind her.
Yes.
Shay is in and out, not stopping. That's
Shay
awesome. That's a fun race.
Aquilano rolling through the aid station. So we've got Keely with
Ida.
Ida.
Megan Morgan coming in. Megan Morgan right behind
Nice.
her.
Holy smokes.
We got one more behind her. That is 1:30. Is that Anna Cassius?
It's probably Anna Cassius.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
It's likely Anna Cassius. Yeah,
What
it's
a
Anna
race.
Cassius right with her.
And both of those two right through the aid station. No cooling, no water.
All
So-
of whom still under Brittany and Claire's times
so
here.
Interesting, though, I would say, is like we saw people like Anthony Costales, Matt Seidel, Keely Henninger being cognizant of getting a little bit of water on them there. And it's just like that stuff is going to start to pay dividends in the back half of this course. And so it's like, while I love the rolling through, I am excited to see a few athletes really taking, 30 seconds here can be 15, 30, an hour later in the race.
Yeah, this is a fun one to see play out too, because you have like the pretty known names like Keely and Hannah in there, and then Megan and Shay right on their heels. So I feel like they're going for it today, and it's pretty exciting to see. I will add the women all seem, I mean, nearly every woman so far is wearing a pack. So the men, a lot of them are using handhelds and like being forced to stop a little bit here for water. A lot of the women are wearing packs, so that probably lends itself to rolling through an aid station a little bit more. But I agree, Corinne. I'd like to see a little bit more cooling down at this stage. Oh, and we got Elsa here now too.
Nice.
So she's moving on up.
Incredible. Hey, Leah, what was the story with Shay and Notre Dame again? Because I was sort of stumbling.
Yeah, she's 21 years old, current student at Notre Dame.
Incredible.
So,
but
I don't think she runs on the cross country team, but somebody in the live stream chat can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think she's ever run on like a college cross country team. I feel like she's come into trail and ultra from this like other, like just like liking to run.
So
long.
Fun anecdote.
Got Jade Bellsberg coming in.
So fun anecdote then, in the women's top 5, we have a 21-year age gap between Shay Aquilano and Ida Nielsen.
That's awesome.
Ida 42, Shay 21. Then we've got Bend, Oregon, Sweden, Portland, Oregon, Colorado Springs, Indiana, Boulder, Bay Area, all represented there in the top 7 in the women's race. Pretty awesome geographical diversity, and great to see that age variance as well.
Okay, so we just saw Jade come through, and last time we saw the runners, it was Ingvild would be next, Bree Grigsby after her, so we'll see if that order has stayed the same. I think this is Ingvild coming in actually right now.
Yeah, I think she was in 10th at Bumblebee, so she's moving up a little bit, it seems. And she was told by her coach, Tom Evans, to be really patient in the first half of this race. She's coming out of a Norwegian winter. She's a physician in Norway.
Looks like she's filling up a bottle here.
And she's taken some time, actually, over the last couple of years. She kind of stepped back from running trail and ultra a little bit to finish out medical school, or like the more schooling portion of her being on the way to be a doctor. And she's officially a physician now. She heads home to like an 18-month-long anesthesiology working stint. Like she seems really excited about it, but finding a lot of balance now between her trail and her medical career.
So
yeah,
cool.
Guys, this is interesting too. So last year, Claire rolled through here at 3 hours 5 minutes, and we are not even at 3 hours and 5 minutes yet. So we just had at least 10 women come through. So it's fast.
It's fast. So
the depth
cool.
is deep. It is fast.
The depth is so deep.
Well, thank you so much, Leah. I think in just a couple of minutes, we're going to be signing off here in studio. Corinne and myself will be replaced by, I think, Andy Jones-Wilkins and Chris Warden. Corinne and I will probably bounce out to the course and try and do some live spectating ourselves. So probably see Leah bouncing around there too. And then I think the two of us will be at the finish line doing interviews of some of the top finishers as they cross the line.
It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a great day. Oh, and here comes Nick Corey into the aid station.
All
Looking
right.
awesome.
We had speculation all day if Nick Curry was going to run or not. We had heard he's a little bit under the weather, so glad to see him out there. Hopefully he's feeling okay.
Oh, he is cooling down. He knows what he's doing, and he is out.
Tactician.
I mean, just the absolute best.
Like he's never done this before. He almost came out of the aid station in the wrong direction. Just a veteran of this course.
Sweet. Well, we want to make sure that we get that next woman through before, because when we leave, we'll throw to a commercial as our exit. But I think, how many women have we had through there? Is someone keeping track in the notes?
Let me see.
Have we had that many?
Probably 12.
Sweet.
Unbelievable. All right, then maybe
Austin Horn from Aravaipa.
let's revisit this one last time.
Yeah, let's give a quick rundown.
So Gloriana Mine, Sage Canada split was 2:45. How many guys do you think we had through Gloriana Mine under 2:45? It's got to still be over 20.
Yeah, we'll make Leah answer that question. Over 20? What do you think?
I think so.
So could we see 10 men go under the existing course record? That's a good question.
Or could we see 10 men just absolutely blow
implode?
I was going to say Mike's predictions are getting closer and closer to being accurate, and I don't know that we want to give him that victory. So we'll see what that looks like. But yeah, again to run things down a little bit before we sign off here, we have Cole Watson in the lead of the men's race. He's followed closely, about 90 seconds back by a very calm, cool, collected Tom Evans. Anthony Costalos looked really solid coming through there in third. John Ranieri is in that mix. Ryan Miller's in that mix. Matt Seidel is in that mix. On the women's side, we have Heather Jackson. She's got a almost 4-minute lead now over Ida Nilsson and Keely Henninger, who came through that aid station together. Hannah Allgood is just behind them, another minute or so. And then she is followed really closely by Shea Aquilano, the 21-year-old out of Indiana. Meg Morgan is right there, and Anna Cassius is in that mix as well. So we've got a really tight bunching from second back to like seventh or so in the women's field. Very exciting racing yet to come.
Yeah, and looks like we got Bree Grigsby coming in here now too. And just a reminder, this is mile 24, Gloriana Mine Aid Station. And the next time we'll be seeing the runners is at the Soap Creek Aid Station at the 50K mark. So 31.2. And I'd assume the men's leaders are getting there in probably a few minutes, probably 10, 15, 20 minutes. It looks like Bree's taking some time to cool down at this aid station.
Nice.
Okie dokie.
We're ready to make our exit.
I think we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break and execute the commentary transition. On behalf of myself and Corinne Malcolm, thanks everyone for tuning in. Stay tuned in, dialed in. We've got a great crew, Chris Warden, AJW, coming to the booth here right now.
Huge shout out to our friends at Free Trail for supporting this live stream. Greatly appreciate it. What is hard? Running many, many, many miles on trail. What is easy? Choosing to eat pizza-coletta afterwards. When romping around Flagstaff, come pay us a visit for a recovery pizza or to fuel your next day on the San Francisco peaks of the Grand Canyon. Our menu is perfect for healthy carbs, fresh vegetables, and reminiscing with friends about your day. Open for dine-in or carry-out at our 2 Flagstaff locations. Find more information at pizzacletta.com or give us a follow on Instagram. And we are back.
So this is something that I wanted to do. We're kind of halfway into transition. I'm Chris Warden. Wanted to spend a moment to talk to you, Dylan. So I got my start with Aravaipa's live stream team back when we first started covering races, Desert Solstice 2018. But I got that start because I originally had a background in radio. And I worked for a station in Rockford, Illinois, and the very first person who got me a job in the broadcasting industry was your late Uncle Chris. So I wanted to just spend a couple moments to give you a big thank you and say, like, you know, how much your family has been a part of this whole journey for me. I worked with Chris at WNTA Radio back in Rockford, Illinois. Your cousin Jen also did some work with me when she was doing public relations for a local not-for-profit. So I have been involved in and out of your family for a quarter century. And I didn't even realize, I didn't put it all together until Jen happened to come out for a spring training visit to say, hey, my cousin is into trail running. And like then it clicked. I'm like, oh my goodness. And this was a few years ago. And of course, we didn't actually meet in person until Silverton a couple days before your magnificent Hard Rock run in 2021. So I just wanted to have a moment to say, you know, this is cool. For me to be on the same broadcast team as a Bowman is something that, you know, has been a large part of my life, my professional career. So I wanted to say thank you to you and your family.
Thank you so much, Chris. And it's funny because I don't know if I've ever really talked about it, but my uncle, Chris Bowman, who passed away sadly probably almost 20 years ago at this point, was a semi-famous radio guy. So I think it maybe runs in the family a little bit. And when you came up and articulated that to me at Silverton a year and a half ago, the first thing I said is, oh, you got to talk to my dad. My dad's here. You got to connect with him. And you know, we're all very proud of Chris and what he accomplished during his life and his career. And yeah, it's great to carry on the legacy as somebody who talks on microphones professionally. So,
as somebody who worked with him on a professional basis, I know that he would be very proud of you today.
Thank you so much.
So that's all I wanted to say. A little bit of an interlude here. AJW will be joining us. Dylan, you know, thanks. This has been so awesome. You and Corinne did a great job to this point, and all AJW and I can do is hope to keep the car on the road until Brett and Finn join us a little bit later. So,
well, the feeling is mutual. Thank you for everything that you and Aravaipa do. It's great.
Thanks for being here.
Peace out, everybody. AJW, you're up.
All right. We are just past Gloriana Mine. The leaders are in the Black Canyon 100K here in 2023, presented by Hoka. We've got a few storylines that we'll be covering over the course of the first part of our broadcast until we see the leaders hit Soap Creek once AJW is in studio. The one thing that I noticed that once I saw that JP Giblin had dropped out as AJW sets up, that's one less slot that runners can cushion. So you now have to finish top 3 as opposed to potentially top 4 if you're chasing a golden ticket. If JP had actually maintained his blistering pace at the beginning of the race, then it might have pushed the ticket down potentially another spot. That's not happening anymore. So now you have to finish top 3 at worst. So that's where we're at right now on as far as on the men's side. And on the women's side, the story is obviously Heather Jackson and what she's doing out there.
Yeah, incredible. But also interesting, too, to note that with Heather already in the race in Western States, this chase pack is the story. I mean, is the second story. But before that was a great little bit with Dylan.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm glad you did that. And, it's really, I think, important for all of us to have an understanding of sort of the things that tie us together. And that was a really cool story. So I'm glad you shared that with us.
I've been following Dylan's career, and, I didn't even realize the connection until a few years ago when somebody brought it up. And so once Dylan became a part of this, of the live streaming and media side of things, I was really looking forward to potentially working with him one day. And so today was actually just kind of a cool thing. I know that his family is watching and listening. So, I hope that they're enjoying what we're doing and all the effort we're putting forth.
And hey, as the voice of Aravaipa, I think you've been on just about every Black Canyon live stream.
I've been on every live stream.
Every live stream.
Yeah, period. Yeah. So,
have we grown up a little bit?
A little bit, yeah. I didn't want to be on last year's live stream, but I dropped out of the race early, so I came in and helped Matt, pull the car into the garage at the end of the night. So,
nice.
But here this year, I was intending to run the race. My training did not go as well as I had hoped. My recovery time from my last ultra has been pretty brutal. So I decided to ask Matt if he had some room for me on the slate, and he was happy to carve out a little spot for me. So I'm glad to be a part of the broadcast once again.
Fantastic.
Jumping right into things. All right, I don't know if we've got any coverage on course, but we can at least take a look. Somebody was asking in the chat about what time the first runners arrive at Soap Creek. We can't tell you what time they're going to arrive right now, but we can give you some historical race splits. Mm-hmm. And in terms of on the men's side, let's see what we've got. Soap Creek, Sage Canada's split was 3:40. So that would be in about 35 minutes. Trueheart Browns was actually ahead of him last year.
Yep.
So that would
just
be
right around 3:34.
Yeah.
And then on the women's side, Brittany Peterson's course record split 4:05. Claire Gallagher, last year's winner, 4:12. So we've got a little bit here.
Yeah.
What do you? Let's go back to our preview show on Thursday.
Yes.
You made a relatively bold prediction of Ida Nielsen.
Yep.
And I was a little bit more maybe concerned about her potential injury status. It looks like she's come to play today.
I got to be honest, AJW, I like my chances on this if the race is close in the second half. And we discussed this at dinner last night.
Yeah.
We had a great media dinner with everybody, so shout out to all the team.
Yeah.
They were able to make it. But I believe that Ida is – I mean, I'm not saying that Heather can't do it. Heather's obviously very talented.
Yeah.
But Ida has done a lot of climbing in the desert over the years. I mean, as we talked about during our preview show, she has the course record at the Crown King Scramble 50K, which was previously an Ann Trayson record.
Yeah.
That's a pretty amazing mark to have. And the second half of this race is where all the climbing is. Yeah. And I'm not saying that Heather Jackson, is not capable, because at Haviland 100, she obviously did hold the lead for well past 60 miles. But miles 40 to 60 on this course are far different than miles 40 to 60 out at Javelina. So I think that there's going to be a different dynamic. My comfort in knowing that Ida has experience in these hills, so to speak, is why I really feel still pretty good about my pick. Now I have Heather still in my top 5. I mean, it would be a very bold strategy to not put her there in your fantasy picks, but.
Well, and following up on that, you remember I spent a fair bit of time talking about the men's Western States Dreamers.
Yes.
You tagged one of the women's Western States Dreamers is Keely Henniger. And she is right there in that chase pack, moving well, and I think she definitely has golden tickets in her sights.
Well, in terms of my free trail fantasy picks, I'm usually in the bottom quartile of the results. However, every time we've done a pregame show or a preview show, I've guessed the woman right, the winning woman correctly.
Yeah.
So, I guessed Devin at Haviland 100. I guessed Courtney at Bandera, which was not exactly the boldest pick, but I'm 2 for 2 so far, and I am curious to see if Ida makes me 3 for 3.
And then on the men's, we do have a Western States Dreamer in the lead in Cole Watson.
Yes.
Are you surprised that he went out so hot?
No.
You're not.
I saw Cole we actually chatted for a while yesterday at the expo. Cole is a great guy. He was actually one of the first people I interviewed a couple years ago when I produced a lot of set pieces for our first Haviland 100 live stream coverage. And Cole, he said he just knows that he's got to go out fast. He didn't say that he needed to necessarily set the pace, but he knew he would be in that top stretch of runners, at least through the very first section through Bumblebee, and now he's extended it to Gloriana.
Yeah.
This, of course, is where things are going to become more interesting, because the first 20 miles of this course are so fast, so runnable. I mean, we were seeing people tick off 6:15, 6:30s down the trail. That's going to come to a complete stop here, because this is where the climbing and the chunky rocky sections start to show up in greater detail.
Right.
So.
And you had Laney. Laney is another Western States Dreamer.
Absolutely.
He seems to be biding his time, close enough to maintain contact. So,
yeah, I don't feel bad about any of my picks at this point. I mean, it's obviously still so early, and we know that trail carnage is a thing, and unfortunately, we're probably going to see it unfold. That's one of the hard things about trying to project and prognosticate a race like this, is that you find yourself with a dozen or more people for 5 spots, and you're almost just kind of picking which people you think are least likely to blow up, because everybody is so close in talent in a lot of the situations.
Yeah.
And the problem is that once you make those picks, everybody lets you know who you're sleeping on and who you left out and who you're obviously against because you have a grudge. It's kind of a weird dynamic. I love doing it, and I always love reading, for instance, baseball season previews. You read those in your or prospect lists. You're agreeing with the rankings, and then you're disagreeing with the rankings. Matt. But at the same time, you're doing, you're also just, you're agreeing, you're disagreeing. I got a little bit distracted. We've actually got some course footage here. Let's see. That's between Bumblebee and Gloriana. That stretch between Bumblebee and Gloriana. Okay, so this is actually just about maybe a quarter mile before Gloriana. Yeah. That's a really beautiful stretch to run. You've still got the view of the Bradshaws to the west of the trail. It runs about 200 feet above Bumblebee Road, and so it's kind of a cruising area for a lot of these runners, I'm sure. Now, we're looking at closer to the mid-pack at this point. Most of the top runners have come through here already.
A little bit more. I just want to go back a little bit to some analysis, because you're the course master here in our broadcast team. We've got the 7.5 mile stretch.
Yes.
Right, going into Soap Creek.
Mm-hmm.
We saw, unless Heather Jackson got some aid right when she entered the aid station or right when she left, we saw her roll straight through without taking anything on, with a 7.5 mile stretch that's not exactly easy.
No.
You make anything of that move?
Yeah,
pretty
it's very
bold move.
It's a very, as has been pointed out, it is a bold strategy, and I don't know. I'm impressed and a little bit concerned, because the next 7.5 miles are where the race truly starts to turn. I believe that there's a climb to a saddle at about, when you're coming off of the trail from Gloriana, at about mile 28, 29, where it's a sharp climb up, and then it's downhill, but it's a pretty technical stretch of downhill, and it rolls a little bit until you get to just before Soap Creek. Mm-hmm. Then at Soap Creek, you hit a road, and you actually have the steepest climb on the course. Like, it's like a reach out and touch the ground, but it's very short. It's less than a quarter mile, but you expend energy there. Mm-hmm. And then you hit Soap Creek 8, and then you're on a stretch where you're actually running kind of like above Black Canyon City. It's a really neat view. And then you head back down into the canyon for your first
right, and
really
you have to imagine with Heather's extensive triathlon experience and her experience at Javelina, and I mean she obviously, one would think, knows what she's doing.
Absolutely.
With respect to nutrition and fluid and hydration and so forth. But it did seem it was it jumped out at me that she
really
kind of bolted through there without at least taking on something.
Yeah, so, I would think that's a section where you want to top off, because it is getting a little bit warmer out there. And while the temps on screen do say 59 degrees, it's going to feel several degrees warmer than that.
Yeah.
But the temperature is actually another thing that I had noted. Compared to years past, when Sage Canaday ran his record-setting course in course record 2016, the high temperature in Black Canyon City was 80 degrees, and the high in Phoenix was 84. Like, that's warm.
That's warm.
We're looking at highs, probably about 69 or 70 at Black Canyon City, and 73, 74 once the runners hit Anthem/Phoenix at Emory Henderson Trailhead. I think that this year's conditions are more conducive to a new course record.
Absolutely.
They're very similar to when Brittany Peterson set the women's CR in 2021, where the high temperature in Black Canyon City was 69 and the high in Phoenix/Anthem was 71. So if it's going to happen, it's going to, I wouldn't be surprised in the least.
Yeah. Do we have people on the ground at Soap Creek yet? Not yet. Okay. So again, as we spoke about in the pre-show, there is this race within a race because of a handful of athletes that are already in Western States. Heather Jackson is already in. Obviously, I think is here to get a good training effort in, to run a race hard.
I feel like it's a statement race for her.
I think
really.
A statement race, yeah.
Because as we discussed on, for those that didn't catch us on our preview show, there were some kind of eyebrows that were raised when she was granted a sponsor spot by Hoka. And again, it's not saying that she's not capable or good enough to have been handed that spot. She is good, but she's relatively new to the sport.
Yeah.
So I think that this is her showing, like, guess what? If you hadn't given me this ticket, I'm going to take it anyways.
Right.
So
right. I think that could very well be.
I think that's got to be her mindset.
She wouldn't
want
it. She wouldn't just having a good race, being the competitor that she is, but also just having that statement. Okay.
Yeah.
I won an ultra, or I would have gotten a golden ticket if I hadn't gotten this.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's actually really. I love that mentality. It reminds me of Mako a few years ago when he came here with a Bandera ticket already, and he still raced this race like his hair was on fire.
Yeah.
Like he had that stretch, in what was it? I think 2018 where he finished top 2 at Bandera. He won the Rock and Roll Marathon here, and then he finished second at Black Canyon that year. Like Heather Jackson's kind of doing that same thing where she's, I could just, train and do my own thing until Western States, but no, I'm going to show you that, what I can do. So,
yeah. Well, and then you've got Elsa McDonald, who, in my opinion, ran maybe one of the most well-executed Western States last year, finished second, had an incredible day, and declined her automatic top 10 spot to focus on preparing for UTMB, I believe.
Yeah.
But she's Canadian, but spends a fair bit of time down here in the desert.
Had
an incredible run at Whiskey Basin last year, and is here perhaps for similar reasons to Heather, but also, she doesn't need to have the statement race as much as just a good, hard training run in February. And, if she gets a top 3, then good for her.
And she's also proven that she knows how to win on this course.
Yeah, absolutely.
She has won on this course in the past, finishing second overall 1 year, and also finishing, I believe the prior year, 6 minutes off of a golden ticket. So she's had multiple fantastic results here. So she's definitely home on this course. Yeah. Definitely comfortable, and definitely knows how to navigate it.
Our third that's already in, and we saw her come through a couple of times when Dylan and Corinne were on, is Casey Lichtai.
Yeah.
Casey had a solid fourth place at Javelina, and as we talked about in the preview show, was granted a race admin spot at Western States, extremely well deserved.
Sure.
But stuck with her calendar, kept this on her race calendar, and is I'm sure going to run a solid, head to toe race here today. So those are some interesting storylines. If by some miracle those 3 finished top 3, fourth and fifth place would get their golden ticket.
That would be fascinating.
So as we saw with Leah at Gloriana, that sort of train of women coming through, within a couple minutes of Heather's blow through, that there's a lot going on in that group.
Yes,
a lot going on.
Somebody was asking who the lead women are currently in the chat. It's kind of we're not 100% sure, but at last glance, it was Heather Jackson in the lead. Ida was on her heel, maybe about 3.5-4 minutes back.
Yep.
And then there was a large pack that was basically on one another's heels. Now we have Zach actually out at Soap Creek getting set up, so hopefully we'll be able to get some solid visuals out there.
Right. Again, we are nearing the course record split of Sage Canada at Soap Creek.
Oh, that is Soap? Oh, Tom Evans is our first man at Soap? Oh, Cole. Okay, so we actually do have eyes on Soap. Okay, we've got, Cole Watson and Tom Evans are the first 2 men through. Oh, okay, good. They're, Brett and Matt are letting us know that they're chatting, running comfortably. And they basically, as I mentioned, you head up that road. It's a very steep climb. Shout out to Linda Van and her crew out there at Soap Creek taking care of everybody. Linda, a long time
Linda Van, one of the greatest.
So they're taking care of those runners there, and then they're going to head, just a few feet up the road, then head continue to head south on the Black Canyon Trail.
If it's a Linda Van aid station, it's a rated R aid station. So be careful with that camera shot there. But I should say they're about 4 minutes up on Sage Canada's course record split through here. So
yeah, she is the third shift aid station captain. There she is right there.
There's
on the right.
Linda Van. For those of you old-time Arizonans, you know Linda.
Former race director Zane Gray, co-director of Haviland 100. Who is our third male right here?
Partnered with Jerry Kay.
Is it Anthony Costales? Okay.
Anthony Costales. Is that him right there?
Yeah, Linda Van helping out Anthony Costales at Soap Creek Aid, basically the halfway point of the race.
Very good. So I'm going to just ballpark.
Getting his bottles filled, and he is bouncing out.
Less than 2 minutes back from Tom and
that sounds
and Cole.
about right.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is the 50K mark. Thank
329, 330 for the 50K?
Yeah.
That's blistering.
Got it. Brett's helping us out here with some intel. 4 minutes under Trueheart. I misspoke about Sage Canada's course record. 4 minutes under, almost 5 minutes under Trueheart Brown's winning time from last year. He got through here in 3:34. So
did.
I mean that's just a fast 50K.
Yeah,
it's plain and simple.
But it also shows that when you compare the Sage splits versus Trueheart splits, Trueheart being several minutes ahead of Sage's splits at this point, but then also giving it back on the second half of this course. Of course, these are the visuals courtesy of Dr. Stephen Crawford out on course. Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate you. Stephen got into Western States this year.
Did he?
Yeah.
All right.
He
hope he's training.
He was a year 5 ticket. He's had some issues trying to working through, but some injuries. But I think he's going to give it his best shot, and he knows what he's doing. He's run Cocodona. He's run. Several 100-mile races. So
there's a Jam sighting on another feed.
That'd be on Ruth Stewart's. Jam is at Black Canyon City, it looks like. So we will be, of course, pivoting to Black Canyon City, which is basically, for those who follow this race closely, that's where things really begin. Mm-hmm. I've seen race leaders come into Black Canyon City, leave Black Canyon City, and come back 5 minutes later. I've seen
calling it a day.
Last year, I believe, and even further into the race at Table Mesa, I've seen that happen too. It's a really amazing thing to see these runners who are leading for a golden ticket position, and all of a sudden just know they're cooked to basically walk it back in. I mean, it's got to be a crushing experience, but.
Thank you, Liam, Aid Station Fireball, always keeping us informed here in the live stream, noting Hayden Hawks split through here in 3:32 in 2020, the COVID year. I guess it was actually just before COVID, but yeah, thank you, Liam, as usual. Keep them coming.
I got to meet Liam for the first time in person.
He was here for the Pemberton 50K, wasn't he?
Yeah. He's a great guy. He came out with our
He's
group
actually
run.
a real person.
Yes, he's not a.
I thought he was just some sort of AI bot who poured out, ultra running stats.
No, he's an actual living, breathing human being.
Very
so,
good.
And he came out here during Super Bowl weekend and ran the Pemberton 50K. But he told me he's already looking forward to the next time he's out here. So.
And for those of you who don't know, the Pemberton 50K is a classic Arizona old school ultra. 2 loops of the classic Pemberton Trail. Brian Wick has been the race director for 23, 24 years. And it's a who's who of Arizona notables on that records list, including Jim Walmsley, who just blistered like a 2:47 there or something.
Yeah, one of the fastest races I've ever seen. So. These visuals are coming. We were just overlooking the actual Black Canyon itself, and I see us back at Soap Creek. We're just waiting for runners to come over that hill. As you can see down below, it is a pretty steep, climb on both sides. It doesn't look like there's much water down there. So, a lot of runners came up to me during the expo to ask about the water crossings. Like there was a big fear of, what to expect. And I told them that really they not to be worried about it. I mean, if they're not used to, they should be, if they're going to come to this race and they know there's water crossings, get used to like sloshing around a little bit. Go and run through your local creek and get your feet wet, and then go and run 3 to 5 miles afterwards. In cases where the water does become a concern, waist high or like even thigh high, Aravaipa has installed several reroutes. The first 3 years I ran this race, I ran to 3 different finish lines. The first year I ran the out and back in 2017. For those who ran that, I believe Anthony Lee in the chat was there. It was a nightmare. It was cold. It was rainy. It was just miserable. But and they even offered a drop down finish. Oh, we've got a pack of men.
Here we go.
Coming in.
This was a gap from Costales, though. This is definitely. I'm thinking 5 minutes or so, but this is a group of, it looks like at least 3.
Let's see if I can get an updated.
Stephen Kerr. Oh, big pitcher dump.
Taking a nice splash bath there.
Ryan Raff.
Ryan Raff, really?
There. Canyon Woodward.
David Laney, yeah.
There we go. There's 2 of my boys.
So, yeah.
Canyon and Laney.
Basically, to recap, Canyon Woodward, David Laney, Ryan Raff, and Stephen Kirsch, all coming through about 5.5 minutes back of third-place runner Anthony Costales. Now, as we mentioned.
Good to see Laney taking care of himself. Look at that. Love that footage, guys.
And I really believe that Laney is going to be able to turn the Jets up in the second half. I watched him at Desert Solstice run a 12:35 mile. Yeah. He is he's got so much talent.
Yeah.
I mean, all of these runners have talent, but
although I think
we tend to be biased over what we see.
I think Coach Hornig's spotting himself over there, though.
So
is that a bottle of tequila under the table?
So Tom Evans and Cole Watson came through at about 3:29. Anthony Costales plus about 90 seconds off that, and Canyon Woodward, David Laney. Okay, we're going to actually send it to Zach at Soap Creek. It looks like we're going to have some audio from that aid station. Zach, how you doing out there?
Doing pretty good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely. You sound great. Looks great, too. Awesome. Great visuals from the top of that hill right there.
Thank you. No, this is a great little aid station. They've got this nice climb coming up in here. And as you guys mentioned, yeah, we did have Tom Evans and Cole Watson coming in, Nick into this aid station. Took very little time, got the essential supplies, got out of here, got a little wet. And then you had Anthony Costales right behind them. He was about 2 minutes. You guys are about right, 90 seconds, 2 minutes. He looked pretty fresh as well. He looked like he was working, but he recognized, and at this point in the day, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get some hard work, right? We're not quite to 50K yet. Everyone looked as you would expect this deep into the race. Then that chase pack with Laney and the other crew behind him, they were all looking fantastic. They looked like they were working together. Everyone was feeding off of one another. So expect that crew, that chase pack with Canyon and those guys to keep working together as they get into later stages into the race, and let's see what unfolds.
Did you notice any in that chase pack? Did they all look relatively the same amount of fresh? We've got Canyon, who's coming off a Bandera not long ago, and then you had Laney, Kirsch, and Ryan Raff. Did you see any sort of chinks in any of their armor, or did they all just look like game on?
Laney looked. He stopped and took a minute to douse himself to get wet. Now, is that going to be something that give up a few seconds to save tens of minutes later on the race? We'll find out. Kirsch looked really good. Canyon looked really good. Canyon looked really happy. He looked like he was just out here enjoying himself, he probably looked the best out of everyone, and also took the fastest split out of the aid station with Kirsch right behind him. So those guys look like they kind of wanted to break away and maybe make a move up on that 7-8 minute gap that they had. The other ones kind of were taking their time in the aid station a little bit longer. So it looked like they were all planning on sticking together or as close together as possible and keep working through these hills coming up.
It looks like there's an 8th and 9th runner, if I'm counting correctly, that has come through the aid station. Do you have eyeballs on them?
Yeah, we've got some guys coming through right now. Nice work.
Nice work, guys. Looking good.
Again, everyone's looking about like what you would expect right now in the race. We're starting to hit the heat of the day. I still got my jacket on and I'm sweating under this. It is getting warm and there's this nice chill in the air. So we got this cool breeze still, but the sun itself is hot. It is going to start roasting runners here. You can kind of see the miles on their face at this point. Everyone's looking like they've been working. They know they've got a long day left, so they're very focused. And yeah, we're really excited to see the women come through here in the next little while. It looks like it's shaping up to be a great race on both sides.
It looks like we've had another set of, to recap the most recent runners through. It looks like we've had Noah Dussault, Janosch Kowalczyk, Matthew Seidel, Ryan Miller, and Eric Sorensen all come through as well. It looks like that is who was that right there?
Bobby P.
Ryan looked a little hot. He looked like he was working. He's one that I mean, he's a tough guy. He's got a lot of strength and speed in his legs. So and there's still enough time in this day to where you can turn it around and still make an amazing comeback. And to be fair, they all are under True Heart's efforts last year and under Sage Canada's record pace. So they are all putting down a day that is potentially going to set some records.
Looks like Ryan Clifford just left as well. And talking about the temperature, it's funny. When I saw you dressed in black long sleeve, I was like, man, Zach must be cooking out there, or it's colder than I thought, because I just checked online, and the temperature apparently there is 63 degrees, so our on-site is pretty close. But that feels different out there. As you can see, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's totally exposed. And that sun will cook these runners unless they're practicing heat mitigation strategy.
And as you saw, there were a few of the athletes who did douse themselves here, even though ambient temperature-wise, 60 degrees is not that hot. But this sun is starting to bake. Like, it is warm out here. It is palpably warm. And you're seeing runners start to douse themselves a little bit. Again, is it giving up a few seconds at an aid station to save minutes at the end of the race? I think that's a great strategy today because there is no cloud cover. It is going to get really warm. And so to mitigate that now and not lose time off of that, I think was a smart strategy. We'll see how it pays off. David Laney took the time. He's an experienced runner who knows what he's doing and knows how to handle these hot days. So we'll see if that pays off for him.
I agree with you. And one of the things about the next aid station, obviously they go to Black Canyon City next. And there's an out and back stretch of about 3/4 of a mile. So if you're within 10 minutes of the lead pack, you're going to see them coming or going. So that's important to note that you're going to have an awareness as you're heading into Black Canyon City. Like if you're, 8 to 10 minutes off, and it's, it's a climb out of Black Canyon City back to the top of the trail before you head down into the canyon once again, you're going to be able to know and have a good feel for where you're at.
Exactly. And right here through this section of the course, it's really windy. So you could be, that 8 to 9 minute gap that the front pack had, they're not going to be seen for almost the rest of the day until you get to Black Canyon. So that chase pack has no idea how far ahead those athletes are. So are they, trying to pace themselves well? Are they running their own race? Are they trying to make up time? We're going to see what plays out by the time we get there. And the day will unfold as it always unfolds here at Black Canyon with so much fun and excitement, destruction, and also this is historically a course where names are made. So some of those non-brand athletes that we didn't see up there that we might not recognize from previous wins, this course has a way of bringing out those new athletes and letting them have a fantastic day. Maybe it's naivety, maybe it's excitement of the day. We don't know, but they're definitely poised to have a great day still. Again, that chase pack following those top three were still under course record pace. They were still under True Heart's slightly faster than course record pace last year. So anything can happen still. The day's not even halfway over, and there's still so much trail to be had.
Absolutely. And, talking about where names are made, obviously we've, shout out to Brett Hornig, our colleague, for coining the phrase random baller, because Trueheart Brown was the ultimate random baller last year, the way he came in and torched the course. Now, even those of us locally had seen him at a few races here and there, but this was a completely different level.
Yeah, I mean, I was here last year filming, and he took it out hot from the beginning. He made his move in the first 7 miles of the race. He took that lead, and he just maintained it almost all day towards to get gobbled up a little bit. But it was one of those days where he made his move early. Nobody so far has made that early move. Now, those front two, you have Cole and you have Tom Evans. They're sitting together right now, and Anthony Costales is keeping an eye on them. I wouldn't say that was a decisive move. No one's made that front leap move. Those two, Tom and Cole, are working together. I would say Cole did make a pretty aggressive move to get to Bumblebee from what we saw there. Yes. Outside of that, they've just been working together.
We did see Ranieri come through, Zach, and he was a little bit worked. We know he went out hard. And it looks like Elliot Carden, a former Golden Ticket winner, is on his way up towards you as well.
Yeah, and he would be under his splits from when he ran it a few years ago and got his ticket. So this is shaping up to be one of those days where it's a lot faster than we anticipate. I'm going to chalk that up to it being a nice, cool morning. Also, the trail conditions have been fantastic in terms of we've had some recent rain and snow that has really made this not very dusty, very grippy, but not so slick that you're slipping around like a few years ago when we had the Mudageddon.
Yeah, that 2017 year was that was my first time running the 100K there, and it took everything I had to finish 6 minutes to midnight. So it was a heck of an experience.
I'd like to just jump in on the chat for a second. Suzanne Tyler, thank you for your comment. There are indeed over 800 runners besides the top ones in the race. We understand that there are a lot of people out there watching with interest in a lot of other runners than just the lead pack. And one of the things we are doing this year, I know it's several hours away, but Chris and I will be up at the finish line between 11 and 1 a.m. Tracking the finishers of those Western States qualifying times. So while it may not be the coverage that everybody would like, we'll also have a still cam on the finish line going all night long. So, or at least until we sign off at 1 a.m. So while I understand there are 800 other runners in there, and we'd all love to be able to give them the coverage that they deserve, we with our limited resources, we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, we are really focused on the front of the pack today, based on the format of this broadcast. How far are your eyes on the course coming up to you when you're at the top of that hill? How far out can you see? Do you anticipate seeing any of the lead women coming through here very shortly?
We should see some of the lead women. I would anticipate lead women to be coming through in the next 10, 15. We've got some athletes down on the course. They're kind of winding their way through. Again, this is Black Canyon. It looks like a straight line on a map, but you are going up and down, in and out of so many washes that it's really hard to see super far ahead. And I do want to add a little piece about the mid-pack and back-of-the-pack runners and all of the athletes out here. Something that was shared with me that I still hold like really, really true to my heart, that I was talking to an elite athlete in the marathon, and I was like, man, you crush it. You're so fast. You like just run so much harder than the rest of us. And he told me something that I will never forget. He said, we're all running just as hard. I couldn't imagine being out there an extra 10, 20, 15, half an hour. So the fact that I'm running just as hard as him, but I'm a half hour back, he gave me the absolute credit for that. And I have to say that's translated in my perception of athletes. Everybody here on this course today is running the same effort. We're all giving everything we've got to the course. And for those who are going to finish 5, 6, 7, 8 hours after the front runners, they earned more respect, in my opinion, because they're putting that same effort in for that much longer. And so shout out to every single athlete on this course who is working their way to the finish line. We have a shared goal of getting there. And yes, the broadcast is going to focus on the front for a portion of that. But shout out to every single athlete out here putting in their dues, putting in their time in training, and getting themselves to that finish line.
Oh, Zach,
that's so well put.
So well put. And I want to say too, there are many people in this race, the 800 or so in this race, and one of the reasons they're here is to get a qualification for the Western States 100. For those of you in the live stream who've never been to the Western States 100, if you ever have the chance to go to Auburn, California on the 4th weekend in June, do it and get to the Placer High School track at 10 a.m. and sit there for an hour and watch the golden hour unfold at Western States 100. There is no greater triumph of the human spirit than that.
It looks like we've had Michael Quesnell as well as a few other runners hitting the aid station. Shout out to Linda Van, who is in the center of the shot there in that gray. You've also got several other volunteers. That's what makes these races possible. These volunteers that are out on course and have been doing this for, in Linda's case, what, 30, 40 years?
30, 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, if Zach, I don't know if you're familiar with Linda, but if you get a chance to talk to her, I'm sure you're busy as heck today, but if you ever engage her about the history of trail running in the state, you will get a real lesson. She's absolutely fantastic.
Also, she's been phenomenal. We've been here for a few minutes, and she's been cheering us on as media crew. She's been amazing. And yeah, even to further that point, this race, we might be following, a majority of the front runners. We're a lot of athletes here today, but this race and this community is about far more than just the few people we see. It is about everybody here making sure the race happens. Good job, Mike. It is about the crew, the pacers. It is the shared experience that we are all putting in here. And that's what makes this community so special. And yes, we do want to shout that out to you guys. We do want to shout everybody out. And if we had the bandwidth, I guarantee we'd have a camera on every single athlete. But that's the beauty of this community we are all here doing the same thing. And it is fun to watch the front. That is going to be the excitement. But the durability, the toughness, the grit, that is the final hour. And to your point, AJW, that golden hour, I've never, ever been to a golden hour and not shed tears.
Absolutely.
You guys are awesome. You're so amazing. Like, the winners are great. But the golden hour, that's what brings emotion. That's what brings heart to this. It's exciting to watch winners. But it is emotional to watch those last couple finishers come in.
You can see Cocodona 2021 winner Michael Versteeg in the center of your viewfinder right now. Versteeg is an amazing interview, an amazing conversation. If you ever have the opportunity to chat with him, he is truly a one-of-a-kind guy.
Leah, thanks for jumping on. We've had several questions in the chat as to whether Heather Jackson is still in the lead. As far as we know, she is. We expect her coming by, Zach, very soon. Just to put it in perspective, Brittany Peterson's course record split through here was 4:05. We're currently at 3:53 elapsed. Heather was trending 7 to 10 minutes ahead of Brittany's course record splits through the earlier aid station. So depending on how she's progressed, again, this is a long section, 7.5 miles. But we would expect to see Heather coming by within the next 10 minutes, I would assume. Based on where she was trending before that. So the Heather Jackson fans out there, and we know there are a lot of you. We got to know you all at the Javelina live stream. Good to have you all back. Welcome to Trail and Mountain Ultras, and enjoy the coverage.
Yeah. Half mile out from that would make sense, because with the 4:05/4:12 splits that we're comparing Brittany Peterson and Claire Gallagher's previous splits, they were running how much quicker? About 7 minutes quicker. So I would expect that in the next 3 to 6 minutes we're going to see our first women hit Soap Creek Aid. So
Zach, did you hear that? We've got Heather Jackson within a half a mile. Okay, great.
Yeah, we've got her. We're looking down course just a little bit. We're hoping we can see her come up, see what kind of shape she's in. And apologies, we've been in and out of service the last couple aid stations for us. But I can tell you at Bumblebee, And when we saw them cross the road, I'm sure Leah gave you guys some great updates. They looked fantastic. They looked phenomenal. So, I mean, it is anybody's day out here. It is going to be fun to see these girls come through. And I will say, when we were at Bumblebee, I didn't get to shout this out, but Keely Hinniger had moved herself into fourth position and gave me the hardest high five I think I have ever had. And she is ready to do some work today. So I would not be surprised to see her moving on up the field with the gusto that she hit Bumblebee with.
Looks like we're getting updates that Tom Evans is approaching the Y junction where he would head to the out and back section towards the Black Canyon City aid station. That is cooking. That
is that Tom? Is that Tom on the drone shot there? And Cole's in there too. Okay.
Yeah. Colt's in the easily recognizable.
So explain the Canyon Y Black Canyon Y junction. Is that how far is that from Black Canyon City proper?
It's about maybe a mile, if that. Okay. Basically, there's an out and back section where you have to head down, cross the timing mat, and it's also the largest crew point on course. It's the end of the 60K, so they're exactly 60K in at this point. I've never been out there. Well, actually, I've been out there with the front last year, but never as a racer, obviously. But it can get pretty chaotic there a little bit later on. So if you're not one of the first few runners in there, like the carnage can be just navigating the aid station itself. It looks like we've got a shot.
Looks like we've got.
I would assume we're going to be seeing Heather Jackson or one of the other women coming up here really quick.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
You're on, Zach.
Awesome. Yeah, you are absolutely right. You can see behind me we've got this nice steep climb up into this aid station, right? So this is looking down course as they're coming up. We've got back there, you can see Heather Jackson, Ida, and Keely is right behind Ida. So as I predicted, she's going to move herself up there. She's going to put herself in contention for not only a ticket, but a potential win today. Yeah, we've got the girls coming up this road here, so let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah, let's keep it with you, Zach. Let's keep it with you, Zach, so we can get a little insight on how these trio of top women are looking on this climb up here. And you said you're before the aid station, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We are not even 100 yards away from the aid station. So we've got this climb. They're going to crest up over here in a second. Keep climbing past us. They're going to drop, just a couple feet into the aid station. And here she is, Heather Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. She is just putting on a clinic today. Probably enjoying this nice little brief bit of cloud cover.
This footage is fantastic. This is $1 million shot right here. The beauty of the background, the amazing Heather Jackson making her way into the aid station at Soap Creek, the halfway point of the Black Canyon 100K. Folks, this is about where most 100Ks begin. And, it's open to debate whether it starts here or at Black Canyon City, but we're definitely seeing a race because it sounds like Ida Nielsen is hot on her heels. And as you know, Zach, from running out here in the desert, Ida, having set that Crown King course record a few years ago, she can chew up hills if you can win that race and set a course record.
Wow, that was a 8-second stop for Heather.
She's already out.
Gone.
She was in, got her water, gone. That's all she asked for was water. She had her gels in her hand. She is racing this with strategy, with discipline. And as you guys saw, she came up that hill, just, I'm fine. She just was casual about it. Like, you can tell she's working. She's this far into the race, but she doesn't look like she's any further than where we're at right now. So she is racing a great race from an effort output and mentally, emotionally. She looked fantastic.
Do you have eyes on Ida yet down the hill?
I have not seen her yet. It looked like her and Keely were right. We're going to walk down a little bit and try to see if we can't get them coming up the hill here.
Quick Keely.
Just cresting.
Quick Keely story here. I was at Michigan Bluff at Western States last year when she went out aggressively at the start, had a bad ankle injury, tried her best to get it back together at Michigan Bluff and wasn't able to. So she is hungry for this.
There's Ida right there.
There's Ida.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But,
no.
Leah is giving us a heads up that it sounds like 5 women within 4 minutes coming into the aid.
Excellent. Elsa coming along too.
Yeah.
What a
Keely,
race.
Shay, Meg, Hannah, Elsa. What a
There's Ida coming through. We got Keely coming up. Ida looked a little more worked on the uphill than these two girls. Keely looks great, looks fresh as always.
Look at this. There's Keely.
that smile makes work.
Oh, man. One of our Western States dreamers for sure. Really good to see Keely putting it together in this first 50K. By the way, all three of these women so far under course record pace, which would have got 5, 6, 7 minutes under it.
Yeah, course record.
Substantially under course record pace. Yep. They're not at it. They are under it decisively.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All of them looked fairly similar. Now, Heather did look a little more sprightly in her step. She looked a little lighter on her feet. Ida looked a little worked going in there. She looked like she was starting to get hot. She was starting to breathe a little heavy. Keely was smiling through the heavy breath. So, she's working. She's put herself in a good place. My hope is that she worked herself up here. She's going to cool it down to Black Canyon and just ride those coattails and then make her moves from there.
Yeah,
but
we did.
Zach,
we did just see on the camera at the aid station itself. Keely took about 30 seconds, got a sponge, got some cold stuff down her back. So it looks like she made that, just enough time to cool down before this next section. So that looks really, wow, what a great top three. And we understand from Leah that Elsa McDonald is right on their heels.
Yeah, it sounds like several women are going to be making their way up this hill very quickly.
Elsa, sure, she's coming up shortly. Now, what you guys can't see that I can see from here is them taking off out of the aid station and up the trail. And I can see Keely left that aid station a little more aggressively than Ida. Ida looked like she's settling into a long day, is what she looks like. Which that's her style. She races hard. She's going to do it. But Keely left here with a little more pep in her step. That ice, that water, that's going to help a ton. And here we go. Nice.
What up?
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, I would have to say if Ida's going to make her move, it's going to be between either Black Canyon City and Cottonwood Gulch or between Table Mesa and Doe Spring. Those would be the areas where I would expect that.
5th place woman. Is that Shay?
We have Shay, yep, and we have Morgan in front of her.
Okay.
All still a few minutes under course record pace.
It's my mind is being blown today. I am completely shocked.
Yeah, you're not alone. You're not alone, Zach.
I wasn't prepared to be talking about course records being shattered by so many athletes at this point. I was fake. Maybe someone might take off. Maybe someone might throw something down. But this is insane to see this many athletes under course record pace. And I'm just going to go be a pure numbers guy and say statistically, not all of those athletes are going to blow up. So there's going to be someone who's going to hold on and make it happen. And we've got Hannah.
What's up, Zach?
Go, Hannah.
Hannah, all good?
It's all good. Hannah running station, looking strong. I mean, she's a very strong athlete as is, so she will eat those hills pretty well. She's looking good. She's looking happy. Again, they're all working at this point, so it's no one's going to look fresh. But she looks good. She looks strong.
One of the things about this race is that, not only just talking about the course record, but the history of runners who have run this race, who have, challenged and gone after that course record. I mean, you've got, Elsa McDonald, you've got Courtney DeWalter, you've got, Brittany Peterson with the record, Lisa Roberts, Camille Herron. This is a very stout race history. So for these women to be challenging those numbers and those names, it's absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. And I think what we're seeing is this race unfold, and you can only take, here comes the great white North athlete. We got Elsa.
There's Elsa.
Let's go.
Go get it. You're looking great.
You're looking so good.
Yeah, I would say that even though she doesn't have the course record, that Elsa has probably navigated this race better than anybody in its history on the women's side. I think that she has shown that she knows how to win in all conditions and knows how to compete in all conditions out here, whether it be hot or not.
Yeah,
Absolutely. She did make one comment that she was thirsty coming in. She's been out of water for a minute, so maybe that slowed her down just enough to sit back, and she played it smart. Now, Elsa's not someone who's going to go take unnecessary risks. She's going to run hard. She's going to run her best race, and she knows that's going to put her in a great position to be on that podium. And if you look at her splits from previous years and her finish time, she's on that split pace.
Yeah, she's taking her time. She doesn't look hurried at all.
As well as she did last time.
She looks fantastic. She's kind of chilling for the moment, like basically, had a water bottle filled, took a few drinks from it, had it refilled, is interacting with the aid station people down there. She seems like she's really comfortable with where she's at and how she's moving right now. And again, like she is ahead of course record pace, the previous course record pace, by still a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And we're only halfway through. It
Job,
looks
Nick.
like
How you doing, bud?
we've got sight on the front of the field.
I think we got a Nick Curry sighting. Was that Nick?
Nick Curry in the aid, but on the
that was Nick Curry.
Is Austin Horn with him? I know that he was earlier.
No, look, he's by himself.
Okay.
One thing I do want to mention about this course and how it's playing out is I think with Black Canyon, considering the conditions are always, you never know what you're going to get. It could be super hot, could be muddy, could be rainy, could be cold. I think what you do is you run the race that you're given. And considering we had a nice, cool, earlier morning with great trail conditions, I think that's why we're seeing the front end play out the way it is. Now the heat's going to hit, and we'll see what happens after this.
It looks like Tom Evans and Cole Watson are finishing that climb out of the canyon and approaching the junction. That's a steep climb. It doesn't look like it on camera, but it's a soul crusher if you're a mid to back of the packer. So for them to be moving at this kind of pace as they're heading up that hill, that's something. It is very steep, a lot of switchbacks. So, it's going to be interesting to see, how long. I mean, at this point, seconds matter in terms of, keeping things going in this race, because that chase pack, as we know, was only about, about a minute and a half behind them.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, thank you, Sarah Newberry, in the chat. You can check your bingo card for the P.D. Pablo reference.
Yes.
Thank you, Sarah. You're a sweetheart.
Gratuitous P.D. Pablo reference. We do have certain references that we do tend to uncork every one of our live streams.
Yeah.
Did you see that Dollar Store Anton donated $1?
I did.
To the
I think it was
chat.
his last dollar.
Yes, his last dollar. Now he's got to concentrate on free trail things.
I'm going to just comment. You mentioned it. Elsa did a great job in that aid station. As Zach said, she was coming in. She was coming in thirsty. She took care of herself. If I have Elsa McDonald behind me, I'm not relaxed.
No, you definitely cannot.
She's a charger.
Yeah, you can't cruise at that point. You've got to, be very aware and still, keep your wits about you, because, Elsa or any of these other women that are part of this chase pack could change your day's forecast in a hurry. I am Chris Warden with Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're going to take a quick break. You are watching the Black Canyon 100K live stream on YouTube, sponsored by Hoka.
Roam & Run is dedicated to creating unique apparel and gear for every runner. Express your passion and inspire others to get out and run. We are built for miles. Let's roam and run together. Shop our newest arrival of apparel, technical running hats, socks, and more. Visit roamandrun.com and use promo code BLACKCANYON to unlock 25% off your next order. From the Some Work All Play podcast, 1 out of every 1,000 stars is so large that it runs out of hydrogen fuel to sustain the nuclear reaction at its core. It collapses in on itself into a black hole, an area so dense and massive that no light can escape the gravitational pull. At the center of our Milky Way galaxy, there is a super massive black hole that is 4 million times the mass of the sun. Just like no light can escape these interstellar behemoths, no course records can escape Courtney Dauwalter's supermassive running ability. Our assignment to you: shine so brightly that you occasionally explode with fury, the fury of 1,000 suns. Huzzah! And lastly, the Black Canyon Trail Coalition was organized to promote and facilitate the creation and use of the Black Canyon Trail System and continues to maintain and grow the trail system to this day. The Coalition's purpose is to enhance the quality of life for trail users by providing a world-class trail experience in a natural desert landscape. Aravaipa Running is honored to be able to showcase these world-class trails at Black Canyon Ultras. To show our support, every $1 of our live chat donations will be donated to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. Huge thank you to Benjamin Shepper of Apple Plumbing, Heating, and Air of Westminster, Maryland, for supporting the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. Let's send it back to our guys in the studio, Andy Jones-Wilkins and Chris Warden.
Thank you very much, Matt. Huzzah!
I tell you what, nobody writes ad copy quite like David Roche.
Absolutely. You are looking live at Tom Evans. We had some shots during our break of Black Canyon City, the aid station set up there. It is pretty awesome. One of the things I actually made a good point that I hadn't even thought about. In the chat, Lindsay Clemens, triathletes know how to execute fast transitions. They absolutely do. That's, their aid station / transition behavior is something that a lot of trail and ultra runners could probably try and model themselves after. I mean, I've had friends who have done both, and in terms of the tri side, they practice like getting in and out of aid stations. That's not something we necessarily do on this side, but it's something that might help their efforts moving forward. Maybe Heather Jackson brings something to the sport overall in that regard.
The perspective on the Tom Evans, Cole Watson approaching Black Canyon City. We're sitting at 4:10 elapsed into the race. Last year, Trueheart Brown in winning the race hit Black Canyon in about 4:21, and Sage Canaday back in 2016 in 4:31.
I usually hit it at about 8:21,
yeah.
8:31. So I am in awe of these runners and how amazing they are. So interesting that you mentioned those two benchmarks. Trueheart's 11:21 number last year, but Sage's 11:31 back in 2016. It shows that the next few miles can be a race-altering experience. You can see, okay, they are just neck and neck heading down that hill. Is that, and there's more, okay, so. Oh, that's the Rome Drone from Soap Creek. Okay.
All right.
So that's from Soap Creek. That's not from Black Canyon City. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I was going to say there were a lot of runners together at this point. I was that chase pack might have closed in a hurry. Yeah, Emily, phenomenal ad by David and Megan Roche. You should have seen the furrowed eyebrows in this in the studio, kind of wondering where they were going with it.
Yeah,
that was one of the fun things about the Bandera live stream is that was the first time we had worked with the Swap podcast, and I was going in reading those ad reads blind. Like I didn't know what to expect, so I'm basically, rip and read copy like I was doing a newsread, and I had no clue what I was looking at. Okay, now we're looking at Black Canyon City. There's a few homes above. It's such a gorgeous area. If you ever get the chance to come out here and run the Black Canyon Trail, if you're just visiting Phoenix, do yourself a favor and pick a couple of spots and explore either end of. You can just do an out and back 2 miles, one direction or another. Is that Tom Evans right there?
All right, there.
Tom Evans.
We've got a chase cam on Tom Evans. Gosh, he looks smooth.
Is he leaving the junction or is he heading towards it at this point? I would assume if we've got a follow cam that he's actually probably leaving the junction heading down towards Black Canyon City. I wouldn't think that our follow cam would go much further out than that. Oh, thank you very much, Matt. So we actually have multiple follow cams in that area. That's awesome because that way we'll be able to keep eyes on multiple runners entering and exiting Black Canyon City, which will become a bit of a traffic jam. That single track coming down from the junction is a little bit narrow, and you will have to, play a little bit of a right-of-way game here and there with runners. Now, granted, when you're coming through 8-9 hours, it's not as big of a deal, but I've been at that junction when we've had to do reroutes and had Mako and Senseman like barreling down at me, where seconds mattered in the chase for a podium spot. And it's kind of terrifying. And I'm not a small guy. Like they were, they had a lot of momentum on their side. So, it'll be interesting to see if that becomes an issue where some of the runners, trying to have to defer to one another as they enter Black Canyon City.
And if you're just tuning in, Tom Evans, perhaps one of the top ultra runners in the world.
Yes.
From Great Britain, has a third place Western States finish to his name, and this past year, third place at UTMB, perhaps one of the most incredible third-place performances in the history of the race. Of course, that gave him a golden ticket. UTMB, interestingly enough, is a golden ticket race. So he's already in Western States and is looking like he's just hammering this thing. Again, Trueheart Brown got through here at about 4:20 elapsed. And so Tom, I would suspect, is just a few minutes out. Wouldn't you say, Chris?
I think that sounds right. Quick shout out to Ellen Silva in the chat. Thank you for the super chat donation. Ellen is she's run. I've seen her at several races. She's run Hard Rock. She's run Mogollon Monsters. She's a veteran of the sport and also has done a lot of volunteering at Hard Rock as well at URA AIDS. So shout out to Ellen. All proceeds on the Super Chat side will be going towards the Black Canyon Trail Coalition to help maintain this beautiful course that we're following right now. We are getting news out on the field that Corey Keene is dropping at Soap Creek. Right now we are following Tom Evans and Cole Watson as they enter the area around Black Canyon. Okay, so they're actually is that Tom Evans heading right down the short road into Black Canyon Aid. So he's going to be hitting the aid station here very quickly. So if you're on the ground and with our live stream, you will be seeing the race leader for the Black Canyon 100K. Yep, Tom Evans and Cole Watson right behind him right there. You're talking 2-3 seconds apart, at this point in the race. Yeah. So, yeah, they follow this dirt road for about a quarter of a mile or more coming from the actual trailhead entrance in Black Canyon City, for those of you that have been out there before. And then they hit the aid, which is actually at a huge parking lot just north of Rock Springs Cafe in Black Canyon City. For those of you that have never been to Rock Springs Cafe, excellent pie.
Yeah.
But
they are sending it to Leah.
All right.
Okay, we're just waiting to get Leah.
There she is. Leah.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can. How are you?
Oh my, we've got Tom Evans coming in right now. That was good timing. I'll let you guys see him. First male runner through. He is with his Adidas Terex team down there. They are giving him an ice bandana, and there's Anthony Costales too. Go, Anthony. And we got Cole Watson right behind him. This is a race, you guys. That is all three of them in the aid station. Looking good, Anthony. We got Cole coming through. He's got 2 bottles. We got the camera on Anthony right now. And then Cole Watson's going to be right next to him into this aid. Got my eyes on Tom Evans, too. He's got an ice bandana, 2 bottles, some Martin gels, and he is out of the aid station. Anthony is out right behind him. Looks like he's got 3 bottles with him, which I think is a good move leaving this aid station. It gets hot on this next section. We have Cole with his wife Jocelyn here. He's got a
big ice
buff loaded up, which is a great move. He looks a little warm, and he is getting doused right now. So I do think taking a couple extra seconds here to cool down, get the heart rate down, get the core cool is going to be crucial, because leaving this aid station, they have about a 700-foot climb in 2.1 miles or so. The terrain's a little unforgiving.
Yeah, the stretch where they go back to the junction, they head right down into the canyon and then climb right back out. And the area between Black Canyon City and the next water crossing and Cottonwood is a very unforgiving climb, especially if it is feeling warm out there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just short of 9 miles too. I mean, the longest section between 8 on the entire race. So I think what Cole's doing right here, great camera work, by the way, is smart. And good work.
Absolutely. It's a hot section. He looks good. Looks like Anthony and Tom probably left about 30 to 45 seconds ago, and I'd say they look a little bit better, a little bit more focused. Cole looks like he's feeling the heat a little bit, but I do think that time he just spent cooling down here is going to pay dividends later on.
It'll be interesting because this is where the race tends to take a different characteristic. All 3 of these runners came through in the 4:17, 4:18 mark. And in years past, that's actually below not only Sage's course record at 4:31, but Trueheart's time last year at 4:21:36. But as we've mentioned, this next stretch is where things can change dramatically. Of the 3 men through here to this point, I guess if you were to prognosticate or handicap, which one is best suited for this next stretch where there is some climbing and technicality?
I think it's a good race here. What's interesting is these two guys race each other. I'm talking more specifically about Tom Evans and Anthony leaving here. I wouldn't be surprised if Cole fell back a little bit on this section just based on how he looks. But I think Anthony races really competitively against other runners, and I think Tom's the same way. They're both very good competitors tactically. So I think they both have strengths here. I mean, like, Tom ran an extraordinary time at like Trans Gran Canaria shorter race last year, which has like a lot of really technical terrain in the second half. And some of the trails out here really remind me of that type of course, minus a lot of the vert. This stuff's a little bit more rolling and flat. But I think he can fare very well in this section. I think it's just about how much do they really break each other on this next section, because I think we saw they came in here 2 or 3 minutes under what Trueheart came through here last year on, and he was racing a very blazing fast race that day.
Well, speaking of Trueheart, Matt, if you can pull this comment up from the man himself, Trueheart Brown mentions that, quote, "This next section is tough. I remember running out of water on this next stretch." And if it would explain why Trueheart's pace, began to tail off at this point. I mean, he ran an amazing race, but at the same time, was it a perfect race? No, but it was a heck of a run. So this next section, if runners are unprepared, could be a make or break section.
Yeah, I think so. And it is hot. I mean, I was shivering at the start line. You guys saw me this morning, and It is nice and sunny and blazing now. So, I mean, if I were out there running, I'd be loading up with ice here, cooling down, taking an extra minute because, yeah, like you guys mentioned, this section is really long. I ran this section to the finish yesterday. The train gets tough. If you're in a bad headspace, it just exponentially gets more terrible the longer it goes on. So I think you need to stay in a good headspace, and I think part of that is staying cool.
With regard to heat mitigation strategies, we saw Cole basically wearing a bag of ice on his shoulders as he exited. I didn't catch to see what Tom and Anthony were doing in terms of heat mitigation. Did they just splash, or did they have ice buffs?
No, Tom had an ice bandana as well, very similar to Cole's. Anthony looks like he took 3 bottles with him, and I think his plan leaving here was to have 1 bottle for dousing himself, and then 2 for drinking. And he's not wearing a pack or anything, and it does look like his wife, Katie, I iced him down and poured a bunch of water over him, but he's not wearing an ice bandana like both Cole and Tom are.
Is it warm, or is it more just, is it uncomfortable, or what would you say?
It's not bad, but I think if you're 38 miles into 100K, it's warm. And I think for a lot of these people who are training in the winter right now, I mean, 65 degrees, which it probably is right now, feels quite hot at this time of year and at this point in a race. So I think if we were coming from summer months, this wouldn't feel exceptionally warm right now, but I think this is feeling pretty tough for the racers.
For those just tuning in, this is the Black Canyon 100K, and we were just joined by Leah Yingling on the Free Trail Field Cam. Of course, the Free Trail team.
Guys, looks like we've got another runner coming in here. This is 4th place. This is Bib 163, who I believe is Ryan Raff. So he's a recent collegiate athlete, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. NAU. He's a pretty stellar. Some very fast times, 13 something, I think, for 5K.
Very interesting.
And so that's a decent gap to 3rd. Looks like he's taking some time here. He's with his crew, getting bottles filled up. We'll see if he does any heat mitigation strategies like some of those other guys did. But I do believe he was leading a pack of guys that we should be seeing soon. So this is Ryan Raff here.
Leah, those shoes look fancy. What is he sporting on his feet?
I know, those are nice.
Don't those look sweet?
I think those are Tectons. Are those Tectons? I know. I was like, I kind of like those.
Yeah.
Those are nice colors.
We need Brett. Brett, get eyeballs on Raph's shoes.
I know. Yeah, Brett, tell us in the chat what these shoes are.
Yeah,
they
are sweet. He's got the golden ticket shoes, that's for sure.
So it looks like he is on the other side of the aid station, cooling down with a sponge right now. They're squeezing that over him. Decent sized gap, I'd say, from first through third to his place now. I think if any of those guys start feeling the heat, he looks good. I mean, I think he could sweep him up. It looks like he's putting ice in his sleeves right now too. So
Leah,
we haven't seen any other guys do the ice in the sleeves yet.
Brett has given us the affirmative that they're the Hoka Tecton X's, he thinks.
Okay,
yeah,
nice.
So
I'll be honest, Leah. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen somebody come in right behind Ryan at this point. Like, it seemed like he was part of a larger pack.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the larger pack coming in.
All right.
So it looks like we have we got David Laney. Looks like we got Janish and Stephen Kirsch.
Okay.
All three of them together. We're gonna kind of zoom in here for you guys. Looks like David Laney's got some ice in his hat. He's gonna be the first guy we see here in the craft kit. He's training in the Pacific Northwest, so probably not in hot conditions like these.
Looks like
we've got a whole line. This is cool. It's like an assembly line of crew right here. We have the Adidas Terex team serving up there. 2 runners down there, Stephen Kirsch and Janish from Germany.
This is a different I don't remember it being like this at Black Canyon City last year. Maybe I'm wrong, but to see everybody kind of railed up, so to speak, rather than coming into the actual aid station area, like this seems like different from what I remember.
Yeah, I'm not positive if they've changed it up this year. It's better crowd control this year by doing it this way, which I think is working great. Like being able to come into the aid station like this, see your crew, and then roll into the aid station to see if there's anything else you want from that aid station.
That makes sense.
I like doing it this way.
That makes sense because
so
in previous years it can get bonkers
all three
there.
Of these guys. So here's our eyes are on Stephen Kirsch. So it looks like he's got an ice bandana. He's doused down, ice in his hat. Looks like we've got another runner coming through here, and this is Noah, bib 152. I'm blanking on his last name.
Noah Dussault.
He's in the
Noah
Dussault. There we go.
Yep.
He's in the Cal shorts here, and then we might have another guy. I'll keep my eye on the chute here. So yeah, that's a big stream of guys. So Ryan, we had Tom Evans in first, Anthony Costala second, Cole Watson in third, Ryan Raff in fourth, and then a group of Stephen Kirsch, David Laney, Janish Kowalczyk, and Noah now coming in here.
Public service announcement for a second. Would someone please take away Finn's laptop? These dad jokes are killing me.
Looks like Noah's stocking up with some ice, and he's got some watermelon, spring gels, a little bit of everything here. And looks like his crew's squeezing a ice bandana for him.
Those
not
are
sure
some
if
sweet.
he has any ice on his body.
Those are some sweet shorts right there.
Is anybody in the lead men's pack wearing a pack, or are they all bottles?
I think Ryan Raff was the first guy I've seen with a pack so far, and then Janish Kowalczyk, I believe, just had a pack on him too. So
Okay.
I feel like the packs are more popular amongst the women, and then the men seem to be doing handhelds and belts.
Great footage there.
Yeah,
great coverage, great footage. Leah, thank you for the insight. I mean, when all things considered, that we did have that gap after the first 3, but they're coming through hot and heavy right now, and with plenty of miles left to go. I think it's still anybody's race, especially with
and
Tom
I think
already having a ticket.
This is when the carnage starts to happen. I mean, you come in here, you see your crew, you do the 700-foot climb, and the novelty of just seeing your crew wears off very fast. And you've got the longest stretch without aid going into Table Mesa, which is the mile 50 mark. So I would say Black Canyon City and Table Mesa end up being the most popular spots to drop. I think
sure.
Table Mesa, we see significant carnage, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of this race shake up quite a bit there.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the race leaders or people in golden ticket positions drop out at both Black Canyon City and Table Mesa. I've seen it, firsthand. It's pretty amazing to me to see a lead runner head out from, these late aid stations, and then 5 minutes later come back in and just call it a day. It's a very strange thing to see. You'd think that they might want to push through it, but if they know, they know.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think we see that pretty often. Is people maybe going a mile out and then saying like, no, my day's over. We did have a couple. I know people were talking about some notable drops for the day. I believe Corey Keene dropped a little early on. We got note of that.
Yeah, it's Oak Creek.
And JP Giblin dropped around mile 20. On the women's side, we saw Sarah Beal pulled out around mile 20 from a hamstring injury. So I'm not sure if there's any other notable DNFs out there. Feel free to add them in the chat if you've heard of your runner not quite making it to Black Canyon City today.
A little insight on Noah Dussault, because we haven't really talked about him yet. 23 years old out of Oregon.
Oh, he's
had
young.
A blazing fast 50-miler at the Mount Hood 50 this past summer.
And this is Eric Sorensen, I believe,
Eric
196. And if I remember correctly, Eric was a top finisher at Speed Goat this year, and I believe he was in the running for quite a bit at UTMB, really putting himself in the mix this year. So if it's the same Eric Sorensen I'm thinking about.
Yeah, Eric Sorensen.
Normal shoes on right now.
Was second at Speed Goat last year and 12th at the 2021 Black Canyon 100K.
Nice.
So he's no stranger to this course and obviously no stranger to climbing, which the next several miles of this race are going to involve.
Yep, and he is out. He has got 2 bottles in his hands and no ice and not much other heat mitigation that I'm seeing. So
I'll be honest, I'm kind of I can't fathom running like shirtless in this section of the race on a day like this. I mean, more power to him, but it's definitely not the strategy I would take. Of course, we are live with Leah Yingling on the Free Trail Field Cam, so we're gonna obviously be sticking around and seeing the first women hit this section of the course as well, which is not too far off. I believe the women's course record.
Oh, here comes Ryan Miller. So we just saw 9th place come through. I believe Ryan is now 10th. And we've got a runner 129 behind him.
Yeah, 129 is Ryan Clifford.
Ryan Clifford. Okay, Pennsylvania guy.
Yep. Winner at Eastern States. Done some really burly stuff back east, like a lot of back easters do, and I suspect he's taking care of himself and he'll stick around to the end.
Yeah, we've got our eyes on Ryan Miller here. So he's wrapping up the men's top 10. He's got an ice bandana on. Looks like he's putting in some AirPods, maybe going to listen to some tunes. And I think he's with his wife, Lacey, here. And they've got 2 cute kids. And he looks good. He's got a little, you can kind of see his rough and tough shoulder there. Maybe took a fall early on.
We're going to, as you can see right now, we're pivoting our visuals to the drone shot. We are actually getting eyes here on Heather Jackson as she approaches one of the cattle gates in between Soap Creek and Black Canyon City. So do you think she goes around or over or opens it up? Do you think she opens the gate, crawls through, or goes over the bike ramp? I'm kind of curious.
There we go. Let's see. She's going over it.
Over. She goes over the bike.
She goes over it. You get a quarter.
Talk about a like a fantasy thing, like almost like a
Looking good. Thank you, Ryan.
So you got an idea? Is that past the fork that we were at the Black Canyon Fork?
No, she's not
okay.
To the junction, the Y junction yet. Okay, so she just crossed the river, so she's actually got the big climb ahead of her right now. Okay. You can actually see her start
that
to
is Ryan Clifford leaving the aid station. We got Matt Seidel coming in looking great.
Oh, wow, look at him.
That's a smiley run right there. You can tell by the body language.
He's looking for his crew.
He's feeling good. You can tell. That's actually pretty great.
So he's probably about 12th place right now, I believe. 12th place. He was up there in the mix early on, but honestly, he looks happier and more jolly than most of the other guys we've seen roll through here. So hopefully he can keep that rolling.
So Somer Kreisman on the chat. Are Western States golden tickets transferable to Eastern States?
Or
that'd be nice.
Or the more recent Midwestern states.
Right, the Midwestern states. Good one, Somer.
Yeah, so it looks like Matt Seidel is being picked up by his pacer, which is Chris Myers, in his quintessential bucket hat that he wore at Bandera this year, and I think won or competed in the 60K here last year, Chris Myers. So he's going to be pacing Matt Seidel. Looks like we've got bib 141 coming through here. And he's also wearing the Tecton X's, popular shoe.
Bobby Peavy. That's Bobby Peavy from Boulder.
So that's probably about our men's top 12 or so, I'd say, through there.
So who is Chris Myers pacing? I didn't catch that.
Seidel.
Okay.
Matt Seidel.
Matt Seidel, yeah.
Yeah.
And this might be, we got Canyon Woodward coming through here. So he threw down at Bandera this year with a very close third place race. I'm sure he's feeling that 100K right about now, and he's getting picked up by his pacer, Arden Young from Canada.
That's the cool thing about a race like this. You get a lot of heavy hitters coming into pace as well. I mean, Arden Young and Chris Myers. I mean, you're talking some fantastic runners that are there basically to, be a part of somebody else's team. That's one of the cool things about this sport is that even at the highest levels, people want to jump in and support the people they normally compete against.
Absolutely, and I think both Canyon and Arden are David Roach athletes. So I think that just speaks to the swap contingent and how strong of a network that is whenever you're coached by two amazing people. So shout out to all the swap athletes out here pacing and crewing and running today. There's a pretty great contingent.
The other thing, too, I mean, if you're a pacer, a celebrity pacer, who wouldn't want to come out to Arizona in February and
for
get
sure.
a 30-mile run?
For sure. It's like going to Colorado in July.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those places where why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
As you can see, that climb is no joke. We've got eyes on the course where actually Heather Jackson is heading her way up the hill, moving really well. Again, I am impressed at anybody that's taking these switchbacks. You can see how steep that is. It's literally multiple, it's no joke, that climb. So the fact that she's taking it so aggressively here, when she gets to the top, she'll have a short, flatter run and then head down to the Y junction and down from there into Black Canyon City. But yeah, you can see that's a climb. I actually really love this angle because one of the things that's hard to do with some of these live streams is convey what a climb is like. You kind of get that foreshortening effect on occasion. But yeah, no, here you can see that it's a series of switchbacks that
I ran that section yesterday, and it's about 300, 400 feet a mile that, on a day where you feel fresh is fine. But I think on a day when you've already got 40 miles under your legs, that gets tough really fast.
Oh, great.
And I think it's worth noting in this next section that they'll have 2 river crossings, and I think the biggest river crossing of the day, which really isn't too bad. It's about shin deep, maybe knee deep at worst, but it might be an opportunity for some of the runners who are heating up to take a second to cool down in the river and kind of douse themselves.
And Leah, you ran it yesterday. It's not you can't rock hop it, right? You're going to get wet in there.
No, you're in it.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. So Canyon's taken a fair bit of time here.
Yeah.
He's perhaps feels a little bit of that Bandera on his legs, but good for him taking his time, getting set up. He knows he has almost 9 miles to the next aid station. That's pretty climby, so good for him.
Looks like we have bib 953 coming in here.
953. It's not 983 by any chance, is it? That would Ranieri was 983.
Okay. Yeah, this is 953.
953. Okay. Can't get a
That'd
check
be
on that.
Stian Dahl Somerset.
Oh yeah, nice.
Is that somebody that you're familiar with, either one of you?
I am not familiar with, but I'm pretty sure I heard his name thrown around earlier today, so I don't know much about him.
Random baller sighting.
There, yeah.
And looks like Canyon is out of the aid station here after a good dousing of water. Looks like he's kind of drenched through and taken on this next tough section. And we got Stian is heading out of the aid station too.
How's the ground at that area? Is it soft or is it dry or?
It's dry, but this recent rain's been quite nice for this next section. It's not super loose. It's pretty compact. Like the ground has a little bit of moisture, but there's no mud out there.
It's not
really,
like the track was earlier.
Yeah, there actually is this little lake in the aid station that's kind of some water on the ground. But other than that, it's all dry. I think the recent rain has actually helped the course quite a bit. And I think conditions are going to get quite fast. And we see that after mile 50, if you have legs, I told Anthony Costalis this last night. I said, if you have legs, you can really fly in that section. He's like, Leah, when does anybody get to mile 50 having legs? Yeah. So hopefully
Leah,
he's got legs today.
Hey, Leah, our friend Katie Asmuth is in the chat, and when she has a clarifying question on shin deep. Is it Leah shin deep or Keely shin deep?
We lost her. As you can see from the drone shots, this is the climb. Oh, there we go. Do we have? Are
you back,
Leah? Back?
Oh, okay.
Okay,
bummer. All right.
We'll have to get audio back. But as you can see, I believe that's Heather Jackson again on the climb out of the Black Canyon into. Are
we back to you, Leah? Yeah, so is it Leah shin deep or Keely shin deep?
Well, that's a great question because Keely's 6 feet tall and 5'1". So. It's like Leah thigh deep, Keely like ankle deep. That's a great question, Katie. Thank you.
Katie's rocking it in the chat today.
This is bib number 144.
All right, that is Elliot Carden.
Elliot Carden. I met his pacer.
Yeah.
Elliot Carden, and he's got, we had that. He has a golden ticket in his past.
Golden Hour Adventures asking when you can pick up a pacer in this race. Right here. Yep. This is the first point where you can pick up a pacer. You can switch out or pick up / drop a pacer at Table Mesa as well, which is basically halfway from here to the finish. This is about mile 37.5, and Table Mesa is about mile 51. So it's a little bit longer from here to Table Mesa, but about 10 to the finish from there. But do you know if any of these people that have picked up a pacer are going to be switching them out at Table Mesa? Have you heard anything to that effect?
I don't think so. I think any of the people who didn't pick up a pacer here would perhaps pick one up at Table Mesa.
Sure.
But I don't think any of these guys who have picked up a pacer here are going to swap them out. And actually, there's not a ton.
Looks like our feed from the Free Trail cam has cut out, so we're going to go back to the drone footage. As you can see in the background, I-17 and Black Canyon City Aid.
That gives you
really
good
cool
shot
setup.
Of that large parking lot right off I-17. One of the things, if you're fancying coming out here to run Black Canyon, it's a wonderfully simple race to crew. You can see ample parking. That's also where the packet pickup and the expo was yesterday. It's where the 60K finishes.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah.
That'll be tomorrow.
So, it's just an outstanding ultra venue. We're getting a good view of it right here.
I'm getting FOMO. I wish
I
I were running in some ways. I'm
glad
glad to be here with you. Don't get me wrong, but my original plan was to be out on the course.
Time for me to get this hip healed up and get back out there.
Maybe next year I'll have to also just carry a gimbal and film myself as I'm here. As you can see, it looks like a runner / pacer. That was Elliot
Carden. Okay.
Elliot heading out with a pacer. As Leah mentioned, she had spoken to Elliot's
now
pacer.
They do a tiny little bit of a lollipop
Q-tip,
stick,
yeah.
right? They because they we have a chase
Heather
cam
Jackson.
now on Heather Jackson. Wow, does she continue to look smooth?
Yeah, she's definitely not climbing anymore. But yeah, she's on the ridge and probably really close to the Y. I don't know if the cam can hear us, but yeah, tilt up a little bit. Awesome. Thank you. Moving and looking very well.
This is bringing me right back to Javelina, where she looked metronomical in that first 100K, and then of course the distance caught up with her. But man, so try fans out there on the chat. Here's your gal, and she is crushing it. Great camera footage right here.
This area is really fun to run because it's just gorgeous. You've got the views down into the canyon. As you head to the south, you can see the river at several points. And once you hit that Y section, you take a hard left going east down into the Black Canyon City aid station. She is right there. She's making that turn.
Okay, so that's perfect.
Yes.
Look at you. Look at you.
I've been out there a few times. I've started one race or another at this event 6 times, 4 finishes, and I've also trained for probably 1,000 miles as well. And we do have Leah back on the free trail field cam. Just a heads up that a scorching quick Heather Jackson is on her way down the hill towards you.
Yep.
Guys, that is mind-blowing. I think the fastest split ever through here was Dominica last year, and she ran 4 hours, 50 minutes, which is in about 6 minutes. And the fastest split before that was Elsa McDonald was 4:52. And for context, like 5 hours usually wins the 60K race tomorrow into here. So the 60K race will finish here tomorrow, and like 5 hours is typically the win. Like 4:45 to 4:50 into here right now is pretty mind-blowing and a hot pace. So really, really curious to see how she's looking whenever she rolls into here. But from the live feed, looks like she's moving very well.
She's looking amazing. And for context, talking about the 60K that'll be taking place tomorrow, the course record on that was set in 2019 by Andrea McCardle with a 4:53.38. So, she is actually potentially on her way to breaking that. If she does hit that 4:50 mark. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. And I know last time we saw Heather, Ida wasn't too far behind her, and then Keely was close to follow, along with Meg Morgan, Shea Aquilano, and a couple others, Hannah Allgood right behind her. So I'd imagine we'll see Heather come into here, and then within 5 minutes, probably see a slew of about 6 women.
And I'll be honest, this was kind of the area where I thought if Ida and Heather were close, this might favor Ida because I just know how much more climbing she's done over time. I mean, she's set the course record at Crown King, run CCC. I'm not saying that Heather has not incorporated climbing into her training, but we've seen it, we've gotten it on paper in terms of, what Ida has done in some really mountainous, high climbing courses.
Yeah, I do think Ida probably hasn't had her ideal build for this race. Like looking at Strava, she's just done a ton of skiing, and most of her running miles are on the treadmill when she is getting out. So not getting, I think she's maybe maximum like 30, 40 miles a week these days with no long runs. Mm-hmm. So I am curious how the lack of long runs and pounding on your legs will really catch up to you come Black Canyon City here, because there's still a lot of race left to race. We've got about a marathon, roughly, a little less than a marathon from here.
Yeah, and it is the most technical, most climbing on the course too. I mean, this is, really, where things can go sideways or upside down for runners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we are following a drone shot. According to Jeff Colt, it's the easy section. Respectfully disagree.
We were saying yesterday, me, Brett, and Finn were running. We were saying Jeff Colt was full of crap whenever he said he would switch into road shoes here because it's super cruisy. Because it is cruisy last 10 miles, but I do still think it's technical for about the first 10 out of here. Not crazy, but if you're not used to running on trails, like it can feel pretty technical at times.
Yeah, from here to Table Mesa is a pretty rugged stretch. It's the most rugged stretch of this race to me. Maybe after Table Mesa, I mean, yeah, you still got one more climb, but it's not as technical or difficult. You can see Heather Jackson making her way on the course. It looks like she's going to be very close to you here.
Great.
I can see, there's a couple of people just kind of hanging out on the course, so I know that she's close because people will just go out a little bit. If I had to guess, she's definitely less than 5 minutes out from you. So.
Yeah, so I imagine then we're going to see a similar split into here that Dominica ran last year, and then Elsa McDonald did when she ran the second fastest time on this course. So I'd imagine if she can keep this up, we'll be seeing somewhere right around 9 hours, sub 9 hours out of her today if she can hang on the last section here.
Yeah, just tracking on Brittany's splits, I do know that she closed hard from Black Canyon in to run that 8:48. So
Brittany Brittany actually had I think I was looking at it in splits. Brittany has the 9th fastest ever time on Strava from Black Canyon City to the finish. So that's including men and women.
Yeah,
that's
and
amazing.
she has easily by far the fastest split for women. And I believe she ran like 4 hours, 30 minutes from here to the finish, something like that.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yep.
Might need to fact check myself, but yeah, Brittany ran a great race that day, and I think that was just the definition of a smart race where she just kept pushing harder and harder the longer the race went on and just completely separated herself from the field. So I think the way she ran that day was just impeccable, and I'm curious with the hot pace early on today if we're going to see any of that strategy, maybe from somebody like Georgia Porter, who's been sitting back around like 10th place today, but I don't think we're going to be seeing a progressively faster pace from any of these women who've been sitting in the top 5.
We definitely,
Leah, as usual, you're spot on with your prediction, with your data. It was a 4:45, almost 4:45 exactly. Black Canyon to the finish when Brittany got that record.
Yeah, I'm curious.
We got Michael Versteeg coming through here.
I'm curious to see how Heather finishes out. Actually, it looks like she's just about to the road. But, I mean, she is only a minute or two behind from the looks of things Dominica's time from last year. And Dominica looked like she was running like her hair was on fire last year.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see if Heather is able to maintain where Dominica was not able to last year. Because the second half really
it's interesting with this race strategy. You know, last year True Heart went out hot and held on for first. But, I mean, there was some fast closers between Scott and Jeff right behind him, but he held on to first, whereas Dominica couldn't quite hold on and got closed in on by Claire in the last couple miles. So I think, like, this could work out definitely to withhold a podium position, but I'm hoping she can stay strong in the second half because that'll be a really exciting story to tell.
And Heather Jackson has just hit the road, so she is going to be running this, maybe quarter-mile stretch and then take a hard right down into your aid station. You'll be seeing her in about 60 seconds, 75 seconds, give or take. So.
Awesome. Yeah, so this will be right between that Dominica and Elsa McDonald split.
Yeah.
Which is right on par for about that 9-hour, 8:50 to 9-hour finish, I'd imagine.
And she's trucking. That's a slight uphill right there that she's running up as well. So. She's looking amazing.
She really is. And just
and Brett Hornig said he wants us to zoom in on her shoes when she gets here because he thinks she's wearing the Rocket X, I believe. So we'll try to take a peek whenever she comes
get
in
those.
here.
We gotta appease Brett's shoe fetish. So. Conversational pace and all.
So yeah, we should be expecting Heather Jackson then rolling through Black Canyon City any minute now. Not exactly sure where her crew is, but we'll get all eyes on her whenever she comes through here.
She had a posse at the expo yesterday. She rolled in and she looked like a rock star. Like if you didn't know who she was, you knew she was somebody. It was actually pretty cool to see. It was very
she's the Anton
epic.
of triathlon. I told you that.
Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. You guys, she is still wearing a long sleeve shirt. Yeah, she's running well.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, she looks fantastic.
It's looking like
she looks
452, 453. So just like you said, right in between Dominica and Elsa.
And she is.
Whoa.
And unfortunately, we cannot get our camera that far away from our Wi-Fi, so we'll give you a play-by-play from our viewpoint of what she's doing with her crew from over here.
Okay, so she's actually leaving the course, it looks like. Maybe her crew is
and
just
she's
off
got
of
a crew just outside. Looks like she's stripping down to a tank top. Yeah, probably a smart decision with how hot it's going to be. That is like a pit stop over there. She's got like 6 people on her crew. She's chugging some Coke.
We got some intel in the chat that she's rocking the Rocket X.
Nice.
But she rocketed by you so quickly you probably couldn't even look at her feet.
Oh, we got Eden Nielsen coming through the aid station right
now.
Wow!
Whoa!
Amazing.
She still looks decent, guys, and she's got
her aid station.
Ice bandana.
Her
she's
crew's
gonna
right there.
slap on. Oh, and we got Keely right behind her.
Oh my goodness!
Love it.
We looks awesome.
Game on,
folks. We have ourselves a heck of a race right now.
Ida is heading out. We got our cameras on Keely right now. She looks great.
Oh, she is.
Drinking
Look
some Gatorade, electrolyte. She's got her crew. She's got Grayson Murphy on her crew. and her partner JT.
That's a heck of a crew. She doesn't even have to stuff her gels into her pockets. They're doing it for her. That's awesome. That's the way it should be done.
I do think Grayson's going to be pacing her the last 12 miles today too. So hopefully Grayson can bring some of her speedy legs to those last 12 miles to bring Keely home.
Yeah, and you can see she's throwing on
icing down,
heat mitigation.
Oh, yeah.
This is like a NASCAR or Formula One type pit stop. So impressive.
Yeah, I think she's doing it right now. Just staying steady,
This is a pro aid station. Yep.
Folks, if you're posting to the live chat, just a heads up, don't put too many emojis in your post because our chat bot will pick it up. It's designed to weed out spam, so apologies. I see several people just cheering runners that are putting several emojis. It'll snap you off, so just keep it to words. Use your words.
Yeah.
Pretend
you're in kindergarten. Use your words.
Bloody knee, and she is out. Looks like she is being paced by Colleen Little. And looks like she's icing down at the aid station too and getting doused down again.
Look at that. Yeah.
I think this time that Keely's taking here is really, really important. And I think this is really going to pay dividends on this next section. She's packed down with ice. We saw Ida leave here with just a little ice bandana. So I think Keely's keeping the court cold. And this is going to help eating and pacing and everything on this next section just feel that much easier.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to take your time here because this is another aid station, to me, like Gloriana Mine, where you've got a bit of more technical, some more climbing. So, like, if you don't take proper precaution here, it could really tilt your race to the south in a hurry.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning too. So Heather Jackson is into Western States already off of a sponsor spot with Hoka. So right now, as it stands, we have Ida and Keely both in the golden ticket position.
Yeah.
And I know for Keely, this is something she's really wanted to battle back for after her DNF this year. So really excited for Keely to hopefully hold on in the second half to earn her way back to Western States because I really do think that course is made for her.
Yeah. Let's stay close to Leah because we've got Hannah Allgood, Shea Aquilana, and Megan Morgan, I suspect, very soon, if not right now.
It's going to be amazing, or it's going to be interesting to see, like, if Heather Jackson, obviously with her ticket already punched, how does she navigate the final part of this race if things start to get rough for her? I mean, I know that she wants to show out, like, that she would have taken that ticket anyways, but, how does she navigate it if things are, if things are this tight, how does she play it? It'll be interesting to follow.
Yeah, it's a great question because I think this is very similar to how she raced Javelina. And unfortunately at Javelina, it was 100 miles and not 100K for her because I do think at the 100K mark is when things started to fall apart a little bit for her. So perhaps, 100K is the sweet spot and today's race distance will be perfect for the pace that she's putting out.
Just real quick while we're waiting for that chase pack to get in, I know there's been quite a bit of commentary on the chat about the live feed, the runner tracking, and they are working on it. The team is working on the runner tracking, but we are aware that it's stalled.
Yeah, I can't wait to check the runner tracking when we've got it back up and accurate because, frankly, all three of the top women came through so close to one another. I want to see what the actual differential in time was. And to see how they, play it forward, basically.
Oh, we got Meg Morgan coming in next.
Here's fourth
Meg
place.
Morgan. Yeah, and just a note, we usually see women rolling through here around the 5-hour mark. I mean, when Brittany Peterson came through here in her course record year is 5:03. So now this is our fourth woman here, and it's 4:57 right now. So running about 6 minutes under Brittany's pace, and compared to Claire's from last year, Megan here is 10 minutes. And now we got Shea Aquilano, 21-year-old from Notre Dame, coming in here in fifth. She looks great.
Leah, do we know how many people have actually had splits faster than Brittany's 5:03? Because we know that Dominica did, but I
think it was Dominica and Elsa were really the only two that have done that.
Okay, so Elsa and Dominica both finished the race, but slowed down precipitously, after this point. It's kind of a testimony as to how much this race changes after this point.
Totally, yeah. And I mean, we're seeing, 6 women now, 5-6 women under those really, really fast times. I mean, our weather's nice today, but it's still warm. Curious to see how this
Look
will play
at
out.
Shay,
We've got our eyes
21-year-old managing this aid station like a boss. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she is out. Yeah, dialed. And she's got a pacer, too. And looks like she's about to go get iced down and watered down over there, too.
Wow, so 5 women through, none of whom look like they're...
No, they don't look worked at all.
They don't look worked at all.
You know, these shots are awesome shots. We're rotating between the drone shots, entering and exiting Black Canyon City, as well as the free trail field cam.
Oh, and here we got our eyes on Nick Corey here at the finish, or at the Black Canyon City, not finish. 25 miles to go.
Yeah, Nick coming in today, I got a voicemail from his mom to say that he was really not in full racing mode today. But if not full racing mode is coming into Black Canyon City within 5 hours, I'll take it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and we're still waiting to see Hannah Allgood out there. You know, she was in this like 5th-ish spot early on, 5th and 6th, and not quite seeing her yet. I'd imagine if my predictions are right, we'll see Elsa McDonald next. I think she was staying pretty steady and strong in some of these miles right before this. So that would be my guess as to who we see next.
Yeah, I also think Georgia Porter is playing it smart at this point as well. So we maybe quite 5-10 minutes till we see her, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's.
That's a good point, actually, because, for example, last year when Dominica rolled through here, it was at 4:50, and Claire didn't come through here till 5:03 or 5:07 or something. So Dominica had about 15 minutes on Claire here last year, and then Claire ended up beating Dominica by about 5 minutes. So that's proof that anything can happen in these last 25 miles. I mean, that was a 20-minute gap that Claire made up last year. So I really do think anything can happen from this point forward, and I think some of those historic results are evidence of that.
Somebody was asking how the aid station worked, and they were wondering if there was nothing for the runners to sit on. See, what you're seeing here is the actual chute into what is the 60K finish line. So the actual aid station is over on the other side. Leah and the Free Trail Field Cam are kind of handcuffed to the area where they're at right now, simply because we've got some Wi-Fi concerns. We want to make sure we bring the best shot possible. As you can see, our drone cam catching runners as they head in and out of the aid station. But yeah, this is a full-blown aid station. It's a huge aid station. It's a drop bag aid, so the crew and the volunteers are going to be rifling through 800, 900 drop bags potentially to help runners as they come in. So yeah, there are places for the runners to sit when they come in. So fear not. Plenty of chairs, dozens and dozens of chairs, and plenty of space for them to all kind of take care of themselves.
Yeah, and I will have to say, I think any of the top runners who are taking a seat here, that's probably a bad sign for them.
Right. Yes.
So,
yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I think at this point you're almost forced not to take a seat simply because it's going to be, I hate to say it, but looked upon as maybe a sign of weakness or fragility like on you right now, simply because of how this race is being run at this point. Now, if you're going to take a seat, you might do it at Cottonwood, where I don't think we're going to have as many eyes.
Okay, we got
Elsa
Elsa McDonald coming in here now, so she's 6th place. That's a couple minutes behind Shay and Meg Morgan. She's still running quite fast, so I mean, this is still a historically fast split through here. About 10 minutes. This is 10 minutes slower than the last time she ran this race, but she looks comfy and happy. And I mean, she ran Western States this year in a really dialed way. So I think she knows what she's doing and knows exactly what she needs to get done.
Oh my gosh, her Western States last year was one of the most perfectly executed Western States I've ever seen. I mean, I know she didn't win, but that 2nd place
still an amazing race.
Was incredible. It was incredible. And I suspect we'll see something similar out of her at UTMB this coming
summer. And she's got 2 very bloody knees right now, so I know.
Oh, it looks like. Oh, there we go. Looks like we might be losing some audio from Leah. Oh, there we go. She's back.
Yeah, you're back.
Commenting on Elsa's bloody knees.
Yeah,
I think
gotcha.
We know a spill earlier, but I think she might have taken.
So Elsa is currently on our Free Trail Field Cam, which is at Black Canyon City, the 60K mark of the Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. You know what else it is? It's also the start line of Cocodona.
Ah.
Oh, we've got Anna Cassius into the aid station right now too. So
awesome.
She is 7th. She's 7th, and she's a runner out of the Bay Area. Typically a road runner. 2nd place on our our world champions 100K road team this year. So throwing it down on the trails today in 7th place.
How many people are actually like just kind of hanging out and milling about and crewing and viewing right now on the ground?
We've got a crowd here. This is definitely the most like crew friendly spot so far. It's very easily accessible. I'd say a couple hundred.
Are you going to be out at Table Mesa a little bit later?
I think that might be a Zach spot.
Okay.
And I might be at the one right after that.
Because Table Mesa gets to be a little bit of a party.
You know what? We will be. I think that's when Zach and I start splitting the women's and men's field because it starts to get a little too separated there. So
Perfect.
I think Zach will be following the men's leaders and I'll be following the women's leaders.
I didn't realize that was actually how it was going to pivot, but that's a fantastic idea because, at Table Mesa, it's a bit of a party. It's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's kind of like a Burning Man-esque aid station. A lot of people hanging out and tailgating that have no business on the course other than to cheer on runners. It's a pretty neat dynamic. So I love Table Mesa.
By the way, on the Black Canyon City comment, a good friend of mine, Bruce Holbert, has jumped on the chat. He's going to get a piece of pie before his pacing gig starts. That pie at the Rock Springs Cafe is the best.
It's outstanding, but a good pacer brings pie for their runners.
Yeah. That's right.
Leah, have you had the pie?
Make sure you grab a slice of pie before you
I
need
went
energy.
there yesterday.
Yeah.
You know what they have there? I don't know if you guys talked about this yet, but they put pies in milkshakes. So you go to the refrigerator, you get a slice of pie, and then they make a pie shake out of it. So I wasn't feeling that indulgent after my long run, so I just went with the chocolate milkshake. But you could take a slice of blueberry pie and put that in your milkshake, and then they blend it up for
definitely need
you,
to grab a slice of pie to go. Like even if you don't eat it today, like eat it while you're in town.
Oh
it's
my gosh,
wonderful.
I might do that today. Currently, I'm on the Jamil diet. So.
When we hand the mic to Finn and Brett, I think I'm going to go straight up there and get a piece of pie. Watch some of the mid-packers go through.
These shots.
But just to recap, we've got I think the top 7 women through here so far. Top 7, 8 maybe. Oh, and then we've got Ingvild here too from the Adidas Terex team. She's coming through, stopping with the Adidas crew, getting iced down. Yeah, they've got a solid crew out here today.
Yeah, I mean, that Adidas Terex crew was pretty smart by having their little team retreat this week up in Sedona, and now they have, half a dozen of their athletes or so in the race. So it's pretty cool.
Who are we on eyes? Who do we have eyes on right now?
This is Ingvild Kaspersen.
Okay.
And then we got Jade
7th?
Belsberg coming in right behind here. Yep. This is Jade in the blue shirt.
So I think we're up to 8th place or maybe 9th place.
Yeah, 8th or 9th.
8th or 9th, yeah.
My math, can't do public math. That's like Finn Lanson's.
Yeah, not allowed.
So.
Nothing like being on the spot and having to do math like right in front of the live stream, right?
Then you'll end up being the butt of one of Finn's dad jokes.
Or one of Liam's memes.
Or a Liam meme, or both.
Looks like Jade is going off to get some crew support. She looks solid. She recently set the Joshua Tree mixed gender FKT on that traverse with her partner Nicodemus in a pretty fast time a couple weeks ago. So excited to see how she looks in the second half of the race today because she's got a lot of 50K success, winning a lot of those, and then a lot of podiums in the 100 miles, but not a ton in the 100K distance. So, here comes Hannah Allgood here too.
Okay, we were wondering about Hannah. Is Ingvild doing a shoe change, or was she just doing some sort of adjustment down there on her feet?
She's just doing shoe change. Yep.
Okay. Oh,
and looks
Hannah.
like Hannah's having a rough day. I just think she said the words "I can't" whenever she just came in here. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's a posture you don't want to
see. No, that's an all too familiar posture at this aid station. I'm usually sitting down in a chair crying and eating a sandwich though. So, but yeah, this is a point where it's gotten rougher over the last 7 miles from Soap Creek. So this is the point where if you're going to feel it, you start to feel it here.
On the Colton Hensley asked on the chat, probably a good idea to do a little summary here of the top 3 males. So we have those through Black Canyon City, of course. It was Tom Evans, Anthony Costales, Cole Watson were the top 3.
And they left in a huff together. So we're not quite sure where they might be jockeying right now at Cottonwood Aid. I don't think we're going to have a live camera at Cottonwood Aid, are we? Yeah, it's a very, for those that aren't familiar, Cottonwood Aid is a very remote aid area. It's hard to get to, let alone try and film from. So,
and I think Cottonwood Gulch, they would hit that. The lead men should hit that in about 25 minutes. So we should expect the leaders. I don't think we'll have much of an update from there, but that would be in about 25 minutes if we did.
Yeah.
So we had Ingvild leaving the aid station. We still have Hannah contemplating and drinking some Coke here. We'll see what her decision is leaving here.
Do you want to take a quick fiver here?
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back.
Thank you so much to Free Trail for their support of this year's Black Canyon live stream. While we are most known for our quirky name and super fast pizza, Pizzacletta also offers catering throughout Arizona. For years, we've been trusted by running camps to provide memorable and healthy meals for athletes, and we have catered countless weddings, rehearsal dinners, and birthday parties. We believe bringing people together around a meal is essential for community and friendships, and we think every pizza is best when shared. To learn more about our catering, follow the link on our website at pizzacletta.com. Roman Run Company is dedicated to creating unique apparel and gear for every runner. Express your passion and inspire others to get out and run. We are all built for miles. Let's roam and run together. Shop our newest arrival of apparel, technical running hats, socks, and more. Visit romanrun.com and use promo code Black Canyon to unlock 25% off your next order.
All right. We're getting another fantastic drone shot here of the run into Black Canyon City. We have Leah Yingling out there doing fantastic coverage. I just wanted to finish up those maybe 4th through 7th place men through Black Canyon City. We had Ryan Raff, David Laney, Stephen Kirsch, and Noah Dussault. So they were all within range of about 6-7 minutes of one another at Black Canyon City, which is the 60K mark of the race. Women through so far, Heather Jackson, Ida Nielsen, Keely Henninger, really close together within 90 seconds of one another. Then Megan Morgan, Shea Ekilano, Elsa McDonald.
And, of course, you're looking live at aerial drone shots over Black Canyon City, mile 37.4, 37.5 of the Black Canyon 100K, presented by Hoka. I am Chris Warden, and with me is Andy Jones-Wilkins, Leah Yingling, and Jamil, I believe, are still out there, potentially. So if we have... Oh, we are?
Is that Leah?
There we are. We are back with Leah.
Is that Hannah Algood still
hey guys.
there?
Yeah, so she's making a decision. I think she's going to go back out there. She just strapped her ice bandana on. She's downing at least a half bottle of Coke right now. So I think probably just trying to get some calories and get her spirits back up. And looks like I might have a Dylan Bowman spotting there down there on her crew helping out. So hopefully there's some words of encouragement down there happening for Hannah because, yeah, she's been running strong all day and she's such a strong athlete. So love to see her get back out there.
We are on the Free Trail Field Cam at Black Canyon City. Looks like we've got about 8 or 9 of the top 10 women at this point, probably about 25, 30 of the men.
Yep, sounds about right.
We're just picking up runners as they hit the sights of our drone pilots.
And if you're just tuning in, both lead packs were ahead of course record pace. Not quite as much ahead of course record pace as they were on those first couple of aid stations, but nonetheless moving well and taking advantage of the good conditions. Although, as we are seeing a steady stream of runners through right now, the heat is a factor.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody asked
Yeah,
me,
it's definitely getting warm out there for these guys, and I think we're seeing a lot of people strap on some ice bandanas, pour a ton of water over themselves.
and it's going to get warmer as they continue to move south. They're at a little bit of a higher elevation now. I can't remember exactly what the elevation at Black Canyon City is. I can look that up really quick. But Black Canyon City itself is typically maybe 4 to 7 degrees cooler than Phoenix itself, because the finish line at Emory Henderson is basically on the cusp of
out of the aid station.
Phoenix
so
and Anthem.
Hannah's making her way. Good to see. Good to see. Manfred Kowalczyk asking about estimated time in Cottonwood for the lead men, I believe. 5:45 elapsed, but there's some course record splits. Both True Heart splits from 2022 and Sages from 2016 were there at 5:37. So on the clock right now would be about 20 minutes. And again, as we commented before, Cottonwood is very remote and unable to get cameras and a team out there. But we will do our best if we can get data to share it with you.
Debo sighting. We're just going to go ask them how their crew engagement was.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Hear me here in the studio?
Yep.
Yeah, we can. Let's get a little voice from the field.
How was crewing, and what did you hear from Hannah there? Looks like she was having a little tough time.
Hannah's having a tough time, but her legs feel fine. I think the big thing is that people are hot here. People are really, really warm looking, which I think we knew that was going to happen.
How's she wearing that puffy?
How are you wearing that puffy? They want to know.
I dropped it in a bush for cheering, but it's not my purse, in which it holds all of the important items that I must keep track of, because otherwise I'd be like Finn and I would lose them.
Irresponsible.
We did have an amazing visual of Ida passing Heather Jackson upon the exit of the aid station. Keely was like a minute and a half behind.
Nice.
But Ida was very serious, looked very
Getting
focused.
A bunch of, huge ice bandana on.
We said Keely did the best with ice and heat mitigation here.
It seems like she took time here.
She took time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It was incredible to see the top three women, right?
And then Meg Morgan and Shay Aquilano looked phenomenal. So calm,
it's a
cool, and
good
collected.
women's race. I'm very excited. Well, thanks for the hot takes, you guys. We'll catch you at the finish. That was Corinne Malcolm and Debo giving us their hot takes from crewing and doing some on-course intel for us. So we are probably going to wrap up here at Black Canyon City. Probably see me next at Table Mesa, and we might try to get you guys some later drone shots from Doe Spring, which is after Table Mesa. So I will catch you guys there.
Leah,
right.
Awesome. Thank you for
Great
the fantastic coverage. Appreciate
We've
it.
had a blast. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Have fun at Doe Spring. Actually, no, they're going to do Table Mesa before Doe Spring.
Right.
So,
right.
But Table Mesa is a hoot. I'll tell you that.
You refer to it as the Burning Man aid station?
I guess
it
if
has
you were
that
to
kind of feel.
Yeah,
it's
out in the middle of nowhere. The Table Mesa Trailhead is marked by a sign, and that's it. And unlike Black Canyon City, where you've got a full-blown actual town stop, Table Mesa is basically just a road crossing that they happen to have a lot of time. Okay, so they're dropping the drone pilot off at Doe Spring before heading to Table Mesa, which is good because Doe Spring is 3.6 miles from the finish line, and the drone will catch those lead runners as they approach the finish line, which is it's going to be a great shot. So I'm looking forward to catching that. As you see, Aravaipa Racing Team member Austin Horn grabbing a bite to eat here at Black Canyon City. As somebody was concerned we didn't have a full-on aid station. Oh, we got a full-on aid station there. I believe this is one of those two tenters, so to speak, where multiple 20x20s packed together. As you can see, the drop bag station on the right-hand side, we have several volunteers that are helping to grab drop bags for runners so they don't have to go and sift through them themselves. Austin Horn just moving from right to left on your TV dial as he is exiting the aid station at Black Canyon City. This has been I'm so excited to see how this women's race unfolds.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh my gosh, yeah.
3 of my 5 picks are in the top.
Well, and you got that Corinne and Debo report. Ida, who most of the rest of us were sleeping on or thinking might have been injured, made a move on Heather out of the aid station, and they're either there together or very close.
I'm hoping that Ida keeps my perfect streak intact.
Yeah, right.
Every time we do a pregame show or a preview show, I have predicted the women's winner. So if she wins this, that makes me 3 for 3, and I might just start to puff my chest out a little bit and get a little bit big for my britches.
Absolutely.
Actually, to be honest, my training has led me to be big for my britches. That's
again
an unfortunate
back on this aid station footage. Of course, we've only had 50, 60 runners through so far. There's 700 plus in the event, so you'll have a fair bit of traffic in there in an hour or two. And it's a fan. I think when I strolled by there yesterday, there must have been 120 2-liter bottles of soda.
Yes.
Incredible quantities of water. All the food. I mean, Aravaipa's aid stations are, world famous for variety, for quality. All vegan, gluten-free options available at all of these aid stations. They do a fantastic job. And just if you've never been to an Aravaipa event, you're getting a good sort of view of the layout here. That tent off to the side is a medical tent next to those porta potties. So there's medical at all the major aid stations as well. So I mean, just a first-rate operation all the way around. And as you can see here, is a volunteer working with this athlete, getting them out of there. So, again, we're not in the middle of the pack, but top 10 men and top 10 women have come through, and this aid station will be hot and heavy over the next probably 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, apparently not a lot of people put Ida in their top 5 on their free trail fantasy in the room. I just want to say
everyone believed Leah when she said she was hurt.
Well, and there were a couple of ways that, I mean, I don't doubt what anybody said one way or another. I just thought that maybe she was just trying to save her running legs. Again, I have no inside information. I had not seen Ida before yesterday in probably 5 years.
Yeah.
And I barely had any conversation with her, either time. I don't know if I spoke to her at all in Crown King. I think I might have spoken to her brother or something like that, but that was it. So,
well, and you and I both are Crown King fanatics,
devotees,
and anytime a Ann Trayson record of any kind is broken, it catches your attention. And,
absolutely.
And Ann had a long
that record stood for 18 years
at Crown King.
Yeah,
Ida beat it. So I mean, that in and of itself is deserving, even though it was several years ago.
Yeah. So, and she's had some admirable races since then, such as CCC. So I felt like that was kind of my call. On the men's side, it's going to be interesting. I flip flopped back and forth, and we talked about this on the Free Trail Fantasy picks. But I ended up flip-flopping back and forth between Laney and Evans. And I actually was in agreement with you originally, and I had Evans Laney, and then I flipped it at the last moment and said Laney Evans.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens, but right now you're looking more correct than I am. We are getting word that a crowd favorite and local runner Eric Senseman is pulling the plug at BCC at Black Canyon City. Do we have what? Oh, that's him on the cam?
Got it. Live DNF coverage. We do it all here.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I mean, that's part of this. I mean, and Eric knows this course probably better than anyone. I mean, he has, he's run this race multiple times. He won golden tickets at this aid station in 2020 or 2019 and 2021. And if you're a numbers person, there was the thought that maybe since it's an odd numbered year, that it might be another Senseman year. And he did come out hot. He came out leading the initial part of the race, and that sweet kit that he uncorked on us today. Somebody brought that up. I want to say it was. I wish I could remember who it was, but mentioning, maybe we can get the runners to post their kits like to Aravaipa beforehand, so we can monitor them and give them their due early in the race, because sometimes it's kind of hard to see from a distance.
By the way, while we have
wait, we got a Casey Lichtai sighting?
Oh, a Casey Lichtai coming through.
Yeah, Casey. She's hitting that aid station at about the 5:25 mark. Not in the lead pack, but still moving very well. I'd be curious to see how this compares with her previous winning time here at Black Canyon 100K, because Casey is somebody who has had golden ticket success at this race and has come away with a golden ticket at this race.
I suspect Coach Coop has probably just assigned her a 10-hour run for today, and so she's going to do it.
Where's Coop stationed at today?
He's at Bumblebee.
Okay.
He's at Bumblebee. Our CTS, our coaching company, has 24 athletes in the race.
Wow.
And so Coop is going to see every one of them through and then swing around to the finish.
That's like 2.4% of the field.
It's a big crowd. It's a big crowd. But you're mentioning the photos of the kits. If you're watching at home, please take a minute to check out the race program that Matt Feldake created. It's just a thing of beauty, and I think likely a sign of incredible things to come. But there's a link right on the website to that program, and I think a future idea would be to have little headshots with kit descriptions, so that you could you got to have your program to know the players.
I was gonna say can't tell the players about their program.
Exactly.
And frankly, to be honest, I would like to see like maybe a limited edition printing where we do like, I don't know, say just like a small printing, like 50 or 100, where it's something like suitable for framing. I would love to have a visual, like the cover of the start line last year with several runners such as like Scott Traer and Bree Grigsby. Basically, I believe Anthony Casales was at the front of the pack on the cover as well. I think that'd be a really sweet thing. So
yeah, I think Matt's just saying, as long as you pay for it.
I'll pay for it. I'd pay for a copy. I would say,
I would actually pay for a nice glossy copy of
get a nice glossy
program. Yeah.
Donate the proceeds to to some sort of good cause. Is that Nicole Hansen right there? That is Aravaipa Racing Team member Nicole Hansen being taken care of. Is that I know who that is pacing. I have to think about that first. Is that Joe I
don't recognize him.
No, I recognize him. I just he's one of our local runners, actually. Now I feel bad because he's going to hear this. But yeah, Nicole Hansen. Nicole Hansen had a lot of success at this race, finishing 9th last year. So she's maybe a lesser known. I would say that perhaps she would qualify as a random baller who has had success at this race.
Katie, thanks for commenting on the chat. Katie Asmith says in some marathons, elite runners are required to show their kit before the race.
I like that.
That might be something that would we could think about?
Yeah, that would Joe McGrath. Joe McGrath must be pacing her.
There you go.
Local runner
and
here
he took
in
off.
the Valley.
It looked like he took off pacing her. So
good. That means Nicole is having a good day because I know that she was concerned. She was a little bit under the weather coming into the event. Folks, if you're wondering why we're kind of hanging loose at Black Canyon City, is that for the next few miles of the race, it's really tough to grab some coverage and catch those lead packers on camera until we get close to Table Mesa. The roads and the terrain are a little bit rough, and the signal is really difficult. I mean, we're leveraging every bit of technology that we can to bring you what we can. We've got hotspots, on the course in different places. Leveraging that technology.
Also, by the way, great time if those of you who are tuning in and you're on the chat and you have some questions about the course, the race, the Western States Golden Ticket competition, please, throw them in the chat. We love engaging with folks in the chat as well. And it's just actually nice at a moment of pause like this just to get, as you're looking at your screen, get a sense of the magnitude of this race and the aid station here. You can, if you look in the background, you see, crews waiting for their runners just behind those Hoka banners. This is a big operation here at the Black Canyon 100K, in particular here at the Black Canyon City aid station.
Yeah, catch us while there's a moment where we actually do have a chance to catch our breath as a collective, both in terms of broadcasters and an audience. A couple thousand people hanging out there in the Ethernet watching us. I'm very happy to see. I mean, those are good numbers, And thanks for tuning in. It's amazing to me that there are that many people that are willing to hang out with us all day and share their Saturday afternoon and completely ruin their long run plans with us.
Well, Sarah Newberry, who makes an art of smack talking in the chat, has asked, this would be a good one to start with, what's everyone's favorite ultra watching snack? Sarah's is popcorn and nooch. I know we have some pizza here in the studio. If you were a live stream watcher, which of course you're not because you're a live stream commentator, but you're sitting back in your house and you're watching the live stream and maybe doing some chores or picking some things up while you're watching the live stream. What would be your snack? I know you're a bit of a foodie. What would be your snack of choice for a live stream?
Beer.
Yeah. A nice porter or
it would be actually, I think that because I know I'd be in for a long day. Now, I'm a huge, heavy, double-digit porter and stout kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I think that in a race like this, I would have to drink a very light drinking Pilsner or something like that, something that I'm not going to be under the tank after 45 minutes to an hour.
Got it. Yeah.
So I have this secret guilty pleasure of loving certain regional cheap beers.
Well, you're an Illinois guy, so I imagine Old Style is up there.
Oh, you know it. G. Highland and Brewing Company, La Crosse, Wisconsin. And I'm
a Rainier guy.
And I'm also a Hamm's guy too.
Oh, Hamm's. Oof.
Yes.
So I'm a massive not sour cream and onion, salt and vinegar Pringles.
Oh.
With thin slices of avocado.
That's an interesting mix.
Yes, indeed.
You know what? Here's the thing. You could get, maybe, I don't know about the flavor of Pringles, but you can get those Pringles and avocado mix at most of the Aravaipa aid stations.
Oh, you certainly can.
Was that Bree Grigsby? Oh, I didn't realize that.
And Bryce Brooks our very own
pacing Brianna Grigsby. Brianna, another runner who has kind of flown under the radar. She's had top 5 finish here. She had back-to-back top 5 finishes here and Bandera last year. I mean, just, in the range of that golden ticket, but never quite gotten that breakout performance. And I was at the expo yesterday, and Mandy Holmes kind of called me out on that. She's like, you guys are always sleeping on Bree. It's not that we're sleeping on Bree at all. I think she's a very talented runner. She dominates a lot of local races. But we just haven't seen that breakout on a much larger level. I mean, we know that she's got the talent. I just can't wait to see her, completely put it all together. Blaine Curry in the chat. Blaine, it's good to see you. I'm sure I'll see you at some races this year. Cheering on Luke Watkins and Matt Halverson. I got a question as well Let's see. Alicia Bach, no better way to ruin your long run plans than hanging out with us. Snack is peanut butter pretzels. I do like peanut butter pretzel nuggets during my runs. Cheez-Its. That's what it is, if I had to pick one.
Well, I mean, our friend Brett went with his standard ketones.
There are multiple.
Of course.
There are multiple.
Papa Brett, Papa Finn, as we call him.
There are multiple race photos of me at Aravaipa events carrying a box of Cheez-Its as I'm on the course. So I have to cop to that.
Good to see you, Lucy Bartholomew, in the chat. I think it's tomorrow where you are. So thanks for waking up and joining us. Boulder's Teas Pot Turmeric Tonic. Bridget, you're going to have to, illuminate that a little bit more.
Somebody asked.
There's all kinds of crazy food over in Boulder.
Are any of these runners also running Cocodona? I don't know. I mean, I would assume that. Well, I mean, I know that some of the mid and back of the packers are. I mean, but I don't know of anybody at the front off the top of my head. Collared Shirt Commentary asks what my favorite section of the race is.
Yeah. What is your favorite section of the course?
I think it's this next stretch that these runners are going to go through. I mean, you come out of here, and it's just so much fun. You climb out of Black Canyon City, you hit the Y, you head and you've climbed, several hundred feet, and then you go instantly right back down into the canyon, and you have a water crossing if things are flowing, and then you have a long, steady climb out of here to Cottonwood, and then you leave Cottonwood, and then you've got a water crossing right away, and then you hit Table Mesa. It's a really fun stretch of trail to run. I would say that this is actually what the runners are going to be approaching is probably my favorite to run personally. Honorable mention goes to the stretch between Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure Mine from miles 7 to 13 because you feel like a rock star running that section. You're on a steady downhill, and the miles just tick off as fast as you would on a normal road section. It's a great feeling. For those people who run this race, though, it tends to be where a lot of runners overdo it and they pay for it later on. Rory asks, what kind of food do you get at U.S. aid stations? It depends on the race. If you're doing a road type of race, you're lucky to get a gel or a splash of Gatorade along with your water. But if you're doing an Aravaipa event, we have, in some cases, full-blown kitchens within the aid stations where they actually port in not only like some portable stoves, but I know that across the years we had an oven set up and a full kitchen, a sink, a wash, an actual sink set up that's that Jamil and the crew at Aravaipa have rigged together that actually you plug a hose into it and it operates like an actual normal sink, and to have a full kitchen. And they plan out a lot of extensive menus at a lot of these aid stations. So
on the chat, good question. How many women come through? When Leah left, we had our 10. I would guesstimate we're at about 20 women through right now, maybe a few more than that. But that seems to be about where we are, and probably, I guess, 50 or 60 men. Also, a comment on Andrea Moore, who's running Cocodona and is doing the double here this weekend, which is something. There's probably 20-some-odd crazies that are doing that. They're running the 100K today, and then they're just going to get a little sleep and run the 60K tomorrow. That's 100 miles in 2 days. It's a nice way to spend the weekend in the desert.
Yeah, I've got a few friends that are doing the doubler. I know that local runners Andre Lee, Jeff Foote are doing it. I believe Megan Silvera out of California is doing it as well.
John Goss, thank you for the comment on the Crack a Brew podcast. It's a new project of mine. It's a lot of fun. If you haven't been over there this morning, I had a great conversation with race director extraordinaire Craig Thornley in this week's episode, and we talked a lot about his early history with Western States, which goes back to the late 70s, believe it or not. A lot of people think he's the race director of Western States, but I mean, he grew up as a kid along the course, and the race is in his blood. And we talked a little bit about the trail work projects that are on the docket in March and April, as I think anybody following the sport knows that the Western States course, 16 miles of it was hit pretty hard, first by the mosquito fire in September, and then a triple whammy of rain and snowstorms in December and January. So there are literally hours and hours and hours of work that need to be done to get the race course into race shape. Craig's confident it will be done, but there's a lot to be done. So if you are in the area and interested in helping out get the race ready, it's up on the website right now. It's also linked on the Crack a Brew podcast. There's opportunities to spend a weekend there in March and April. We also talked about the Western States High Country Reroute Project, which is something that's been on the docket for about 5 years and is finally going to start in earnest this year. This is an over $1 million project to reroute the Western States Trail between about mile 4 and mile 11 on the course. Might not sound like much. It's only 7 miles, but it's a critical 7 miles through the Granite Chief Wilderness. And so if you listen to the podcast, you'll hear Craig talk all about that and the opportunities that exist to be part of that as well. So as we are in a golden ticket race, and at least 2 runners here, both men and women, are going to punch their golden tickets to Western States. It's always fun to talk a little bit about Western States. And, of course, as we're on later tonight at 11 and midnight, we'll be tracking the finishes of some of those 17-hour finishers who, assuming they do that, will have a Western States qualifier in their back pocket and be able to enter the lottery for the 2024 race.
Yeah, a couple of items in the chat. Mark with the bringing up a missed marketing opportunity. Thought they should have named the new Cocodona 125-mile Diet Coca. I
like
feel
it.
that is a missed opportunity. And then the 36-miler by Affluent Journeys mentioning it should be the sugar-free.
Aha. A question about Howie Stern. Is he here taking photos? He does come to most Aravaipa races. I'm not sure he's here, but I do know Paul Nelson is here.
Oh, he is here.
Or Howie is here.
No, Paul Nelson's running.
Oh, Paul Nelson's running.
I do believe.
Okay. So Howie is here. We're getting words from people smarter than us.
And actually, I want to confirm on that with Paul Nelson. I believe that Paul Nelson is running this race. And Paul, for those that aren't familiar, first of all, Paul is a world-class photographer and fantastic ambassador for the sport of trail and ultra running. He shoots a lot of stuff out west here. He's based out of Oregon, but he spends a lot of time down here. And Paul had encountered some serious health concerns over the last couple of years, and he didn't know if he would be running ultras anymore. And so I can't imagine how fulfilling it is for him to be out in this course running this race that he often shoots. I mean, whenever I see Paul, I know I've got to suck in my stomach and pick up a jog because he's going to make me look as good as possible. I mean, he can't work miracles, but he's definitely going to, take as good of a photo as reality allows me. But yeah, Paul is, for those, cheering on Paul, who is running, our last track is Bumblebee. As we mentioned, our tracker is suspect at the moment. When we have updates on that, I know that our tech guy, Andy, is probably hot on the case, trying to get that issue fixed. And once we do have the tracker up and running again, we will pivot to giving that a whole lot of love because
Wade Jarvis weighing in on the chat. Wade, great to hear about your hip resurfacing. I hope the recovery is going well. Yes, I'm an experienced hippie, and and so I know what you're going through. There's hope at the end of the line, so just keep doing your PT. And
we have a Shelby Farrell sighting in Black Canyon City.
Oh, there's Shelby. All right.
Sorry, but didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Yeah.
Of course, Shelby has been a part of our live streams before. She's run Cocodona. She's run Javelina. And she is with She is with us here today on the course and having a great old time.
It looks like Zach's camera, he must just be getting set up somewhere. Is that right, Matt? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Zach and his film crew currently, it looks like, well, you can't see it, but he's kind of trudging along the rocky part of the trail. We'll have Zach join us here in a little bit as soon as we've got some confirmation. Oh, he's with Tony. Tony with a droney.
Not to be confused with Tony with a Sony.
That's right. We have a Tony with a droney and a Tony with a Sony here this weekend. Yeah, Travis, thanks for the heads up, and thanks for the love on the tracker. You know, when it's working, it's fantastic. I mean, you know, it gives you a 3D view of the course, and it's adjustable. Like if you're on a tablet or a touchscreen laptop, it's really great. You can pivot and do all sorts of things with it. Shout out to Andy here with Aravaipa, who has outdone himself in helping to create this. It's a great visual tool to help people understand, what the course looks like, and basically just give a topographical view with feeling. So,
yep.
Okay.
Question. This is actually an emerging topic, I think, especially in the last couple of years in ultra trail and ultra running. A question from Thomas Sorson about, is there a prize purse at this race? I don't believe there is, but there are ultras and an increasing number of ultras that are offering modest prize purses.
Oh.
And I think we know for years that their sponsored racers are often given, performance bonus, performance incentives with certain results in races. So while there's not a prize purse here per se, certainly the prestige of potentially getting into Western States and having a good race at a highly competitive ultra does probably put some money in the pockets of the elite runners.
Yeah, and it gives you, if you're not a sponsored runner or if you're trying to break through, a high-level performance or a golden ticket here or a top 10 finish at Western States, that brings eyes to you as a runner. Like, for instance, we saw it with a couple of runners in the past year or so, most notably Arlen Glick, who
absolutely,
who was considered to be, arguably the best, or on the very short list of best 100-mile Americans at this point. Unquestionably fantastic. It had won like 8 of his first 900 milers and was simply tearing things up, but had not been signed for one reason or another. He has his own
way of doing
things. Thank you. That's the best way to put it. Speaking of way to doing things, JB try asking, and I saw Matt post this question: if you're viewing food as a hot dog, is it a sandwich? Do we really need to drag ourselves through the mud like this? I mean, the runner's going to do it multiple times as they hit creeks. I mean, do we need to do this? I mean, is that where we're at? I mean, I guess, is it a sandwich? Yeah.
I'm going no.
But then you the problem with these debates is that you end up really just dragging your feet into the mud, and it gets worse and worse. Because before you know it, you're arguing if whether or not cereal is soup.
Right.
That's where this debate goes. Do you want the cereal with soup debate?
That's disgusting.
Because that's how you get the cereal with soup debate.
That's gross. That's gross. A little bit more on the prize purse. Finn, actually getting serious for a second, is saying, how long will it be until we have potential appearance fees for runners? I don't think it's very long.
Oh, I think that we're actually in some ways there, because I believe that some races actually, I don't necessarily think like prize purse, but comp entries in lieu of that.
Entries,
I think
travel,
that qualifies as, and some race directors I do know have done that, which I don't have a problem with that. I think that this is not a sport where very many people can make a living exclusively off of running, and it's not something that you can do forever. So, go out and get that cash while you can. But then again, somebody else does bring up the point that if we're really getting into the weeds here, but like if we're really talking, about it, the more money you bring into the sport, more money, more problems, because then you have to worry about and be very vigilant with regards to the integrity of the participants involved.
Yep.
So, there are flip sides to the coin. While I do love seeing runners make money and make a living, and I'm all about grabbing that cash while you can because you're on a limited time clock as a professional athlete, I also understand that there is some trepidation because the more the sport grows and the more money becomes involved, the more it kind of gets away from what it is. And you and I have had that conversation multiple times about the concept of campfire culture. And campfire culture, can you quickly go through what that means to you?
Campfire culture in
Yes.
ultras?
Yes.
It's that kind of old school grassroots, hang around after the race, be part of the community culture that brought us to the sport in the first place.
Yeah.
Or that brings people that when the first time they do a trail race, they realize how different it is from road racing, where they don't just drive their car to the parking lot, get out, put their bib on, run the race, go back to the car, go back to their house.
Yeah.
And that the community that's built out of that campfire culture that becomes so much a part of what we love to do, like what we're going to participate in tonight when we
Yes.
go back out there for the finishers of those 16, 17-hour finishers. That's a part of the ultra running culture that is hugely attractive to many people and something that we must continue to, support and sustain.
Yeah, I mean, I when I first started being a part of this sport about 8, 9, 10 years ago, I mean, that was kind of like where things really started to ascend in terms of popularity and in terms of the growth of the sport and how and the changes in how it was approached. I mean, so like you having had more time, I mean, you had been a mainstay of the Western States scene well before I had ever even heard of trail running. And I know that we've talked about how like there are things that you love about the growth, and you do love seeing the athletes and personalities able to make a living doing it. But there's also bemoaning the loss of that campfire culture that like you go out and you race and there's no prize money. I mean, maybe you get a shirt if you're one of the first 50 people to enter a race, and it's a cotton T-shirt with some screen printing. And then after the race, maybe you get a medal, maybe you don't. Maybe you just, go and grab a beer and a chair and sit in a circle and talk about, how much fun you had out there and what race you're doing next.
Well, and I've got to say, a lot of my earliest experiences in the sport were sitting around those campfires, either literal or figurative, and turning to the side and talking to Tim Tweetmeyer or Ann Trayson or Blake Wood or Kirk Apt or Tom Johnson. These legends of the sport that, back in the day, I just fed off of them. I mean, you sit down and have an hour conversation with Ann or Tweet, you're going to learn a lot about what it takes to run a successful Western States 100. You get an hour with Kirk and Blake, and you want to get a hard rock finish, aside from just following them, you're going to learn a lot about what it takes. So that hasn't changed. I mean, the way in which those runners at the top of our sport are still around for the rest of us. I mean, I'll never forget a few years back, the Kroger's Canteen aid station before Rock Horton passed it on to Joe Grant. It was a who's who of mountain ultra runners up there. Jared Campbell, Jeff Browning, Diana Finkel, just up there in the middle of the mountains, supporting runners from the front and the back of the pack at a race like Hard Rock. So those kinds of experiences and that part of campfire culture is something that I'm 100% wedded to, and hope that I can do my part to kind of support it.
Yeah.
And Aravaipa certainly does a huge part to support that. As I think anybody who knows the organization knows, they're about community first. Yes, we have these wonderfully competitive races with good, solid sponsorship and live streams like this. But, those Monday and Wednesday runs that you host every single week, year round, where 30, 50, 70 people come to them, that's the heart and soul of Aravaipa, and it perpetuates that culture.
Okay, this shot, here we go. Here's Table Mesa. This is what I've been talking about. I'll be honest, this is the first time I've seen Table Mesa during the race, during the day. because I don't typically get to this point until about 9 p.m., give or take. I was out here filming last year as part of the live stream coverage after I had dropped out of the race. But this is the crew at Table Mesa getting ready for the first runners. As you can see, it's they're still setting things up, full-blown aid, but, multiple options in terms of food and beverage. They do have a stove back there. They have a med tent as well, and plenty of room because everybody's got. If you've got somebody crewing you, they're going to hit you here because this is the last chance. This is 10 miles to go. This is where where the rubber meets the gravel, so to speak. To completely destroy a turn of phrase. And as those runners hit that timing mat, they know that they've just got a handful of miles to go, and in some cases to make up time, or if they're in the lead, to simply hold on for dear life, because from here there's one big climb, and then they hit Doe Spring, and then from Doe Spring it's pretty uneventful, that last 3.6 miles to the finish. So This is where the last moves can be made. Was it after Table Mesa where Dominica was run down last year? So yeah, I mean that's a perfect example where things can happen. So who is that? It's Dr. Stephen Crawford out there giving us these shots. Thank you, Stephen. Thumbs up. I love that. So I film as many races. Even when I'm in the studio, sometimes I'm also out on the course. When they don't have an audio connection to you, and sometimes you're just filming, and sometimes if they're saying something on the air, you basically put your thumb out, thumbs up, thumbs down. That gets the point across. I am Chris Warden. I am with Andy Jones-Wilkins. This is the Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. We're going to take a real quick break, and we will be back with you momentarily. Thank you.
Huge shout out to our friends over at Free Trail for helping support this live stream. Come into Flagstaff to race or train, eat where the pros eat, and grab a pizza at Pizzacletta. Why? Because it's freaking delicious, but also because we make our pizza intentionally more healthy, fueling your adventures in recovery. We start our pizza making process with non-GMO flour and natural leaven, which is easier on your gut when compared to commercial yeast. Next, we have an extended cold fermentation for our dough that reduces the gluten and makes the pizza more digestible. Finally, we top the pizzas with simple organic ingredients. Check out our menu at pizzacletta.com or follow us on Instagram at Pizzacletta. And don't forget to eat your pizza bones. Roman Run Company is dedicated to creating unique apparel and gear for every runner. Express your passion and inspire others to get out and run. We are all built for miles. Let's roam and run together. Shop our newest arrival of apparel, technical running hats, socks, and more. Visit romanrun.com and use promo code Black Canyon to unlock 25% off your next order. Let's send it back to Chris and Andy in the studio.
And we're back.
Thank you, Matt. So let's set the stage now. We're probably 15, 20 minutes away from the men's leaders hitting Table Mesa. What have they gone through? I mean, it's been a while since we had Lee on the ground at Black Canyon City. They've gone through Cottonwood, we know, but in terms of, I mean, this is one of those things that we could see one version of Tom Evans or Anthony Costales at mile 37, and an entirely different version of Tom Evans and Anthony Costales at mile 50. So what in that half marathon, basically, it's more or less a half marathon, as our course expert, have they been through?
Yeah, they've been through the roughest and most rugged portion of the course. If they get to Table Mesa intact, the worst is behind them. It's not saying that things can't unravel or pivot dramatically, but if it does, it's purely the athlete and not the conditions that they're dealing with. There is one fairly significant climb coming out of Table Mesa, but it's not like the course is anything where it's going to turn dramatically on a dime at this point. Mm-hmm. So if a runner is geared up and ready at this point, they're going to probably be just fine. If a runner's been struggling, then they're going to continue to struggle, but that's simply because that's where they're at. It's not like you're going to worry about like somebody who's maybe more of a grinder through rough. It's going to favor pure speed at this point.
Yeah, but isn't there also the case too? But one of the unique aspects of Black Canyon is it starts smooth and deteriorates a bit. I mean, is there enough of a technical nature in some of the second half of this course that it could favor a more techie type runner than a more sort of road transfer speedster, or does it kind of balance out?
Not from here to the end, I don't believe. Now, this section that they've lost contact with the runners from Black Canyon City to Table Mesa, that's where the grind is of this course. Like if there are any significant moves, also I said it's my favorite part of the course simply because it's an equalizer.
Yeah.
Like it is the point where if you're cooked, it's going to be amplified. If you're feeling good, you're going to be able to probably make moves. So it'll be interesting because we've been out of communication for these runners for a while. So at Table Mesa, it's really pretty straightforward. I don't want to say it's easy. It's just more straightforward from here to the finish. Table Mesa, mile 51, so about 10 and a half, 11 miles from there to the finish. Our course record to Table Mesa, Sage Canaday, who has the course record, got to Table Mesa in 6:21:54, so in about 21 minutes.
Yeah, we're right at the 6 hour mark. We're anticipating they're going to be ahead of that course rate.
Yes.
True Heart was a few minutes faster than that at 6:18.
Yeah, and True Heart was 6:18. And the conditions are very favorable because when Sage ran this race currently, like at Table Mesa, it was 80 plus degrees. It was probably closer to 85. When True Heart ran it, it was much more mild. It was probably about 70 to 72 degrees.
So in the chat asking, on our main feed right now, you see that is the Table Mesa aid station. Question, David Van Stroh. We have had runners go through Cottonwood Gulch. Unfortunately, it is in a black hole pretty much, so we don't have data either with drones or feet on the ground or even with the tracker. So we are flying blind a little bit because the last confirmed eyeballs we had on runners was at Black Canyon City, mile 37.4. But we do expect within the next 10 to 15 to 20 minutes our first runners into Table Mesa.
Between Cottonwood Gulch and Table Mesa is what can be the widest water crossing on the course. I say can be because it's typically lower volume. Like there are times where the upper water crossings are flowing and this one is dry. But if this one is flowing, it's very flat and very wide. Like it is, and I think that when I had to cross it a couple of years ago, it was in excess of 50 feet wide. Like it's a significant trudge, and you're, when you're running through, maybe not in the day so much, but when you're running through there in the dark, it's a little bit nerve-wracking to know, because I've also run through there dry, and I know that there's little potholes in that because it's a hard rock bottom surface. It's not like a dried up mud, like where the course crosses anyways. Wait, do we have a runner already? I saw Stephen Crawford's hand give signal, and that's one of the cool things. Oh, we've got is that no way we can't.
Well, it's right on.
That would be amazing.
Right on the 6 hour mark.
Okay.
Thank you, Zach Marion. Zach, can you hear us?
We got you, Zach.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
Anthony, can you guys hear me? Good
Yeah,
job,
absolutely.
dude.
Sorry, a little excited there. That is Anthony Costales coming here into Table Mesa at 1:03, 6 hours and 3 minutes. That is well ahead of any record pace right now, and he is looking ready to roll. So we're going to keep an eye on him in that aid station. Some decisive moves have been made, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, we've got Tom Evans should be shortly behind him. Cole Watson is behind him. I mean, it looks like nobody in sight at this point. And I'm just going to be a little excited for a moment here. Anthony Costales, a Salt Lake local hometown hero. Excited for him to be out here and to redeem himself after last year. He is running with some anger. And I can tell you, a little hate fire is great to run with sometimes. You run the risk of burning down the barn, but today it's paying off for him. He's got 10 miles left, so let's see what happens. I'm really excited for him today.
Zach, that is a 6:03 51 miler.
That's this kind of speed Anthony has, though. I mean, all of these guys up front have some insane speed, but Anthony is without a doubt one of the fastest in terms of marathon times out of anyone in this field. So for him to be able to put down that pace is phenomenal. Now, he still does have 10 miles. We've got to climb out of here, and then we've got really a not very noteworthy finish from the last aid station home, but that's where he's going to shine. It's just turning over legs at that point. So he looks great. He looked fresh. When he came in here, one thing I did notice is he still had bounce in his step, which at this point, that's saying a lot, especially at that kind of pace.
And we're looking at the aid station, and he's taking his time. He's stretching his quads a little bit, going to get some ice, I would imagine. If you're new to the sport, multiple winner at various distances at Moab at Red Hot. One way too cool in a blistering time in 2019 of 3:17.
Yeah, that'll happen. He's doing the right things to give himself a really strong finish. He's setting himself up for what appears to be a race on the way. I mean, he's got some strong athletes behind him, and you can't take anything for granted. A lot can change in a couple miles, but he's doing the right things at this aid station. He's not rushing himself out of it. He's taking his time. He looks like he's setting himself up for a win and taking home that golden ticket.
No, and you're absolutely right. Like, you know, this last part of the race is really not exciting terrain. So if he's got fresh legs, it's his race to lose at this point.
Here he comes now, looking fantastic. And he go get it, dude. Nice work, man.
Yeah, so our tracker is actually functioning at Table Mesa. It looks like it might have been just the aid station at Black Canyon City where it was not. So hopefully from here on out we'll have accurate splits in from Table Mesa. And you said he looked good, Zach, that he looks like he's ready to roll for this last few miles?
It's hard to be in everyone's, or not in everyone's way in this kind of thing. He just took out of here. I'm watching him run out right now, and he took off looking sprightly, and he's got a great crew here. We've got some local Salt Lake guys that are just really excited for him. This is the kind of day he wanted, and I told you from day one, I talked to Dylan last night about it. This was my guy to win the race, not only because he's put in the effort, he's put in the training, as all these athletes have, but he came with a little bit of hunger that I don't think a lot of the other athletes had in him.
Yeah, of course, Anthony finished 5th here last year, and obviously he has unlocked, something that he believes that makes him at this point ready to rock. So it's going to be really fascinating to watch here as we're on the Pizzacletta Pizza Cam with Zach at mile 51, Table Mesa Aid. Table Mesa, for those that are not familiar.
It looks like Tom Evans is coming in right now. We've got Tom moving. I mean, that's a decent-sized gap. He's got 4 or 5 minutes.
We're talking 5 minutes right there.
Yeah, at this point, Tom would have to.
I mean, it doesn't sound like a whole lot.
Tom.
Sorry, go.
No, I was going to say, you're absolutely right, because not only has he got a couple-minute lead, Anthony, at this point, but you're talking about the fact that they're both running 15 minutes under course record.
You know, the temperature today, the course today, you can only run what the day gives you, right? We can't, run beyond ourselves on a super hot day just because we want the course record. But today's temperature has been perfect. It was a nice, cool morning. The trail conditions were rife for just a course record type of day, with it being tacked down enough to where everything is grippy and tacky without being slippery and wet like we've had in years past. And we've got perfect temperatures. We've got 67 degrees here in Fahrenheit in New River. We're looking at a little bit of cloud cover. And one thing that you guys can't feel at home is this light breeze we've got. It's a cool breeze, and that can be deadly if you're not hydrating and staying on top of your electrolytes. But it looks like these guys are playing it just right. They're veterans of the sport. They're experienced. They know what they're doing, and it's paying off for them. Today is a course record day at Black Canyon.
That is our second male at this point, Tom Evans, who hit the aid station in 6:07:32.
Nice work, Tom.
4.5 minutes back of race leader Anthony Costales. Now, Tom is the leader, or I'm not leader, he is already in Western States as a golden ticket recipient from UTMB. Do you think he tries to run Anthony down still? Do you think that he plays it conservative, or do you think that because he's going to have to average about 25 seconds to 28 seconds per mile faster than Anthony between here and the finish?
Absolutely, and that's something that I was going to mention earlier is 5 minutes doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you break it down to 30 seconds per minute mile faster than the person in front of you, that's a lot of effort to put out at mile 50 of a race nonetheless. Yes. Now, I did talk to his crew earlier, and he's here for a great training day for Black Canyon, for Western States. Now, would a win be tantalizing? Absolutely. No one in the top 10 is not here and wanting a win, right? Yeah. But if you know you're in the race, if you're here for the mindset of a training day versus the competitive nature that Anthony came in with of I have something to prove, that's going to play out in the last couple miles. It's not going to play out in the first handful. It's going to play out from here to the finish. So if Tom wants it bad enough, he's going to have to dig in and do some work. Anthony just has to maintain what he's doing, and I think he's got a win today and a course record.
You can see the roam drone. We've got footage of
Tom Evans.
That is Tom Evans? Yep. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Any sight of Cole Watson at this point, who was third the last we saw?
Don't see him right now. I talked to his crew a little bit earlier, and he said he was having some pretty negative thoughts the last couple of aid stations, and the goal was to turn it around by the time he got to here. He's still fighting for a ticket, so he still has that motivation. He has that little something behind him that is going to maybe dig out that something, change that mind frame a little bit to where he's got something to fight for. So he's going to push for that golden ticket. He's also got a number of athletes behind him. I did receive word that Canyon, who was in fourth, has dropped. He's been puking. So, I mean, as of right now, we've got no one behind these two. So it's a battle for those two, for Tom and for Anthony to the finish. And we'll see we've got someone coming up right now. We're hearing another athlete come, so let's keep an eye out for that.
We're going to keep it right there on you, Zach.
Oh, this is exciting. So Table Mesa to me is really the most exciting aid station of the whole race. This is where races are made or broken. You can get here and push, and this might be the end of your day. And oftentimes there's been a lot of carnage here. There have also been athletes who have come in thinking they're done, turn around and snag that ticket out of here. So anything can happen at this aid station. This is like one of my favorite aid stations to be at for the entire day. And right behind us here.
Yep, let's keep in mind too.
Interesting.
Evans is in the race.
Is that
this is
Janosh?
Ticket position right here.
Yes.
That's Janosh?
It is.
Yeah, Janosh. That is Janosh. He came in and he is looking great. He's looking sprightly.
That's a big move.
This is a quick bottle change. He is getting iced. He is dropping bottles, drinking water all at the same time. Man, this is a pit stop worthy of NASCAR.
Janosh Kowalczyk has moved into third place at the Black Canyon 100K, 23. And right now we are in the late stages of the race, so that is extremely significant.
These are moves that are like anyone who's going to be up front and going to be racing and going for those tickets and going for those pushes. It's happening now. It's happening at this aid station. And we are seeing it. He is out of here. Janosh, good job. Oh, and he left with a smile on his face.
Those of you out there may not have heard or know Janosh Kowalczyk, a winner at the Mozart by UTMB 100 miler in June 2022, as well as a 6th place at the 2021 CCC. So no slouch to competitive competition. Because the depth is deep.
Absolutely not. And he is moving faster than either of the other two athletes in and out of here. He is on a mission right now, and he left smiling. That was, I mean, you guys saw it. That pit stop was beautiful. That was dropping bottles. That was getting doused, drinking while your crew is getting your stuff ready for you. And he was out of here. I mean, that was a minute tops.
I want to apologize for my butchering of the pronunciation. It's Janusz. Janusz. Thank you, Corinne.
Janusz or Janusz?
Janusz or Janusz?
I think it's Janusz.
Janusz. I'll get it right eventually.
We butcher
Fast.
names.
We're going to call him Fast today.
Yeah, we'll just call him Speedy. Thank
That's
you,
what we're
Corinne.
going to call him today. He is moving.
Yeah, so
we got a nice 21 gun salute for him leaving here. You can hear the gun ranges in the background. What a great way to welcome anyone to the United States.
That isn't
Black Canyon, famous for losing athletes every year to a few bullet wounds.
There's
just put this fluorescent vest on, please, before you go through this section.
Yeah, I mean you'll hear them off. I mean it is public land. It's kind of it can be a different experience at this point. I hadn't even given that much thought in terms of, like, when I'm rolling through there, it's already dark and there's nobody doing that. So that's an excellent point. But for those keeping track, Janusz has come through in 6:12:12, so just about 4.5 minutes behind Tom Evans and about 9 minutes behind Anthony Costales. Of course, Tom Evans already has his Western States Golden Ticket. So Janusz is currently holding that second Golden Ticket spot. We are waiting. We had a fairly close glut of runners that had been ahead or shortly behind Cole Watson and Anthony and Tom when they came through Black Canyon City. It's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Yeah.
This, like I said, this previous 12 miles is where things can happen. It's definitely the most difficult part of the course to me.
Zach, real quick, who would you say looked the best of those three?
Janusz looked fantastic. I mean, like I said, he left with a smile. Anthony left looking like he was ready for a good hard push, and he had that look of fire in his eyes that I would say it was a true competitor's look in his face. It was a smirk with a, I'm doing this. I'm doing what I came to do. Tom looked like he was working. He was in his head. You could see his eyes were looking down. He was reflecting on kind of what was going on internally and trying to mitigate things as he was getting out of the aid station. And Janusz looked happy. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. As an athlete sitting here and someone who's been in that deep in the pain cave, I don't know if I've ever left an aid station that excited to finish 10 miles of a race. And he left also the quickest. I would say, just looking at him, his pace was the fastest out of here. So, I mean, can he run down Mike Evans, the British assassin? Absolutely. It's possible. Anything is possible here at Black Canyon. We've seen everything happen. We've seen athletes get run down in the final couple miles. So anything can happen. If I'm going to be a betting man, I'm going to put my money out there. I'm going to go with my original pick and say Anthony's going to hold on to the finish. Didn't see anything that was slowing him down mentally or physically. Mike Evans, he's a competitor. I'm not going to put anything past him, but Janusz looked happy and excited. So we'll just keep an eye on things and see how they fold out. I am excited to get to that finish line to see how it unfolds, just because so many things can happen. And yeah, we've got a chase back behind him, but if you've got 10 minutes, about a 9-minute lead out of here to that finish, I would be incredibly amazed if Anthony blew up and Janusz was able to overtake him to close that 9-minute gap. But
yeah,
who am I to make a decision today on the day?
They're running out of real estate for sure. Zach, I just want to catch people up. There's a question in the chat about a women's update. Again, as Chris and I have been saying, there's a pretty much of a black hole between Black Canyon City and Table Mesa, which is where Zach is right now. It's about a 13-mile stretch. But at Black Canyon City, I can tell you that there were 3 women very close together: Heather Jackson, Ida Nielsen, and Keely Henninger. Then a 4-minute gap to Megan Morgan, another minute to Shea Aquilano, and then 4 minutes to Elsa McDonald. That was the top 6 women through Black Canyon City. Again, a lot can happen in 13 miles. We are going to have boots on the ground, whether it's Zach or whether Leah gets there in time. The way the coverage is going to work from here is Zach is going to remain at Table Mesa as long as he conceivably can, and still make it to the finish. Or Zach, are you going to go to Doe Springs as well?
There is no time to make it to Doe Springs with the pace that those guys are putting down right now. By the time we pulled into there, we would absolutely miss the finish. So, and generally, historically speaking, there hasn't been a whole lot of position changing from Doe Spring to the finish, from here to the finish, with the kind of gaps that we have. So I think we're fairly confident that what we're seeing, like, times might change. Unlikely positions will change given how these guys have gone out. So we're going to get to that finish and we're going to go see how people come in.
So again, to manage viewers' expectations, because I know many are waiting to hear from the women's field, Zach and his crew are going to remain at Table Mesa as long as possible, giving them enough time to get around to the finish line to see the men's finish. Leah Yingling is either en route to Table Mesa or she's there already. Will be staying there for the remainder of the women's coverage, very similar to what Zach is doing, and they will also then proceed to the finish. So just to be clear, we are fully prepared to cover, and in about 10 or 15 minutes, Chris and I we're going to have one more transition in the studio over to Finn and Brett, who will take us to the finish of both podiums, who will then pass it on back to Corinne and Dylan, who started the whole thing this morning, for post-race wrap-up before we have a few-hour break, and Chris and I come on in the middle of the night to cover those 17-hour finishers.
Yeah, AJW, we're going to be here as long as it takes for us to get things transitioned smoothly. We want to make sure that we respect the women's field as well and give them the attention that they deserve, while also watching the entire race unfold. I mean, if we had the capacity, we put cameras on everybody and we just track everybody that way. But we're going to do the best we can to follow the front, males and females, and make sure that everyone gets the attention that they deserve. And speaking of, we do have an athlete coming in right now. We've got Steven Kirsch on his way in. He's looking pretty smooth coming through here. I mean, a local guy, he's used to these trails. Good job, Steve. Looking good, man.
He does look good.
He's familiar with these trails. He's moving well. You can see the knees are a little wobbly. Definitely, as a coach and physical therapist, I'm going to be the guy looking at everybody's gait when they leave, and I'm going to tell you what they look like. And he's looking a little wobbly in those knees, which means he's put a big day in. This is 50 miles. This is no joke. Getting to this aid station is a difficult thing to do, and then to get out of here and know you've got 10 miles left, it's a big, daunting task. So, but these guys are doing it. They're doing it fantastically. And, like you said, you got Leah is going to be on her way here to take over while we shoot over to the finish line and try to follow the males there. We want to give everybody the respect that they deserve out here. We've got another athlete coming in. It looks like Cole Watson is on his way in here. As we said earlier, he was fighting those demons mentally, and it looks like they kind of did take over a bit, but he's strong. He's looking strong still. Let's keep an eye on him.
So
nice
Stephen
work,
Kirsch,
Cole.
as you mentioned, came in at the 6-hour, 21-minute, 24-second mark, so about 9 minutes back of Janish, who is currently in golden ticket position at third overall. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. As you mentioned, there's the, is there a lot that can happen between Doe Spring and the finish line? Not really, but the most significant pass I can remember was when Justin Grunewald and Ben Koss had a sprint to the finish in 2021.
Nice work, guys. Good job, Kirsch. Looking good, dude.
Kirsch is out.
Kirsch is out. He picked up a pacer.
Was that Hazen?
Yeah, he's got Jared Hazen with him. He needs a little extra oomph to get himself those final few miles. He's going to push it. I overheard them talking about the splits, taking a pacer out of here. Does that mean he's going to go for it? Does that mean he's going to shoot for it?
Oh, he has to.
Anything can happen here.
I think that if
what does he got to lose at this point?
Yeah, if he's bringing a pacer, especially one of Jared Hazen's stature, that means that there's going to be some serious pain in his future over the next few miles. Like, Jared is not going out there just to accompany him for a nice jog.
He chose his weapon, and that weapon is going to include a little death. Now, whether that happens to another athlete or him, we'll see. But he went out of here with a weapon, so we'll see what happens.
So he's
got
11
fun
miles
and exciting to see.
To make up 9 minutes, and he's got not only a pacer, but one of the most high-profile pacers in the entire field, and a guy who has finished Western States in, the second fastest, or the fastest non-Walmsley time in history.
Right.
So, and if anybody can,
which is fastest for mortals.
Yes, fastest for mortals.
Real quick, we're looking at that feed. Cole Watson taking care of himself. He's not out of this. I mean, I know he had some rough. It sounds like he had a little bit of rough patch, but he certainly has the best shoes of this top 5. I mean, look at those things. They're just
and who do we got coming up here?
6th man.
Oh yeah, he was really close to.
We've got Noah? We've got Noah coming in here. Nice, a good Seven Hills representative over here. Solid work.
This is those shorts. I love those cow shorts.
Between the cow shorts and the mullet, I don't know if you can count this guy out of the race. He came to party and have a good time.
Absolutely, Zach.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, bonus points for sure.
So
he's got the style points.
Cole Watson's time into Table Mesa was 6:22:35, so about a minute back from Stephen Kirsch, and about 10 and a half minutes back from Janish Kowalczyk, who is currently running third. So that is the runner that these current people hitting the aid station and just leaving the aid station are going to want to track down. Stephen about 9 minutes back, Cole 10 minutes back.
Who's this guy?
So it's going to be interesting to see if they can make that final push, because it is just about 11 miles to go. We have another runner coming in.
Nice work, Cole. Go get it, buddy. We do have another athlete coming in. And I am unsure of the name. Shirtless maroon shorts. It's been running kind of around this pack all day.
Sorensen.
I've seen him
that
a
was
lot.
Eric Sorensen.
Eric Sorensen.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, he's looking strong still. Nice work, nice work. We've got Noah out. We've got Sorensen in. Little transition there. Good job.
Noah Dussault. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's looking like what's happening is some time in the aid station is getting cut down. Some are taking a little longer, some are taking a little shorter. And that, I mean, in a race this close, those 30 seconds, that minute that you had coming in here and that you lost leaving, that can be a lot. That can be a lot. But are you doing the things to take care of yourself to get you to the finish? Or are you wasting time? Who knows? We'll have to see how the day plays out.
Quick request in the chat from C. Scribbly. Ida Nielsen was in the lead a long time ago, mile 37. She passed Heather Jackson in the aid station. We got that firsthand from Debo and Corinne. And Casey, we saw her do quick work at the aid station. She was probably in about 12, 13.
Yeah, 10th or 12th maybe.
Yeah, 10th, 12th, somewhere in there. Looking smart, looking calm, staying cool. Here goes Sorensen. By the way, made a splash.
Sorensen out, looking good.
For those just tuning in, we are at Table Mesa Aid with about 11 miles to go. We are with Zach Marion on the ground on the Pizza Clutta Pizza Cam for Black Canyon 100K, having a blast. We are getting our Zach attack hit right now.
Yes, we've got a slew of athletes coming in. We're starting to see some heads pop up in the distance there, and we've got Leah pulling up. So as soon as she gets set up, we're going to transition over to her, and we're going to shoot over to that finish so we can try to get those males coming in.
Perfect, Zach. That's a great segue. While you switch, let's let this pack come through. You will switch with Leah. We will switch with Finn and Brett. I'm going to run out to the course to see the finish.
I am too, actually. I think that sounds like a lot of fun.
Hook up with my buddy Craig Thornley to see him give out his golden tickets, one of his favorite jobs in the world.
It's probably close to an hour drive, so we need to start hauling. We're going to head out there.
But we will see you again this evening at 11 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, for those of you who are still awake, to tune in and watch the golden hour finish of Black Canyon. And with that, we'll hand it over to Finn and Brett.
Thanks for joining us, folks. I'm Chris Warden. This is Andy Jones-Wilkins.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you at the finish.
Finn Melanson and Brett Hornig will be joining us, and we're going to take a quick pivot. We'll see you guys at the finish line.
Take care. Bye-bye.
And while we have a minute, we'd like to give a big thank you to our sponsors here from the Some Work All Play podcast. The Drake equation is a theoretical concept to calculate the number of advanced civilizations in the universe. There are 160 billion planets in our galaxy alone and probably around 200 billion galaxies in the universe. Using those numbers and assuming life is not a one-off mistake, the Drake equation indicates that there are likely millions of advanced civilizations out there, and across all of those civilizations, scientists are certain that there is no creature that can cover 100 miles faster than Jim Walmsley. Our assignment to you, remember that our time on Earth is short, and you should unapologetically take up space with your voice and spirit. Huzzah! And welcome to Finn and Brett. Right on time with David Laney in the aid station here.
David Laney.
Right. We're looking at David Laney coming in and out of the aid station, making quick use of everything. Had to take a minute to adjust the headphones. They were ginormous coming from Andy Jones-Wilkins.
Is David historically a second-half racer?
He's won races both ways, but I would say in the second half of his career, he's gotten a lot better at patience and really trying to save some for the second half. You know, he's been training up in Bellingham, Washington, so, 38 degrees and rain. All winter has not been the greatest training stimulus for the heat, so I'm sure he's feeling warm out there. You can see he's in that ultra squat right now, trying to keep the legs from seizing up.
It works in the later miles. We saw Anthony Costalis deploying it at this same aid station a couple minutes back.
It's a veteran strategy for sure.
Yeah, the free trail folks saying Sorensen shredding. He, I think, had a sneaky good 2022, really strong podium performance at the Speed Goat 50K last year in the lead up to what was a pretty strong UTMB, I think, for 70 or 80 miles. He's a maybe in that random baller club that we've been talking about all day.
All right. So, Finn Melanson, it's been about a month since we were in the studio.
Yes.
How would you rate the excitement on the race today so far?
Honestly, I think it's lived up to its expectation. I think that, what we attempted to do at Bandera last month, it worked in many ways, but we're just seeing that from a logistical standpoint, from an internet connection standpoint, there's just so much more that is possible on this course. And I think it's safe to say that the viewing experience this time around for the fan has been a bit better, and we're getting some truly world-class, incredible shots out there today. So shout out to the drone squad and everybody that's providing these amazing visuals.
The Roam drone. That's where we're getting these amazing shots on. Yeah, one thing that's been just so exciting is the level of competition throughout the race today. To do a little recap, there's a couple in the chat just wondering what the current status of those who are leading the race. And on the men's side, through the Table Mesa aid station, which is right around mile 51, we had Anthony Costales leading the race, and 4 minutes back was Tom Evans, and then Janusz Kowalczyk at third, Stephen Kirsch fourth, and Cole Watson in fifth.
Yep.
And it's been a pretty steady stream of guys coming through ever since. We're awaiting the lead ladies to the Table Mesa aid station, but prior to that, the last report that we had was Ida Nilsson had overtaken Heather Jackson at just coming out of Black Canyon City.
Yep.
And we're sending over to Leah now.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Hey Leah.
My friends. Hey guys.
How's it going?
Good. We just got up here to Table Mesa. We dropped some timing mats at Doe Spring, so we should have a timing update for the men's leaders when they get through Doe Spring, which is awesome. We are waiting the lead ladies, who I think should still be a little bit here. I know historically it's about like 5 after or 7 after. Curious to see if we see people sooner than that. I know Ida and Heather Jackson were kind of on Dominica's splits when we saw them last. Curious to see where Keely is too. So looking forward to them soon.
Leah, we were in that same position with you about 24 hours ago doing a little bit of research for today. What are the differences in weather?
The weather's nice. I mean, it's actually, there's some clouds in the sky now, but not offering a ton of coverage. We did run this section of the course yesterday, about the last 20 miles, and it's 70 degrees right now, slight breeze. It feels really nice to be a spectator, but I think it feels less nice to be a runner in these conditions.
Do you have a...
However, there were 2 river crossings recently before this. I know coming up to the Table Mesa aid station here, they had a river crossing probably 2-3 miles ago. So if they were feeling hot, hopefully some of those guys and ladies are taking a dip down there.
All right. Do you have a time estimate for when the lead ladies might be coming into this aid station?
I think 2:07 is like a historical split here. Let me see here.
Okay.
Yeah, 2:07 would be, I think, Brittany Peters. 2:05 was Brittany Peterson split into here. And Dominica last year was 7:08. I mean, 7 hours on the race clock, so 2:08. So I still think about 25 minutes till we see them.
Okay. And at the last checkpoint, it was Ida Nilsson leading Heather Jackson with Keely Henninger hot on their tails. Definitely got
Looks like we've got, racing. We're probably just over the top 10 men right now. I don't know if you guys want to check the tracker and see where we're at there, but I'm thinking we're dealing with about 11th to 15th right now for the guys.
Haven't been able to get my tracker to update.
Bobby Peavy there rolling through the aid station. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, we're definitely at that point in the race where some people can still look excellent, ready to attack, and then other people look like they're in full-on survival mode.
Definitely, and I think this next section too, I felt like it was actually quite nice terrain to run on yesterday. I felt like it was one of the first sections in this last 25 miles or so that you could actually get into a rhythm. So I think leaving this aid station, pretty groomed trail for the most part, a couple technical sections, a little climb. I think it climbs, you guys could probably say better than me, but about 500 or so feet over about 3 miles. So it's not too bad, but I feel like if you're tired, it probably feels like a lot. But other than that, not too technical and pretty cruisy on this section. So I think if you can run, it'll be in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, while there is a climb coming right out of this aid station, it's a gradient where if the legs are feeling good, you should still be able to keep a relatively good looking stride going up, which, looking at the top three on the men's side that have already come through this aid station, it seemed like all three of them had a ton of pep in their step. And it's going to take a monstrous effort for any one of them to catch the other.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Ryan Raff coming up into the aid station, and from our on-course intel, it sounds like he wasn't feeling too hot down by the river or so. He was in 4th place at Black Canyon City, so I feel like he's fallen about 8 places here, so he must not be feeling too good.
I mean, still a pretty impressive run for Ryan Raff. I mean, he was going 6.2 miles as his race distance in November, and he's multiplied that by 10.
Yep.
Just by, February. So going up to 62 is pretty impressive.
He's only about 8 times the distance right now, so let's see if he makes it 10 times.
Sure, he's got to be able to smell the barn at this point.
Leah, one thing I wanted to ask you, we're about 50 miles into this race on the men's side, and I know we've been talking a lot in recent months about whether we're in sort of this post-blow-up era of ultra running. Do you feel like most of the field has raced within their...
Ryan Clifford through there. Sorry, finish your question, Finn.
Oh, I was just going to ask you, do you feel like most of the runners today are running within themselves, or there's a lot of risk takers out there and they're kind of starting to pay back that time on the course?
Watson in the front.
Oh, I think we lost.
Leah.
Oh.
There you go. You're back.
Oh, hey, guys. We just have Matt Seidel coming into the aid station with pacer Chris Myers. But, yeah, I do think we're seeing a mix of both. Like, I think Janusz Kowalczyk, he's running –
Bummer.
From the start.
We'll get back to Leah in a second.
Like on the men's and women's side, though, the tempo got set pretty hot from the start.
Very hot.
Eric Sensman early on, then Heather Jackson for, better part of the first 35, 40 miles.
Yep.
And, those are some heavy hitters. You don't really want to give someone like that too much time, and it forces you to start, make the decision very early on of like, do I race aggressive, hope that I'm fit enough where I can fade less than everyone else, or do I sit back, give them some time, hope that, the weather, plays out to the way I think it does, and I just continue to run my race.
Yep.
Aim for a time, hope that time's good enough. It's very stressful to have to make a decision like that, 15 minutes into the race.
And how much of this year's strategy is based on the recency bias of last year and not wanting to let a potential True Heart Brown just exit the pack and run on their own for the entirety of the race?
Yeah, that's I didn't think anyone was going to let that happen again this year, especially just how, yeah, I think it'll take, 3 or 4 years for the fields to forget about True Heart Brown, the true random baller.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Leah, how is it over there?
Hey. Oh, it's nice. Yeah, nothing really too action-packed has happened since the last time we spoke.
Okay. Yeah, we got a little bit of a mellow downtime.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think still about 20 minutes until our women's leader comes through. We have a runner. Let me see what this is. Forget his name.
Leah, on the women's side, what have been to you the most interesting storylines of the race so far?
Ida Nielsen, sticking with it, has impressed me. I was not having high hopes for her given her recent post about a hip niggle that she was dealing with coming into the race. I was expecting that to probably flare up by Black Canyon City and to not see her really still in the mix there. And when I heard that she overtook Heather Jackson after Black Canyon City, that was just a shock to me. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of race after Black Canyon City, but very, very curious to see who comes in first here into Table Mesa.
Yeah, that is just so impressive to see what Ida Nilsson's doing. To seemingly be coming in to this race with a bit of a hip injury and having spent most of this training block on skis and having very minimal running, and then to be able to execute on such a runner's course just goes to show how tough and talented Ida is, and like she knows better than we do about how well of a race she's going to have.
Course intel earlier that said like she looked like she was working out on course. However, like at the World Championships this year when Mike was out on course, he said like she always looked like she was working. So I think she has one status and it's working hard, but she knows how to hold on to that for 100K, for 50 mountain miles, things like that. Her training's been 20-25 hours on skis, very, very minimal running. And when she has been running, it's been mostly treadmill miles. But I just think she's got such a strong base that like she can really suffer through and just be resilient when the going gets tough.
Right.
And I think that's really what we're seeing today.
Yep, definitely. A lot of chatter going on about, road shoes versus trail shoes. There's a couple pictures of Heather Jackson starting out in the new Hoka Rocket X2 and then switching to the Rocket X1, both of which are very much road shoes. The first generation of it is a little bit easier to control on the trail. But having run the last 20 miles of the course yesterday, I did it in a pair of Hoka Cliftons just to see what that would be like. And it was...
You should show everybody your pinky.
It was all right until I fell and I caught myself with my pinky. It's okay. It was my bad pinky.
Leah, we've got a question from the chat that we have to extend to you. Extrovert asks, over under on how many coffees Leah has had to be this consistently amazing all day. I'll set it at 2.5. How many have you had?
Oh, under 2.5, 2.
Wow. This is just the level that Leah operates at, just off the couch.
I don't know about that, guys.
Well, you're crushing it out there.
But Brett, back to you. Is this a road or a trail shoe course?
I think it really depends on where you come from, what your background is like. So like me, where I get to train, over in Ashland, Oregon, the trails are buttery smooth. There are no rocks.
Yep.
This to me is very technical and difficult to run on. I want a little bit of extra protection. I want that extra security on my feet. So I would probably opt for a trail shoe, especially having run, the last 20 miles of the course. A little bit too rocky for me. But for some who train on more technical trails, this is going to feel very buffed out, and the rocks aren't that big, so I could totally see them going to a more runnable road shoe.
And for those of you that are watching the live stream right now, this is an overhead view of Doe Springs, and if you're hearing the audio, you might have heard some skeet shooting in the background. You did indeed just hear skeet shooting. That is emblematic of how wild and remote our sport can be, and how a lot of these races are at the intersection of other interesting outdoor activities and sports.
Yeah, it was exciting on our run yesterday. Just coming up over the hill, being like, I hope they're not shooting at the hill that we're running up. Fortunately, they're not. It was okay. But, we're in the Wild West out here.
One more thing I'll say, thanks to everybody who's been in the chat room all day. It's made this live stream such a fun interactive experience. And as we round out the final hours here, we'll try to keep this a two-way street in terms of engagement the rest of the way. So bring your comments, bring your questions, and I think one of our favorite things is riffing off of the live chat. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, Finn's done a much better job with his fantasy free trail picks this time around.
It's been a great day.
For those who are watching and tuning in, the drone coverage that you're seeing is from around the Doe Springs aid station, which is about mile 57, 58. So I anticipate at some point we'll maybe key in on a runner there and get to follow them most of the way to the finish. So we'll be kind of jumping back and forth in between, the men's race at Doe Springs towards the finish, and then the ladies coming through Table Mesa. But we'll have two teams going, and we'll be, kind of jockeying back and forth between the two as we cover both races. So we'll try our best to not only keep the viewers from getting confused on what we're talking about, what we're watching, but we're going to have to keep ourselves in check to not confuse ourselves.
One thing, We did have the luxury of running the final 20 miles of the course yesterday. With these last 10 in particular, from Table Mesa to the finish, what are your thoughts on how they run?
If you are in a good place,
yeah,
you can roll. I mean, yeah, it's definitely, sub-8, sub-7 minute mile territory for the leaders on both the men's and women's sides. At the same time, though, if you're a little stumbly, the mind is getting that, 8-9 hour of racing kind of brain fog. There's still a lot of things to trip on, and we've seen it. People have lost, 2, 3, 4 minutes a mile in these last dozen miles, and you're looking like 30, 40 minutes. 2021 was a year that showed just that, with Eric Sensman coming back to life out of the Table Mesa aid station and bridging an 8-minute gap to second place over the course of the last dozen miles to snag the last golden ticket. And I remember watching it being like, 8 minutes, that's a little bit too far, because the person in front of you is still running. It's not like they're stopped.
One of the greatest revivals in competitive ultra running history was that Eric Sensman last 8 to 10 miles of Black Canyon a couple years back.
The tale of the six Sensman.
The tale of the six Sensman.
Fans out there, they could have sworn they saw dead people overtaking second.
He is risen.
Yep, that was what happened. It was incredible. We got Eli White in the chat. Shouts to Eli, running Western States this year.
Yep, shout out Eli.
Trail running's going well.
Yeah, like we said, bring your comments, bring your hot takes, bring your questions to the live chat. We're in this together. Bring it on, and we'll talk about it. We got some time to kill. I shouldn't say to kill. This is awesome. I love this, but while we're not commentating on aid stations,
got a little insider info on update on Cole Watson, because he was one of our early leaders coming into just about Black Canyon City or before that. His legs are doing okay, but he's been having a hard time keeping food down, and has been a little pukey off and on from basically Black Canyon City up until Table Mesa. But he's pressing forward and just trying to have his best effort out there.
I think one of the things that I admire so much about this sport is, it's so individual, and you're putting yourself out on the line. You're putting your best self out on the line, theoretically, and sometimes it doesn't always come together, and I don't know. I just admire the level of accountability that these runners are putting on themselves in a public sphere. And I don't know, even if today isn't necessarily Cole's day, he's got all the talent in the world, and I don't know, hats off to him.
Yeah, that's racing.
Yep.
That's life, not every day is the best day. If that was the case, I don't think racing would be as exciting if you just lined up and knew exactly how it was going to go.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Sweet. We just got some course intel from the river before Table Mesa here that Ida Nilsson just came in there as the first woman.
All right.
So I'd imagine we should expect her in the next 10 to 15s.
Okay.
And is that under the current course record splits?
She's probably right on.
Right on.
Yeah,
okay.
that'll be
right on him.
That would be 15 minutes from now would be 2:05.
So maybe a minute or two under.
Yeah, which 2:05.
Yeah, guys, I don't really recall how far the river was before.
Yeah.
Up here.
So I guess we shall see. Yeah, for reference.
Yeah, maybe a mile and a half, so 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be close. Because for reference splits, Brittany Peterson came through at 2:05 p.m., which was 7:05 on the race clock, and Claire Gallagher last year came through at 7:19 on the race clock. So definitely continuing that trend of fast running today.
Yeah, and I think Dominica too was like 2:08 through here, 2:08 p.m. through here.
Right, yeah.
And that was right when she started falling off a little bit too. So she was still hanging on. I think running a similar hot pace that the ladies are today.
Yeah, this is incredible running to see.
Leah, there are some people.
We have Ryan Miller in the aid station right now for any of the Ryan Miller fans out there. He's got some bruised shoulders getting doused down by Sarah Lavender Smith.
Yeah,
Right
problem
on.
with a fast course like this is that if you do take a tumble, you're taking it at a high speed. And we were noting the rocks out there, they're all shaped like little razor blades, all stacked on top of each other.
Yep.
I mean, all I did was put a hand down and lost like a good chunk of pinky skin. I couldn't imagine doing a full barrel roll out there.
Yeah, Lee, I was going to say there are people in the chat that are really latching on to this matchup between Anthony Costalis and Tom Evans and already forecasting what Western States might be like. And, yeah, it's interesting to me because there are only so many people at the highest peaks in our sport, Tom Evans being one of them.
Yes.
I think Anthony Costalis has shown at times that he belongs there. And it's fun to just see people talk about that here, already forecasting out.
Oh, I think this is our East Coast friend, Dan Green here.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel strongly about that because I feel like this is, I mean, I know the three of us were talking about the battle between Tom and Anthony this week, and I'm just really happy it's coming to fruition because it's as exciting as I thought it would be. And
Absolutely.
I'm so curious to see who we see at that next timing point out there because, like, Anthony is primed for a great day, and he's had a couple little bumps over the last couple years, but, like, he's one of those guys that does go for it. Like, he ran with Adam Peterman at Chuckanut this year and was with him and puts his nose in it and, like, knows how to battle tough.
Yep.
And I think he's just going for it today, and I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, like Anthony had said in some of his pre-race interviews, they said, well, like, what do you do if you get a golden ticket? What's next? And he goes, I'm not thinking about any of that. I am fully locked in on this race and this race only. This is the only result I care about. And I think that's a really great mindset.
Yep.
I imagine once he has to cross that golden ticket bridge in another hour, he'll figure that out. But for the time being, he is focused on this race and this race only. And for what it's worth, he's been our roommate the last few days at our Airbnb, so got to feel a little bit of secondhand responsibility for that success today.
I know Mike, we were driving him to the start this morning, and Mike said, hey, Anthony, like, we drove you to your last golden ticket win start. Like, maybe this is just tradition. And I was like, oh, fingers crossed.
Yep.
But, guys, you'll be happy to hear that I played my race pump up playlist for Anthony on the way to the start today, so... I mean, only good vibes there.
Of course.
It worked.
Not the best songs. I played him like most of the good ones.
That we might have to make a public Spotify
I was gonna say
playlist of Leah's pump up jams because clearly they work. Yeah, I'm not sure how pumped up we want to be for an 8-hour race, but just like medium pumpage.
Yeah.
One more thing I'll say about Anthony, and Brett, you talked about how he was just focused on this moment. He also is a big believer in what we call zero dark 30 mode, popularized by LeBron James, where like the last week heading into the race, he just turns off all social media, turns off all the noise, and just goes into like that Zen monk mode, getting his mind right, getting his legs right. And I think that's just like the quintessential professional approach to a race, and it's on display here.
Leah, you got news for us?
Yeah. Wow. Oh, man. So we've got Keely and Heather 20 to 30 seconds max behind Ida at the river.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's going to...
And they're all together now. They're all together. Heather seems to be having trouble hanging on.
This is going to be a race. And while, there have been some people saying like, well, Heather's already in Western States. She doesn't have to win. That's not what today's about. When you're a competitor like Heather, you're here to win.
Yep.
Same with Tom Evans. It's not just a tune-up. You don't want to tune up for second place. Like they're out here to win. There's enough time to recover and put in their training block for Western States. So this is going to be a race all the way to the finish. And, yeah, I guess we will see who makes it through that last little cattle guard with 100 meters to go. Who's going to hurdle the barbed wire? That's what I want to know. Oh, man, this is going to be fantastic. Our live
this is
tracker,
gonna be a good race.
The live tracker has updated. It's back on. So
nice.
Just to recap a couple of the time gaps through the Table Mesa aid station at mile 51. So Anthony Casales came through in 6:03. Tom Evans was 6:07. Janusz Kowalczyk was 6:12. So that's like 4 and 5 minute gaps from first to second, second to third. And then in fourth was Stephen Kirsch, and in fifth was Cole Watson. So, to be battling some rough patches and still being in the top 5, that's worth fighting for still, in my opinion.
So we are at, 157 right now. Should see the lead women here in 5 to 10 minutes, I think. And I think, for the men, we're probably about 20th or so. I don't know if you guys have a better update, 20 to 25
Yeah,
probably.
we've had 14. We've had it. The last update on that I can see is Ryan Miller coming into the aid station, and that was at 6:50 on the clock. So there's definitely been a few more to come in since then. So yeah, Cole Watson was through 5th. Just to round out the top 10, we had Noah Dussault, Eric Sorensen, David Laney, and Bobby Peavy. Oh wait, that's just through 9.
Oh, and I just got
Ryan
word that
Raff 10th.
Heather, sorry. So Keely's now leading. Heather passed Ida. Ida's in 3rd.
Wow.
It's just
So that should be the order we will likely see through here.
So Keely, Heather, Ida as our podium, which could very well change again.
Again, yeah. And maybe 4 and 5 get in the mix too, because that was still a hot race with Megan Morgan and Shea Aquilano last time we saw them.
From a fan standpoint, you have to love the volatility at the top of the race, especially when someone that just got passed has the energy and the wherewithal to come back and give it right back to the person that passed them. I love that. It's kind of rare in ultra running because typically when you get passed, it's your spirit is crushed.
Oh, yeah, guys, we got the women all coming in.
Oh,
wow. That's fast.
That's, yeah. The river must have gotten
we got Keely coming
closer.
in first. It must have.
So
Since when? That felt long yesterday.
Leah, producer Matt just left his seat. He's stoked.
Yeah.
Oh, this is sick.
Matt
we got Keely in first with her pacer, Colleen.
Our producer
and then
Matt
Heather
is
Jackson.
raging right next to us.
Holy crap, this is wild.
So we have
Good
the
job,
top
Keely.
3 coming in.
Yeah, Keely.
So was that Keely and
Heather's
Heather
next.
together? Or
Heather's right here. Heather's like 10 seconds back. Oh, and then we got a Shit in the Woods sighting right behind Heather. Nice.
all right. Shout
And then
out
we're
to
gonna
Mike
see
Shit in
Ida
the
here.
Woods. Taking some
So it
great
looks like Heather-
photos on the course.
I don't know how far we can get from our aid station here to get some good shots, but
They
got
come
Ida
back
coming
out
in
the
here.
way they came in.
They do, yeah.
Okay,
So
so
I'll
we'll be
keep an
able to
eye on
see.
what they're doing here.
How did they look coming in?
Here's Ida. We got the camera on Ida here. She looks tired.
Okay, so Ida looks perhaps the most tired of the 3. Okay.
Totally. Keely looks really focused. Really
And
focused.
That's important.
Ida's doing a
'cause
quick stop.
There's a climb coming out of this
Yeah.
aid station. You gotta have legs for the next 3 miles. You can really blow
looks
this
like
open.
It looks like Keely just took a pack full of ice in the back, which I think is smart. Very smart. It's warm. And Keely is going out. But Keely's out with Grayson Murphy as pacer. Ida Nielsen's going to get sponged down. So she hasn't been carrying any ice today or anything. She's just been dousing with water when she can.
That is
So
a fast
she's taking
pacer.
a second.
Side
Yeah,
note,
I mean,
I
So Ida's
hope
second
that
one out.
Ida's the second one. That was impressive because she looked
That was
tired
fast.
coming in. That was a quick turnaround.
Keely, I think, looks significantly better right now, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ida looks a little tired. And we got Heather Jackson
And
coming
Heather.
out right here.
Good energy.
So we've got
Yeah, I'd
roughly a 20-second gap across the podium right now?
I mean, yeah, that is insane. That is awesome.
Oh
And that's
my
a 2:00. So they just left at 2:01, and that's course record pace. I mean,
Yep.
our fastest time ever through here. Oh gosh, I don't even. It's faster than. This is all faster than what we've
This
seen.
is all very fast. We did not account for this. Our spreadsheet
I
is
wasn't
blown
ready
up.
for this.
Our spreadsheet is exploded. I love it. I love it so much.
I got to say 2 things. One, it's so great to see Grayson Murphy out there. I hope this inspires her to dip into the ultra trail scene. And then 2, for
No, I
any,
think she's training for a half marathon right now.
that's
so
right, the
this is good
OTQ.
training.
Yeah. But one more thing, for all the triathletes that are watching this, I feel like this is such a great advertisement for our sport to see Heather Jackson in the heat of the competitive moment at the top of the race. This is great advertising.
just noting the splits and the gaps for our ladies' podium in our spreadsheet.
Ethan Peters here coming into the aid station. Yeah, wow, what a tight race on both the women and men's side. This is so exciting. Is there any, do you guys know the time when they should be hitting Doe Springs, the guys?
So they were, they're all, the top three were, upwards of 10, 15 minutes under our course record splits.
Okay.
7:30-ish?
Sage Canada has the fastest to Doe Springs. That would be 7:20 or 2:20 o'clock, which means that the men could potentially be going through Doe Springs any minute now.
Yeah. So we'll have drone footage there. So if Matt's keeping his eye on those things, he could always cut to the drone footage if there is a runner coming through there. But we should have a timing mat there too, in case you guys wanted to keep an eye on that.
And it does look like our timing is back alive. Yep. Yeah, we've updated through Ida.
Well.
Who has the most inspirational pacer right now? Who is in the ear of their respective runners and giving them the goods to pull up that last bit of reserve energy and stay in that competitive mindset?
I mean, there's some solid pacers out there right now. I think Jared Hazen's pacing Stephen Kirsch. We just saw Grayson Murphy pacing Keeley, Chris Myers pacing Matt Seidel. I mean, there's some heavy-hitting pacers out there. They could
pacer royalty.
Maybe all the pacers should race the 60K tomorrow. Having Racing Grayson as a pacer would be pretty cool. She's pretty inspirational and seems to bring good vibes to all of her running.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, on this next section, I mean, I know Grayson's good in the mountains, good on technical stuff, but I mean, it's pretty cruisy for the next little bit here and super runnable. So I would love to have somebody with the leg speed like Grayson has pacing me on that section.
Absolutely.
Who do you guys think we'll see next coming in here on the women's side?
That's a great question.
I mean, Meg Morgan looked very good the last time we had camera feed on her.
Shea Aquilino continues to shave off time, if you will.
Oh.
We have our fourth place woman coming in here. Oh, it's Megan. Yeah,
Megan. Brett, you were right.
Hey.
Leah, that was our dark horse in the preview episode.
Meg Morgan is so solid for a great golden ticket race performance. I think she races well against the competition, puts herself in it, and hangs on and keeps it up.
And this is right on Brittany Peterson's course record split, for reference for how fast this field is going.
Yeah, and this is why Meg Morgan is in that group of women that I was chatting about that is just on the verge of her big break. She's always in the mix in these races, and I think it's just going to take one of these races where it's all going to come together in a really great way.
I will also say Meg is an excellent Strava follow, one of the best creators of Strava titles I've ever seen. So give her a follow on Strava.
She has the best titles.
And Team Visor.
Yes.
As well.
Team Visor, La Sportiva runner. She looks happy.
The Hal Kerner of female visor wearers.
Gotta love the visor.
What's her gap? Can you tell me to the leaders?
We got 4 minutes.
Because she's not far.
4 minutes.
Dang, guys.
That's not that
far.
That's
awesome.
Leah, are you allowed to provide free advice?
Yeah.
I'm trying not to. No, she looks good. I don't need to give her any advice.
Yeah, it seems like she's got
her crew did
out
there. She almost missed the turn. Her crew did ask her if she wanted salt. She said no. They might have convinced her yes. So she's flying, and she's got some really good leg speed as well. I know she's run a good marathon before as well. She's also coached by Megan Roach, like myself. Shout out to Megan. Just awesome. And yeah, she's a great person, really fun to share miles with. I got to run with her a little bit in Bandera and Canyons last year, and she's just a great person. So hoping she can close this gap a little bit. Honestly, I think she looks a little bit better than Ida so far. Keely and Heather look equally focused and energetic, but I think Megan's about to make it pretty interesting.
Yeah, Megan had a lot of pep coming out of that aid station. That was a very quick turnaround as well.
Yeah, she's fun too. I mean, she usually in these races, like Mike will get a bunch of pictures of her and she'll have like a Pop-Tart in one hand, Fig Newtons in the other. So she's got a pretty iron stomach and definitely dabbles with the aid station food and figuring out what works. So pretty cool to see.
Pop-Tarts are one of my favorite ultra fuels, 200 calories a pop, you can squash them in your pack and it's fine.
I was hoping we'd get the close-up on Anthony Costales' Walmart lemon bars.
Oh, dang.
Oh, yes.
I saw their, I don't know if you guys caught Katie's crew stuff this morning, but they had a stopwatch, like a legitimate stopwatch, which I just love to see. I feel like we're using our phones and our actual watches these days, but Katie, for Anthony's crew, had a stopwatch. Which
now, was that to time,
awesome.
like, make sure you are not spending this much time in the aid station, or make sure you spend at least this much time in the aid station? Because I can see benefits going either way at times or at times during the race.
I think it was I think she was using it for both, but when I saw her, it was like aid station time, so like keeping him to a certain limit in the aid stations too.
So it looks like we've got Lee.
Yeah, Anthony through Doe Spring, guys.
Yep, through Doe Springs coming in. That's the footage we're seeing. And
okay, guys, do some public math for me. So he came through at 7:07. How fast do those guys do to the finish from there?
So
7:07.
30 minutes.
He went through Doe in 7:07?
Mm-hmm, right,
okay.
7:07? Yeah.
Oh, I've got the wrong spreadsheet.
Maybe a 7:40 finish.
Yeah.
Is that confident?
So Sage was 32 minutes.
I don't do public math, as you know, as I've stated on the record. But
Sage was 32 minutes from Doe Spring to the finish. Trueheart Brown was 37 minutes.
Dang.
And Anthony
so we're thinking like at least
continuing to dip under. So we could very well see a sub 740.
It's a little blurry, but Anthony Costales has one of the most beautiful strides in all of ultra trail running.
It's beautiful. Yeah, they said he looked bouncy earlier, and I was like, that's just always how Anthony looks. Just like he's a gazelle when he runs, and we ran with him in St. George recently, and he was just bounding away from us. I was like, that is a beautiful stride.
But Anthony does do a lot of mobility work.
He does,
which I've now seen firsthand. Anthony doesn't just sit down; he sits down and
with a purpose.
He does all sorts of weird stuff.
With intention.
Like, mobility, and this is why we are seeing firsthand what concentrated mobility work does. You continue to have a beautiful stride, 56, 57 miles into a race.
Look, Ma, hip extension.
Yep. that SOAS tool that he had, it's working.
It's next level.
We got to get Anthony some mobility sponsors.
We're a sponsor.
People are paying attention. I can guarantee that.
Do you guys have eyes on any other splits from Doe Springs? Or is Anthony the sole?
Nothing yet. All we are seeing is Anthony just running with the saguaros. Actually, he's having to avoid some puddles, so there's still a little bit of moisture out there on the course. It's definitely not muddy by any means. If anything, it's nice from the rain earlier this week. Just watered down the course enough to keep any amounts of dust down. Probably, if anything, soften the ground just a little bit.
And I would just say for live stream viewers that are not familiar with second place Tom Evans, who's based over in the UK, the gap between Anthony and Tom, just replace Tom with a Jim Walmsley if you know that name. That's the level of impressive performance that Anthony's displaying right now. Like, this is truly a masterclass, top of the mountain in our sport type performance right now.
Looks like we got Nick Curry in the aid station here. Dallison down.
That's it.
Saying hi to his brother.
Coming through Table Mesa, Nick Curry.
The Jeff Browning of the 2020s.
Little gap here now between our fourth place Meg Morgan and whoever we'll see in fifth place, which could be anybody like Shea Aquilano, Elsa McDonald, Jade Bellsberg, a lot of those. Oh, and Anna Cassius was still in the mix. Anna Allgood. So what's funny?
Oh, we got Hal Kerner in the chat, but I know for a fact that that's not Hal because that's the Rogue Valley Runners store computer because I created that account. So if I'm taking a guess, it's our resident employee Zach Blanco hanging out in the chat. There's only one big cat.
Oh yeah, we got our 5th place lady. Oh gosh, maybe 5 and 6 women. Anna Cassius and Shea Aquilano running together.
All right.
Here.
Leah, Annie Margriff in the chat says, Cassius if you can.
Ooh,
it's a good one.
That is good.
Cassius money.
All right. Yeah, so that's Shea Aquilano, a 21-year-old out of the University of Notre Dame.
And
Anna Cassius is a Bay Area runner.
Known more for having some road speed, not only on the marathon, but ultra marathon side. Anna was 7th at the World 100K Championships this past year.
And I will say, we see Shea there. I know that the theme has been she's only 21 years old, but she basically
Anna is out at the aid station.
Yeah, Anna's out in 5th, and Shea is. They're both wearing some Saucony endorphin edges, both of them.
Saucony endorphin edge. That is a great shoe for this course. We got super foam and a plate, a little bit of protection, very lightweight.
You almost wore that shoe at Javelina, right?
I wore the road version at Javelina because it is, the course isn't that far away from here, but it's much smoother in terms of the terrain. So I would have worn like the true trail version of that shoe today.
But yeah, I was going to say about Shea, 21 years old, so obviously a relative newcomer to the sport, but she is deeply immersed in her master's degree of Black Canyon 100K. She's done this in 2021, 2022, shaved hours off each effort. Looks like it's going to happen again today. She's already taken her intro courses here. She's in her thesis work. This is her thesis here today. Maybe it takes her inside the top 5. We'll see.
And that was for 5th and 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5th and 6th, Anna Cassius and Shea Aquilano. And they are still running under Claire Gallagher's splits from last year.
Oh my God. Guys, maybe Mike wasn't far off on the 5 under 9. Because Claire ran like 9:05 or something last year.
Yeah, Claire ran 9:06, and they are precisely 7 minutes under Claire's split at Table Mesa. So 5 under 9 is alive and well.
Wow. And here I am shooting down that guess.
Tom Evans, the Doe Springs.
Nice. What's the gap?
I think 3 minutes.
It's been about 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Which.
Okay, so that's stayed about steady.
Yep.
Nice. Okay.
We'll see if the timer's
5:26. The gap was 5:26. Sorry.
Oh, 5 minutes.
So it opened up another. It opened up another minute then.
Yeah.
Awesome. No offense, Tom. Good Tom.
I mean, it's
just
awesome.
Big Anthony over here.
It's awesome that we're just seeing this kind of racing early on. No, I mean,
we got to maintain our journalistic integrity here, Leah.
I know. It all goes out the window at mile 50.
Awesome can be taken in many different ways. Awesome. This race is great. Awesome. Go Anthony.
I will say, though, and, you know, I think Dylan and Corinne mentioned this earlier in the live stream about how Tom is so logistically sound when it comes to preparing for races, and he does represent that sort of new guard of runners who really, truly leave no stone unturned. There's really no surprises on race day, and even if it is a second-place finish here today for Tom, he's looked pretty good throughout. I think Anthony's just had an amazing day.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, this has just been such a fun race to watch play out. Like, I feel like it's the show we've all been waiting for and talking about and anticipating. Like, the men's race has been close all day, and they're battling. The women's race is bonkers. Like, 20 seconds separating them with Megan Morgan hot on their tails in 4th place. It's just amazing.
Okay, Leah, we're seeing in the chat that Janusz is 2 minutes back of Tom. That's unconfirmed.
Wow. You know what I say to that? Awesome.
Awesome. We got
that is
racing.
The operative word now.
And Janusz is also an Adidas Terex athlete.
Yep.
Saw the full
Yes.
Terex.
Yep.
Adidas brought a pretty full squad to this race.
Yep.
Seems like
they really did.
Adidas did.
I think they're having their team camp.
They were up in Sedona. Kraft brought a good-sized squad to this race as well.
Yes.
It's cool to see, teams, taking their whole squad to races, whether it's crewing and pacing or getting as many of them to race as possible. I love seeing more of that team atmosphere.
100%.
Even if they're not necessarily training together for a lot of the time, but coming together for a week or two before the race and helping each other out. That's great for the sport.
So cool. 100% agreed.
Yeah, on Janusz, though, he's had a couple great international performances. He was 6th at CCC in 2021. I believe he won Ultra Trail Cape Town and UTMF at some point. Just a solid slew of results. So, I mean, I feel like I underestimated him coming into this, thinking like, hey, this is super runnable. It's going to be a warm course just because we've seen a lot of success from him at the more mountain races. But, I mean, the way he's been racing all day, just slowly moving up, super impressive. And shouldn't have underestimated him.
Leah, I got to say, I know that it's been an incredibly one-sided rivalry between you and me in fantasy free trail picks, with you having the upper hand every single time, but I did pick Janusz today.
Finn, you're crushing me today, okay?
I don't think I'm
Smith
doing
coming in here.
I don't think I'm doing great, but
Yeah, Dan Davis and Tom Bowling in the chat are saying that Nick Curry might be setting the record today for the most number of runners passed in the second half of the race, beating out Scott Traer. I don't know what that exact count is, but that might be an interesting thing to monitor as well.
That's an aid station fireball.
That
call
is.
out right
Where
there.
is Liam?
Who's moved up the most from Table Mesa to the finish? So the official Janusz Kowalczyk split through the Doe Spring aid station was 7 hours and 15 minutes, which is 2 minutes behind Tom Evans. And for reference from Table Mesa, that gap was 6 minutes. So Janusz actually clawed 4 minutes up on that in 7 miles.
All part of the plan, dude. All part of the plan. What am I doing?
Okay. Love the integrity.
You can't teach that.
Yeah, you're live on the internet now. You can see everything.
Oh, man.
Leah, have any crews been using the live stream at all today to determine strategy?
I have not asked them yet. However, I would assume some are, but like not for strategy, but more for just like knowing who's where and when. I think if anything, the live tracker probably comes in handy for the crews. I'm sure a lot of the crews are listening to it, but I don't know if they're leveraging it for like race logistics and whatnot.
So we've got a great aid station fireball statistic for the Table Mesa aid station. This is the gap between the women's podium in that aid station. The shortest gap that they had up until today was 5 minutes and 4 seconds in 2020. And today the gap between women's first and third through the Table Mesa aid station was 35 seconds.
Wow.
Dang.
And the average time to the Table Mesa aid station was just under 7 hours today, previously beating out 7:15 average. So they're on average 15 minutes faster than the fastest podium of this race ever.
You can cut the tension with a knife.
I don't know if you could, actually.
Yeah.
You might need a full axe or something.
Oh, well, do you guys think the women's course record is under threat, huh? I said in our pre-race interview chat that it would not go down, but gosh, I'm just having a bad day.
Looking at the splits and just the level of competition that there is, I think it's going to take a course record to win. It's looking like. I just don't see, the top 6 on the ladies' side collectively slowing down together.
No,
like,
and I think they're going to push each other to a very fast split from this aid station because they're going to be battling it out with each other. Those are golden ticket spots at stake, and Heather Jackson's already into Western States, so it's likely rolling down to third if Heather Jackson is in that podium. position.
And
so I think it's going to get really interesting.
At the end of the day, too, these are all still, ultra runners, and an ultra runner's worst nightmare is having to outsprint someone in the last 100 meters.
Okay. I think we're going to take a quick break here in a moment to do some station identification and a word from our sponsors.
And a huge thank you to Free Trail for their partnership as we're taking a look at the finish line here at Emory Henderson. Again, thank you to Free Trail for sponsoring this live stream. What happens when a hungry endurance athlete goes on a bike adventure in Italy? Pizzicoletta happens, that's what. Our history is in our name, and our name is a constant reminder that adventure breeds inspiration. Now we have the privilege to fuel adventure seekers to find the trail, mountain, or community that inspires them. Come visit our multiple locations in Flagstaff, where we are steps from the San Francisco Peaks, the Grand Canyon, and Sedona. For menus and locations, go to pizzicoletta.com or give us a follow on Instagram, and keep exploring. Roman Run Company is dedicated to creating unique apparel and gear for every runner. Express your passion and inspire others to get out and run. We are built for miles, so let's roam and run together. Shop our newest arrival of apparel, technical running hats, socks, and more. Visit roamandrun.com and use promo code Black Canyon to unlock 50 or 25% off your next order. Now let's send it back to Finn and Brett in the studio.
I got to say, shout out to Free Trail for all the incredible things that they're doing for the sport. I loved that ad reel they made. Shout out to Ryan Thrower and Dylan and Corinne. I was kind of jamming to the background music.
Oh, that background music was fire. I mean, I would love to just, sample that.
I think I have 4.
Put that on repeat for a couple hours during a run. Like, it was nice. Leah, who are we watching?
We got
right now?
Ingvild. This is Ingvild Kaspersen.
Yes.
And she's going to be paced by Emily Hawgood, who has some significant course experience out here as well.
That's that teamwork you were talking about.
Adidas Terex athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Another heavy hitter pacer.
Yes.
Totally. Yeah, and I think maybe 8th place here, Ingvild. 7th.
Okay.
8th. Good job, you guys. Thank you. And off they go.
All right. We got Anthony
So
Costales.
I think the next... Sorry.
Oh, so I was just say we have Anthony Costales on the drone feed right now for those watching.
Nice.
Look at that beautiful textbook gazelle-like stride.
If you had told me he was approaching 60 miles, I wouldn't believe you.
I would have thought he was in like a shoe ad, and they were just catching like a 30-second reel, and then telling him to stop after.
Yeah. So the next women, and probably the extent of the women will stay at Table Mesa through, is Elza McDonald, Hannah Allgood. I think they should be the next 2 we see, and I think at the last kind of check with them, and Jade Bellsberg too. There was like a little group of them, so should see them soon.
This has got to be one of the most packed up top 10s on the ladies' side.
Yep.
It's not just a close race.
It's going to be a small spread too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guarantee that the order that the top 10 is coming through at Table Mesa is not going to be the top 10 order at the finish.
I'm getting flashbacks here with this camera view on Anthony. I'm getting flashbacks to Courtney rolling those final miles at Bandera a month ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. We got Jade Bellsberg coming up into Table Mesa here. She looks good. Moving strong uphill.
This is probably right around 8th place, maybe.
Yeah, 8th or 9th.
Yeah, absolutely worth
Nice
pushing
job.
onward. top 10 at a race of this magnitude is a nice feather in your cap.
Oh, it really is. Looks like she's being crewed by her partner, Nicodemus. They're going to a little crew spot, probably going to cool down a little bit. Yeah, she's running really strong. This is just such a competitive race.
Maybe a deep cut reference here, but her partner Nicodemus is in that Barkley Marathons film from a couple years back, where I think he might have tapped out after 4 laps and Jared Campbell went on for the full 5. But super impressive runner in his own right.
So, are we seriously approaching the finish with Anthony Costales right now?
I think so. I mean, what was that time we said? Like
we're
20 till?
We're at
least
almost
10 minutes.
7:30 on the clock. So that's 10 minutes. But like he just passed a Hoka Beacon. How far could they possibly walk one of those out on the course?
I don't know. Let's ask. Is that within a mile, Jamil? Is that within a mile with a Hoka Beacon?
I think it's like.
Oh, Jamil thinks it's the final approach. Yeah.
I mean,
if that's the case, then
I would hold that feed.
Okay, so it.
Yeah, maybe keep the feed there if we could.
It gets very rocky the last little bit before the finish, and Anthony hasn't quite gotten to that section yet, but he is definitely closing in on it. Okay, we're gonna get a little bit bigger feed. Okay, so he's.
Oh.
I'm not a bird. I can't judge distance as the crow flies. But if I had to take a guess, I'd say a mile.
Right? That's what I would guess.
And then if that's the case,
yeah.
If barring
Guys,
disaster, Anthony's got a sub 740 in the tank for today, which
I think what we're witnessing here is one of the best ultramarathon performances in our sport in not just recent memory, but a few decades. I mean, Anthony is not just about to take down a course record or any course record. It's a Sage Candidate record in his prime, and he's going to do it not just by a few seconds or a few minutes, but probably at least 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it might be upwards of 15 minutes under a course record that has stood since 2016. And for those who think they're young, 2016 was actually a pretty long time ago.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, guys, you can see the finish line in the upper top corner of the drone shot there.
Yeah, he's approaching it.
At 12 o'clock.
Anthony can definitely smell the finish line at this point, and I'm sure it's been pretty quiet for him the last 5 or 6 miles.
Yep.
He's got the floppy hat. He looks so fresh.
I just got word from Anthony's wife that he just stopped to poop, but he's so close. He's got 1 mile to go.
So we're still digesting.
We're still
food.
digesting.
Okay. Yeah.
We've had
like a perfect time for a David and Megan ad.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Anthony's just thinking ahead, and he doesn't want to have to deal with that after he finishes for the post-race show.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, it's awkward to finish the race and go straight to a porta potty. What a shot.
Amazing.
It's hard to tell whether Anthony's running downhill or he's just so smooth it looks like he's running downhill. All right, we got the follow cam. And this is Anthony Costales. He is rocking his alma mater of Chico State up in Northern California. They are the Wildcats, and they have actually produced some very good ultra runners. Jimmy Elam and Tim Tollefson are both Chico State alumni.
That's right. And if you know Anthony's backstory heading into this race, he tasted a golden ticket last year, but I think finished 5th overall. I think that his performance here today, the lead up to this performance, is a great lesson in delayed gratification, a great lesson in zeroing in on the moment, knowing what you want, relentlessly pursuing it, and doing everything possible in training and in your nature to make it happen. Amazing things are possible when you combine it with the talent that he has to self-actualize. And
and you have to have that belief that you can do something as incredible as this the entire time that you're training for this race. Like, it doesn't just take him having those thoughts today. He had to have started having those thoughts months ago.
Yes.
When he wanted to, set out on a race like this. And, this isn't Anthony's, like, first rodeo.
No.
He smashed the 2021 Canyons 100K in actually a very similar fashion.
Yep.
Where he did not take the lead until, past Forest Hill. So that was like 33, 34 miles throughout the race, and then just slowly ground everyone down. We're watching Anthony Costales come in through the finish line.
Ultra Crew Hub says someone understood the assignment. Way to go.
Here we go. We're looking at just over 7:30 on the clock. Here's our finish cam. We have Zach Marion on the ground. Anthony Costales, the winner of the Black Canyon 100K, with his wife Katie there. Zach, are we live with you?
You guys are witnessing history right here. One of the most amazing performances in all of ultra running right here.
We have a 19-minute course record. I'll take that note.
We told you he came out with some anger, with something to prove, and he did right here, setting a course record on one of the more stout course records that stands in ultra running.
Yeah,
we're gonna catch him in just a minute, guys. Give him a minute, and we'll pull him in for an interview.
So proud of Anthony. Anything's possible when you're running with a little bit of angst and a sun hat.
When you run with a little bit of hate fire, you either burn the barn down or you have a fantastic day, and he had a fantastic day.
He ran a very smart, calculated race as well, because he didn't start the fire until about mile 34, 35.
Right, because for a lot of the race it was Cole.
It was
closely
Cole,
followed by Tom.
And then Tom, and then Anthony was the third.
Go sit down.
He did not just shave time, he cleaved time off that course record.
He took it down. Let's let him have his moment. We're gonna pull him over for an interview here in just a second. Have a seat, have a chat, and see how his day unfolded for him.
So we've just flipped it back to the drone. Zach, we can still hear you, but on the drone we're looking at Tom Evans in second place, approaching the final mile of the course as well. Super strong running by Tom all day. He made the first kind of counter move when Cole took off to, try and win the race. And he led for a good amount of time, but, it really, played into Anthony's hands by waiting just a little bit. But, Tom is still moving really well.
It's amazing that what Tom did here today, which is probably going to be, let's call it a 14-minute course record, is second place on the day. That just shows how impressive what Anthony did was, because this is equally incredible.
Yeah, I'm sure Tom would have liked to win, but it's, he's gotten in on some very fast course record races.
Yep.
And I'm sure he's wanting to be at the top of the podium because he was in that famous 2019 Western States where Jim set the course record. He has the fastest third place of all time on the Western States course.
Yep.
Got in that brutally fast UTMB this past year, also in this very fast Black Canyon 100K. So if you want to be in a fast race, go with wherever Tom Evans signs up. That's what I'm learning.
And we don't have the shot here right now, but it looks like Anthony Costales is holding that extremely large golden ticket. So I'm sure we'll hear him talk about it in his finish line interview, but I think he's headed to Western States.
I sure hope so. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Zach asks him, at any point in the post-race interview, did Anthony start to think a little bit about Western States and taking that golden ticket, towards the back part of the race there? Yeah, Zach, we're going to tune into you in just a sec. We're working through some things, but so we've got Tom Evans, and the person behind him is a follow cam. So that is not another person racing. That is one of our media team members. flipping to the finish. See if we can get our second place finisher, Tom Evans. And for those tuning in, Tom Evans already has a spot on the Western States entrance list from UTMB. So the golden ticket is going to go to third place if they want it. We have Tom Evans coming in under the previous course record, 7:37 on the clock.
That's about a 14 or 15 minute subtraction from what Sage did, I think.
That's 15-minute course record, like 15 minutes under the previous course record.
There's no question that Tom Evans executed what he needed to do today.
Yes.
But what Anthony did was out of his control.
Yeah, you control what you can control. You have to do what you got to do. If someone beats you and you have a great day, it's hard to be too disappointed in that.
Yep.
I am so excited now at the idea of those two getting to battle again in a couple months at the famous Western States 100. Now, is that Janusz Kowalczyk coming in? Okay, so that's our third place male in the Adidas Terex kit. Janusz Kowalczyk, who's moving very fast. I think some of these follow cams are struggling to keep up right now. Yeah, they just had to swap. We literally just have a follow camera relay going on right now just to keep up with Janusz Kowalczyk coming into the end. That's incredible. He is just tiptoeing along the rocks, just bouncing along, no problems. This was a very, very strong finish for Janusz because he wasn't really on our radar in the first half of the race. And then all of a sudden coming into Table Mesa just blew the doors off that chase group that had, roughly 8 guys in it.
I wondered where he was all day, and I think it was one of those classic scenarios, kind of like when I Run Far would cover a race. You'd wonder where the people were that ended up finishing third or fourth were in the coverage all day, and I think he just appeared when the time was right. And yeah, there is something to be said still in this day of age of picking your spots and delayed gratification and racing smart early. A couple background notes on Janusz. I think, as you mentioned earlier, last year won the UTMB Mozart 100. It's a fitting name because he put on a masterpiece here today.
Right at 7:40 on the finish clock.
12 minutes under. Our friend Mike McMonigal guessed that 5 men would go under 8 hours today, and he is 3 for 5 at this point.
Yep.
Really impressive prediction.
So the question is Janusz going to accept the giant golden graham cracker?
We'll see. We're watching it live.
He looks pretty stoked. We've got the pizza cam on third place finisher Janusz Kowalczyk of the Adidas Terex team. Looks pretty pumped about this run and this performance, and I certainly would be too.
Cool to see the Terex team there to support him at the finish as well. Like you said, really impressive.
Is Western States race director Craig Thornley speaking to Janusz.
Oh, he's taking it, ladies and gentlemen. He is taking it.
All right, Zach, we got you there at the finish. So Janusz has taken the golden ticket.
Congratulations to our.
He is taking it. He came here to get that ticket. He got it. He's going home. He and Anthony and Tom all get to do this again here in a couple months.
Man, these are some great additions to the Western States field. Well earned.
We are going to sit down with Anthony here in a second, and Tom and Janusz. We're going to let them catch their breath. We're going to let them cool the shoes off a little bit, and we're just going to catch a few words with each of them. So stay tuned.
All right, that sounds great. Looking forward to hearing their thoughts on the day and how everything played out. I wish I could look that fresh at the end of a race.
Not me.
I'm a puker. Not so much during races, but just afterwards. I give myself motion sickness from moving so slow for so long. It's like being on a boat.
I would be sprawled on the ground.
Happiest finisher of the top 3.
He really executed whatever his race plan was. I don't know what it was going into this race, but to dip under the course record by that large of a margin, got to be pumped about that.
You know, one thing about Tom and Janusz, both Europeans, they had to cross the pond to get here, and it's not always easy to make a big international trip and perform at that high a level, but they did.
Yeah, and fortunately, you know, with these Terex, they had their team camp in Sedona and had that opportunity to, you know, come over a little bit earlier, spend some time, you know, learning the course, learning the terrain.
Right over here.
I think I heard that Tom Evans was maybe going to stick around Flagstaff up until Western States.
We ever turn it down just a little bit?
Get more time. I'm sure he'll probably, you know, leave no stone unturned. That's the Tom Evans way.
It's impressive. It's Walmsley-esque, where you'll see when these runners are zeroing in on a particular race, they're leaving no stone unturned. They're setting up camp, hanging out a while. Good for him.
Yep.
I wonder what he tries to do at Western States. Does he just try to win it? Does he try to head anywhere near whatever it is, 1409 on that
pretty much
course?
touch the chin, essentially.
And I mumble enough where I might need to, so.
All right. We got Zach Marion with Anthony Costales at the finish line. Turn it over to you, Zach.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Anthony. One heck of a performance today, buddy. I mean, first off, a Salt Lake kid and a Salt Lake kid here at the finish line of Black Canyon, representing super well. Tell us a little bit about your day and what it meant to you. We know that you had a 5th place finish last year, and that irked you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it did. It, like I said in the panel, it just pissed me off a little bit. Just had a weird day out there that I felt like I did a couple wrong things that were crucial, and this year it was amazing how much those little things were a huge difference on just mentally. Basically, I didn't say it before, but after Table Mesa, I only had calories last year. And as soon as I left, the only thing I could think of, it was also 15 degrees hotter, but the only thing I could think of was I was like, I have nothing to get myself wet for the next 8 miles. And it just blew my head up. And it was amazing just how much of a different section it was today.
So essentially, the name of the game was you came, you gave it everything you had, you learned, and you came back.
Yeah, and last year, after finishing, I did not think I was coming back to it. I was like, I don't want to do that again. That was just, I don't know why I said that, but I just was not happy with it. Then it was it was also a logistical nightmare. In here, we did just a few things wrong, and we had a 2-year-old we were taking a camper with, and it was just it was just a really long weekend. I was like, I'm not doing this one again. But just around September, I was like, that one made me pretty mad last year, and I saw the competition kept getting bigger and bigger, and that's kind of the main focus this year is try to find tough competition more than anything.
Right.
And as it got deeper and deeper, and as soon as I saw Tom got in, I'm like, that's a huge international name. I want to go run with, and didn't know it to go that way, but I was really excited to go race against one of the world's best.
You did not just run with, but you ran away with the course record today. Mm-hmm. Let's reflect a little bit, a little homage to Sage Canada's 2016 record.
Yeah.
You took a significant chunk of time off of that. Was that your goal coming into this? Did that just how the day played out? Tell me a little bit about what that means to you. And
Jimmy Elam and Finn Melanson, they kept joking with me course record, and I'm like, I'm just competing and that might happen. We don't know about conditions. I don't know, I don't want to take anything away from how fast Trueheart ran last year and Scott and Sage and Hayden in the years past, because I was out there last year. I know what 15 more degrees feels like. I know how much of a different day it is. It was pretty perfect today. So it's cool that it was a fast time, but it was more about the competition today than the time, I think.
Well, you came out as a free agent.
Yeah.
Was this a statement race for you? Was this I am here to play with the rest of these athletes, and I am a name in the sport?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like last year, like I only did 3 races, and like they all went well. Like this one went okay to me. It was like my.
If you're hanging around the
it was just
line, we do have.
It made me mad, but it was a decent performance. Chuck and I went out there and Adam gave it to me. I was kind of myself because I took a really bad fall. I was like this. I think Adam would have beat me no matter what that day, but like I wanted to just run like 8 more miles with him at least. So I was like, just like this little thing like made me bonk so bad, and I was like so close. Like a really fun day of competition out there with him. And I like Adam a lot. I've been watching him since 2019 when nobody knew his name, and he went to my favorite race, Moab Trail. And so that one like was just like irked me a little bit. Then I went to Europe and went to La Parado and got my butt kicked and got 10, and it was that was a bit like I handled myself for a hard day, and I just felt like I kind of got written off last year by just having like mediocre, solid performances, but like never DNFing or anything like that. And it was the Solomon thing was it basically came in December. My athlete manager and I are still on great terms. Basically, they just are going with the new philosophy that they need to ramp for 2024. So even though I had a solid season last year, even someone that had a great season also got up to Kansas. Not people know or they don't know, but the contract signed up December was like game also. I didn't know where to go.
Well, my friend, the Salt City representing the Great Salt Lake and putting down a course record performance on one of the most competitive races that has ever been here in the ultra running circuit. You, sir, have made a name for yourself. Thanks for giving us your time today. And it's you have always been here, but today was a special performance, and it's something that will echo in the eternities of this sport. So congratulations, buddy. Enjoy Western State. You are going to Western States, right?
I mean, I'm taking the ticket because it's a great option right now. Luckily this year we have Del May to pass it down to whoever takes 4th right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We got to look at things. There's just a lot of races. Golden Trail Series is supporting me, or got some support to go do some of their stuff, which looks fun as well. So yeah, just gotta weigh up my options, I guess, on what me and my family want to do as well.
But whatever's next for you, I'm sure is going to involve some success. You are a true competitor. You're here to play with the best of the best. Congratulations on a historic and what a performance that will be known for years to come. Good job, Anthony. We're proud of you.
Thank you. Thanks, Zach.
Yep. Good job, man.
Thanks for pumping me up out there.
That was awesome to hear. Some words from Anthony Casals. Do we have video on Cole Watson coming in? I wonder if he is our 4th place finisher, because he left the last aid station in 5th.
Yep. And I will say, if this is Cole, this is reminiscent of Canyon's race at Bandera, where he was leading for so much of it, fell behind, but had the resilience to stick with like a somewhat podium position. I'm really appreciating what Cole's done here, where the race may have fallen off a little bit for him, but he's still willing to compete.
Yeah, so we've got drone footage on Cole Watson. Unconfirmed yet if he has overtaken 4th place to move up into that 4th place spot. He was in 5th coming out of the last aid station with Noah Dussault. Oh, so he actually, at Table Mesa, Cole was 5th, but he actually came out of the Doe Spring aid station 12 seconds in front of Noah Dussault.
Gotcha.
So he had come out, or at least come into the aid station just in front, and then it was 4 more minutes back to Eric Sorensen, and then 2 more minutes back to David Laney in 7th at the Doe Spring Aid Station. So it appears that we have a kind of returning to life Cole Watson after looking seemingly pretty torched at Black Canyon City. You know, he was the first of the runners to come into the aid station and just fully flop over the little metal barricades. Took a lot of extra time cooling down. And it wasn't like I'm doing this on purpose. It was kind of like I'm a little nervous to head back out on the course. And then got word that he was puking quite a bit between 34 and 50. And something's turned around because Cole's running pretty well now.
It goes to show that it doesn't always get worse.
No, sometimes it gets better after that. And sometimes it doesn't get better, but if you could just tell yourself that that's okay.
Yep.
And you can do some hard things.
A couple people in the chat asking if Anthony's going to take the ticket. It sounds like he is going to take it, and he has until May to decide otherwise, because I do believe there's a rule in place now where if you let the race know before May 1st, the ticket will go down to the next person after you if you decide not to use it.
Yeah. And then as it lies, that roll down would be to 4th place, who on the course at the moment appears to be Cole Watson.
I wanted to comment on Anthony's finish line interview there. A couple things that stood out to me. First, that he was so aggressively seeking out races with the most competition. I felt like that was refreshing to hear. Also, funny that the race went just okay for him, his own words. Like it didn't feel amazing.
I want to see him have an amazing race.
I know. And then I love that he was representing his college in the race with the Chico State jersey.
Yep.
In a world of, ubiquitous trail running brands on the shirts, he was going back to the place that kind of made him the runner he is.
Yeah,
and there's something to be said about that.
There's some deep-rooted running culture in that Chico State squad. Having gone to Southern Oregon University, we actually raced Chico a couple times a year at some of the early season invitationals, and while they were as a whole for the most part, a little bit better than us, it was a great, non-divisional rivalry, and we were both at our respective schools for the same reason, because they're not Division I, they're not handing out a ton of scholarship
Gotta
money.
love running.
Everyone's there just because they want to get better at running, and that is then where you kind of see some of this trickle over into trail like this, because you got to really love running if you're going to go out and race in the desert for 8 hours.
Yep.
I just saw Cole Watson pass one of the Hoka beacons as he's making his way towards the finish line, passing some old growth saguaro cactus out there.
Cole, and I think Joe McConaughey has this history as well. So many near-miss, close call golden ticket attempts. He had a similar placement at Bandera a few years ago. Same thing with the Javelina 100. Such a competitor, such a talent, and assuming it doesn't roll down to him before May, this is just going to be an epic quest for him. And I hope that somewhere down the line there's another chance to compete and punch his way in.
I know. So close again for Cole. This is golden ticket race number 4, I believe, where he has been the first spot outside of a golden ticket, which that's got to be some kind of record, unfortunately, but someone's got to do it. But also kind of goes to show how consistent of a racer Cole is on the big stage.
Yep.
I'm sure this isn't the result that he was hoping for, but at the same time, this is still a great result.
Yes.
And, he could have thrown in the towel at Black Canyon City and be like, well, maybe I'll just try again at the Canyons. But his goal today was to go and try hard, put forth a race effort. The old course record, for those in the chat wondering, the old course record was by Sage Canada in 2016. It was 7:52. So we are a few minutes over course record. But we are still, up until today, there had, I think, only been 3 sub-8 hour performances. And Cole is going to be very close to the 4th sub 8 hour performance of the day, which is absolutely incredible.
You're his coach. You know him just as well as anyone. What does that post-race conversation look like? What are you telling him?
I mean, I'm proud of him. That's really what it is. Cole's his own harshest critic. You know, that's oftentimes the case with runners at this level. And I think he's surrounded by a great, he's got a great team. His wife Jocelyn's incredible. So I'm sure it'll be, a couple minutes of disappointment, but I really hope that over these last 10 miles, Cole I hope he's, brought a little bit of, proudness to himself over the way that he overcame some serious challenges in the middle of the course, because he's rolling right now. So yeah, it's really motivating to see even someone at the, towards the top of the sport have what appears to be a pretty bad day so early on in the race, and then, keep fighting, keep trying to bring it in. So that's what we're watching right now on the follow cam. And there's, again, Cole's dropping the follow cam. We're having to tag team relay it again. I think the follow cam got dropped. I think follow cam 2 might be getting dropped.
Not an easy job.
No, and I think that's what we were learning from today too, getting some text from his crew, was that it wasn't so much a leg, thing. It was a little bit nutritional stomach, perhaps a couple minutes of cooking that turkey a little too hot in the middle and overheating just a little bit. And, that 1 degree difference for the core temperature can be the difference between your stomach working or completely shutting off. Cole's looking at his watch. He's looking at sub 8 hours. This is why he's working so hard. He wants to get in under 8.
So there will be 4. Mike almost got it. There's going to be 4 runners that went sub 8.
Mike Shit in the Woods McMonigal was 4 for 5 on sub 8s, which
I'm going to give it to him. He basically nailed the prediction.
Well, I'm not going to give it to him because he said 5 and his 4. That's pretty good. That's a B. That's a solid B. And in school I would have taken a B.
I got to ask you a question based off what Cody said in the chat. We were on a long run yesterday, and I thought that you had a brilliant idea about a race that we could create in late April or early May to allow these near miss finishers rallying for one more race to get into state. So can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a little bit into like a long run archives type topic, but we would love to see a last chance qualifier 50K as to have one golden ticket, but the only way to be eligible for that race was to finish one of the previous golden ticket races and have not gotten a golden ticket there. And it looks like we have got our 5th place runner on the course coming in.
Noah Dussault.
This is Noah Dussault.
Not to be confused with the great philosopher Rousseau.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Noah Dussault with the incredible shorts. Cow print?
Yes.
So Noah Musso. He's really moving.
This is a textbook random baller.
Yep. Yeah. If you're wearing cow shorts, 1, you probably don't have a sponsor, but 2, you're going to ball out.
Unless you're participating in one of those Got Milk campaigns, which if they've made their way to ultra running at this point, if we've reached that level of public awareness where our brightest and most talented have that milk stash.
Yeah, I would love to see a campaign like that come back. Doesn't have to be for milk, but, it could be anything. But Noah Dussault coming in. He is our first Anthony Costellas.
Anthony Costellas. Although I feel like all the sponsors are texting him with the ultra running equivalent of "you up?" right now, because he put together a masterful performance.
Just shoot all the inquiries my way. We lost our follow cam. Oh, okay. Switched over to the drone for the remaining minutes. So looking low 8 hours for our 5th place finisher. How many years do you think before we have another 5th place that's running this fast. Is this a once every 5 years sort of thing, or is this just the standard?
Noah Dussault was winning the race last year, right? Because didn't Trueheart come in right around 8:03?
He was just under 8 hours.
He was just under 8 hours. Okay.
Was like 7:58 last year, and then I think Scott Traer and Jeff Colt were 8:02, 8:04. So this is an incredible time, and he gets to say that he was there during one of the most stacked years. This form coming in, this looks like Eric Sorensen because he's been the only consistently shirtless runner all day. Yeah, definitely want to stay on course. You don't want to clip a saguaro without a shirt on. He is roaring to the finish. Oh my gosh, he almost took out the follow cam runner. Yeah, the follow cam runner needs to be careful not to yoink an ankle. He's outrunning the cell service. This is insane. We are looking at the runner behind Eric Sorensen. Oh, that's David Laney. We have our next 3 finishers all coming in within the next minute or so. That's a race for 6th. So the last time Anthony Costales, Cole Watson, and David Laney all raced each other was at the 2021's Canyons, and Anthony Costales also won that. So what I'm learning now is that if Anthony wants to win a race, you better make sure that Cole and David are signed up for it.
Greatness begets greatness.
So we just saw Eric Sorensen come in. Here's David Laney coming in at 8:04. And straight to the ground. He really wanted to pass Eric Sorensen. We're looking at some competitors. I'm not sure I've actually seen David finish a race quite that hard.
That was impressive.
In a while.
Any thoughts on David's run today? As his coach?
This was a great run. I don't know. It's funny, like this course, I would say, doesn't fully suit David's strengths, especially for February.
Yeah.
Because David's, I would say, like kryptonite has been the heat. And so to run a low 8-hour time on such a competitive field, David thought that he would probably be somewhere between 5th and 10th.
Yep.
Assuming, that there wasn't a ton of blow-ups, which there wasn't. There wasn't that much carnage today, really. David wanted to get out like hard-ish, like make sure he could see the field and then assess what he needed to do after that. And he settled into the main chase pack. Around Black Canyon City, there was Tom Evans, Cole Watson, Anthony Costales were kind of off the front, and then there was a pack of like 8 guys.
Yep.
David was in that pack, and it slowly started to splinter, but then it looks like, we had Noah Dussault, Eric Sorensen, David Laney, then all hammering, which Eric Sorensen was 2 minutes ahead of David Laney at the Doe Spring aid station, and David got that gap down to about 5 seconds. So he did almost catch a 2-minute gap in the last, 5 miles or 4 miles.
So cool. Leah Yingling, our on-the-field correspondent, says in the chat that women should be through Doe Springs in 5 to 10 minutes, which really sets up the perfect drama of how many of these lead women will cross the finish line in under 9 hours.
Yes. What did Mike
also
predict?
5. Also suggesting 5.
He said 5 under 9. Frantically updating my live tracker. So just to recap, we had Anthony Costales finishing well under the course record in 7:32.50, followed by Tom Evans in second place at 7:37. Janusz Kowalczyk was in 7:40. Those 3 were all 12 minutes or more under the previous course record that was set by Sage Candidate in 2016. Cole Watson is in 4th place, sneaking under the 8-hour barrier in 7:59, which wins the race on all but 3 years.
What was our play on words for Cole? Up in the watts,
Oh,
son?
Cole's laying down some power. He's putting out watts, son. Noah Dusso in 5th at 8:02.29. Eric Sorensen 6th, 8:03.48. David Laney 7th, 8:04.02. And it looks like we might be looking at our 8th place. Oh. Okay, this is the Doe Springs cam right now, and we are looking at, that might be Keely Henninger on our Doe Springs cam. Hopefully get a little bit clearer visual for everybody. Okay, I think we're back at the finish as we work through our Doe Springs cam. So we're looking at probably Stephen Kirsch coming in. He was the 8th place male to come through the Doe Spring aid station, but Elliot Carden was right behind him.
And we're going to try to get to on-field correspondent Leah Yingling as soon as we can for an update.
Oh, we got a solo runner coming in. That's definitely not Kirsch. That's Elliot Carden.
Played his cards right. Solid top 10 performance. In a field where top 10 means so much more than the prototypical top 10 performance in our ultra running world. One thing interesting is I think we saw more pacers in the Leeds women pack than we did in the men's field. Like most of these top 10 men were soloing this last bit of the course, and I'm really curious to watch the pacer dynamic play out here.
I would absolutely be having a pacer if I had the option. You know, that's one of the interesting, like, I don't know, luxuries of American ultra running, because it's not really a thing in Europe and many other countries that, yeah, American ultra running gets pacers. Even on the elite field, there's a little bit of talk about, like, why is that a thing? And I feel like, if anything, it's just more of like that's how it's always been, and that's just what we've rolled with. And, you know, they are not, the pacers are only able to run with their runner. They're not allowed to hold any of the runner's gear or like splash water on them, give them gels. There's no muling allowed. They're just simply there to help, you know, either set the pace, make sure they stay safe out there, not get lost.
Yep.
Add some company, you know. Yeah, I'm trying to get, and oh man, we got some, I think we got some crampage. I feel like that's
maybe
Jared Hazen.
Yep.
Running next to Stephen Kirsch.
Jay Hayes Blaze.
Yeah, Kirsch is getting hazed into the Black Canyon 100K right now. This is a strong run for Kirsch. You know, of course, all of these competitors are wanting to probably finish higher than they're coming in, but you know, this is the year you get, and you got to be proud of the fight. Yeah, that's definitely Jared Hazen's stride next to Kirsch.
Yep.
Stephen Kirsch, another one of the Adidas Terex team members.
A great overall day from the Terex team, including Kirsch. It's amazing that, and let's assume he finishes in 8:13, 8:14. Does he round out the top 10?
We have, so Elliot Carden came in. Kirsch would be 9.
9. I'm going to guess that the men's top 10 all goes under 8:20. And I don't think that that's ever happened.
No, I think any numbers that we throw out there at this point have probably never happened.
The revolutionary.
Yeah, it's just one of those races where everything is a record. Like, this is the fastest winner, the fastest second, the fastest third.
We talked about this on our long run yesterday as to whether this Black Canyon 100K was going to be a watershed moment for the sport, in the sense that to truly be competitive, to truly get inside the top 10 and have a good day, you need to be the type of runner that if you're not a professional, you're treating the sport like it's your professional thing. And I think that it's lived up to its expectation. Someone in the chat said that this is the next most competitive 100K, at least for Americans, after CCC. And I think I might agree.
Yeah, I would say so. That's that's what we thought this race was going to shape up to be. And, we're still in that habit of expecting a good amount of carnage and DNFs. And while there was a few, like every single year, it just seems like there's a little bit less because everyone is really bringing their A game and getting just so dialed at not only the training but the racing elements and figuring out all the little nuances. And it's turned it's turned this approach into a little bit less of a guessing game. And that's what we're seeing with, the top 3, the top 10s getting closer together, having to not only go out somewhat aggressively, but then finish even more aggressively. Start hard, finish hard.
Yep.
That's where we're at in the sport, and it's very exciting as a fan, especially as the live stream production component also grows with this level of competition.
Yep.
We get to see it firsthand how monumental these competitions are. I'm so excited to see how this race then stacks up from a competition standpoint, with Canyons. That's the last golden ticket race. Even we'll see Western States is probably going to be the most competitive one of the year, but then looking outside of that, looking way down the calendar, Javelina 100, is Black Canyon 100K going to move up a couple spots this year for being, one of the more competitive races in North America?
I think so. And actually, I want to get your take on this, Brett, because Chad in the chat thinks that, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but should we put an asterisk next to the times today because of the weather? Like, is this like the equivalent for Black Canyon of 2012 Western States?
I don't think we have enough different types of asterisks to, notate hot years, cold years. We do still pay attention a lot to times because that's, one of the historical metrics that we can look at, and that's definitely what running has evolved from. But even if we completely ignore times and just look at the way the race panned out and the level of competition, you add 15 degrees and throw everyone on these same days, the times are going to be a little bit slower, but I bet on an average still faster than all the other years of equivalent weather. So I don't know if there's necessarily going to put a note next to the year, but everyone will just remember that this was a fast year, you know? So I don't know. That's just my take for it. I don't think there's any right or wrong answers for it, though.
But back to your first point before that, I think that this has become, at least in the American ultra trail scene, after Western States, this has become the second most important ultra trail event in the United States.
Yeah. I mean, our winner, Anthony Costales, he came to this race not to get a golden ticket, but to race the people that were signed up.
Yep.
That's what it takes for some of these races to really level up in terms of overall competition. Is I want to come here to race, not to get something to leapfrog me to the next race, but I want to race because I want to see how I stack up versus this field. And Black Canyon, especially this year, is shaping up to be one of those. I mean, that's kind of how the Lake Sonoma 50 mile was every year when it was a golden ticket race. Is it was people just went and hammered it because that's just what you did. You signed up because you knew there was going to be a great field, and you really got to see where you were. That's what I saw out of Black Canyon today. I'm so excited for us to start getting some visuals on the women's side of the course.
We're hearing lead women at Doe.
Keely, yeah, that looks like a blue Heather Jackson.
Can we pipe in Leah?
Leah's going to be at the finish.
Okay. Gotcha.
So it'll still be a number of minutes as the lead ladies are just getting through Doe Spring. I'll try and update my live tracking. See what we can get going here. But as close as that men's race was, this women's race is closer.
Yes.
At the previous checkpoint through Table Mesa, the top 3 women in the race, what was the order for the top 3?
At Table Mesa?
Yeah, on the way out.
For the women?
Yeah.
I think it was Keely.
Yeah, it was Keely, Heather Jackson.
And Ida.
And then Ida Nilsson. They were separated by 35 seconds.
Incredible.
I mean, that's like at the speeds they're going, that's just almost the amount of room you give to the person in front of you, just so you have good coverage or visual of the trail.
I'm going to make a bold prediction for the finish line of the women's race.
Yeah, we haven't had enough bold predictions for Finn today, so let's get it.
All right. I believe that the Nicole Bitter of this race is going to be Meg Morgan. She is going to find a way to get on that podium today. I don't know exactly how she's going to do it and who she's going to displace.
Probably by running.
Well, she's going to run. We have confirmed that. But who is going to need to exit that podium position for her to be there? But in the same way that Nicole Bitter found a way to podium at Bandera last month, I believe Meg Morgan will play a similar role. She just looked so happy, and I think she's closing at the right time. So,
yeah, that's a fair take because at the Table Mesa aid station at mile 50.9, Meg Morgan was 4 minutes behind the trio.
Okay.
So we've got update at the Doe Spring aid station. Keely Henninger and Heather Jackson were 14 seconds apart.
Get your popcorn ready.
You probably could just go with like kernels and put them on your computer, and they will turn into popcorn with how hot this race is getting. Let's see. I think we're looking at the finish line drone camera right now. So we might be looking at the 10th. We might be looking at 10th place coming in. The last 2 men to come through the Doe Spring aid station were Matt Seidel and Ryan Clifford.
I got to say, though, and I just love thinking about the second and third order effects of somebody with the audience and reputation and excellence that Heather Jackson has in the Ironman, Ironwoman triathlete world. I have to imagine that of the couple thousand folks watching this live stream, a few are from her world, and it excites me to think that what she's doing today is inspiring the hell out of them, and they want to make an attempt at this sport as well. Like, imagine if Sarah True later this year just says, what Heather is doing is so freaking cool. I want to line up for, I don't know, OCC or some other premier event in our sport, and we just see that slow trickle-down effect of athletes.
I think anyone watching this live stream is probably going to get a little bit of that spark, a little bit of that motivation to maybe want to see what something like this is like. Was it Matthew Seidel was being paced by Chris Myers?
Yes.
I'm just getting Bandera flashbacks with the hats, so it's got me thinking that this is Matthew Seidel. I don't even know if it's like a true bucket hat. It's like part bucket, part full like sun hat. Little Kentucky Derby vibes going on. It's great. I wonder if it needs one of the like a chin strap to keep it from flying off your head, because there was a little bit of wind.
No, I love that we're talking about it here. I feel like one of the great talking points in our sport on race day is the fashion sense that folks bring to the table, and there's no doubt Chris Myers and Matt Seidel here are delivering.
Yeah. Fashion is function. Function is fashion.
What was the fashion today? At Bandera, it was just no shirt.
Bandera, it was no shirt.
Huge hit to the garment industry.
Yes. Today was a pretty normal day. I mean, we saw long sleeve we saw long sleeve shirts a little bit longer than I expected. You know, we saw a couple in long sleeves. Keely, Heather Jackson was a long sleeve. They were both. Keely might still be in a long sleeve, and that might be purely for sun protection and cooling. You know, we saw some big hats. Anthony Costalis was rocking the like flappy safari hat. We got Matthew Seidel coming in to the finish, raising his arms, little hoot, little holler, rounding out our top 10 in 8:22 on the clock. So that puts a stamp on our men's top 10. 8:22.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to pause again for station identification and a quick word from some of our valued sponsors.
From the Some Work All Play podcast, current theories indicate that the expansion of the universe is accelerating due to dark energy. In that theory, the universe will die in a big freeze. As author Katie Mack says, it will be marked by increasing isolation, inexorable decay, and an eons-long fade into darkness. That aligns with how many of the runners will feel at the Black Canyon City aid station at mile 37.4. Our assignment to you, fight entropy by bringing enthusiasm to everything you do, including your DNFs. Huzzah! The Black Canyon Trail Coalition was organized to promote and facilitate the creation and use of the Black Canyon Trail System and continues to maintain and grow the trail system to this day. The coalition's purpose is to enhance the quality of life for trail users by providing a world-class trail experience in a natural desert mountain setting. Aravaipa Running is honored to showcase these world-class trails at the Black Canyon Ultras. To show our support, every dollar of our live chat donations will be donated to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. Huge thank you to Benjamin Shepper of Apple Plumbing, Heating, and Air of Westminster, Maryland, for supporting the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. Back to you, Finn and Brett.
So we just got word from our great friend and statistician, Liam, who is Aid Station Fireball on Twitter. He says the men's top 10 has never been under 8:48 before, and today it just went under 8:22. That's a 26-minute difference. The bar has been raised.
The depth is so deep.
I think it's time for that. The depth is so impossibly deep.
Impossibly, even though it just happened. It was a very brief moment, but one of the other camera feeds that we can see that will just verbally tune everyone in on was I did see through the Dose Spring aid station was Meg Morgan was popping through. So that would have only been about 2 minutes behind the leaders. We cannot confirm nor deny if Meg Morgan has moved up to third, overtaking Ida Nilsson. We just hadn't gotten a visual on Ida Nilsson or heard of her whereabouts on the course.
Meg Morgan going back to her prehistoric roots, taking on the role of persistence hunter, trying to get onto that podium.
Absolutely.
Get your popcorn ready.
We got another finisher coming in. Amazing. There's big gaps are a thing of the past.
I love latching on to names too. I think Meg Morgan is just such a baller name.
Eminem.
Meg Morgan is third at Doe.
Okay, so confirmation. Meg Morgan has overtaken Ida Nilsson for that third podium spot, which is a golden ticket spot because Heather Jackson is already in for Western States off of a Hoka sponsor spot. So golden ticket does go down to third place at this year's Black Canyon 100K. Same scenario with the men's side of the race, with Tom Evans already having a spot in for Western States because of his performance at UTMB.
Yep.
Okay, so time updates for the Doe Spring aid station was Keely Henninger at 8:16:55, Heather Jackson at 8:17:09, so that's like 15-second gap, and then Megan Morgan 8:23. So we're looking 6 minutes to the leaders from Megan Morgan.
Testing the mic here. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, Finn, you're not supposed to eat the microphones. Ooh, we'll do a little bit of split comparison as well through Doe Spring. So with Keely's 8:16:55 through the Doe Spring aid station. 8:16:55. That is 2 minutes under Brittany Peterson's course record split. Brittany came through in 8:18, and Keely's 2 minutes under that. So we're still ripping and rolling. Finn, we were having a little audio issues.
Hopefully I'm back from the dead here. Am I back? Is it working?
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you can hear Finn.
Laura in the chat is asking how many miles from Doe Springs to the finish.
Let me pull up my course map. Oops.
It is roughly 3.6, a little over 5K.
Yep, and at the current moment, we are just awaiting our field correspondent, Leah Yingling, to make her way to the finish so we can catch the women's race leaders come through, and then we will post up at the finish.
It sounds like my mic is very loud, so maybe I gotta whisper now.
Or you could just like pull it a little bit further away from your mouth. Oh,
I'm gonna have to have a word with producer Matt after this.
Travis's ears are now dead. Oh, it sounds like we just blew out everybody's eardrums. Someone in the chat said, how about a sponsor spot for Cole Watson? Cole Watson actually did get a Hoka sponsor spot for Western States last year. And, you know, I guess there's not really any rules against that, but I imagine they'll probably spread the love a little bit, which could be why Heather Jackson has one of the Hoka sponsor spots. I'm not sure exactly how many they have.
Yep.
Let's see, so we're looking at 8:30 on the race clock. Brittany Peterson's course record is 8:48. Who do we have on the Jonas? The Jonas drone. The Dronus. That looks like it might be an Ida Nilsson stride coming through. This is the Doe Spring aid station by our pilot Dronus. Yep, that's definitely Ida Nelson coming in. It's pretty amazing. Every single, update that we've gotten from Ida was, it looks like she's working really hard. I'm not sure, but I've also heard reports of she's a very focused racer.
Yeah.
She's just head down, all business. I have a job today. I'm going to do it. It's a poker face in a way.
And it just goes to show in ultra running there are many ways to figuratively skin a cat, win this race, get a golden ticket, get on the podium.
Ida is currently in 4th place on the course. As we're near the Doe Spring aid station. Yeah, the weather today must have been kind of right on the bubble for heat, because there was some people who were completely loaded up with ice and then others that had hardly any at all.
Yep.
And, I can't help but think that those who didn't think they needed that ice would have been better off had they gone for it. Because even if it's, the air temp is 65, or our official thermometer up in the top left-hand corner of the screen showing 68, that under full sun, that radiates off of the desert ground, that gets hot. If you were racing, on the track or a marathon and it's 68 degrees, the announcers would be commentating about subpar weather conditions. And in ultra running, we're like, oh, 68, that's amazing. But that is warm enough to hamper the performance a little bit. So, I think icing down and keeping the core temps cool, even when it's 68 degrees out, can be a difference maker, especially at the level of competition that this race is bringing now.
100%. 100%. One thing, again, thank you so much to the crew that's out there today getting these unbelievable drone shots. It's safe to say that with each passing live stream that we do in our sport, the on-course technology just continues to improve. Definitely the case here today at Black Canyon. Also, a huge thanks to everybody in the live chat that has stuck with us all day. Your participation means everything. We love interacting. And as we said earlier, keep it coming with the comments, the hot takes, the questions. Let's keep having fun here in the last few hours.
That is my new favorite part of the entire sport of ultra running now, that I've gotten a little bit more of an opportunity to, watch, talk about the sport from this side of the camera. And it is just so exciting to see this sport kind of grow, and being able to share that with everyone at home who's, hearing the stories, becoming bigger fans of the sport. That's what this is all about. Like, there's so many good stories and just storylines out there. And I hope that we can only continue to help that grow, not only during the race, but in the lead up to it too. I think it's only really a matter of time before, all the favorites in this race have, a full preview video of their training and updates and, all sorts of things. And, that's going to make the hype for races like this even bigger.
I don't know about you, but I can't wait to go to the University of Live Streaming this summer, watching 3 weeks of the Tour de France in Ashland. Are we doing a training camp?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll just we'll go live every day and talk about bicycle racing. Just wing it, see what happens. We got to get the reps in. So we got eyes on the women's leader. That's Keely Henninger, and that is our Finnish drone. So Keely is within range of the Finnish drone, which has been about a mile.
If you're a fan of the work of Joseph Campbell, Keely Henninger really playing out the hero's journey these last 11 to 12 months, ready for an epic day at Western States last year, suffering an injury that took her out of the race, working on patience, working on her mental game, working on recovery, slowly building her way back, unfazed, and she was in the belly of the beast. And it looks like today she might be in position to get one concrete step closer to a return to Western States, which is poetic justice in many ways.
And, this drone footage it's zoomed out enough where I feel like we might be seeing, 14 seconds worth of distance behind Keely, and I'm not seeing Heather Jackson. So Keely might have laid down the hammer here. And if Keely can, hold off anyone fighting for that top spot, this is going to be the biggest win of Keely's ultra running career.
One of the things that unites Anthony Costales and Keely Henninger today is their, and I mean this in a positive way, monomaniacal focus on executing this event to the perfect degree and just taking care of business. And it's amazing what happens when you do that. You don't look ahead to anything in the future, but you're just, as cliche as it is, present-minded.
Yep. And another student of the sport as well.
100%.
Keely doesn't leave any stone unturned and has put in so much prep for this race and didn't get sucked into this super hot pace early on either, and slowly reeled her way in to the leaders. And once she caught up with the leaders, she didn't make an aggressive move to just go by, sat, hung out, knew that there was plenty of racing left. We're going to, feel it out, see what's going on, plenty of time to, regroup, figure out what our next move is going to be.
Yes.
And what we're seeing is a byproduct of just well-executed race planning.
Yep.
And just taking care of all the things that Keely's been able to control. You get the pacing, the effort, the gear. Keely's sponsored by Ultra. I saw the shoe choice, and it was the Ultra Mont Blanc BOA.
Interesting.
So that is the new one with the 2 BOA dials on the shoe. The gear, the nutrition, the hydration, and then the pacing and the effort. Once you get pretty dialed in on those things, then you get to look ahead to racing and competing. And that's exactly what we're seeing out of Keely right now. And that was with pacer Grayson Murphy, right? I think that's what it was for. Okay. All right, we're going to keep the drone shot, but we are going to get some audio from Leah Yingling, who has made her way to the finish.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud
Leah,
and
great to have you
clear.
back.
Yay. Lower mic than Finn's mic was, I guess.
Yeah, sorry to all the eardrums out there. Not that you can hear me apologizing.
I got muted, then I got blasted.
So we are at the finish line here awaiting our women's leaders. Last time we heard it was about 14-second gap between Keely and Heather at Doe Springs. From the drone shots, it looks like Keely's opened up a big gap or a gap on Heather. So anxious to see where she ends up. And I believe she should be closing in on the finish line pretty soon, which is just an incredible race by Keely. I was just chatting with Corinne about like a clinic that Keely put on today, really running this race how you should approach Western States. She took her time to cool down all day long. She stayed calm. She stayed collected. She did her thing. She knew her fitness. And I think we're seeing a product of that right now. And I'm so excited to welcome her to the finish line when she rounds it pretty soon.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be so great. Yeah, make sure to hold the microphone a few inches away from your mouth when you're screaming Keely in.
I will try.
Oh, yeah, this has been such a fantastic day of racing. And after 8 hours and 40 minutes, nothing is set in stone yet. We're still kind of at the edges of our seat. I can see Grayson throwing her hands up in celebration. The cheers are getting a little bit louder.
Ooh.
We got to give a shout out.
I think I can even spy them, actually.
We are very close. We are 8 minutes under the course record at the moment.
We're getting the drone operator is pure Spielberg. So true.
It's poetry.
I might have eyes on them soon. Yeah, the course record, guys. What is 8:40?
8:48.
8:48. Okay.
8:48.32 if it comes down to that, but I don't think we're
Nice.
going to be needing to count seconds for this
I
course
don't
record.
think so either. And yeah, I was wrong. I said it would not get broken today, and I should not ever bet against Keely Henninger.
I think
we got a Mike McMonagle sighting in the drone footage here.
Oh, nice. Lucky audience.
He's racing Keely in. Now he's going to get some great
Mike's looking
photos.
strong on a 100-mile week right now.
All right, Keely is passing one of,
Mike.
I think one of the final Hoka beacons. I think she's got to take a little dip down through one of the washes where it gets very rocky.
I do love Keely's persistence with getting this golden ticket and going back to Western States. She had to drop this year due to an ankle injury at Western States, and I think had a 9th place finish the year prior, and I know she has unfinished business with it. So this golden ticket and return to Western States has to feel just so sweet for her.
Absolutely, yeah. If you believe there's more in the tank at a race like Western States, and you're as smart of a trainer and racer and student of the sport like Keely is, I'm going to believe her when she says that there's more in the tank at that race. And she's going to get a chance to prove that to herself.
And Brett, you love the timing of this race too in terms of lining it up for Western performances.
Yeah, I do like how it's we're still just in February. There's a lot of time to properly recover and get in a nice, great training block for Western States. We're at 8:42 on the clock, eagerly awaiting the lead lady for the Black Canyon 100K. That is Keely Henninger.
I hear some
Portland,
cowbells ringing. What do we got here? Oh, we got Ryan Miller coming into the finish.
Ryan
Lots
Miller.
of big cheers.
All right, yeah. Props to Ryan Miller
What a day.
for getting this one out.
Ryan Miller
Nice work.
for the 100K
Way to go,
finish.
Ryan.
Shoulder raspberries
strong.
and all. Take that one to the pie shop.
Oh, I definitely do have eyes on Keely now.
Yep, we got the finish cam. Oh, watch your ankles, Mike.
Yeah.
We got
Can't
Keely.
lose those.
David Montana says in the chat, cannot comprehend the dedication, commitment, soul searching, and grit. I'm guessing he's talking about Keely. Well said. Well said. She's put it all together for this event. And it's amazing when it works out, and it did today.
I'm loving all the quality that's in the chat right now. But, the one common, I guess, comment is just how amazing this footage is, and how they are racing in the middle of the desert, and we are. Well, I guess I'm not at home. It feels like it at this point, but
And friends of Black Canyon,
just watching this amazing race unfold.
Our women's 100K.
We are still 4 minutes under the course record, and we're going through the last very rocky wash.
Again, the fan and promoter of the sport in me is so curious to know how formative an event this is for Grayson Murphy, pacing the winner of the Black Canyon 100K, Keely Henninger. How soon does she get into ultras after this?
It's only a matter of time.
Man, what a moment for Keely. I just think this is so much hard work, dedication, knowing herself the last couple years, and just making a calm and collected return to the sport, return to health, and I think just a perfectly and beautifully executed race today, and just absolutely so well deserved.
Absolutely. I mean, whether or not this race even had a golden ticket, to execute a performance like this, that's worthy of celebration on its own. Keely Henninger coming into the finish.
Yeah.
She is going to sneak in a few minutes under the previous course record set by Brittany Peterson. This is Keely Henninger at Portland, Oregon, everybody. Athlete for Ultra.
And we've got a secondary cam here that's out of view for the live stream folks, but I think Heather Jackson is not far behind in second place. She just passed one of the Hoka pylons, and she's moving pretty well.
I see her at the top of the hill, which might be about at least 2 minutes or so.
You must construct additional pylons.
Give it up for Keely.
Deep cut.
You must construct additional pylons.
All right, so we had even less time to celebrate with our women's winner because we had to cut to second place. That is coming in. This has been a battle all day. Heather Jackson set this early pace. It was like way under course record pace.
Guys, do you mind if we grab a couple words from Keely?
Yeah,
before we
you
lose her?
got time. I think you got a minute.
Incredible racing, Keely. Any initial thoughts for all your fans at home who are just cheering you on a beautifully executed race? Everybody's just cheering so hard.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was probably the first time where everything finally came together. And like, honestly, I've never had to duke it out at mile 59. So like Heather's coming soon. And like, we were racing together through mile 59. What is this? This is the sport. It's so freaking cool.
It's incredible.
But yeah, that race was awesome. And I feel like I knew the course sort of well, and I knew what I could sustain. And luckily that's what it took to pull off the win. So I'm really grateful.
Put on a clinic out there.
And yeah, I guess.
See you at States.
See you at States.
Yeah.
All
That was the only
right.
goal.
Woo! Love it.
Hell yeah, Keely.
The first golden ticket has been claimed. We will see Keely
Amazing,
back
and
at Western States.
We
And
should be seeing
Heather
Heather
Jackson
here then.
is going to pop up over the hill.
And similar to what Anthony said at his finish line interview, Keely was so excited about the opportunity to race that late in the race to get first place.
It's fun. Oh, little stumble. Good recovery. We've moved on to the Tecton X, it appears.
What an incredible
Is
performance
this under the
by
course
both of
record,
these
you guys?
ladies.
Yes,
Coming in.
it will be by about 40 seconds.
Yes, girl. Come on now. Give it up
Heather
for
Jackson.
Heather Jackson.
Second ultra marathon of her career so far in our sport.
And I would say a big improvement over
Huge.
Heather's performance at Javelina.
Huge.
Yeah.
And
I think so too.
I think she's already one of the best in this sport.
I mean,
She just said
definitely-
she ate shit like 20 times.
Yeah, a few more rocks in that Javelina course.
Yeah, Katie Asmuth says earned that Western States spot. She already had a sponsor slot in there, but if that wasn't there, she would have gotten it right in this moment.
Yep. Heather just proved to everyone that Hoka chose the right person
Hoka
for
chose
that
the right person.
sponsor spot. Yeah.
Do you mind if we grab a couple words with you?
Yeah, totally.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Incredible day. We've been cheering far and wide, and you've got a ton of fans out there. Any words you want to share on your just incredible performance?
Oh my God, no, just a huge thank you to Aravaipa. This was amazing. I mean, my second trail race, my second Aravaipa,
Mind blowing.
yeah, it was so good. I mean, it was so well marked, like the aid stations. A huge thank you to everyone working those. That was awesome. The support and just, yeah.
What a great Western States training run, huh?
Oh my God. Well, I was asking, we literally were going back and forth, and I'm just like, is this considered technical? Because I went down, I like rolled into a cactus, like, and I'm just like, I have so much to work on, but, and she's like, no, this is technical. I'm like, okay, phew.
Well, if you have so
Yeah.
much to work on, I'd hate to see you once you've worked on all those things.
Hey,
That
thank
was
you.
just incredible. A beautiful day, and you just put on a clinic as well. You and Keely battled it out, and just close finish.
Yeah. At that final aid station, I was like, oh no. And everyone's like, it's all downhill. I'm like, that's not what I want to hear. I'd rather have the uphill.
Well, incredible job, and excited to see you at Western States. It's going to be a great day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Heather Jackson, everyone.
Awesome hearing Heather's immediate thoughts upon finishing her second trail race ever.
That's insane.
That's a steep learning curve, but she's, just taking it head on. Someone in the chat was saying, man, Heather Jackson's going to eat up some time on that river crossing with her swim background. Hopefully they don't use boats.
Heather Jackson fan.
Hopefully it's not a boat year at Western States.
She might be the second person to swim across the Rucky River after Jim Walmsley, but maybe she'll successfully.
Yeah, Heather Jackson actually does not need to hold the rope. So if everything is going as we think, we have eyes on our third place
And that's Meg
finisher
Morgan.
coming in. That is Meg Morgan.
What a well-deserved run for Meg Morgan, too. 4th place at Bandera last year, 8th place at Canyons last year, and just mixing it up in these golden ticket races until she finally just has her breakthrough day.
Yep.
She's such a fun runner, fun person, and really put her nose in it today, and it stuck. I'm just amazed by her.
Yeah, and it was a very, it was a very controlled, smart, well-calculated race as well. that experience from past golden ticket races has really paid off. And then, another year of stacking those bricks, improving from a fitness standpoint as well. And then just getting more dialed on that race day is leading to a golden ticket.
She's going to take her golden ticket, yeah.
Gosh, I sure hope so.
We talked about her a bit in the race preview, that she'd be a dark horse candidate, a quote-unquote random baller. And
we are dropping the random of random baller for Megan Morgan as of this finish. Just baller now.
Baller.
Yep.
Baller.
Megan Morgan is no longer eligible to be a random baller.
Had one of the strongest fan clubs in the live chat all day. There's no question that her family, her friends, her fans showed up. It was her and Dan Green.
Yeah, it appears no pacer for Megan Morgan.
Yeah, she's moving.
Yeah, running so well.
Leah, we're
also, like Finn mentioned earlier.
Go ahead.
I was going to say she just has the best Strava titles in the game.
Oh, yeah.
So if anybody doesn't follow Megan, you should start now.
No, I need to pay attention to that more
super
now.
amusing on Strava.
Where does Megan train out of?
Boulder.
She's in Boulder.
Okay. So we've got Portland, Oregon, and then I think Heather's hometown is listed as Bend, Oregon, but it spends a lot of winters in the Phoenix, Tucson area.
Yep.
And then Megan Morgan coming from Boulder.
We're geographically representing today.
Good representation.
So Leah, assuming Meg rolls in under 9 hours as well, how many women do
Are
we
we
see?
under 9 hours?
Yep.
I think she'll be under 9.
We're at 8:53.
She put 14 minutes on Ida, so I don't think we'll see. We'll see just 3
might
under
be
9
our
hours, I
last.
think.
Okay.
Yeah, she looks awesome, guys. Oh. So incredible.
Well done. What a run by Megan Morgan. So well
And she
executed.
drops her cell phone.
That's okay. If there's a time to drop your phone, it's after you finish the race.
Let me.
Team Visor.
Team Visor.
Those are the emotions of someone who did it.
Mind if I grab some words with you?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh my God, hello. How are you?
Great.
Tell
tell me a little bit about your day. Golden ticket.
Yeah. Yeah, came into it feeling really good. Forced myself to taper hard, which is really hard for me, but it paid off. Went out really fast and didn't really realize until mile 12. And at that point, I was like, okay, if I reel in now for about 12 miles, I can get that rest benefit that I was maybe supposed to have in the beginning. And that paid off really well. And I just honestly felt super strong through the end. Little jittery from dehydration, but it went so well. I know, I'm a really big salter. I'm hideous, don't look.
Well, you ran incredible all day long, just moved up all day. And I mean, you gapped the field behind you and we're creeping up. Like amazing race. And
Thank you.
Excited to see you at Western States.
I know, excited to run with you again.
That's Meg Morgan, everyone. Congratulations.
So it's sounding like Megan will be accepting that golden ticket then, huh?
I think so. Yeah, she's a La Sportiva athlete as well. I believe has been with them for about a year or so.
Cool. So our women's podium is Keely Henninger, Heather Jackson, Megan Morgan, all under 9 hours. I'll have to go back and check, but probably the first time 3 have been under 9. I'm trying to think of a year when there was more than 1 under 9.
I don't think they're.
And it was 9 minutes. 9-minute spread for the podium. That's very close together.
Western States is going to be a barn burner this year.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see who comes through in 4th and 5th here.
Oh.
And where
Meg Morgan accepting her golden ticket as we
The
speak.
ticket has been accepted. Well, we demand an Instagram story of flying the golden ticket back to Boulder.
We do.
We want to see the journey. You're not allowed to fold it. That's against the rules.
Yeah, to reiterate what Leah was saying earlier, Meg is an excellent follow on Strava, really delivers the creativity on Strava titles and descriptions. So if you aren't already a fan of Meg, go check her out there.
Yeah, and I think one of her crew members today was Riley Brady, and I was talking to them, and they mentioned that Megan did not want to pace her out there, so she just wanted to do her thing, get out after it herself, and she accomplished just that.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, runners in the late stages of the race, they want to have that kind of quiet time to just be with themselves and limit, you know, any potential distractions. Sometimes it's hard to find that perfect pacer that's needs to know or, you know, do everything exactly as you want it. And sometimes it's just easier to go about it solo for the last few miles. That takes a huge amount of confidence, and you know that bodes well. You know, having that mental tenacity going into something like Western States, which, you know, not only is the race itself very difficult, but like it's a course that lends to the mind games. Like, you know, Finn and I, we've both blown up at Western States, and it's so easy to get into a dark place a little too early on, and it's
100%.
very difficult to get out of that. And if you're approaching races where you're like, nah, I'd rather just be alone in my thoughts, sans pacer, you're gonna have some good vibes during those dark times at Western States.
100%.
And we have somebody in the chat that says Meg is also a great chef. So multifaceted person, this Meg Morgan.
Cooked up a good race today.
Oh, sure did. Do you guys have any other splits from Doe Springs out there so we know who to anticipate in our kind of 4th through 6th positions?
Let's see. Let me see if this thing will update for me. Yeah, for a brief moment, we did have drone footage on Ida Nilsson out of Doe Springs, but that was a while ago at this point.
Last I heard, Meg had put 14 minutes on her, I believe.
Yep.
So, okay, so coming into the Doe Spring aid station, Ida Nilsson, Anna Cassius, and Shea Aquilano were 30 seconds apart.
What?
So if Ida is continuing to, you know, go backwards, then it's going to be a race between Anna Cassius and Shea Aquilano for those 4th and 5th spots.
Wow.
One thing I'll say about Ida, it's not entirely clear how healthy she was heading into this race. If she was nursing to some degree hip issues, and I know that at times, you know, that her disposition during the race was that, you know, there was some suffering involved, and I guess my hat is off to her for gutting out the race to the extent that she did, and how she was mixing it up at the front for as long as she did, and you know, she was having quite an impressive race through Table Mesa there.
Yeah, I mean, one of her Instagram posts was that she had gotten an MRI prior to flying over to the States, and didn't wait to fly out to, you know, for the results before flying out. She's like, I'm flying out either way, no matter what. And then it sounded like the results of the MRI were not fully healthy, but also not fully broken. And apparently that was good enough for Ida Nilsson to still have an incredible day out there.
Yep.
I just hope that this doesn't cause, you know, any you know, more long-term injury, as Ida Nilsson is a incredible competitor and one that I love watching race.
Make some noise, get your hands together for these very fast women. In 3rd place, an outstanding final performance, coming through with an 8:53.52 finish. Give it up for Megan Morgan. Earning her way in.
Can hear the podium announcer going. Yeah, and for those who were wondering, there was a little bit of confusion in the chat. In the top left-hand corner of the screen, the Black Canyon logo, that's the top of a windmill. It's not a croissant. Just for those who are wondering, it's a windmill.
Do you see any updates on the live tracker there for women's 4 through 10?
The most recent update for women's 4 through 10 was through the Doe Spring aid station, which was, they'd come through 8:37 on the clock, so a little bit of a gap between the podium now and the fourth finisher that we're probably expecting in the next few minutes. Again, we'll have to go and count the places, but Nick Curry had also checked into the Doe Spring aid station a couple minutes before the trio of Ida Nilsson, Anna Cassius, and Shea Aquilano. And I think Nick had started out somewhere in like the 60s from a place standpoint.
Right.
And is now up right around 20th place. So
amazing.
Catching upwards of 30 or 40 people throughout the race. That'd be pretty fun. We do have eyes on someone coming in. I know Anna Cassius and Shea Aquilano were both wearing blue and both had the Solomon pack that's half black, half white. So we'll need
looks like a pace. One is definitely a pacer because I'm seeing that yellow bib.
Yeah, the runner on the right
I think it's Shea.
Is a racer.
I think this is Shea.
Yeah, I don't have a good enough eye on the biomechanics of this runner. Leo will be able to ID them when they come in, but I think this is Shea.
I think it's Shea as well. So some context on Shea. She ran this race in 2021, finished in 12 hours and change, came back in 2022, shaved 2 hours off, finishing 10 hours and change. I believe she's shaving off 70 to 90 minutes again this time. So
all right, we've got Leah back.
Truly impressive.
Hey guys, back here at the finish.
I think we've got Shea Aquilano coming in next.
The chat's saying it's Anna.
Oh, a lot of people are saying it's Anna.
Yeah, they're wearing very similar outfits.
I know
today.
they're both wearing
bright blue and black packs.
Okay.
Yeah, so if it's Shea has two braids in.
Oh,
Anna does not
this
have
is
braids.
Anna.
Then this is Anna, because this is only one braid.
Yeah.
Anna looking super strong. Someone in the chat, Kim Hammond, says, "Catch us if you can."
Ooh, catch us if you can.
Ooh.
Anna
Yes,
has.
Anna, this is just an incredible run for her. I was really curious to see how she would do on the technical terrain out here, considering she does a lot of her running on the roads. But I know she's been putting in a lot of time on the trails these last couple months, getting ready for this and just putting in the mileage. So it's really no surprise that she's having such a strong day here. And I mean, like we are looking at 9:05 right now. And just for reference, Claire Gallagher ran 9:05 here last year.
Right.
Yeah, this is an incredible time, an incredible
so
run.
all these women.
Anna Cassius.
Leah,
Sorry for the confusion.
Leah, it's reminiscent of
Yeah,
CCC last year where you could have had a game plan based off the previous year's splits. But
Here she comes. 9:05, 45.
That was a great race for her.
So
I think she should pull an Eric LaPuma and try to do the 100K roads and the.
Yeah, what range? Yeah, Anna Cassius was 7th at the 100K World Championships on the road last year. And we got Ida Nilsson coming in. Really gritty performance by Ida coming in. Yeah, I mean, not only just today, but just to even make the decision to go for it. And, you know, if you're going to a race not 100%, it's so easy to give yourself that out at any point on the race because it's like, oh, well, you know, don't want to risk it further. You know, might be hurt. Like, it's so easy to give yourself that out and like.
And reorganizing goals in the moment, like with Cole as well. It was a goal for both Cole and Ida.
We've got Ida Nielsen coming into the finish here. Ida Nielsen.
Yeah, such an impressive run.
Oh man, I'm amazed. What a day for her, returning to the Arizona trails. And she has taken a seat.
Well done, Ida Nielsen. Legend of the sport.
And then we're gonna see Shay in 90 seconds.
Yep, this looks like Shay here.
Oh my God. How many is that? This is
Shay will be 6 when she comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, 6 under 9:10. That is incredible.
The depth.
It's not quite the 5 under 9 that Mike predicted, but 6 under 9:10 is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bold prediction, and he really wasn't even far off.
No. I do think from at least our Table Mesa aid station that there was quite a gap between the next woman then finisher, who I believe at the time was Jade Belsberg behind this group of ladies.
Ingvild Kaspersen
Or
as well
Ingvild. Okay,
was just in front of Jade by a few minutes. So it
So
might
here we
be
got Shay
around 10
coming in
minutes.
here.
But yep, Shea Aquilano coming in.
What a race. 21 years old. Just in another incredible day, knocking off an hour plus each year.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty scary for next year when she comes back.
Yeah, I mean,
She'll be writing her dissertation on Black Canyon next year. She just completed a master's degree.
I wish I had a master's at 21.
Yeah, I really like how she puts herself in it in these competitive races. Looks like we got Nick Curry finishing here as well.
Oh, Saint Nick.
Solid day for him.
Also
What is it,
representing
sit and
Team
kick,
Visor.
Nick?
Sit and kick Nick.
Saint Nick.
A man of many talents. American record holder for 24 hours, as well as multiple-time Hard Rock finisher.
In road shoes.
Of course.
Looks like our 7th place female coming in here. This is a really tight spread.
What do you see coming in next?
We've got eyes on our next lady coming in.
Oh, what? Who is it?
I don't have an ID. I think they're wearing all black.
Huh. Is it a pacer, or are they by themselves?
Or maybe they're coming up over the hill right now.
Huh. I don't know.
Maybe not. Maybe just out on course. Or maybe it was
Because
pace.
Ingvild is with Emily Hawgood, I believe.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Jade
you're right.
Belsberg's wearing a bright blue shirt.
Not racing. Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, I think was that Danny? Was that Danny Moreno and Abby Hall?
Oh, yes, that's Danny Marino and Abby Hall.
Okay. They are not racing. They are cheering on their teammates today.
Yeah, Katie Asmuth in the chat highlighting the age difference between Shea Aquilano and Ida Nielsen, which I believe is 2+ decades, which shows that...
Yes, it's 42 and 21.
42 and 21. So, I mean, I take so many positives from that, including the fact that you can have longevity in this sport if that's your goal. You can still be at the very top like Ida is for quite a long time.
Absolutely.
And her range, Ida's range is incredible too, just from, all the skiing she does, the World Mountain Running Champ, 2nd place, all of her Transvolcania wins, and just everything over the years, back TNF 50 win whenever that's still existed. She really can just do it all. So it's really awesome to see her throw down in the desert today, even given the fact that what she's been mostly putting in is just treadmill runs and skiing for the last couple months.
Right.
Man. The mind is a powerful tool. If you can keep yourself motivated, even on a treadmill, you can get fit for a race.
Leah, were there any surprises for you today?
I mean, my bracket is just busted, so I guess everything is just printed poorly. Yeah, not. I'm very impressed with Nielsen. I wasn't sure if she would get the distance today, given her recent post about an injury. Wasn't sure how Keely's ankles would hold up over the technical terrain, and yeah, I was proved very, very wrong. And just incredible runs by both of them. So happy for Keely to get to return to Western States. Nobody more deserving. Nobody that's worked harder to get back here. So just all around inspired by the ladies today. Men too, great races from them. Awesome to see Anthony and Tom just have a true battle out there. Really cool all around. So yeah, my brackets are just absolutely terrible by the end of today, but that's all in the fun.
Yep. Sometimes that happens, and it was for the better, for the sake of the competitors out there today.
Yeah. Like, what great stories today. Like, I feel like this is some of the best racing we've seen in quite some time. I feel like Javelina was really exciting this year too, but I mean, the gaps between all the ladies and men today were just so slim, like leads changing, everything just going on, and it's so dynamic. So I think this is one of the most fun I've ever had, just following a race all day long. Flew by.
Yeah, it was so good. And that's, it's funny. Like, sometimes you can go and chase time. Sometimes if you just go and compete against the others around you, the time comes. And I feel like that happened today on both the men's and women's side.
Yes.
I don't know if I would. It doesn't really sound like either of the winners were chasing a time. They were just wanting to execute a race and compete. And the byproduct of that was course records.
They were just chasing gold, if you will.
Yeah, I feel like we saw a lot more of just pure racing today. Not a lot of people who are running a conservative race moving up. I think maybe Janish on the men's side, I would say he did a little bit more of that than anybody, and maybe our random baller Noah a smidge as well. But I think we just saw a lot of people just pure battling today, and I think that's why we're seeing such fast times too. It's like when you throw those conservative splits out the window and just race each other, I think we see really cool, magical races.
Yeah, absolutely. And it keeps the motivation levels high the entire time, because you're a little bit distracted from the suck. Let's see, who did we have just coming in there?
Had a couple guys there. One wearing a Chosky Endurance shirt.
Okay.
Can't peep a bib number though.
I think it was Chris Andrews and William Connor.
This might be Ingvild here.
Yes, with
Emily Hoggood.
With Emily Hoggood as the pacer.
Okay, 7th place, I believe.
And I bet Ingvild is half mile, maybe less out from the finish, Leah.
Yeah, I think I can
that's
see
probably 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, you can see the finish. So I bet she goes under 9:20, and she's looking solid.
Yeah, this is awesome, guys. I can't remember what. So first and second were pretty close last year, but I think we had a bigger gap between second and third, and we're gonna see 7, 8 people be under probably that third place time from last year.
Yep. So he hasn't posted the women's spread yet, obviously, but on the men's side, it was the fastest. It was the tightest podium spread in men's history. 7 minutes and 10 seconds. To your point, Leah, about how exciting the racing was. I haven't done the math yet on the women's podium, but similarly tight.
So last year there was a little over an hour from 1st through 7th place, and our 7th lady is about to come in. And it's about 35 minutes. Yeah, the spread between you know, everyone within this top 10 has definitely come down quite a bit, especially across the top 5.
One thing I want to say, and this was just from the experience yesterday doing a bit of course recon in the last 20 miles, if you haven't run the Black Canyon 100K before, it is a really cool course. I was surprised at how scenic it is, how the environments change, even on a 20-mile section, how green it was. I know that there was a fair bit of rain this year in the lead up, but it's a dynamic course. It's not just this barren, dusty desert location.
Okay, we got Ingvild here.
So this is
9:17, Ingvild Kaspersen, Adidas Terex, our
another
7th
Adidas
place
athlete.
lady. Just crushing it. Full-time doctor. Adidas just
Wow, that is
crushing
incredible.
it this weekend.
Yep. Is Ingvild Kaspersen, our 7th female
And I
finisher.
believe she was second to Abby Hall at Transvolcania
Yes.
just this past year.
What a run. Yeah, so 9:17. The official finish time for Ingvild Kaspersen.
I think we have eyes on 8th place woman now.
Perhaps Jade Belsberg.
Guys, these for the women's top 10 all-time times at Black Canyon, 6 of them were run today.
Wow. The record books got rewritten today.
That is awesome.
Leah, the 8th place woman we have in view looks like black shirt,
is it blue?
pack.
Mm.
Maybe Jade Belsberg or Tara Downer.
No. Jade Belsberg's wearing a blue shirt, and Georgia Porter was the next woman we saw behind her.
Looks like
earlier,
Georgia
wearing,
Porter.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt says Georgia
Okay.
Porter.
Okay.
Paced by Lindsay McDonald.
Oh yes, that's Georgia. Awesome.
So Georgia's overtaken
Yeah,
Jade between Doe Spring and the finish.
Guys, what a competitive race. I can't believe this. I mean, I know we said it going into this on our preview episode, but I really think this has stood out as the most competitive 100K. Definitely this year, but it will I'm sure this will be the most competitive 100K in North America this year. Hard to think canyons could have this type of spread when it rolls around.
Yeah, they're going to have to put together an absolutely banger of a field if they want to match this level of competition. Curious if anyone from the top 10 on either, the men's or women's side of this race are going to try and hop into the Canyons 100K.
It's a more reasonable proposition, I think, than the Bandera to Black Canyon transition. I mean, they'll have at least 8 weeks here to recoup.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we saw Emily Hoggood fare pretty well with that a couple years ago. She did Bandera, Black Canyon, and Canyons, but was able to turn it around for Canyons in no time and get her golden ticket there.
Yep, the golden ticket Grand Slam.
Yeah, so if this is Georgia Porter, she's just awesome. She's had a great year. I think most recently won the 50 miler at McDowell Mountain Frenzy, earning herself a Solomon sponsorship, which is a really cool initiative that they were doing this year. Both her and Brian Curl were awarded that sponsorship for a year. And then she's also had a whole slew of trail races the last year or so, an outright win at the Run Rabbit 50 miler, Tusher's 70K course record, and was able to get second place here in the 60K last year to Katie Asmuth in a great time. So her course knowledge, and she moved up quite well all day today. So it's no surprise that she's just remained solid all day long.
And this is her debut for the 100K distance, I believe.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Which, yeah, all the more reason to go out a little bit more conservative, try and leave a little bit left in the tank to close hard.
I think Tusher's 70K was more time on feet than this race, though, which is speaks to the differences of just the mountain course versus desert rolling hills here. But it also speaks to how talented she is and on a variety of terrain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Georgia Porter's another one with a very quick marathon PR, hopping over to the trail side of the world.
Let's go, Stian! This is Stian.
Brett, are there any other themes from this race that you're taking away from the experience?
I am just like, I am shooketh from just the level of competition and how tight everything stayed all day. Like, it didn't really like blow up and then we were like, well, we know who's going to win the race an hour out. Like, that never happened. We had to wait all the way till the Doe Spring aid station to get pretty good confirmation of who was going to win. So, like, I've been at the edge of my seat all day. I've been at the edge of my seat all month, just thinking about how competitive and exciting this race was going to be, and it surpassed all expectations that I had. I mean, I'm a sucker for a good race, and this one was just one of the more entertaining ones that I can remember.
Is there anything that you used to believe about this race or racing in general that has been upended based on what you've seen today?
You know, if you're really fit and you want it really bad, you know, there was multiple people who rolled the dice a little bit early on and not only just survived but thrived at the end. And what I'm learning every single year, if you're looking to win these races, you do have to make, you know, somewhat of a calculated gamble. I mean, that's just kind of where the competition is in our sport. And yeah, it's a little bit high risk, high reward, but, you know, it's very exciting. You know, if someone's closing hard and picking up all kinds of, you know, places at the end, they probably could also go out a little bit harder and, you know, maintain a solid, you know, pace as well.
Yeah. It is fascinating that there is such a large portion of success in our sport that's predicated on gambling and taking significant risks.
Yeah,
I feel like in a lot of other sports, like you're in a system, you're following plays. There's predictability. If you do X, you know, Y will happen.
There's so much making it up on the fly.
Yeah.
On a race like this, and you know, people are, they're getting better at making those race day decisions. I appreciate what Thomas Bowling said in the chat. He said, "Great race day for your athletes." Yeah, I'm a happy coach today. You know, Trails and Tarmac athletes David Laney and Cole Watson had some great days out there, placing 4th and 7th. So good day to be a coach.
Yeah, bravo, Brett. Bravo, Cole, David. Georgia Porter's final few steps here on the Black Canyon 100K course. I have a feeling that this race for Georgia is a part of an ascent in our sport, and she's going to have an excellent 2023. Her stock is rising. Had a chance to see her race in person at the Tusher 70K that Leah mentioned earlier.
I think owns a 236. Leah said that Georgia has actually already come in.
Okay.
We lost our finish cam.
We lost the feed.
But
Apologies.
I believe this is Jade Bellsberg coming in. Which, yeah, I've never seen a race like this where like it's just so quick.
Yep.
Switching between finisher to finisher. So apologies for losing names a little bit here, but yeah, I mean, it's awesome that we're having kind of a hard time keeping up on everyone coming in.
And
I mean,
similar
I think
fashion
it's so cool.
choices, the blue and black.
That was the theme.
Here's Jade Bellsberg finishing. Leah had predicted she would be impressive on the day. Indeed, she was.
So it was a 9:24 finish for Georgia Porter and 9:26 for Jade Bellsberg as we are nearing our top 10 coming in.
Was Jade 9th?
Jade was 9th.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep, Leah's back in. I think we lost Leah's audio. We're going to try and get that cleaned up and turned back on, so that way we can get some additional commentary from the finish line as we are, I guess, approaching the point where, you know, we will be at the top of the hour, kicking over to our friends at the finish line. We'll have Dylan Bowman, Corinne Malcolm, Zach Marion, and Leah Yingling. They will be doing a post-race show live from the finish line.
Yes.
That will start at 5 o'clock. It's funny, before the broadcast, when we were looking at the timeline and everything, we were curious if by 5 o'clock enough people were going to be in to like have the show on the proper men's and women's side. And now we have 30 minutes of everyone ran too fast. Now Finn has to tell jokes.
In middle school, high school terms, this is what we call a half day.
This is my nightmare. No, it's still fun. You know, we're still going to have cameras on the finish. You know, hopefully we can get Leah's audio back up and running, so that way our rambling doesn't bore the listeners too much. I mean, you know, shout out to the chat, though. I'm curious, like, what were your biggest surprises of the day? You know, I want to hear them. What happened that you didn't think was going to happen?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me at the finish?
Okay, you're sounding pretty good right now.
Was I robotic for a while there?
Just a little bit, but then we muted you.
Nice. Sorry, I just wanted to comment that we got our top 9 finishers in here. Do you guys have eyes on number 10 for the women?
Not yet.
Okay.
Our Dronus brother out there is
So stupid.
Well, that's a great one.
I like Tony with the droney today. That
Tony
was
with
my
the
favorite.
droney. Yeah, Tony with the droney and Drone Jonas are our Dronus brothers out on course. The band's back together. Yes. Yeah, we don't have eyes on our 10th yet. Circling back to your original question.
Do we know who that may be at Doe Springs?
10th through Doe Springs was Brianna Grigsby with Casey Lichttag right behind.
Okay, and what was their gap to Jade and Georgia?
So, let's see. Brianna Grigsby was 9:19 at Doe Spring. Jade was 8:52 at Doe
Okay, so we
Spring.
got 25 minutes probably.
Could potentially have 20 minutes. Should we give our camera correspondent, Mike Shit in the Woods, any opportunity to give some hot takes from the
Let's
day?
see if he's got any hot takes. Mike, any hot takes? Any hot takes on the day for your fans?
I wore a lot of cacti today. I wore a lot of cacti, yeah. Getting out of the way of runners, and there's a lot of sharp stuff out there.
Any fun storylines besides the cacti?
I feel like I ran 100K. So they make it look easy, but this is hard. This is hard, even just being out here taking pictures of these people.
Yeah, Mike ran this race in 2021 and ended up with like a 10-hour something finish. So he looks a little bit more worked right now than he did then.
They make it look too easy out here, but what an exciting race! Oh my God!
Oh.
What do we have? Four men under 8 and 4 women under 9? 3 women under 9 hours.
3.
Amazing. I mean, we're rewriting ultra running here. This is a new era. That's amazing. I know it's good conditions, but the racing we saw today and the times that these people put up, like that's some next level racing, and I think this is kind of opening a door to a new era of ultra running. So what a day to be out here.
I can't agree more. Nice words, Mike.
What an experienced answer from one of our resident race photographers. Really sounds like he's been on the other side of the camera as well.
And I feel like photographers know the sport as well as anybody.
Yeah,
they are the eyes and the ears.
You see it in a different way. Okay, Leah, we're going to keep your audio, but we're going to our finish line Dronis brother.
Okay.
Leah, what do you make of that new era of ultra running comment?
Oh, we just lost Leah.
Brett, what do you make of that new era of ultra running comment?
Yeah, we'll just pass it back to Leah now that we've got her back. Leah, can you hear us? Okay, maybe not. Okay, yeah, so to answer your, what Mike said about, we're entering a new era of ultra running, and yeah, we're seeing it firsthand where it's the level of professionalism in this sport it's leveling up every single race. And what that means is just more competition, more racing. I think, are we having like a drone off right now? Now they're just running away. Yeah. It's just, it's so fun to see how much more precision you need for these races. It used to be you can make a mistake for a whole hour, 2 hours, or multiple mistakes, rally, come back, and that's all shrinking. Like the amount of mistakes you get to make is getting smaller.
What do you think of that question? What do you think people are doing now to make better decisions on race day?
I think so much of that goes into the training habits before the race even starts. Smarter, like a little bit more scientific training.
Yep.
We're seeing that with, there's more coaching in the sport than there was a decade ago. There's more people, donating research time into the sport, and we're learning before race day what can you do to be as prepared as possible, and those habits that you set and create in your training, that carries over to race day. So, practice makes habit, and when you carry that into a race, you're going to make better decisions. Finn's going to go for a little walkabout for a sec. I think his hip flexors are seizing up on him because he is not sticking to the Anthony Costalis mobility program. This is why you do your mobility after every run. If you do that, you run 7:32 with the Black Canyon 100K. For those who are still tuned in, I'm just going to give a little recap of our top fives on the men's and women's side. So our ladies' top five, we had Keely Henninger come in under course record in 8:45 for the win. Heather Jackson just 2 minutes behind in 8:47, also under the old course record. And then Megan Morgan to round out the podium in 8:53. And Megan did also accept a golden ticket to make their way to the Western States start line. So that's Keely Henninger, Heather Jackson, and Megan Morgan will all be competing at Western States this year because Heather Jackson was already on the Western States entrance list. Anna Cassius was fourth. Ida Nilsson was fifth. We're going to kick it over to a brief break, and then we'll recap the men's top five.
Huge shout out to our friends over at Free Trail for sponsoring this live stream. What is hard? Running many, many miles on trail is hard. What is easy? Choosing to eat pizza coletta afterwards. When romping around Flagstaff, come pay us a visit for a recovery pizza or to fuel your next day run on the San Francisco Peaks or the Grand Canyon. Our menu is perfect for healthy carbs, fresh vegetables, and reminiscing with friends about your day. Open for dine-in or carry-out at our 2 Flagstaff locations. Find more information at pizzacletta.com or give us a follow on Instagram at pizzacletta. Roman Run Company is dedicated to creating unique apparel and gear for every runner. Express your passion and inspire others to get out and run. We are all built for miles. Let's roam and run together. Shop our newest arrival of apparel, technical running hats, socks, and more. Visit romanrun.com. Use promo code Black Canyon to unlock 25% off your next order. From the Some Work, All Play podcast, the universe is unimaginably massive, and our place in it is overwhelmingly small. If Earth's history was fit into a day, humans would evolve at 11:59 p.m. We are all whispers from a gnat's behind, and we're all dealing with the reality in our own ways, including finding purpose in romping through 100 kilometers in the desert. So let's share love and compassion. Let's fight for inclusion and acceptance in ultra running, because sports are one of the ways people can deal with this universal uncertainty. And this sport is so damn awesome. Huzzah! Now let's send it back to our broadcast team in the studio.
Finn, I didn't get to ask you what were some of your biggest surprises on the day.
Oh, wow. I think the big surprise for me was the willingness of so many people in the elite field who didn't have their best day to stick with it and finish regardless, and maybe even discover in the process that there was a little bit left in the tank and they could, to some extent, rectify the day and still finish strong. I think Cole Watson being a prime example.
Mm-hmm. Ida
Nielsen on the women's side being another prime example. And you like seeing that. I know, I've talked with you on our podcast before about sort of the carrot, the incentive in front of a lot of elites in prior years in previous systems to cut the cord early if it wasn't going to be their day. And I think there is something cool about seeing them gut it out no matter what. And I feel like that was on display today. So I don't know. I don't think there's a right way necessarily to do ultras, but as a fan, it's cool to see people see what happens as the later miles progress. So that was probably the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah, agreed. To recap the men's top 5 as well, we had Anthony Costales finishing in 7:32, which was just miles under the old course record. It was so fast. About 25 minutes under the old course record. Tom Evans was 5 minutes back in 7:37, and then Janusz Kowalczyk was 7:40. All 3 were under the old course record by at least a dozen minutes or more. And similar to the women's podium, Tom Evans already has a spot on the Western States start line. So Anthony Costales has accepted the golden ticket. Janusz Kowalczyk has also accepted the golden ticket. So those 3 will be towing the line at Western States for another incredible battle in a few months.
How about the potential duking it out at the top at Western States between Tom Evans, Adam Peterman, and Anthony Costales, among others?
With how the high country is shaping up this year with the massive snowpack in the Sierras, that first 50K is going to be super gnarly. It's going to be very wet. It's going to be snowy. It's just going to be more rugged than it has been since probably 2017. And it's going to, it's not the only thing, but one big thing is who can get through that in a halfway decent time without getting too beat up. That's going to be one of the biggest variables that sets the tone. Because if you really tiptoe through it and save a bunch of energy, there might be someone who's able to just manage going through that first 50K a little bit quicker without getting as beat up. And then all of a sudden now you're having to gain 10 or, catch up 10 or 15 minutes on someone who might also still feel pretty good. So I think that first 50K is going to be just super important this year. What we're learning with Western States is, everyone's getting so much better at the heat management. And, again, just part of the training practices and the research that's going into keeping the core temps down, what kind of nutrition works best when you're on the verge of overheating. Like, these are all things that these people are practicing in their training. And, that's going to show, not to say that the heat's not going to be a factor through the middle part of Western States. It absolutely is. But it's going to be something that people are going to be, probably more prepared for. They're going to prepare more for it every year. Another big variable is, the middle, the canyons of the course this year. A lot of them, burned in that big fire that came through the Western States course last year. So now, a lot of around Michigan Bluff is completely open. There used to be at least a little bit of shade.
Yep.
But now there is going to be virtually no shade on one of the hardest sections of the course. So it's going to look different this year out there.
On the women's side of that race, looking ahead, knowing what we know with the sample size we have of Heather Jackson's racing, I have to imagine the same way she raced at Javelina, the same way she raced here today at Black Canyon, she will probably try to execute a similar style race at Western States, which means we're probably going to see a lot of activity between her and Courtney. And then knowing what we know about Camille, setting Western States, winning Western States as a priority, she'll be there. Keely Henninger obviously has the potential to win that race. I think that, maybe I'll throw this back to you. How many people on the women's side and on the men's side are capable of winning that race later this year?
Oh, gosh, there's probably 15 on each side that have the potential, the talent there to win the race on the day. But you got to have that day, and you got to put in the work beforehand. One thing I'm curious, for Heather's sake, is this will be your first ultra not in the state of Arizona. This one will start going uphill.
Yep.
It will also cover a huge amount of snow.
Yep.
Sounds like, Heather probably got some winter running experience, living in Bend for, a good portion of time.
Yep.
But it will be very different than either of the ultras that Heather has done. So it even going out pretty hard and somewhat aggressively, that might not be enough to even distance her from the leaders.
Yep.
Especially with who we know is in the field already. So, I'm really curious, again, like that's that first 50K, like what kind of tone is that going to set as we already start talking about that big last weekend in June.
Looks like our 10th place female is on the drone shot right now. I don't know who this is.
It's not Casey. So the only the person nearest to Casey was Brianna Grigsby.
Okay.
Behind Casey was Tara Dower.
Okay.
Maybe if anyone in the live chat's able to identify this runner, that would be awesome. Yep, we're also just getting the finish, I guess, show studio set up. That's the next event that we're waiting on. That will start at 5 o'clock.
There's a question in the chat about coverage for the rest of the field. One cool element of this live broadcast, I believe it will be taking place later tonight. AJW, Andy Jones-Wilkins, and Chris Warden will be back on the broadcast covering the golden hour of this race, which I think will be very interesting.
Oh, chat from Leah, looking like we were following Ellie Pell.
Gotcha.
As a pacer. So, just a little drone mistake, They're following people running. That's where we're at. Thanks for that correction, though, Leah.
Yeah, Jesse hit the nail on the head. Heather Jackson has an excellent YouTube channel. She does a great job documenting her journey, giving us insight into how she's thinking ahead of races like the Black Canyon 100K. Highly, highly, highly recommend hitting the subscribe button on her channel. I'm sure she'll do a lot of cool content around her build up to Western States. She's also really active in the gravel biking scene as well, as she's transitioned away from the Ironman scene. So for sure.
Very talented multi-sport athlete for sure. And especially it's interesting to be it's interesting to be kind of dipping your toes in so many endurance sports. It just seems like as the time goes up, it's like so hard to find the time to train for all those, but Heather's able to do it.
Yep.
Okay, just a little bit of news for everyone still tuning in. The post-race show, just due to some, I guess, not wanting to make too many sacrifices with the post-race show, they're going to record it. It's not going to be live, but they are going to record it and then upload it to the Aravaipa YouTube channel. Along with that is going to be post-race interviews from all the golden ticket winners. So once our 10th lady comes in, we will wrap things up here in the Aravaipa studios. But yeah, just reiterating again, like this was such an exciting day of racing.
Yep.
The competition, it was so fun to have a front row seat and just watch it. And I mean, everyone at home watching got a front row seat to it as well, which that's the new age of the sport. What the team here at Aravaipa is doing, letting us hooligans come in and talk for a couple hours on the live stream, is like there's so many moving pieces. Like as if Jamil didn't think just directing a race with over 1,000 runners wasn't difficult enough. He's like, I got an idea. Let's have 10 drones and people with cameras. Let's live stream the whole thing. And you know what? He has an amazing team. They're amazing volunteers. They are the ones who are able to put this on and give us the opportunity to talk and report about it. And we're learning that the 10th lady coming in is Brianna Grigsby.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I want to say, I think a lot of folks watching this live stream are familiar with Jamil Curry and the massive and important contributions he's made to our sport. I want to also give a shout out to the maestro of this live stream, Matt Feldaki, who has been sitting with us for the last 10 hours. He's just done so much to improve this production over the last couple of years. He's a visionary, and that is another name that I think this listenership, this viewership should be familiar with. Hats off to Matt.
I think Matt has been in that seat since Bandera. Because when I left, he was there, and when I got here today, he was there. So I'm pretty sure he's just been sitting there working on the live stream for the last month.
Yep.
Pretty
Brett,
incredible.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Oh, absolutely. It was so much fun. Just 3.5 hour long run archives.
So this will be Brianna Grigsby.
Yeah, I think we're going to send it to Leah for a brief sec.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Leah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
It's been a fun day. Looks like we've got our 10th place lady, Bree Grigsby, coming in here any minute. I'll be staying here through the finish, through the 10th place woman, and then we'll probably cut our finish line content for a little bit while we record some post-race interviews. But have had a blast out here today. Women's race has been exceptionally interesting. Men's race too, but I'm always here for women's ultra running, and I think we're just taking it to the next level this year, which is super exciting. So shout out to all the ladies and their exceptional performances today. And we should be seeing Bree any minute now.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. The racing today was so fun, and Leah, as usual, you did a fantastic job with the hardest part of this commentating is IDing all the runners, not having a computer in front of you, just going off the old noggin. So impressive. And like Leah doesn't slip. There's no mistakes coming from her.
I just wish I would know more about these random ballers like our friend Noah out there in the cow shorts. But next time I will know his name.
You can't possibly know everything about the random ballers because then they're not random anymore.
That's true.
Yeah, Leah, such
Just
a pleasure.
a baller. Yeah, guys, this is fun. I'm sure we will debrief for hours on end later tonight at our Airbnb and maybe celebrate with a champagne toast with Anthony, our men's winner and course record setter too.
It's gonna be a blast. Hopefully, maybe we should live stream
roommate.
that too. Should we live stream that?
That's a good idea. Maybe not live stream, but we could press record.
Yeah, we could record it. Yeah, this has been so amazing.
Leah, are you inspired to race Black Canyon, the 100K, anytime soon?
Maybe. I'd like to say no, but today's been really fun. But honestly, I think live streaming is going to take over my racing career. So this is it, guys.
It's all about those sunset years.
It's all, yeah.
Bree Grigsby, 10th place finisher.
Awesome.
5th place here last year. 5th place at last year's Bandera. Really solid, resilient day for her. She moved herself up really well, and I'm sure she'll be really proud of that. Just incredible.
Way to go,
I think
Bree.
she races for Rabbit and perhaps the Aravaipa team as well.
Awesome.
All right. Our local crusher. Casey was hot on her heels.
Oh my, yeah, we've got
Casey
a
is flying into the
finish.
finish.
Wow. So that's 11 women.
Yep.
Under,
All right, we get that bonus 11. Casey,
yeah,
who
under 10
is
hours.
Casey is running Western States this year.
Casey is in. And Brett, you were saying that Casey's training has been back to the Casey style training that we know and love.
Yep. It has been impressive, and Casey looks good finishing this, so we can only hope that that leads to another impressive classic Casey training block, and it'll be exciting to see her on the start line of Western States. Well, Finn, I think it might be that time.
Yeah, I think a few more thanks are in order, and the first is to everybody in the live chat that made this fun, made this engaging, brought the fire in terms of commentary and hot takes and questions. We so appreciate you. I think it's what makes these live streams interesting and fun to be a part of throughout the day. And I don't know, every single time I do one of these things, it's free motivation. I want to run through a brick wall, a figurative brick wall, a good one. I want to go out and do one of these races myself. So I don't know. I love all of you. This ultra community is amazing, and this whole production team here at Aravaipa. Brett, couldn't do it without you, Leah. Hopefully we get to keep doing this a couple times each year. It's super fun.
And hot off the teleprompter, it's still getting written up. I don't want to start reading before the full sentence is finished. Oh, we're backspacing quite a bit. Here we go. We will have a second stream with a finish line camera up shortly. So stay tuned. That will be a separate stream, and that will go live, and that will be set up at the finish. I think there'll just be a static cam there, so we can continue to watch runners come in. And Chris Warden and AJW will actually be providing commentary on that stream from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. for our golden hour finishers.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Peace.
We are signing off here from the Aravaipa studio. It's been a pleasure. We will see everyone here next